Again, Hussein, and welcome to the Biggest React.js monster class. So in this course, we are going to be covering every single thing that there is to learn about the React.js. So this is basically a series of videos in which we cover every single thing that there is to learn about the React.js. So in the first part of this course, we cover the React fundamental such as JSX and so on and so forth. Then we cover the React hooks. After that, we cover React with TypeScript. Then we cover the UI component libraries for React.js. We also cover React Hook Form and React 19 new features. And to combine the entire first series, which was about 13 hours of content. In the second part, we cover React with Framer Motion. Then we cover React with Zustand for smaller state management. We also cover React with Redux Toolkit for advanced state management, and we also cover React with RTK Query for advanced data fetching. And to combine all of that content, which was about 11 hours of content. Now in this video, which is the part 3 of this series, we are going to be covering the advanced part like React design patterns, React with Tanstack Query, JavaScript unit testing, and finally we are going to be covering the React testing. And to combine all of that content, so which will be about 10 hours of content. And now in the next part, in the part 4, which will be coming in the next month, we are going to be covering React with Storybook, React Design System in Figma, React Mono Repos, React with Style Dictionary. We are going to be also building a complete design system, and we are going to be also building a complete MERN authentication flow. And maybe, this is going to be maybe, we are going to be also covering the micro frontend and also the React architecture. Maybe if we combine the part 4, so there's going to be 20 hours of content, and then we would be able to complete the React.js complete series. So before we get into the content of this course, I want to mention one thing. Please do not download my courses. I said that in the previous part of this course, so I get a lot of messages, people saying like, Hussein, I'm from Pakistan, I'm from India, I am from this country and that country, and the internet is slow and this and that. I don't know how you're watching my content, but at least I deserve this much. Like, please do not download my courses. I don't care how you watch my courses. So let's suppose like if you watch my courses totally offline, what am I getting in there? I'm not getting anything. So if I'm not getting anything, so I'll just upload like some sort of a short form content videos like a shorts. So I'll just upload there. I will get successful in no time, but that's not my point. And here I'm providing like a lot of efforts that nobody provide even in their paid courses. I don't know what to tell you, but if you want to download my courses, okay, go ahead and download them. I'm not going to say anything because I can't even do anything. But please, I'm just requesting you, like at least I deserve this much, like please do not download my courses. Anyway, so you can find all of the code in my GitHub repository. Link will be in the description below. And if you have any question, you can ask me there on my Instagram or on my X. So yeah, I'm gonna see you in the course. I want to say like love you all from the core of my heart. As a developer, you probably face the frustration of building complex dashboards, tons of code, endless hours, and headaches just to visualize your data. What if I told you there is a way to save all the time and efforts with just a few clicks? That's exactly what a Tractorscope does. Tractorscope is the ultimate solution for rapid dashboard and embedded analytics development. With Tractorscope, you can seamlessly connect to your existing data source and build stunning visualization with minimal coding efforts. Say goodbye to those complex setups and say hello to the faster insights. So how does it work? Firstly, you will need to register yourself. Secondly, you will need to create your dashboard. Once you created your dashboard, then you will need to connect to your database. And don't worry, it's super simple and easy to connect to your database. All you need is to provide the name of your DB, what type of database you want to connect to, database host, port, name, username, and finally save there. Once you connect it to your dashboard and database, now you can add charts, text, images, and design. I'll choose charts for now. Here you just have to provide your query to visualize your data. And for visualization, you can choose different charts like line chart, pie chart, tables, and so much more. And not only that, you can change the chart style as well. You can change the bar type, layout, axes, and much more. If you are wondering whether a Tractorscope will be a good fit for you, you can start totally for free by just registering yourself. No credit card required. use the product, and then if you like Tractorscope, you can go to the pricing section and choose your plan. Now let's talk about the design patterns. So design patterns are a common solution and best practices used to structure code efficiently, making it more maintainable, reusable, and scalable. But now there was just a quick definition of what are design patterns, and we usually use design patterns in different programming languages. But now the question is how in the world we are going to be using them in React.js. As you all know that React itself is a UI library that focuses on building reusable components, and design patterns provide strategies for organizing component and logic within those components to promote consistency and optimize the development. Now I know a lot of you will ask me, Hussein, why should I even care about learning design patterns in React.js? And I can give you a lot of answers to that questions. But what I want you to do is that I want you to trust me that if you learn design patterns in React.js, you will have a lot more power than just a regular React.js developer. Trust me, it's going to give you a superpower. So yeah, let's get into the setup of this course. So now let me make a setup for our coding journey. So I'm going to open my terminal. I'm going to make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to be using npm create read at latest. I'll give it the name of dp demos, like design pattern demos. I'm going to choose React.js with TypeScript. Now let me go ahead and go to my dp demos, and I'm going to install every single thing inside there. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the tailwindcss.com, click on the getting started button, go to the framework and guides, choose read, and I'm going to copy all of these commands and place them right here. I'm going to also hit enter so that it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS inside their project. I'm going to copy this content from here, just a content, and I'm going to open my VS Code right here. Now let me clean this up. So I'm going to remove this public folder. I'm going to also remove the assets folder, the app.css folder, and inside there, I'm going to remove every single thing from the app.tsx file, and I'm going to replace that with this RIFCE. Now let me go ahead and go to this Tailwind config file, which is this config file, and I'm going to replace them with this new content. Now I'm going to also copy all of these directives. Now let's just go ahead and go to index.css file, remove every single thing from there, and replace it with this new one. Now I'm going to copy this line of code for the testing and replace that with this new one. Let me just save my file, and I'm going to be using npm run dev, so it's going to start my server right here. So I'll use like localhost, and now we are getting our hello world right here. Let's talk about the layout components. So layout component are strategies for organizing and composing component that manages the layout structure of a project. These components typically control the positioning and arrangement of a child element within a page, and acting as a container for other UI element or sections. So here you can see I have a component, and inside this component I have a section, and inside that section we have a div. So that specific div in which we have our content is totally dependent on the styling of a section, and here you can see I've provided a class of some layout styling. So that specific div is totally dependent on that section classes or section styles to be precise. Now the question is, how can I split that to use the layout design pattern? So if you want to split that, here you can see I'm going to be passing a children, and then I'm going to be creating a separate component in which I will put my content, and then I will pass that component as a children to that app component. I know it may sound a bit scary, but trust me, it's not. So now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be defining a few components like left.tsx. Let me just zoom in a bit, and we're going to be also defining right.tsx and also the split screen.tsx file. Now let me go ahead and just write my RAFC inside this component, save my file, RAFC inside the right component, save my file, and RAFC inside the left component, and save my file. Now let me just go back and remove this return statement and replace that with this React fragments. So I'll just write a hi for now, save my file, and now we are getting that hi. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to my left and right component and provide a bit of styling to them. So I'll just write like the class name, and background will be set to teal 400, and also the height will be set to 46 rem. Now let me just save this file. I'm gonna also go ahead and go to the right component and provide the styling here. So I'll just write like class name, background will be set to totally red 400. Now let me just save this file and close them. And now what I want to do is that I want to go ahead and just remove them from here and write my split screen and close them. So for this split screen, we are going to be providing our left component and close there. I'm going to also specify the right component and close this. So now let me just save my file, and this component will also take the left weight and I'm gonna set that to like 50, and it's gonna also take the right width, and I'm gonna also set that to not 50, but I guess 80 would be fine. Now let me just save my file and go into the split screen component. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure a few things. So we are going to be destructuring the children because we are going to be using them. We are going to be destructuring the left width and also the right width right here. So now I'm gonna save my file and create an interface for this. So I'll use like interface, and I'm gonna give it the name of like split screen props or something like that. And it's gonna take a children, and children will be set to this React node, and also the React node. Once again, we are going to be importing that from the React.js, and also for the left width is going to be set to a number, and also for the right width is going to be also set to a number. Now let me just copy a name of there and annotate my component with these props. So now let me just save my file. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use them. But first of all, before you want to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and just destructure this left and right component. Now let me just show you there. So I want to destructure this left component and also this right component. So how can I go about doing that? Well, we are going to be destructuring there from the children. So I'll just write like left and also right, and it's going to be equals to this children. And now let me just log that to the console so you guys can see it. So I'll just write like left, and here I'm going to place that left, and I'm going to also change that to right and place that right here. So now if I save my file, go to my component, go to inspect element, go to the console. Yep, we are getting some sort of error. So I don't know why, but we are getting that error. So let's just go ahead and go to our component. Oh, that's because we have to import this. So we also have to import this right component right here. Now if I save my file, and now we are getting a left component, which you can see right here. It has the key, prop, reference, and so on and so forth. And we also have this right component as same as that. So now let me just close there. And the next thing that I want to do is that I want to just remove that from here. Now let me just remove the split screen from here, and instead of providing a div, I'm going to change that to section. Inside there, I'll just render the div, and it's going to say like left. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to a right. So now if I save my file, so what are we getting? We are now getting these styling right here, but don't worry, we're going to be fixing that. So now you want to split this out. So you want to just make it as a side by side like left and also the right. So to do that, we are going to be passing a class name, and I'm using a Tailwind CSS. So if you're using just a pure CSS, you're going to have to do a lot of stuff. But in my case, I'm only using a Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to just write like flex, and the width will be set to totally screen. Now if I save my file, so what are we getting? We are now getting this left component, and we are also getting this right component right here, which is something that we want. And next we have to create a left width and also the right width. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? This is how we are going to be doing this. So I'll just use like const left width, and it's going to be equals to this left width. So now let me just render this left width right here, which we are now taking as a parameter for this component. And I'm going to also specify the rem value to this. So now let's just provide a rem. I'm going to also provide the right width, and the right width will be equals to this right width right here as a prop, and we are going to be passing a rem value to there. Now let me just save my file, but still we have to use this left and also the right width. So this is how we are going to be using this. So I'll just write like a style, and here for this styling we are going to be passing first of all the width, and for each width first of all we are going to be copying this left width. Now let me just place there, then I'm going to copy the right width, and I'm going to also place it right here. Save my file, and yep, this is something which we are getting right now, which is not looking that much cool. So now let me just remove this component, and I'm going to change that to like 20 maybe. And here you can see we're now getting this sidebar. I can also change that to like 10. I guess 15 would be fine. Yeah, 15 is totally fine. And also we can totally change the right value and so on and so forth. Now we have a lot of flexibility, and we can do a lot of things. So you know what, let me just show you there. If I go ahead and go to my left component, and I'm going to remove this left from here, I'll just write like ULLI and anchor tag, and now I want them to be, I don't know, maybe 4 would be fine. So first of all, I'm going to be providing like home, and then some sort of about section. God. Then I'm going to provide the context section and also the portfolio or something like this. Now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting all of that content right here. And if I want to change something inside the right component, I can totally do this. So I'll just go ahead and go to my right component, remove this right from here, and I'll just write like, I don't know, maybe h1, something cool, and also a paragraph with a lot of lorem ipsum inside there. And yeah, we are now getting these results right here. So this is how we are going to be splitting our UI by using the layout component. So here you can see inside this split screen, we are only using this flex prop, or you can say styling, and we are just providing a bit of width to there. So yeah, this is how we are going to be splitting our UI by using the layout component. Alrighty, so now let's make another setup for our coding journey. Now I know a lot of you will ask me, Hussein, what's the point of this another setup? Well, now we are going to be working with the challenges, and we are going to be writing all of the challenges inside this newly created setup. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. And I'm gonna just write like npm, come on, in lowercase, npm create read at latest, and I'll just give it the name of like maybe dp, like design patterns challenges. And now inside there, first of all, let me just go ahead and go to the React and choose React.js, and now we are going to be choosing TypeScript. And now I'm gonna go into the dp folder, and let's just install every single thing inside there. So now then, successfully done, I'm gonna open there in my VS Code by using code dart, and this is how it looks like right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this public folder. I'm gonna also go ahead and just remove the assets folder, remove the app.css, and now let me go ahead and go to my app.tsx, remove every single thing from there, and I'm gonna just use my RFC inside there. I'm gonna also remove every single thing from this index.css, remove there. And now we are going to be running our server by using npm run dev. So it's gonna run there on the localhost that port. So yeah, we are now getting our app, which is looking cool. I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my tailwind.css or tailwindcss.com. I'm not sure whether I'm gonna be using there or not, but I'm still making this setup for the Tailwind CSS just in case. So now let me go ahead and click on this read, and now I'm gonna install it by using these commands. Let's just open there, remove there, and place my new commands right here. And it's gonna install there, and it's gonna also configure Tailwind CSS inside our project. So that's totally done. Now let me just hit enter. So it's gonna also initialize our Tailwind CSS. Let me also copy this content, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my Tailwind config file and replace that with this new content. Let's just save our file, and I'm gonna also create, or we already have our index.css file, but now let me go ahead and go to that index.css file and place these right here. And finally, to test this out, I'm gonna copy this line of code, and now let me just replace that with this new one, save our file. And now let me use my npm run dev, so it's gonna start running my server. So let's just refresh there, and yeah, everything is working the way we expect them to work. Before we start all of their challenges, I want to mention one thing. All of their challenges are designed by me, like no ChatGPT involved. But as you guys can guess, my English is not that much good, so I use ChatGPT to write this English for me. And plus, I also don't have a lot of time, so I just copied my code, like all of the solution of the code, and I asked ChatGPT to write what we call a documentation for me. So yeah, this is what we are doing right now. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to create a header component. So the header component will contain the dashboard title and profile logout button. Use Tailwind CSS for the styling, and also this is the task. Like first of all, we have to create our header.tsx inside the src component folder. Then we have to implement the following structure, like a header with a background color and a title on the left side, which will say like my dashboard, and a profile button, a logout button aligned to the right. So then we have to create the footer component, and the footer component will be a simple footer with a copyright message. It should be styled to stick at the top of the page. And these are the steps that you have to follow. Like first of all, we have to create our footer.tsx file inside the src components folder, and we also have to provide this as a paragraph inside our footer. That's it. Then we have to create the sidebar. So the sidebar component will be vertically sidebar on the left side, including a list of all of that items like home, settings, and profile, and so on and so forth. And next, we also have to create the content component. So the content component will display the main dashboard content with some stat, like some statistic. Like if you want to do that, sure you can, but if you don't want to do that, you don't even have to do that, like the total users and also the revenue. Okay, so these are the tests that you can follow. Then we also have to create the split screen. Okay, so the split screen component will manage the layout between the sidebar and the content area. So the component should accept two children, like the left side, a sidebar, and the right side, which will be our actual content, which we are going to be creating right here for the content component. So the width of each side should be controlled through the prop. Also, you can learn more about that right here. and finally we have to just assemble them or combine all of them together. So inside the app.tsx file, import all of the component you've just created, like header, footer, sidebar, and content, and also the split screen, and this is how you're going to be using there. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. And by the way, you don't even have to worry about the responsiveness. I don't know. I guess ChatGPT added there. So let me just remove this step from here. And yeah, you don't even have to worry about that step. And I'm gonna also remove this line from there. So yeah, now this is looking better. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me give you my solution. So I'm gonna just close all of them. And now let's just start by defining our component folder. So I'll just give it the name of like components. Let me just zoom in a bit. And inside there, we're going to be creating our file, which will be our header.tsx. And now inside there, let's just use our RAFC. Inside this, our file. Let me go back so that we can see everything a bit better. And I'm gonna also remove that, change that to the header, because now we are working with the header. And inside there, we are going to be using h1, which will say like my dashboard. And now underneath there, we are going to be creating our div. And inside this div, we have two buttons. So I'll just write like button, and which will say like profile. I'm gonna also duplicate there and change there to the logout. And now that's gonna be it for the header. Now I'm gonna provide the styling to this component, and you should also do that by either pausing this video and typing there manually, or you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and copy all of the styling from there. So let me just, I'm gonna come back in a second. Now let me save my file, and these are all the styling that you have to provide for the header component. If you want to change that, you can definitely go ahead and change that, but in my case that's looking cool. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our footer. So I'm gonna go ahead and just create my footer. Come on, footer.tsx. And now inside there, let's just use our RAFCE. And now let me just save my file. And inside this footer, we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'll just change that to the footer. And inside this footer, we are going to be creating our paragraph. And I'm going to just provide that same HTML entity, which was and then copy and close there, in 2025 my dashboard app or something like that. Now let me save my file, and I'm gonna also provide these styling to there. So yeah, this is all the styling that you have to provide for the footer, and that's gonna be it. So I'm gonna also close there. Now let's take care of the sidebar. So I'm gonna just create a new file with the name of sidebar.tsx, and I'm gonna use my RAFC inside there, save my file, and let me just close there. And inside there, I'll just use my h1 and I'll say like dashboard, save my file. Underneath there, we have to use our ul. Inside this ul, we have to provide our li, and inside this each li, yeah, we are going to be providing our anchor tag. And let's just provide like for this first one, I'm gonna say like go to the home. Like you don't even have to do that if you don't want to do that, but I want to do that. So I'll just provide the home, and I'm gonna duplicate there like 3 times or maybe 2 times. So the first one we have is the home. Then we would have our settings, and finally our profile. So I'm going to just change that to like settings, and I'm going to also change this label to the settings. And here let's just change there to the profile. So I'll just provide my profile and change this one to the profile like so. Now let me save my file. I'm going to go back, and here now I'm going to provide a lot of styling to them. And these are all the styling that you also have to provide. So here you can see this is how we are going to be providing our styling for the div, then for the h1 ul, and then for the anchor tag, and for the anchor tag again and again. So that's also totally done. Now let me also close this sidebar. Next we have to create our content component. So I'll just create my content.tsx, and now inside there, let's just use our RAFC, save my file and close there. And inside this div, I'm going to be providing my h2, and which will say like welcome to the dashboard, and provide my explanation mark there. Provide a paragraph which will say like here are your stats for today. And now we are going to be providing a bit of stats. Let's just create our div, and inside there and provide another div. And inside this div, we are going to be providing our h3, which will say like total users. And now underneath there, provide my paragraph, which will say like 1,245, some sort of a arbitrary number. And now underneath there, we are going to be also providing our div, and inside this div, let's just provide our h3, which will say like revenue. And now I'm going to also provide a paragraph, and let's just provide random revenue, like I don't know, maybe I guess that's going to be fine. So let's just save our file, and now I'm going to go back to provide my styling inside this component. So here are my styling. Like here you can see we're now providing a styling for the div, then for the h2 paragraph, div h3 paragraph. and so on and so forth. So this is how we are going to be creating our components. Now let me just show you there. Here you can see this is how we are going to be creating our component, and now let's just assemble or combine all of them inside the split screen design pattern component. So I'll just use my RFC inside there. Let's just go back. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to destructure a few things because we would need them inside this UI. So I'll just destructure the children. We would also destructure the left weight, which we just saw a few seconds ago. And we would also destructure the right weight, which we also saw a few seconds ago. So now let me just save my file. And I'm going to also create an interface for this so that we don't get the TypeScript error. So let's just provide our split screen props. And inside there, I'm going to provide the children and provide the as a React node, which will be coming from the React.js, and also the React node once again. Provide a comma there. Let's just provide our left weight, WEIGHT, which will be set to a number, and also the right weight, which will be also set to a number. Okay, save my file. I'm gonna copy the name of the provide there right here, or annotate my component with these props. So now let me just save my file. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we also have to nested destructure. So we are going to be destructuring all of our stuff from the children. So we would need what do we call it, the left and also the right, which we also just saw a few seconds ago. And now underneath there, we will just provide our left width and also our right width. Okay, so I'll just write like const left width, come on, left width, and it's going to be equals to this backticks, and provide my left weight right here and put that as a rem value. I'm going to also duplicate that and change this value to the right weight, WEIGHT, and here also change that to the right weight like so. Save my file. And now our TypeScript is freaking out. That's because we have to use these variables. So now let me just remove that, and inside there, let me just change that to a section maybe. And inside this section, I'm going to also provide a class names like flex, and also the flex will be set to 1. And I'm going to provide my div, and in this div we are going to be providing our left value. And now let me just duplicate that, and we are going to be providing our right value. And I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to that. So for this styling, for the width, we are going to be using our own width, which will be set to like width or left weight. There we go. And also let me just put a bit of padding all around, like maybe padding all around of 4. I'm gonna also copy there right here, change there, and I guess that's gonna be fine. Now we are going to be also providing a style, and for this style the weight will be set to the right. And now still our TypeScript is freaking out. Oh, it shouldn't be weight, it should be width, WIDTH. There we go. And now let's just copy there, place that right here. I'm gonna also copy there, place that right here, save my file, and that's done. So now let me go ahead and go to my app component and use that inside this component. So I'm gonna just use my RFC once again, save my file. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import all of that component. So we have to import the header, and I forgot the names of that, but we also have to import the footer, and we also have to import the split screen because we are going to be obviously using that. And we also have to import the sidebar, and finally we have to import the content component. Let's just go back, save my file, and this is how it looks like. So now let me go ahead and go to my div or my JSX, and I'm going to provide a bit of what the hell was that? Now let me provide a bit of classes to that, like flex, and flex will be set to a column, and height will be set to totally screen so that it will take up the entire screen. So first of all, we have to render our header, and now let me just save my file, and this is how my header looks like right here. Now we are going to be also rendering our footer. So now let me just render my footer, close there, and I'm gonna also just close there like this, save my file. And now we are also getting our footer. So if I type something at the middle, so I'll just write my h1 and something maybe, and here you can see we are now getting there right here. So now let me just close there, and which means like now we are going to be providing our sidebar and also our content. So I'll just use first of all my sidebar, and as soon as I do that, let me just provide my sidebar and close there, save my file. Here you can see we are now getting our sidebar, and now I'm gonna also provide my content component. So let's just do this, save my file, and we are also getting our content, but we also have to wrap both of these components inside our split screen component, which we just created right here. Okay, so to do that, now we are going to be using our split screen component, and I'm gonna just close there like so. I'm gonna cut that from there, place that right here, and now it requires a few props. So we have to provide the left weight, which will be I guess set to like 3 maybe, and I'm gonna also provide the right weight, which will be set to maybe 60. So let's just provide this, save my file, And this is how my component looks like right here. I know it is not looking the most beautiful UI, but yeah, it is using something called the layout component behind the scenes. So this is how we are going to be splitting our component by using the layout component design pattern in React.js. Now we are going to be learning about the list of data by using the layout component. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? First of all, we have our data folder. Inside there we have our data.ts file. So inside there I have this games array and I also have this movies array. So now let me just expand the games array. So inside there we have a few objects. So inside each object we have the game name, the game rating, game genre, and also the language. And then we have a few games right here. So you can specify your own data if you wanted to. But if you want to use mine, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of that data from there. And the next thing that we have is that we have a few movies. So we have the movie title, price, description, and rating right here. So yeah, if you want to get all of that data, you can definitely go ahead and go to my GitHub repository. But if you want to use your own one, you are more than welcome to do that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my components folder, and inside this components folder, we're going to be defining 3 components. The first one will be a game info or games info rather .tsx, and I'll just use my RFC inside there, save my file. I'm gonna also create yet another component for the movies info.tsx, and I'll just use the RAFC inside this component. And finally, I'm going to be creating a component for render list.tsx file, and I'll use my RAFC inside there, save my file, and now let's get into it. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to start working on this render list. So I'll just remove this app from there, and I'll use my, let me just change that to the React fragments, and now I'll just use like render list component, and I'm going to close this. So now if I save my file, this component will take a few props which we are going to be defining in a few seconds. So the first prop it will take is going to be the data, like which kind of data you want to provide for this component, by which we are going to be iterating over through, and we will do something with that data. So in this case, first of all, we are going to be importing our games. So I'll just import games from the data component, or from the data file to be precise. So now we are going to be importing all of that games which you can see right here. So we have a lot of games. Now we are importing them inside this app.tsx file, and now we are going to be providing them as a prop for our component. So I'll just write like the data will be set to a games. We're going to be also providing a resource name. So I'll just use like resource name. Now it's going to be set to games in this case, because now in this situation we're iterating over through the games. So yeah, games would be fine. Next, we also have to pass another prompt for our component. So I'll use like data to render, how to render the data, whatever you want to call there. So this is how we are going to be rendering our data, by using this games info.tsx file. So I'll use like games info, and I'm going to just place there right here. So this is everything that you have to do. First of all, you have to create the render list component, then you have to specify the data, the resource name, and also data to render component. Okay, so that's done. Now let me just go ahead and go to this component and zoom in a bit. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure a few things. So now we already know that we are providing this data, resource name, and data to render. So now we are going to be destructuring this. So data can be, yeah, I'll just provide a data right here, and also the resource name and data to render. So now let me just save my file, and I'm going to also define an interface for there. So for the interface, it's going to be a render list props, and here inside there we're going to be providing a data, and data can be basically anything as an array, and also the resource, resource name, and the resource name will be set to string, and data to render will be any. So I'll just copy a name of them and annotate my component like so. Now let me just save my file, but we also have to use them inside our component. So I'll just remove that from here, and inside there, first of all, we are going to be iterating over through all of our data. So I'm going to copy a name of them and place it right here, and I'm going to use the map method, and here we have to specify the item and also the index inside there. And next, I'm going to also rename that to the item component. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that, but I want to do this. So I'm going to copy a name of that and place this item component right here. So I'll just close it like this, and I'm going to also specify the key, and the key will be that index right here. So I'm going to copy a name of them, place there right here. And next, we're going to be using a bit of weird syntax. So first of all, we're going to be making a clone of all of the props, and then for the key, we are going to be providing the resource name, and for the value, which will be set to that item right here. So now let me just explain that once again. First of all, we are providing this item component, then we are providing a key for the uniqueness, Then we are making a clone of our existing props, and now for the key we are providing a resource name as an array, and also for the value we are specifying that specific item which is coming from our data. So yeah, that's totally done. Now let me just close it right here. And the next thing that I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to this games info component. Here you can see we're now getting our game info component again and again. So now let's go into this games info component and start working on that. So now let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure all of my games. Okay, so this is going to be the first thing. But first of all, I also want to go ahead and go to my data file. And here we have our game name, game rating, game genre, and also the game language. So now let me just create an interface for that. So I'll use my interface, and for that I'm going to give it the name of like games info, and here inside there we are going to be passing our games, and each game will have the game name, and that's going to be set to a string. We're going to be also providing a game rating which will be set to a number. I'm going to also provide the game genre, and which will be set to a string. I'm going to also provide the game language, and which will be set to a string of array. Now let me copy a name of that and annotate my component with this games info. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to destructure a few things from our games. So if you don't want to destructure that, you don't have to do that, but I want to do that. So I'm going to be destructuring a few things. So I'll just first of all destructure, what do we call it, the game name, and we're going to be also destructuring the game rating, game genre, and finally the game languages, so that we can work with this. So I'm going to save my file right now, and now I'm going to just remove the label from here. I'm going to just specify like h1 game name, and here we have to render our game name. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our games names right here, which is looking cool. And I'm going to also write a paragraph. This paragraph will just render the game rating, and here we have to just render our game rating. And also I'm going to write a paragraph for the game genre, and let's just render our game genre right here. And here I'm going to just use my UL and provide my languages inside there. Now let's just iterate over through all of our game languages. So where in the world is that? I'm going to copy a name of the game language or game languages, whatever you want to call that. I guess it's game languages. I'm not quite sure about that, but let me just go ahead and go to the data. And yep, this is a game languages. So I'll just destructure there, put that right here, and I'm going to use the map method on there. It's going to take a language as a L, and we're going to be annotating there as a string. And inside there, I'll just use my li, and here we just have to render our L right here. So I'll just render the L, and now let me just save my file. And here you can see we are now getting the game name, rating, genre, and all of these languages right here for our specific game. I can also provide a BR if I wanted to, so I'll just write a BR, and here you can see we're now getting all of that games. So that's totally done. And you know what, I made a mistake. It should be game languages like so. Now let me just save my file. Now underneath them, I'll just write HR and also the BR a few times like so. Okay, just like that. And I'm gonna also render my list once again. And here now we are going to be providing a data, and you guessed it, we are going to be providing the movies data. So now let me just destructure the movies. I'm going to copy a name of that and place that right here as a data. We're going to be also providing a resource name. In this case, that's going to be set to our movies. I'm going to also provide data to render. And now we are going to be providing this movie info right here. So I'll use like movie info, save my file, and now let me go into this component and start working on that. Here you can see we're now getting our movie info again and again. So now let's start working on that. I guess this is going to be exactly the same as the games one, but first of all, you know what, we have to destructure the movies. So I'll just use like movies like so. I'm gonna also create an interface for this, so I'll use like interface movies info, and here inside there we have to define our movies, and for each movie we are going to be providing the movie title, which will be set to a string. We also have a movie price, which will be set to a number, and also the movie description, which will be set to a string as well, and the movie rating, which will be a number. So I'm going to save my file, copy a name of that, and annotate my component with this movie info. So now let me just go back. Next, we have to destructure a few things. So I'll just destructure first of all the movie title, then the movie price, the movie description, and the movie rating. From where? From the movies. So I'll use like movies right here, and I'm gonna also go ahead and go to there and make it as a React fragments. And now we have to render our content. So I'll just use like movie title, paragraph, the price, and the price will be movie, come on, movie price. And also we have a description, movie description, and finally a paragraph of ratings. And here we have to specify the movie ratings inside there. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting all of their movies, but I'm gonna have to specify a bit of BR at the end. And yeah, now we are getting the Inception, the Matrix, the Dark Knight, and Forrest Gump, one of my favorite movies of all time. So yeah, this is how we are going to be iterating over through the list of data by using the layout component. So here you can see we have our render list. It's going to take a data as a prop, resource name, and data to render component. And now inside there, we are doing nothing, but we are just iterating over through our data and providing a specific props for our specific elements. Welcome to another challenge. So in this one, we are going to be creating our render list component, which allows us to render our items to the DOM. Your first challenge is to create a container component that can dynamically render a list of items based on the props it receives. So in this case, you will be rendering a list of products, something which I'm about to show you in a few seconds. So these are the steps. Like first of all, create a render list component, and inside there it will take a few props. So it's going to take like the data prop, which will be array of items, something which I'm about to show you in a few seconds. It's going to also take the resource name, and it will be the name of the resource. For example, like the products, like you can render the electronics, the clothing, the home goods, or something like that, something which I'm about to also show you in a few seconds. Then you have to create the main thing, which will be a data to render component. So the component there should be used to render each item, like for example the product info component. So in this component, use the method to iterate over through our data. And then here is the catch, like for each item in the list, pass the individual item to the data to render component as a prop, using the resource name to determine the key. Then we have another challenge, which will be to create our presentational component, which will be about like just rendering all of that item to the DOM. So just create a product info.tsx file, and inside this can also take like the name, description, price, and a rating, and also the image. And this data is already available to you inside my data.ts file, which I'm also about to show you. And inside the component, so display the product image, display the product name, description, and price, and also render the rating. And yeah, so you can learn more about that if you wanted to. And also I already provided you with the data.ts file, so you can use there, or if you want to create your own one, you are more than welcome to do that. Then finally we have to create our what do we call it, main component to render our list. So this is how we are going to be rendering that inside our app.tsx file. So here you can see we have this new folder, which will be our data. So now let me just expand there. Inside there we have our data.ts file. So we have a few objects. So now let me just expand there. The first one we have is electronics. So if I expand there, we have the name, description, price, rating, image, and so much more data about the electronics. So now let me just close there. We also have a clothing. If I expand this, so we have a name, description, price, rating, and image, and so much more item about the clothing. And finally we also have the home goods. Same thing will be inside the home goods. So we have the name, description, price, rating, and image, and we have a few items inside there. So basically all of their data is given to you, but what you have to do is that you have to render there, and you also have to style there correctly, but you have to use the layout component. So how in the world you are going to be doing there, that's all up to you. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just define my components folder. So let's just provide our components folder, and inside there I'm going to be just creating my render list.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there, save my file. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my app component and run this component right here inside this dev. So I'll use like render list and close there, save my file. But we're not going to be using that like this. We're going to be also providing our data to this. So first of all, we have to import the data. Then we are going to be providing them as a prop. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to only import the what do we call it, electronics, from where, from our data folder, and inside there we have our data.ts file. So now let me just copy the name of them, and the first prop it will take is the data, and now we are going to be providing our electronics to there. We also have to provide the resource, come on, resource name, and that's going to be equals to the product. And now I'm going to also provide not a comma but we also have to provide the data to render. Come on, render and here let's just pass our product info component, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So now let me just go back and save my file. I'm going to also go ahead and go to my components once again, and I'm going to render my product, or was that a, yeah, product info.tsx, and now let me use my RAFC inside there, and now we have to render that component right here. So this is how we are going to be importing there. This is how we are going to be passing them. Now let me go ahead and go to my render list component, and now let's just destructure all of their props. So I'm going to just destructure the data. I'm going to also destructure the resource name, and finally we have to destructure the data to render, but I'm going to also rename that to item, come on, item component, like so. Now let me just save my file, and I'm going to go to the top and define an interface for that. So I'll just give it the name of like render, yeah, I guess render list props would be fine. Now I'll just write like data, and this is going to accept any kind of list. I'm going to also provide the resource name, and that's going to be set to a string. I'm going to also provide data to render, and it should be any. Okay, so now let me just copy a name of that and annotate my component like so. Save my file, and what are we getting? Oh, we have to use there. Now we are destructuring there, so which means like we have to use there. Now I'm going to also provide the class names, and for these class names I'll just provide like product list. I'm going to also provide these classes even. So now we have to use our data dot map to iterate over through our items. So I'll just pass my item and also the index inside there. And now let's just pass our item component like so and close them. I'm going to pass the key, and key will be just taking that index. And now we have to spread out every single thing, and now we have to provide the resource as a name. Come on, resource name, that will be our key, and the value will be that actual item which we are now taking as a parameter right here. Okay, so now that's totally done. Now let me go back. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to our product info to render that component, since we are already passing this. So now inside there it's gonna also render our product. So let's just provide our product. So we already know how our product looks like, so we can totally create our interface for that. So I'll just use like product info, and I guess props would be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna just give it the name of props, and inside there let's just provide our product, and inside this product we have to provide the name. Name will be set to string, the description will be set to string, and we're going to be also providing the price, and the price will be set to a string, and provide the rating, and rating will be set to a number. Image URL will be also set to a string. Now let me go ahead and go to the top, copy a name of there, and annotate my component like so. Let's just save our file, and now we are going to be destructuring a lot of things from these products, like let me just go ahead and go to my data.ts. So we would need to destructure the name, the description, price, rating, and also the image URL. So now let's just do that. I'm going to go here, and now let's just destructure a lot of things from the products. And now here what do we have to do? We have to first of all destructure the name, then the description, and also the price, the rating, and the image URL. Let's just save our file, and now here let's just remove them, and I'm gonna provide a bit of styling to them. So these are all the styling that you also have to provide right here. If you want to copy that from my GitHub, you can totally go ahead and just copy that from my GitHub, but if you don't want to do that, you can manually type that if you wanted to. So for the source, we are going to be passing our image URL, and for the alternative text, I'm going to just only pass the name, and I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to there for the image. So the width will be set to 52, and the height will be also set to 56. We're going to be changing that to object totally cover, so that it should take up the entire space, and I'm going to also make it totally rounded for the top of totally large, and let's just save our file. That's done. Now we are going to be also creating another div with the class of flex, and flex will be set to column. Inside there we have to just render our product name, description, and price. So I'll just write my h2, and here I'll just say like the name. I'm going to also provide my paragraph, which will say the description. So let me just provide my description right here. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to the price. Provide my price right here, and I also added these styling. Like here you can see I added a style to the h2, to the paragraph, and also to this paragraph as well. Now I'm gonna go to the top, and here I'm going to pass a function which will be responsible for the rating of the star, or rendering a star component to be precise. So here you can see we have our render star component, and now we have our array, and now we are iterating over through that array, and for each iteration we are now pushing this UI or this star to the star array. So that's exactly what we are doing right now, and finally we are just returning there so we can get the value from there. Okay, so now let me just hide there from here. I'm gonna copy a name of there, go to the bottom, and here we have to just render there. So I'll just use my div, and inside this div we have to just render that render stars and provide my ratings inside there. Was there a ratings or just a rating? I'm gonna copy the name of there, which is a rating, and now let me place that right here. I'm gonna also provide like what do we call it, flex, and margin for top will be set to 2, padding on the x-axis will be set to 4. Let's just save our file and check this out. So here you can see we are now getting all of their data from the electronics. So let me just show you that. If I go ahead and go to my data, so here you can see we are now getting that smartphone XYZ, and we are also getting that 4K Ultra HD TV. Okay, so which means like this data is coming from the electronics. Like suppose if you also want to render the clothing and also the home data or home goods, so what we are going to be doing there, and that's quite simple and easy. So now let me go ahead and go to my app and just duplicate there a few times. So I'm going to duplicate there 1 and 2 times. Now we also have to destructure, what do we call it, let me just hold control space. So we have to destructure the clothing, and we also have to destructure the home goods. I'm going to copy the name of this clothing, place that right here. I'm going to also copy the name of this home goods and place that right here, and the rest of them will be exactly the same. And yeah, this is how our UI looks like, but you know what, it is looking awful. I'm gonna just make the at the center, so I'm gonna just use like my div and provide my classes. So I'll use like flex, and flex will be set to ramp, justify will be set to totally center, and items will be set to totally centered. Save our file, and yeah, this UI looks cool. And that was our challenge about layout component. Now we are going to be building a model by using the layout component. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, let me just mention that we still have our data.ts file, and inside there we have all of our games and all of our movies. We are not going to be touching the movies, but we are going to be working with the games. I don't know. So next we have our component. So inside there we have our game info component. I'm going to also define the model.tsx file and use my RAFC inside there. Go to my app and register there right here. So I'll just remove that and change that as a React fragments, and then inside there I'm going to be using my model. So here for this model, inside there we are going to be passing our games info, and now for this games info we are going to be passing a data, and that data will be our games. So now let me just go to the top and import the games from where, from our data file. Then we are going to be passing there as a prop for our games info. So now let me just go ahead and go to my model and start working on that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure the children, and I'm going to annotate that as a children React node and import that from the React.js. Next we have to define our state. So I'll just go back and define the state. I'm going to give it the name of like show, and then set show. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. Okay, so let's just change there to false. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and change there from the divs to the React fragments. And first of all, we are going to be defining a button which will say like show the model, and I'm going to also specify a bit of styling to this. So when somebody clicks on there, then we are going to be firing this function which will just say like set, and we are going to be setting that to true, and I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to there. So basically we are just providing a border, and padding all around will be set to 5, and background totally 300. And this is how it looks like right here. So now we are getting our component which is we are getting our model button which is looking cool. So now underneath there we have to start working on our UI. So if we have the show, so in that situation we are going to be showing this UI, but if that's set to false, then we're not going to be showing nothing at all. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide a paragraph, and I'm going to say like something cool. Okay, so if I save my file, here you can see we're now getting our something cool. If I click on that, nothing will happen because we have to provide the on click. We are already doing there. You know, let me just refresh there. Currently we're not seeing anything, but now if I click on there, now we are getting our something cool right here. So you know, let's just remove them from here, and inside there we are going to be defining a section Come on, let's just define our section. So for this section, we are going to be passing these classes. So I'll just provide like fix, and the left will be set to 0, top of 0, z index 10, width will be set to screen, height will be set to full, overflow auto, background totally blank, and opacity will be set to 50. And also when somebody clicks on there, then we want to fire this function. So I'll just use like set show and change that to false. And inside this section, what do you want to do? We just want to define our div, and for this div we are going to be creating a button which will just say like hide the model. So I'll just write like hide model, and which is looking cool. And when somebody clicks on this model, what do you want to do in this situation? We want to just fire this function. We want to provide the event object, and that's going to be coming from the react.mouse event, and here we have to annotate that as a HTML div. Okay, so let's just provide our HTML div element, and then we're going to be just setting the event dot what do we call a stop propagation, and that's going to be it. So now if I save my file, next I'm going to also specify a bit of classes to this one. So we have a background totally white, margin for the x-axis of 10%, margin on the y-axis will be set to auto, padding all around will be set to 20 pixel, width will be set to 50%. I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this hide model, and when somebody clicks on there, when somebody clicks on there, then you want to fire this function, which is the set show, and we're going to be setting that to false. So let's just change that to false, save my file, remove that from here, and now underneath this button, we're going to be showing these children right here. So if I save my file, and now if I click on this show model, so we are now getting our model, and we are getting all of that data from this component. So let's just go ahead and go to this component, and I'm gonna just hide there from here. Let's just comment this out. So yeah, we are now getting our model, and which is looking cool. Now let's talk about the container component. So container component are responsible for loading and managing data or their child component. And this design pattern is often used in conjunction with presentational component, also called a DOM component, to keep the UI more modular and maintainable. So how that's going to look like? Here you can see I have a container component, some sort of a parent component, and inside there I have a few child component. So inside each child component, let's suppose if I want to fetch a data, so I'm going to be using a use effect for fetching the data or for the side effect, and then I'm going to be rendering that data accordingly. Then same thing will apply for the child 2 component, then for the child 3 component. And this is bad because we have to write all of that code again and again for each and every component. And how in the world we are going to be applying that container and layout design pattern to make our component reusable, and we don't have to write a lot of code. So first of all, we are going to be creating our container component, and inside that container component we can provide any kind of logic. Let's suppose if you want to fetch our data, or maybe we wanted to handle some sort of a state or anything. In this situation, I'm going to be fetching my data, so I'm going to just provide my use effect and fetch some sort of a data inside that use effect, and then I will pass that data as a children to my component. And then inside the child component, I can totally access that data by just either destructuring that, or I can just use a props, and then I will just render that data inside my child component, like inside the child 1 component, the child 2 component, and also in the child 3 component, depending upon our components. So yeah, that was just a quick theory about the container component, and if you don't get it, you don't have to worry about that, because now we are going to be writing our code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alright, so now let's talk about the container component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder, and inside there I'm going to create my to-do list.tsx file, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. And next I'm going to do something a bit weird, but you don't have to do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define yet another folder with the name of shared. You don't have to do that. Like, once again, I can't stress this enough. You don't have to do that, but I want to do that because in this component we are going to be providing a logic which we are going to be using again and again. So that's why I want to put that inside the shared component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define a component with the name of single to do list or single to do loader.tsx file, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my app, and here we have to register there. So I'll just use like single to do loader, and then I'm going to close there, and inside there we are going to be providing our to-do list and close there like so. So basically this single to-do loader is our container component, because in this component we are going to be fetching a lot of data, and then we are going to be passing that data to this to-do list, and this is going to be our child component. So now let me just say that once again. So this is going to be our container component, and this is going to be our child component. So now let's just start working on our single to-do list loader. First thing first, I want to show you where in the world we are going to be fetching our data. So we are going to be fetching our data from this JSON placeholder.typeicode.com, and here inside there we're going to be specifically fetching our data from this to do. So I'm going to click on there and I'm going to copy the URL from there, and now let me just put there right here. I'm going to also open my terminal, and here I'm going to be using npm I and then xuse. If you don't know what xuse is, you don't have to worry about that. You can definitely go ahead and use a fetch if you wanted to, but in my case xuse would be fine. So I'll just use like npm run there one more time. And now let's just start working on them. The first thing I want to show you is that here you can see we have our user ID, we also have our ID, and we also have the title and completed flag. So I'll just define an interface for this. So I'll use like interface with the name of to do, and inside there we have to define first of all the ID, and the ID will be set to a number. Then we have to provide the title, and the title will be set to a string, and the completed will also be set to a string. Next we have to define an interface for the children. So I'll just use like what do we call it, children right here. So I'll just write like children. So I'll just use like interface and then single to do loader props, and here inside there I'll just write like children, and I'm going to annotate that as a React node, and I'm going to copy a name of them, and place it right here. Next I'm going to also create an interface for the child component. So I'll just use like interface and then child component props, and here inside there we're going to be providing a to-do. So our to-dos will be either to-do or null value. So now let's start working on our single to-do loader component. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a state where we are going to be putting all of our data. So I'll just use like const and then to-dos and then set to-dos. It's going to be equals to this use state, and we're going to be either providing a to-do or the null value to there. So now let's just initially we're going to be providing a null value to there, and now underneath there we have to fetch our data. So which means like we're going to be doing some sort of a side effect. So I'll just use like side effect right here, and now inside there we're going to be using an async, but first of all we have to provide a dependency array, and just provide an empty dependency array for there. So now we are going to be creating something called the if function, which is an immediately invoke function expression. If you don't want to do that, you know what, I'm not going to do that. What the hell. So I'll just give it the name of like fetch data. It's going to be equals to this asynchronous function, and inside this asynchronous function we are going to be first of all getting the response from where, from our await, and then xuse.get, and here we have to annotate there as a to-do, and I'm going to also close that. And first of all we have to import this xuse from the xuse right here. I'm going to also cut this link from there and remove this comment from there, and now here we're going to be fetching our data by using this get method. So I'll just write like this URL, and now I'm going to save my file. And now underneath this response we're going to be using a set to do, and here we have to specify the response, not the report error, but the response dot data. Now let me just save my file right now. I'm going to copy a name of there and place there right here and execute my function. If you don't like this approach, you can definitely go ahead and just remove there and convert there to something called the immediately iffy or immediately invoke function expression. What the hell, I just kind of forgot the name of that. And I'm gonna also cut that from here. So this is how we are going to be defining our function, and this is how immediately we are going to be executing our function, like so. So yeah, this is also another way to do that. If you want to do that, you can totally do that, but if you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data, and yeah, this is how we are going to be storing the inside our to-dos. Now let's get into the UI. So I'll just remove that from here, and now we are going to be getting the React.js and then a children from this React.js. Now let's just iterate over through all of our children, and here is a first parameter. We're going to be providing a children to them, and then we have to just use a function for iteration. So I'll just provide a children, and then what do I want to do? I want to first of all check if we have that React that is valid element. So if that specific element is valid, so we are going to be just making a clone of this. So I'll just write like child component prop, and now let me just close there, and here we have to specify a not children but just a child. So if that is the case, so then you want to just return the react.clone. We want to just make a clone of that. So I'll just use like react.clone element, and then we have to specify a child inside there. And for the second parameter, we are going to be passing their to-dos, which we are now fetching right here. Okay, so that's done. But if that's not the case, so in that situation we are going to be only returning the child. Okay, so now let me just import this React from that React.js, and that errors are now successfully gone. So yeah, this is just our single to-do loader component, and now let's just use the inside our file. So yeah, we are already using that, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to my to-do list component, and here you can see we're now getting our to-do list component, which is looking cool. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to just define an interface. So I'll just define the interface for our to-do, and here we have to specify the ID, and ID will be a number, and the title will be a string. The completed flag will be a string as well. Completed flag is boolean, not a string, so I'll just change that to boolean like so. Next, we're going to be destructuring the to-dos, so I'll just annotate there. But first of all, let's just define our interface for the to-do list props, and here inside there, let's just provide our to-do. So it's going to be either a to-do or null value. Okay, so I'm going to copy a name of there and annotate my component with this to-do list props. I'm gonna save this file, and finally let's just destructure that to do and also the ID. So I'll just destructure the ID and also the title. From where? From the to-dos. So either gives us all of their to-dos or gives us an empty object. So now let's just use the inside our UI. I'll just remove that from here. If we have the to-dos, so in that situation we're going to be showing one UI. But if that's not the case, so then we're going to be showing another UI. So I'll just provide a paragraph, and I'll just say like loading dot dot dot. And I'm gonna also close this paragraph like so. Okay, so now if we have the to-dos, then we want to just get a div, and inside this div I'll just provide a paragraph, and it's gonna say like a strong tag to do ID or something like that. And here I'll just render that ID right here, and also I'm gonna provide the h1, and it's gonna say like strong once again to do title, and then here we have to just render that title right here. Oh my god, that was a lot of explanation. So now let me just refresh there. So we are getting a to-do ID and also the title, but we are not getting the actual value out of there. You know what, let's just log this to-dos to the console. So I'll just use a to-dos, open my console. Okay, we are getting an array, and inside this array then we have our objects. God damn it. Yep, so I'm just iterating over through all of the to-dos, and I'm getting each of the to-do and then rendering the to-do.id. And now we are getting all of the to-do IDs. I can also get other stuff, so I'll just write this div, not device, but a div inside there. Let's just render over h1, and for the paragraph I'll select to-do body. Was that body or something else? Title, there we go. So I'll just write a title, and here we have to use our to-do.title. If I close this, save my file, so we are also getting their title, and I'm going to destructure the ID and also the title out of there, and select both of them, remove them, and yep, we are now getting there. Here I'm going to also annotate the as a to do, and yeah, that's looking better. So this is how we are going to be creating a container component, and this is how we are going to be passing a data to there. But this is not the better way to do stuff. Like sure, we are getting this data from this URL, but let's suppose if you want to get a specific item, like maybe item 1, like to do 1, or maybe if I wanted to get like the comments, or maybe the post or something like that. Now let me just show you these endpoints right here. So if I go back, let's suppose if I want to fetch that data from either the post or comments or albums, photos, to-dos or users, how in the world am I going to be doing there? Well, for that we have to refactor our code. Time for the quick refactor. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make it so that we can fetch the data by specific ID. So I'll just write like to do ID, and here I'm going to specify like either 1, 2 or some ID right here. So in this case I'm going to only specify 2. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to this single to do loader, and we are going to be getting that ID right here. So I'll just write like to do ID. I'm going to copy a name of there, and I'm going to make it as a template literal because we are going to be placing our ID totally dynamically. So I'll just place my to do ID right here. If I check this out, so now let me just open there. Here you can see it's going to give us okay, it's going to give us an error. So let's just refresh there. You know, let me just go ahead and go to this to do list, and now I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to go ahead and just log to the console there to do. So if I just do this, save my file, and here you can see we're now getting a specific item based on that ID. So we are now getting like the ID of 2, the title of some random title, and also the user ID will be set to 1. I'm going to just go ahead and cut that from here. I'm going to also remove that. I'm going to uncomment that, and now let me just log to the console that ID and title. So I'll just write like ID and also the title, and now let me just save my file. Let's just refresh that, and here you can see we're now getting the ID and also the title. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to render this. I'll just remove it from here and I'm going to write return statement. If we have the to-dos, in that situation show one UI, but if you don't have the to-dos, then you want to just show a paragraph which will say like loading dot dot dot. Okay, so I'll just write like div, and inside this div we are going to be writing a paragraph and then a strong tag, and it's going to say like to do id, and I'm going to render that to do ID right here, just our ID. And now underneath there we're going to be creating h1, and inside there let's just write our strong tag once again, and I'll write like to do title, and then I'm going to render the title right here. So I'll just write like title. Now let me just save my file, and it should be to do's. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our to do based on that specific ID. So now I can go ahead and just change that to like 3 maybe. So, and now let's just refresh there, and it's going to give us the ID of 3. It's going to also give us that random title. So I can just duplicate that like how many times I want. So I'll just duplicate that like 3 times, and I'm going to just provide you know what, this is going to be 1, this is going to be 2, and this one will be 3. Now let me just save my file. Now if I just refresh there, so we are getting a to do ID of 1, then 2 and 3. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using a specific ID. Time for the refactor number 3. So here you can see in this situation we are only getting our data from the to-dos resource. But let's suppose if you want to get our data from either the post or comments or albums, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? And to do there, we are going to be defining yet another file. And by the way, I'm gonna also just write like to do ID right here, and I'm gonna set that to number. So it's gonna just remove that TypeScript error from here. So that's totally done. I'm gonna also close this file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my shared folder once again. And now we are going to be creating a resource loader.tsx, and I'll write my RAFC inside there, save my file. And now let me go ahead and go to my app and remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm gonna specify the resource loader from our components folder, and inside them we're not going to be closing it like this. We're going to be closing it like this because we want to provide our children's inside there. So for the children's we are going to be providing our to-dos list, and here is going to take a few props. So I'll just provide like first of all the URL. You can either give it the name of like URL, but in my case I'm going to specify like resource URL. And for the resource URL, first of all we are going to be fetching our data from the to-dos, and then for the first to do, and I'm going to also specify the name. So I'll write like resource name, and here we have to specify the resource name as a to do. I'm going to also duplicate, or you know, we're going to be doing that in a few seconds, but now let me go ahead and go to my resource loader, and now let's just take care of that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to destructure a few things. So first of all, we're going to be destructuring the resource URL. So I'll just write like resource URL, and also the resource name, and finally the children. So I'll just write a children right here. Now let me just go to the top and define the interface for what? For the resource loader props. And inside there, first of all, we have to provide our resource URL, and here we have to set that to string. We also have to provide the resource name and set that to string. And for the children, it's going to be set to React Node. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. I'm going to copy the name of there, and now let me place there right here as a resource loader prop. Now let me go back and save my file, and that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a state for storing our data. So I'll just write like state. You can give it any name that you prefer, and then set state, and it's going to be equals to the use state. It's going to take any kind of data, and we have to specify the initial value of null to there. That's also done. Next we have to fetch our data. So to fetch our data, we are going to be doing this side effect. So for that we have to use the use effect. Inside there we are going to be doing our data fetching, but first of all we have to provide our dependency array, and for the dependency array I'm going to specify the resource URL right here. Okay, so I'm going to use my if function once again, and here I'm going to specify the asynchronous the async function. And for this async function, first of all we are going to be getting the response. It's going to be equals to await.axios. Let's just get our axios from our axios library, and we're going to be getting that data from this URL. So I'll just write like https and then json placeholder.typeicode.com and then /, and now we have to render our resource URL. So I'm going to copy the name of there, and now let me just place it right here. Okay, and it's going to give us some sort of a data. So now we have to set that data to our state. So I'll write like response dot data, and now let me just save my file. This is how we are going to be fetching our data, and this is how we are going to be storing them inside our state. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our React children. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make the as a React fragment, and now inside there, first of all, we are going to be using React.children, not clown but children. There we go. And first of all, we have to grab the React.js from the React library, and now we have to iterate over through there. And I'm going to specify children, and here we have to provide a child inside there. And now we have to check if we have the React.isValidElement. Come on, is valid element. So in that situation, we are going to be first of all writing the children, and then we have to clone there. So I'll use like React.cloneElement, and here we have to specify the child. And now here we are going to be passing our resource name as a key, and then for the value we are going to be setting that to state. So this is how we are going to be cloning that element if it is a React valid element. But if it's not, so in that situation we are going to be only returning the child. So I'll just write like return child and save my file. Now let me just go ahead and go to my app and see what's wrong. Okay, so we are not getting any errors. Let me just refresh it. We are getting our data, which is cool. Yeah, we are getting our data, but we are not able to render there. So I'm gonna go to the to-do list app. Let's just log their to-dos to the console. Save my file right now. Okay, so everything is undefined. Oh, it shouldn't be to-dos, it should be a to-do, just a singular to-do. Okay, and yeah, I'm going to remove that S from there, and I'm gonna also remove it from there and from here. So now let me just save my file right now, and here you can see we're now getting our title and also our ID right here, which is looking cool. Now I can also go ahead and just go to my app, and I can just change that to like maybe 2 or something like this. So it's going to change that to 2, which is working totally fine. But now I'm going to also fetch my data. First of all, let me just write HR and then BR. Now we have to fetch our data by using some different resource. So I'll just use like resource loader once again, and I'm going to close that. And inside there, we are going to be rendering another component which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, which will be a comments list. And now it's going to take the resource URL, and for the resource URL we're going to be fetching our data from this comment. So I'm going to just click on there, and I'm going to copy this entire thing, or you know, let me just copy this comments from here, and now let me just place it right here. So comments, and we want to get the first comment. Now I'm going to provide the resource name, and the resource name will be set to comments. Now let me go ahead and just create this component. So I'm going to copy a name of that and just create this component right here. I'll use my RAFC inside there, save my file, check this out. Let's just refresh there, and yeah, we have to take care of that first of all. Now let me create the interface. So I'm gonna go ahead and first of all we have to take care of the post ID, then the ID, name, email, and body. So I'm gonna go to the top. Oh my god, what the hell did I just do? And I'm gonna define the interface for the comment, and inside there we have to provide the ID, and ID will be a number, the name will be a string, the email will be also a string, and the body will be a string as well. Next, I'm going to define an interface for the comments list props, and inside there is going to take the comments. It's going to be either the comments which we just defined. So let's just provide our comments. So it's going to be either the comments or none. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to copy a name of that, and now let's just annotate our component. And first of all, we have to destructure the comments, then we have to annotate our component like this. So now if I log to the console that comments, so let's just log that to the console and check this out. So let's just refresh there, and let me go ahead and go to my console like this, and here you can see, oh, we are getting some sort of error. So comment list is not defined. Oh, that's because we have to first of all import there. So I'll just go ahead and just import there like this, and yeah, now it is defined. So now let's just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting first of all the user ID and also the completed flag, the title, and the user ID once again. What the hell is that coming from? So we are getting undefined, then we are getting the data. This is not something that I want. Let's just go to the to-dos and remove that from there. Let's just close there and refresh there once again. So we are getting an undefined. I don't know why, but we are getting an undefined. Oh, I just made a mistake. Here you can see I'm providing a resource name. It should be a resource resource URL. You know, let's just copy there and place it right here, and this one will be a resource name instead. Now let me just save my file, and now let's just refresh there, and here you can see it's going to give us all of their data. So we are now getting the body, email ID, name, and post ID. which is looking cool. So now let me just go ahead and go to this component and remove that from here. And now we are going to be destructuring that ID, the name, and also the email and the body from where? From the comments like so. Otherwise, if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to empty object. And now finally, we just have to render this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide a paragraph, and inside the let's just provide our comment ID and render our ID right here. I'm going to also specify the h1 maybe in this case, and let's just provide our strong tag, and then the comment name, and here we have to render the name. Another paragraph which will say strong, and then comment email, and here we have to render the comment email, and then finally a paragraph for us with a strong tag, and then the comment body, and here let's just render the body. I'll just write a body right here, save my file, and here you can see we are also able to fetch our data from the to-dos and also from the comment resource as well. So yeah, this is how we are going to be making our resource loader. It's going to take the URL, it's going to also take the name and also the children, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data based on that specific resource URL. Time for the final refactor. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the shared folder and define the data source.tsx file and use the RFC inside there. Go to my app and remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to also remove all of them from here just like that. Now let me go ahead and render my data source component right here, and I'm going to close there, and here it's going to take the to-do list which we already defined. I'm going to close there. Now in this situation it's going to take a few props. So it's going to take the get data function, which will be an actual function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and it's going to also take the resource name. Okay, so in this case I'm going to only specify a to do, because in this case we're going to be working with the to do. Now let me go ahead and define some sort of a function which will allows us to fetch our data for this prop. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the top, and I'm going to specify like server, come on, get server data, and it's going to take the URL as a prop, I mean like as a parameter, and I'm going to annotate it as a string. And now here I'm going to use the asynchronous function, and now inside there we're going to be getting our data. So I'll just store the inside the response, and I'm going to use like await and axios, get the axios from the axios library, and we're going to be getting them by using this URL right here. And finally we just have to return our response.data, and that's going to be it. I'm going to copy the name of them, and now let me just place that function right here. And now this function will allows us to fetch the data. So I'll just write like https, and here we have to provide like JSON placeholder dot type. Come on, type icode like so, not a type, but just a type, or tpcode.com, and then /to-dos and then 1. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to this component and start working on this. So now let's just go there. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to restructure the get data function. It's going to be equals to this initial value of function. So I'll just set that to this empty function. And also we are going to be providing a resource name and also the children as well. So now let me just save my file, go to the top and define an interface for this. So I'll just use like interface data source props, and here inside them I'm going to specify the get data function, and this is going to be optional function, and we have to just return the void from there. I'm going to also specify the resource name, and for the resource name it's going to be set to string, and also for the children there's going to be a React node. Okay, so now let me just copy the name of there and annotate my component with these props like so. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our state. So I'll just use like const and then state and set state, and it's going to be equals to this useState function, and I'm going to specify the null value to that as the initial value. It's going to take any data. Now finally we have to use the use effect fetching our data. So I'm going to go there, and first of all for the dependency array I'm going to specify the get data function, and inside there we have to use our iffy, or immediately invoke function expression. So I'll just specify my iffy right here, and const data, and it's going to be set to await and get data function. I'm going to also set the state, and here we have to specify our data inside there. Now let me just remove that from here and change that to React fragments, and inside there we have to specify all of that stuff. First of all we have to get our React from React.js, and now we are just iterating over through there, and now we are checking if we have the valid React element, then we want to just make a clone of there. But if that's not the case, we want to just get the children. Now let me just save my file, and yep, we are getting our data based on that specific URL, and we can totally and definitely change that to like 12 or something like that. It's gonna also gives us our data based on that specific URL. So yeah, I can also duplicate there. So let's just duplicate there, and I'm going to provide a BR and also the HR for the horizontal line. And I also want to fetch the data from these comments. So here you can see we're now getting our data from the comments and the first comment. And I'm going to also change that to the comment like so, or comments rather, and render my component, which will be a comments list. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now fetching our data from the to-dos and also from the comments. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using this getServerData function. Okay, so time for another challenge. So in this one, we are going to be creating our container component for fetching our data, something which we just saw a few seconds ago, but now this is a challenge. So what do we have to do? Your goal is to implement a reusable data fetching component in React.js that can fetch the data from the external API and provide it to its child component. And this should be done with proper error handling, conditional rendering, and flexibility in how data is passed down to its child component. So how the steps gonna look like? This is how the steps gonna look like. So first of all, we have to create a data source component, and obviously you can read through all of that if you wanted to. Then we have to create our product list component in which we are going to be rendering our data. So I'm going to be fetching my data by using Axios from this fake store API, and you are more than welcome to fetch your data from anywhere that you prefer. So yeah, if you want to give it your best shot, you totally can, but if you can do it, then that's completely okay. Come back and watch the solution, and now let me give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create two folders. So the first one will be for the components, and the second one will be for the shared. You don't have to create that, but I want to create that. So now inside this shared component, inside this shared folder, we're going to be creating our shared or data source components. So I'll give it the name of like data source.tsx. And now inside there, let me just use my RFC, save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to my app and use that right here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to go to the top and I want to import this. So I'm going to just import the data source from that components folder. And now inside there, let me just remove this app from here, and I'm going to just provide like h1 is going to say like welcome to the fake store or something like that, because now we are going to be creating our fake store. I'm going to also provide the margin to the top of 20 pixel. Now let me close that. Now underneath there, we have to call our components, which will be our data source. I'm going to call it like this, and it's going to take a few props. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be passing this function which will allows us to fetch our data, so which will be a get data func. Okay, so now let me just paste that, and now we are going to be passing the name of like get server data, and let me just go back, and now here we are going to be passing our API, which will be our HTTPS, and then fake store api.com/products. Okay, so if you care about that, you can just hold control and click on there, and now it's going to give you all of that data right here. So we have the title, we have ID, and we have the price and a lot of this data. So now let me just close there, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also provide the resource name right here. So I'll say like resource name, and that's going to be equals to the product. So let's just save our file, and now here inside there we are going to be creating yet another component inside this components folder, not inside the shared folder but inside the components folder. I'm going to give it the name of like product, or yeah, I guess product list.tsx would be fine. Let me just zoom in a bit. So this is how we are going to be creating or naming our file. So now inside there, I'm going to just use my RFCE, save this file. Let's just go to the app. I'm going to go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And now inside this data source, I'm going to be passing my product list, and now let me just close there. So as soon as I do that, now let me save my file, and that's it. Now we have to define this function to fetch our data, but the first thing that we have to do is that we have to go to this data source component and destructure all of that props. So let's just go there, and here inside there, what do we have to do? First of all, we have to destructure the get data function, and I'm gonna also provide the initial value of this empty function today. And then I'm gonna also destructure something called the resource name, which we are also providing. And now we also have to destructure the children. So now that we successfully destructured there, but we also have to define a TypeScript interface for that. So I'll give it the name of like interface, and then data source props. And now inside there we are going to be passing our get data function, and I'm going to make that like totally optional. And here let's just pass our arrow function, which will only return the void. I'm going to also pass the resource name, and that's going to be set to a string. And then finally we have to pass our children, and that's going to be the React node, which will be coming from the React.js. So now as soon as I do that, it's going to import there from the React.js. Now let me just copy this name, and I'm going to annotate my component with these React props. So let's just save our file, and this is how we are going to be annotating our component by using this data source props. So now inside there we have to define our state and also our errors. So I'm going to just go ahead and define my state and also my set state, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And the initial value I'm going to paste like null to that, and basically it's going to take like anything that you can provide right there. And I'm going to also paste the error, and then set error, and it's going to be equals to the use. Come on, oh my god, use state. There we go. And here we have to paste the initial value of null to that. So it can either take a string or it can take a null value as well. So now let's just save our file, and now underneath there we have to use this function to fetch our data. And by the way, we are going to be also creating this function inside this app, but we are going to be doing that in a few seconds. So now inside there, now we are going to be doing a side effect. So in that situation we are going to be using the use effect. Okay, so now let's just provide there. And for the dependency array, I'm gonna only provide that prop which we are now getting, like which will be the get data function. Like whenever this function changes, then we want to re-render this component or this use effect, whatever you want to call that. And now inside them I'm going to paste the iffy, like immediately invoke function expression. But if you guys don't know that, so you can definitely just create your function and call that. So I'll just write like async, and here I'm going to paste my function inside there. And now let's just pass our try and catch blocks. So for this try, let's just go back. For this try, I'm going to just get my data by using this get data function, and I'm going to execute that. Now it's going to give us some sort of a data. So now we have to store the inside the variable. So I'll just give it the name of like const data, and it's going to be equals to this function. I'm going to also set that to my state, which will be set to this data. But if you got some sort of an error, so in that situation we are going to be just setting that error, and I'm going to say like failed to fetch the data. And now let me just save my file. That's totally done. I'm going to also hide that. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to the UI and start working on that. And I'm going to also make that as a React fragment instead of the div. Now here the first thing that we have to do is that we have to check for the error. So if we got the errors, in this situation we are going to be rendering the error. But if we don't got any error, then we're going to be showing some sort of a UI. So if you got some sort of error, so I'll just write a paragraph, and I'm gonna say just render that goddamn error. Okay, so let me just change that to error. And here we have to provide the class name, and I'm gonna just provide like, I don't know, maybe text. Text red would be fine, red. And I'm gonna just choose this 600 right here. Okay, because that's gonna be it for the error. And now if that's not the case, so then we want to iterate over through all of the children's, and I'm gonna use the map, and here we have to pass the children, like all of them, and then we have to pass the child as a initial value parameter. And now inside then we have to check if we have the React.isValid element, like if the element is the React element. So in that situation, what do we have to do? In that situation, we have to just return our React.clone element. We have to just make the clone of this existing element, and we also have to pass our child inside there. And now here, now we are getting this error because we also have to import the React.js from the React. So I'll just import the React, and these errors are now successfully gone. Okay, so now here I'm going to paste the keys and values. So for the key, I'm going to paste the resource name, and the value will be set to this state. Okay, and now here let's just return our data. So I'm going to just return only the child. And now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. So this is how we are going to be defining our data source component. And now let's just use them inside our app component. We are already using that right here, but now we have to create this function. So I'm going to go to the top, and I'm going to make this function right here. So I'll just give it that same name, and it's going to take the URL. So let's just pass our URL, and that's going to be a string. And now let's just make that as an asynchronous function. And here inside there we have to just use our Axios, but first of all we have to install the So I'm going to use npm I and then axios, so it's going to install the inside my dependency or inside my project to be precise. And now let's just use our npm run dev, so it's going to just run there. Now I'm going to be using the await and I want to use the axios. And by the way, you are not just limited to use the axios, you can use the fetch if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to be using axios.get to get my data by just passing this URL. And now let me just use my let me just store the inside the response variable, and now it will freak out because we have to import the axios from the axios. And finally we have to just return the response.data, and that's it. Okay, so that's totally it. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to this product list component and render our data properly. So this is how my component looks like. And now I'm gonna just create an interface for my data. So I'll just give it the name of like product, and now inside there we are going to be expecting the ID, and the ID will be set to a number. We will be also expecting the title, and the title will be set to a string, and we can also expect the description, and that's going to be set to a string as well. We can expect the price, that's going to be a number, and also the image, and that's going to be set to a string. Now based on this interface, now we are going to be creating yet another nested interface. So either use that or use a null value. So I'll just give it the name of like product list props, and inside there let's just use our products. So either use our product list, which we just defined right here, or use the null value. Okay, like nothing at all. So now let me just paste this null value. I'm gonna copy the name of there. Now let me go ahead and go to my component, and let's just destructure our products. So I'll just destructure my products, and I'm going to annotate my component with these products. Okay, so now here I'm going to remove this entire JSX, and I'm going to just say like if we have those products, so in that situation show this UI, but if we don't have those products, then show this another UI. Okay, so now for this else class, I'm going to just create a paragraph, and I'll just say like, I don't know, maybe loading products dot 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 would be fine. And I'm going to also provide the class names, and class name I'm going to just copy and place a few styling. So I have to provide this loading message right here. And now here for this first class, now we have to render our content. So I'll just create a div, and inside this div I'm going to give it the class of like product list container. Come on, container, container, there we go. And I'm going to also provide the UL. And now inside this UL, let's just go back. We're going to be iterating over through all of their products, which we are now getting right now. So now let me just paste that right here and use .map. And here let's just pass our product. And here inside there, I'm going to just pass all of my products. Let's just pass our li. And for this li, I'm going to be passing a key, and the key will be coming from product.id. I'm going to also provide the class name, and which will be set to product card. And inside this li, I'm going to provide my h2, which will just render the product.title. Let's just check this out. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of the products title, which is looking cool. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our paragraph. And now we are going to be providing our product.description. I'm going to also provide the product price. So let's just provide our product.price. And I'm going to also pass my dollar symbol right there. And here let's just also pass our price here. And finally the image, so that we can see the image as well. So I'll use like product.image. And here we also have to pass the alternative text, so which will be set to product.title. Let's just save our file, and this is how everything looks like. And I know it will look huge, and there we go. We are now successfully getting all of their data, but the next thing that we have to do is that we have to style there. I already prepared the styling for there. If you care about those styling, you can definitely go ahead and copy that from my GitHub repository. But if you don't, so you don't even have to worry about that. So now let me just place that right here, save my file, and this is how everything looks like. So as you can see, first of all, we are now getting the title, then the description, then the price, and then finally the image for each of these products right here, which is looking cool. And yeah, that was the entire challenge which we just solved. Now let's talk about the control and uncontrolled design patterns in React.js. So a control component is a form element whose value is controlled by React state. And React handles the state of the component and updates it based on the user input through event handler, like on change event handler, for example. So yeah, that was just a control component. And now let's talk about the uncontrolled component. Uncontrolled component is a form element that maintains its own internal state, and React does not directly manage or track the values. Instead, we interact with the form element using refs to access its value when we need it. So yeah, that was just a quick definition of uncontrolled and controlled component. And now let's get into the code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Time to create the uncontrolled form component. So I'm gonna go ahead and create my components folder, and inside there we're going to be creating an uncontrolled, uncontrolled form.tsx file. I'll use my RFC inside there, go to the app and register this component right here. So uncontrolled form component, save this file, and now let's just start working on there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to define a form. I'm going to remove that from here and change that to a form. This form will have a few input fields, so I'll just write like input field with a type of text, and also the class name will be set to border, name will be set to name, and the placeholder will also be set to name. I'm going to duplicate this line of code and change the class names, change the name to be edge, and also the placeholder to edge. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code once again, change the type to text, and also the name to hair color, and the placeholder to hair color once again. And finally, I'm going to be creating a button by using the input field. So I'm going to provide the type of submit to there, and for the name we're going to be also providing a submit, and for the placeholder it's going to say submit. Now let me just save my file, and that's everything that we have to do. But first of all, we have to just create a few refs. We're not going to be creating a state because then that will be a control component. We are going to be creating a refs, which means like this is an uncontrolled component. So I'll just create first of all the name input, and it's going to be equals to the ref, like the use ref, like so. And I'm going to annotate that with the HTML. HTML input element. I'm going to also close there, and the initial value will be set to null. And just like there, I'm going to also create another variable for the edge input. It's going to be equals to the use ref once again. And here for the initial value, we're going to be providing a null value. And this one will be HTML input element like so. I'm going to also duplicate there and change that to the hair color input, and it's going to be equals to this ref. Now first of all, let me just bind those refs. So I'll just use like for the ref, name input ref, and then for the edge we're going to be providing a reference once again, and here we have to specify the edge input. And finally for the hair, we're going to be providing a ref of hair color input. So now let me just save my file, and finally we have to just create a function which will be when somebody submit this form. So we want to fire this function which is a handle submit. And now let's just create this function right here. I'm going to be using const handle submit, and here we have to specify the event object, and let's just provide our HTML form element like so. And I'm going to close there. We're going to be only returning a void from there. We don't have to do that, but I want to do that. Okay, so let's just use our event.prevent default and just prevent the default behavior, which is a refresh. And also we have to provide the name input field.current and edge input field.current and the hair color current. So if that's the case, in that situation we just want to log to the console like name input field.current value, and I'm gonna also just duplicate there like 3 times. We don't want to do anything else with there, so I'll just use like edge input field and then the current value from there, and then from the hair color input field, and we want to get the value from there. And here you can see we're now getting our input field. So now let me just go to the console and let's just refresh there. I'm going to specify first of all my name, and also my age is 22, and then the hair color is black. And now let me just click on this submit, and it's going to give us all of that data. So here you can see we are not using any state, so which means like this is an uncontrolled form, or you can say this is an uncontrolled component. So how in the world we are going to be making a control component? Let's just create our control component. So I'm going to go ahead and just create controlled control form.tsx will be fine. I'll use my RFC inside there, go to the app, comment this line out, and provide my controlled component or form, save my file. Yep, we are getting our form, so let's just close there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to start from the state. So I'll use like name and then set name. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be empty string. I'm going to also provide the edge and then the set edge. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be empty string. And then for the hair color, and then set hair color, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the the use state, and the initial value will be empty string. And then for the final one, which will be errors, so I'll use like set input error, and then set input, or you know, it should be name input error, and then set name input error. It's going to be equals to this use state, and the initial value will be empty string. Now let me go ahead and go to the form. So I'll just change that to the form, and here inside this form we are going to be defining our input field. So the type will be set to text, and name will be set to name, and the placeholder will also be set to name, and the value will be coming from the name. Okay, so I'm gonna also provide the on change event handler when somebody try to type something inside there. So you want to just get there. So I'll use like event.target.value. I'm gonna save this file right now. And for the classes, we are going to be providing a border, and margin all around will be set to 2. Now underneath them, let's just define our input field for the type of number, and here we are going to be also providing a name of age, and the placeholder will also be set to age, and the value, the value will be set to age as well. So when somebody try to type something inside there, we are going to be firing this function which is a set age, and here we have to specify the event.target.name, like value, but we also have to convert that to a number like this. Or you know what, we are going to be using a number constructor, and now let's just convert that to the number. Okay, what the hell. So we are going to be also providing a border, and margin all around will be set to 2. Now underneath there, we have to define our input field once again, and the type will be set to text, the name will be set to hair color, and I'm going to also specify the placeholder of hair color. And now here we have to provide the value, and the value will be hair color. And also when somebody try to type something inside there, we just want to fire this function which is a set hair color, and the event.target.value inside there. Okay, so for the classes, it's going to be set to border, margin all around will be set to 2, and finally let's just create our button which will say submit. There we go. I'm going to also render this error if we have there. So what I'm going to do is that if we have the input error, in that situation we only want to show this paragraph which will say like name input error, and here we have to provide our class names, and the text will be set to totally a rate of 500. Now let me just save this file right now, and I'm going to also use the use effect for this error. So I'll use like the use effect because we want to do our side effect inside there. And for the dependency array, we are going to be only providing a name, and let's just check if we have the name length is less than 2 characters. So in that situation we are going to be getting like set name input error, and here we have to specify like name must be at least 2 characters or long. And if that's not the case, so we just want to write like set name input error, and let's just set there to empty string. Or we can also use a ternary for that. So I'll use like dot length is less than 2. If that's the case, so we just want to copy this line of code and place that right here. But if that's not the case, so I'm gonna just only copy this line of code and place that here. And now let me just comment these line out like so. I'm gonna save this file right now, and here you can see we are now getting our error. So if I just write like my name, that error will be now gone. I'm gonna also specify the age of 22, and the hairs will be set to brown in this case. If I click on this, it's gonna just refresh there. So now this component is a control component, and why is that? Because we are now controlling them by using the use state. And on the other hand, this component is not a control component because we are just only referencing to the value, but we are not controlling that value. Okay, so time for another challenge. So in this one, basically you're going to be creating only one form component, but you have to create them by using the control and also the uncontrolled component design pattern which we just saw a few seconds ago. So basically you just have to create a simple form which will have the following field like the first name, last name, email, subscribe to a newsletter, which will be a checkbox, and finally a message area which will be a text area. So this is what you have to do. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me give you my solution. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna go ahead and go to my src folder and create another folder with the name of container, not container but the components. There we go. And inside there we have to create the controlled form.tsx, and we are going to be creating the uncontrolled one in a few seconds. So now let me just use my refce, go to my app component and register there right here. So I'll just register there with the name of uncontrolled form and close there. Now let me just run my npm run dev. So I'll use like npm run dev. So this is exactly something that we want. And now let's just create our form. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to be defining a state for my form. So I'll just use like form data, and then set form data is going to be equals to the use state and the initial value. I'm going to be providing this object which will have the following properties, like the first name which will be set to empty string, and the last name which will be set to empty string. We're going to be also passing an email, and finally the subscribe which will be set to false, and finally the message, and let's just provide empty string inside there. Now let me just close there, and now we have to go ahead and go to my UI and change that to the form. Okay, so whenever we submit this form, so we are going to be passing this function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So let's just type like on submit, and let's just pass our handle submit function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. Now inside there we have to first of all provide the input field which will have the type of text, but we are going to be also providing the name, and the name will be set to first name, and we are going to be also providing the value. So the initial value will be coming from the form data.first name, and whenever we type something inside this form, so then we are going to be firing this function which is a handle change function, and also the placeholder will be set to first name. Let's just save our file. Now we have to create another form field which will be for the last name. I'm going to create my input field, and now here let's just pass our name, and which will be set to a last name. And here we also have to provide the value, and the value will be coming from the form data.last name. And I'm going to also provide the on change event handler, and let's just pass our handle change inside there, and the placeholder will say like last name. Save our file, and now underneath there we have to create another input field with the type of email. So I'm going to just go ahead and type the input field with the type of email, and I'm going to also paste the name, and the name will be set to email. We also have to provide the value, and the value will be set to form data.email, and we also have to provide the on change event handler and paste the on change right there. I'm going to also paste the placeholder which will be set to email. Save my file. Then we have to create a label. So let's just paste our label inside there, which will not take any HTML input field, but we are going to be also providing our input, and here the type will be set to a checkbox, because now we are going to be creating our checkbox for our subscribe, and paste the name, and the name will be set to subscribe. And we also have to provide the check flag, and for this check flag we have to paste our form data.subscribe, and we are going to be also providing the on change event handler which will be set to the handle change like so. So let's just save our file, and here for this input field we are going to be also passing like the subscribe to newsletter. And now underneath there we have to create our text area. So I'll use like text area and paste the name, and the name will be set to a message, and the ID will be, I'm not going to be providing any IDs today, so I'll just paste the value, and the value will be coming from the form data.message. And we also have to provide the on change, like whenever somebody types something inside this input field, so we are going to be firing this function, and the placeholder will say like message like so. And now inside this text area, or not inside but now underneath here, we're going to be creating our button, and which will just say submit. Submit, and also provide my type, and the type will be set to submit. Now let me just save my file, and now let me go ahead and go to the top, and let's just create our handle submit function, and then we're going to be creating that other function. So I'll just create my handle submit which will take the event, and we're going to be also just annotating there as anything, and let's just use the event.prevent default and execute there. Now we can also use the console.log of form data, and now let me just save my file. Now finally we have to just create our handle change function. Now let's just create that right here. So I'll just give it the name of like handle change, and let's just use the event, and I'm going to also annotate there as any inside there. Let's just destructure a few things like event.target, and here we are going to be destructuring the name, the value, and also the type and the check, and it's going to be equals to this event.target. And now finally we have to use the set form data and provide our previous data, and here inside there let's just our arrow function. First of all we have to make the clone of our existing previous data if we have there, but if you don't, so then we're going to be just creating this key and value. But I don't know why we're getting this error. Oh, that's because we have to provide the arrow right here. There we go. So now let me just pass a key as a name, and for the value we are going to be checking if the type is equal to checkbox. So in that situation we are going to be changing that to check, but if that's not the case, so we are going to be changing that to value. So let's just provide our comma and save my file, and that's everything that we have to do right now. So this is how our form looks like. I know it is looking super awful, but yeah, this is how we are going to be providing our first name, last name, email, and then the newsletter and message. So now let me go ahead and go to my console, and now let's just refresh there. First of all, I'm going to provide my name, which will be Hossein, and then web dev. Come on, web dev. And I'm going to also provide like test@gmail.com, and for the newsletter I want to subscribe to there because Hossein is an amazing person and cool course. I guess that's going to be fine. So finally, let me just click on the submit button. Now it's going to give us this entire data right here. So this is how we are going to be building our form by using the control component. But now let's create that exact same form by using the uncontrolled component. So I'll just give it the name of like uncontrolled form.tsx would be fine. And now I'll just use my RAFC inside there. I'm gonna copy the name of there, go to my app and comment this line out and render my component like so. But we have to render there so that we also have to import it like so. And yeah, now we are getting our uncontrolled component. Let's just go there, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define our stats by using the useRef, because this is an uncontrolled component. So we would need the first name, last name, and email. So I'll just go ahead and write like first name ref, and it's going to be equals to the useRef, not the reducer but the ref. And I'm going to also just provide the initial value of null today, but I'm going to also annotate there as HTML input element because we know that we are going to be using there for the HTML input. So I'm going to also write like last name and then ref. I'll just give it that name, so last name ref, and it's going to be equals to that same useRef, not the effect but that ref. God damn it, I can't even type today. And the initial value will be set to null. And here I'm going to also paste the HTML input element, and that's it. Now we also have to create one for the email ref for the email reference, and use my email ref and provide my null value inside there. And now we are going to be using our HTML input element. Yeah, I guess that's going to be fine, and close them. Let's just create two more. So now we are going to be creating yet another one for the subscribe ref, and it's going to be equals to that same useRef. And now let's just use that HTML element, or HTML input element rather, and the initial value will be set to null. And finally we have to create one more for the message ref. It's going to be equals to the useRef, and the initial value I'm going to type like HTML text area in this case. Okay, so now let me just provide there, and the initial value will be set to null. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI. So let's just remove there, and I'm going to change that to the form. Come on, what the hell did I just do? As I said, today I can't even type. So let's just use our submit, and here let me just pass my handle submit right here. And inside this form we are going to be creating our input field with a type of text would be fine, and we're going to be also providing the reference which will be set to the first name ref. And now we also have to provide the placeholder which will select the first name. I'm going to save this file right now, but I'm going to also have to duplicate there a few times. So I guess that's going to be fine, but we also have to provide another value which will be set to a last name reference, and we also have to change the label to the last name. There we go. Now we also have to change the text field to the email because we're going to be providing our email, and also change that to the email ref, and change that to, and now let's just change the final one, and not even the final one, but you know, let's just remove that and change that to the label. And I'm going to also remove this HTML4 from there and create my input field right here. And I guess that the type will be set to checkbox. And here we also have to provide the ref for the reference and provide my subscribe ref. There we go. And now underneath there we are going to be saying like subscribe to news, come on, newsletter, and that's going to be it. And now underneath there we have to create our text area, and for this text area I'm going to just pass the or you know, we're not going to be doing it like this way, but let's just remove both of them. I'm going to pass my reference right here, ref like so, and provide my message ref, and I'm going to also paste the placeholder which will be set to a message. And now finally let's just create our button which will say submit, and provide my type which will be set to submit. That's it for the UI, but now we have to create this handle submit function. Here I'm going to just define like const handle submit. It's going to take the event, so I'm going to also annotate it as a react.form event because we're going to be using there for the form, and we specifically want to use there for the HTML form element, and close there. And now inside there what do we have to do? We have to prevent the default behavior like so. And now we have to define our form data. So I'll use like const form data. It's going to be equals to this object. And first of all, let's just get the first name, not the reference, but just a first name, which will be coming from the first name reference dot current value. That's going to be totally optional, and get the value out of there. But if you don't get there, then you want to just provide the initial value of empty string to there. Now let me just do the same thing for the last name. So let's just provide our last name reference dot current value, and then we have to get the value from there. But if you don't have the value, so then we want to set that to empty string. Then we have to create the same thing for the email, and then the email reference dot current value, and then we have to get the value out of there. And if we don't have the value, so in that situation we are going to be only providing the empty string. And if that's not the case, then we are going to be also creating one for the subscribe, and you should definitely subscribe to my YouTube channel if you're watching this video right now. So subscribe reference dot current value, if you have there, then we want to get the checked from there. So checked. But if we don't have there, then you want to set that to the false. Come on, let's just change that to the false, and that's going to be it. Finally, let's just create one more for the message, which will be coming from the message reference, and then the current value, then the dot value. But if you don't have there, then you want to set that to empty string. Now let me just log that to the console so that we can see that. So I'll just use like form data, and now it will freak out. So let me just also create a what do we call it? I'm going to go to the top, and here let's just also define that interface. So I'll just give it the name of like form data. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do that, but I want to do this. So I'll give it the name of like first name, and that's going to be set to a string. I'm going to also create a last name, will be now set to a string. Then we have the email, which will be set to a string, and then we also have the subscribe, which will be set to a boolean, and then finally we have the message, which will be set to a string. Okay, so now let me go ahead and copy this form data from there, and I'm going to annotate my form with this newly created interface. So let's just save our file. And this is how my form looks like. So if I just type something, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and go to my console, and I'll just pass like someone cool, and then someone cool at gmail.com, and I also want to subscribe to his or her newsletter, and cool course Hussein or something like that. And now let me just click on this submit button, and now it's going to give us all of their data right here. So this is how we are going to be defining our component by using the control component and also the uncontrolled component. Okay, let's talk about everyone's favorite topic, which is called the HOC, or the higher order component. So what are these, and why should anyone care about them? So the higher order component, or HOC design pattern, is used to reuse component logic, and it is a function that takes a component as an argument and return a new component that enhances the original one. This pattern allows us to share functionalities across multiple components without repeating our code. So that was just a quick definition of what HOC is, and now let me give you a quick note about the HOC. So an HOC, or higher order component, does not modify the original component directly, but instead wraps it in a new component, thereby adding additional behavior or modifying its props. So yeah, that was just a quick note. And now let me give you a quick example of how our regular component looks like and how our higher order component looks like. So this is how our regular component looks like. First of all, we are going to be creating some sort of a function, and the first letter will be uppercase because this is a component, not just a function. And inside this component, we are going to be returning some sort of a JSX, and this is what we call our regular component. Yes, of course, we can write our state and all of our logic, but basically this is how we are going to be creating our regular component. And now let me show you how our HOC component will look like. So I'm going to give you the most basic example of HOC, or higher order component. So here you can see this is how the code will look like. First of all, we are going to be creating a function, and now I know a lot of you will notice like the first letter is lowercase. And why is that? That's because this is not a component. This is a function which take a component as an argument or as a prop, whatever you want to call that, and then we can do whatever you want to do with that component. Okay, so here you can see I'm just passing a props to that nested component, and I'm just logging there, something which I'm going to be showing you in a lot of details. So without wasting any time, now let's get into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the higher order component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new folder with the name of Utils, and I'm going to be creating my higher order component inside this Utils folder. you are more than welcome to create the inside the components folder, but in my case, I'm going to be creating the inside the utils folder. And now let's just give it the name of like print props.tsx, and notice my file name does not start from the uppercase, it starts from the lowercase. And why is there? I'm gonna tell you why is there in a few seconds. So now let me just hit enter right here, and I'm gonna just use like const, and first of all we are going to be creating a function which will be a print props. A higher order component is just basically a function which take a component as a parameter, and then we can do whatever we want to do with that parameter or that specific component. So I'll just make it as a function like so, and this function will take the component as a parameter. So I'll give it the name of component, and you are more than welcome to give it any name that you prefer. You can give it the name of like apples, banana, or anything that you prefer, but in my case I'm gonna give it the name of component. And here I'm gonna annotate the as a any, because in this case we're now providing a component inside there. This is how we are going to be creating our function. Like first of all we have to create our function, and this function will only take a component as a parameter. And I'm going to just return my component. So I'll use like props, and here I'm going to just annotate the as any, and inside this component we can do whatever you want to do inside there. So I'm going to just log to the console my props, because the name of my component is print props, which means like we are going to be only printing or logging these props to the console. And now let me just return my component, which we are now taking as a parameter. And now here I'll just use like dot dot dot, come on, dot 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 props, and now let's just close there. And now this is how we are going to be creating our first higher order component. Now let me just export that so that we can use that in other file. I'm gonna go to my app component, and now let's just use that right here. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my print props, and now we have to create an instance of there. So I'll just use like print props, and here inside there, as we all know, that it's going to take a component as a parameter, so which means like we have to specify some sort of a component to there. So I can just create my component like so, but in my case we already have this to-do list component. If you don't have that, you don't even have to worry about that. You can just write your RAFC inside there, but you have to have some sort of a component which you will need to pass inside this print props. So I'll just go ahead and just write like to-do list and import them. And now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to store them in some sort of a variable. So I'll use like to-do list wrap, or wrapper would be fine. And now I'm gonna call their to-do list wrapper as a component. So I'll use like to-do list wrapper, and now I'm gonna just provide a few props to this. So I'll just use like 1, and it's gonna be set to 1. I'm gonna just say like 2, and it's gonna be set to I don't know, hello. And I'm gonna also write a 3, and it's gonna be set to some sort of an object, like name will be set to Hussein. And now we are passing these props to this component, and now let's just see whether it will gives us or not. Here you can see we are now getting our to-do list. I'm gonna open there inside my console, and now let's just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our 1, 2 prop and also our 3 prop right here. And why is that? That's because we are now printing those props by using our higher order component. And that was our first higher order component. Let's create another higher order component. So I'll just create a new file with the name of withLoading.tsx, and it's gonna allow us to provide a loader. Okay, so first of all let's just create our withLoading, and it's gonna be taking a wrapped component. Come on, wrapped component, and I'm going to annotate that as a react.component type, and here we have to specify our generic. I'm going to also specify a generic right here for the beginning. So I'll just write like p generic, and we're going to be extending there extends from the object. So I'll just use like object and close there. Now let me just create the body of this function like so. So now let's just save our file, and from this function we are going to be returning our component. So I'll just use like function, and here we have to specify the name of withLoading, and for the parameter I'm gonna specify like, let's just remove that. I'm gonna provide like is loading, and then dot 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 all of the props. I'm gonna also define an interface for that. So let's just go to the top and define an interface for this. So I'll give it the name of like withLoading props, and it's gonna take the flag of is loading, which will be set to boolean, and it's gonna also take the key, and which will be set to a string, and we're going to be returning any from there. Okay, so I'm going to copy a name of that and place it right here for this component. And now inside this function, we have to first of all check. So if it is loading, so in that situation, we're going to be only returning h1, which will say loading dot dot dot. And now underneath them, if that's not the case, we are going to be just rendering our wrapped component. It's going to take all of their props. So let's just provide our props. Come on, props as a p generic. And now let me just close there. Let me go back, and this is how it looks like right here. and I'm going to also export this so that we can use it in other files. So I'll use like export, and now we would be able to use that in other file. But before we use that, I'm going to remove this to-do list component from there, and I'm going to define my component.tsx, and I'll use my RFC inside there, and that's going to be it. Let's just go ahead and go to our component and remove that. I'm going to also remove both of them and this one as well. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to get my width loading and also my component. So I'll use like my component like so. And now we have to use our width loading and specify my component inside there. And I'm going to store that in the variable with the name of my component with loading, and it's going to be equals to this function. I'm going to also specify a state, so I'll use like const is loading and then set is loading. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to true. And also for the data, we're going to be using like set data. It's going to be equals to this use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. I'm going to also use the use effect, so I'll use like the use effect, and we are going to be doing a side effect, so I'll just provide like empty dependency array. And here I'm going to be using like set timeout, and that's not that much important, but we are going to be getting some sort of a loader, so that's why I'm providing this set timeout. So our set data will be set to data or FETCHED, there we go. And also our set loading will be set to totally false. And for the duration, we are going to be setting that to 2 seconds. And now I'm going to go to the top and copy the name of my component and call that component right here. So I'll just use like my component with loading, and it's going to take the is loading prop, and we have to set that to is loading. And also for the data, we're going to be setting that to data and close there. Now I'm going to also go ahead and go to my component, and here we're going to be only destructuring the data. And now let me just render that destructured data. So I'll use like data and close there, save my file. And I'm going to also wrap there as any so that it will not give us any errors. And now if I just refresh there, and here you can see first of all it's going to give us a loading for 2 seconds, and then it's going to give us the data fetch. So let me just try that once again. So for 2 seconds we are going to be getting that loader, and then it's going to give us the data fetch. So yeah, that was another higher order component. Now let's fetch some data by using our higher order component. So I'll give it the name of like with do.tsx, and here we are going to be fetching some sort of a data. First of all, we're going to be creating our function with the name of with to do, and let's just zoom in a bit, and it's going to take a component as a parameter. So I'll use like component, and that's going to be any. I'm going to also provide the to do ID to there, and that's going to be set to string. And inside there, we're going to be defining our component. So I'll just return like the props, and props can be anything. So I'll just write like any. And inside there, first of all, we have to create our state. So I'll use like const to do and then set to do. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to null. I'm going to go back, and now underneath there we have to do our side effect, which means like we have to fetch our data by using the use effect. And here inside there, I'm going to specify first of all my empty dependency array, and inside this use effect we're going to be using our iffy or immediately invoke function expression. So here we have to just provide our iffy, and now we are going to be getting our response from our await our axios.get method. Now we are going to be providing our URL. So I'll just use like https and json placeholder.type icow.com/, and we are going to be getting our data from the to-dos. And here we have to render our to-do ID, which we are now getting. Let me just save this file, which we are now getting from as a parameter. So now let's just place that to-do ID right here. And now finally we have to just provide our set to do and the response.to-do or data to be precise. So now let's just save our file, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. And finally underneath this use effect we are going to be returning our component. And for this component, let's just close them. We are going to be providing first of all of the props, and then we are going to be providing our to do, and that's going to be coming from their to do state, which we are now putting right here. Finally, let's just export this so we can use them in other files. Now let me go ahead and go to my app component and remove every single thing from there and replace it with this app component. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to get my with load, not loading, but with to do rather. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create an instance of there. So with to do, it's going to take a component. So we are going to be passing our to do list component. Oh, I forgot. I already did it. That's all. Just write like to do list.tsx file. I'm going to use my RFC inside there. And now let's just grab our to do list component. and we are going to be also providing the to-do ID. So in this case, I only want to fetch my data from the second ID, and now we have to store them in some sort of a variable. So I'll use like to-do list wrapper, and it's going to be equals to this to-do list wrapper. So I'm going to copy a name of there, and I'm going to remove this app from there and call my component like so. And I'm going to also close this. So now if I save my file, and now I'm going to also go ahead and go to my to-do list and place this coding right here once again. So we have that same to-do list. First of all, we have our to-do interface. Then we have yet another interface. Now we are getting our to-do. Then we are only destructuring the ID and the title. We are checking if we have the to-do. So in that situation, we are going to be showing that to-do ID and also the title. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be providing a loader. So that's totally done. And here you can see we are now getting our data. So I can also change that to like, I don't know, maybe 24. And now if I just refresh, then it's going to give us 24 and also different data. So this is how we are going to be using the higher order components to fetch our data. So this challenge which you are now about to perform will be a bit difficult, but I want you to still give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. But I want you to at least give it your best shot. So what do you have to do? So you have to create the higher order component to access control and dynamic prop injection. So you'll need to implement the higher order component that does the following things. So first of all, the access control and then the dynamic prop injection. So what is the access control? So the higher order component should accept a roles prop, which is an array of allowed roles, and the higher order component should check if the user has the required roles, and if not, it should display the fallback component like not authorized message or redirect that to the other page. We are not going to be taking care of the redirect to other pages because now in this case we are not using any third-party libraries like the React Router DOM and something like that. So you can just display a component which will say like not authorized message. Next, it should also take the dynamic prop injections. So the higher order component should also be able to inject the dynamic props into the wrap component based on a certain condition. So like for example, based on the user role, the higher order component should inject additional prop into a wrap component like the special content or feature based on their specific roles. So what are the requirements? So you need to define the types for the components. Then the higher order component should be flexible to handle any type of the component with the ability to inject custom props, handle default props and dynamic props injection based on the roles, and implement the roles prop properly, ensuring that the injected component only render for the user with the correct role. So give it your best shot, and once again, I have to emphasize that this is going to be a bit advanced challenge. So if you can do it, that's completely okay. I totally understand. And now let's get into it. So what do we have to do first of all? First of all, we have to create a few folders. Then we are going to be filling those folders. So I'm going to just define first of all the types folder in which we are going to be defining our types. Then we have to define our components folder. So I'll just give it the name of like components. And finally, we have to define our utils in which we are going to be defining or creating our higher order components. So that's done. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of the types. I'm going to create a file with the name of axis, ACCESS, and then types.ts. So you don't have to give it this name, but I want to give it this name. And basically it should be access control.types.ts. Okay, so now inside there, I'm going to be defining a few types. So I'll just define first of all the interface for the axis control props, and inside there it's going to take the roles, and we're going to be annotating there by a string of array, and then it's going to also take the fallback component. So I'll just pass like fallback component, and here let's just pass for react.component types, component types. There we go. And we should get the React from the React.js so that it will not give us any errors. So let's just get the React from the React.js, and that's totally done. Now underneath there, we also have to provide our injected props. So injected, injected, injected props, and that's going to be totally optional. Here let's just pass our key to that, and key will be set to totally string, and it should accept anything. So that's totally done. We also have to export this so that we can use that in other file. So now that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create an interface for the injected props. So I'll just define my interface, and by the way, we also have to export that so that we can use that in other file. And I'm going to give it the name of like injected props, and inside there let's just provide our username, totally optional, and make that as a string. User permissions, user permission, and we also have to annotate that as a string of array. And finally we have to create the final interface for what? For the wrapped component props. Okay, and we should extend the functionality from the injected props. And now inside there we have to provide the additional one, which will be set to a message, and provide my string inside there. So this is what we have to do right now. Now we are also exporting there so that we can use there in other files. So that's already done. Now let me just close there. Now we have to define our higher order component. So to do that, we are going to be creating a new file with the name of with, because we are now creating our higher order function or components. And I'm going to give it the name of like access ACCESS control.tsx. Yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. Let's just go back. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define the role. By that specific role, we're going to be providing our functionality like either authorized or not authorized. So I'll just give it the name of like current user role, and it's going to be set to the admin. Initially, we want to check the functionality of the admin, and now we are going to be creating our higher order component. So I'll use like export because we're going to be using them in other files. And now we have to create like with access control. Yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. And we also have to provide our generic, which we are going to be extending, which will extend from the object. Okay, so let's just pass our object inside there and close there. And inside there, what do we have to do? We have to pass our parameters, but we're going to be doing that in a few seconds. But now let me just create my arrow function right here. So first of all, we are going to be providing our wrapped component. So let's just write like wrapped component. And I'm going to be passing that from the component type and provide my generic right here, and the injected prompt which we are going to be getting from our types file. So injected prompts, there we go. So let's just import that and use that right here. And we also have to import the component type from the React.js, and this is what we have to do right now. Now let me go ahead and go to my higher order component and start working on there. So we are going to be returning, come on, let's just return the props. First of all, prop will take the generic of p and also the access control which we just defined inside that other file. Now let me just pass my arrow function right here. So now inside there, we're going to be providing our props right here. So we are going to be destructuring a lot of things from our props. So let's just destructure that things. I'm gonna go ahead and destructure the roles. Come on, that's gonna be the first thing. And we also have to get the fallback component, and let's just annotate it to the fallback which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So this should be in lowercase b. And I'm going to also provide my injected props, and the initial value I'm going to specify this object to there. And finally we have to just get the rest of the props. So I'll just use like rest props and go back, save my file. And this is how everything looks like right here. Now we have to check whether the user is available or not, or has the access or not. So in that situation, we're going to be getting that roles, and we have to use the JavaScript includes method on there, and then we have to pass our current role, which is now initially set to this admin right here. So once we do that, I'm gonna also store the inside the variable. So I'll just give it the name of like has access, and that's gonna be it. So let's just save our file. And now if the user does not have access, so has access is not the case. So in that situation, we are going to be returning our fallback component, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So let's just do that. Also, now we have to merge our props. So in this situation, we are going to be using like merge props, and let's just pass our object. First of all, we have to get the rest of the props, and we also have to get the injected props. So then it's going to allow us to merge all of them. Now underneath that, we have to just return our wrapped component, and also let's just close there like this. I'm going to be passing first of all, let me just even make the clone of this. So I'm going to pass my merge props and as a generic p and our own injected props. So let's just pass there, save my file. So this is how we are going to be defining our what do we call it, our higher order component. And now we have to use that inside our app. So now let me just go ahead and go to my app. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to even import that so that we can use that. So I'll just go ahead and import the with access control. And now I'm going to go ahead and also define two other components inside this components folder. One will be for the authorized user, and another one will be for not authorized user. So I'll just create a file with the name of, first of all, not authorized.tsx. And we're not going to be doing anything special inside there, but I'll just use my RefetchInterval. And here we just have to write like you are not authorized, AUTHORAZED, to view this content. And now let me just save my file, go back, and that's totally done. Now we also have to go ahead and just create another component so that we can see something on the screen. So I'll just create like my component tsx, I guess that's going to be fine. And I'll use my RAFC inside there, and here is going to take a few props, so I'm going to have to destructure them. I'm going to just destructure the message, the user name, and also the user permission, and that's going to be it. But we also have to annotate that with our wrap component, which we already defined inside our types. So we are now talking about this wrap component props, and which we are already providing right here. So now inside there, let me just remove that from here and provide my h1 and render my message first of all. So I'll use like message, MESSAGE. I'm gonna also provide my paragraph, which will say like welcome, and then that specific username, and also the paragraph in it will say like your permission, and then here let's just pass for your permission. What the hell was that? Your permission. It should be optional. Like if we get there, then we are going to be joining there with this comma. And now let me just save my file, and your permission, your user permission, there we go. And it is not defined because we are not even providing the inside our app component. So now let's just use that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top, and here let's just use like with access control, and here I'm gonna be passing my own component which we just defined. Okay, and now here let me just store the inside the variable with the name of like, I don't know, maybe my component with access control. I know the name is super long, but yeah, it is what it is. So now here inside my app, close them. I'm going to be calling that component, so I'll just call like my component with the access user control or access control. I know the spelling is super long, so I'm going to also close that or execute that like so. And here we have to first of all pass the roles, and the roles can be the admin, and also that's because we have to provide the curly braces, and now we have to specify our role. So I'll just give it the name of like admin and also the manager. Okay, and now outside from there, we are going to be also creating our fallback component or providing our fallback component, which will be set to like not authorized. And now let's just save our file. And also I'm going to provide some sort of a message. So let's just say like hello and then admin or something like that. And also the injected prompts as well. So here inside there, we are injecting these prompts like username. It's going to take like my own name, Hussein WebDev. And I'm going to also pass the user permission. What was the user permission? So let's just copy there, place them right here, and I'll just say like I don't know, view passwords, and also view the settings or something like that. Now let me just save my file, and why in the world we are providing a comma there? Let's just save our file, and now let me just refresh there. So here you can see it's gonna give us like hello admin and also welcome my name. And now finally we have the permission to see the passwords and also the settings. We can also change that to like, I don't know, maybe dashboard or something like this. So I'll just write like dashboard, save this file, so we can also see the dashboard and also the settings. So that's totally done. But you know what, instead of just providing this admin and user, I mean like admin and manager, I'm gonna duplicate that and comment this line out and change that to the user, and also change this one to the guest or something like that if I save my file. And now it's going to give us like you are not authorized to view this content, which is our fallback component, which you can see right here, which we are also providing as a fallback component to our higher order component. So yeah, that was it about the higher order component challenge, and let's just get into the next one. Now let's talk about the custom hooks. So custom hooks are a powerful feature that allows us to encapsulate and reuse logic across component. They help to extract component logic into reusable functions, making our code cleaner, more modular, and easier to maintain. So here is a code without using a custom hook. So here inside there, first of all, we are just creating some sort of a state for storing our data. Then we are using a use effect to fetch our data. And finally, we are now rendering our data. But now imagine for a second that you have a lot of component and you have to fetch your data in all of that component. So first of all, you're going to be creating your state, then you're going to be using that use effect and all of that kind of logic. And then finally, you're going to be rendering your data. So to encapsulate all of that logic into a separate function, we are going to be using a custom hook for that. And here you can see this is how we are going to be using that by just passing our URL, and then finally we have to render our content. And that's not only it, we are going to be learning a lot of stuff. Anytime you are working with the hooks, first of all, you have to provide the use, and then you can give it any name that you prefer. You can give it the name of like use hook name, use your name, or anything that you prefer. But first of all, you have to specify the use keyword in the beginning of the custom hook name. Welcome to one of my favorite topic in this entire course, which is called the custom hook. I already discussed this topic in the first part of this course, but if you didn't watch that section, well, you don't have to worry about it. I got you, baby, I got you. We already discussed what in the world is a custom hook is, but now we are going to be building a lot of stuff by using this custom hook. So first of all, let me just go ahead and define my components folder, and inside there we are going to be starting from without custom hook.tsx. Okay, so I'll just use my RAFC inside there, go to my app and register there right in here. So without the custom hook, and yep, we are now getting there, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. First of all, we are going to be fetching our data without using the custom hook, and then we are going to be refactoring that code to use the custom hook. So what I'm going to do is that still I'm going to be using that JSON placeholder.type I code, and I'm going to just fast forward. I'm not going to be explaining all of the data fetching logic and something like that. So I'll just write like data and then set data, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be null. And also I'm going to define an interface for this. So I'll use like interface of to do, and inside there let's just provide our ID of number, and the title will be set to a string. So my use stat will either take the to do as an array or null value like this. Now let me just save my file and go back, and here let's just provide our use effect, and inside there I'm going to provide my empty array. And now here let's just provide our fetch method, and here we are going to be using our https JSON placeholder, come on, JSON placeholder dot type icode.com/todos. and now let's just use our then method, and let's just provide our response. If we have the response, so we want to convert that to JSON, and I'm going to also use the then method once again and provide my data inside there, and I'm going to also annotate there. But first of all, let's just use our set data and provide our data inside there. So I'll just be using my to do and just annotate there with this to do. Now let me just remove that, and here I'm going to be checking if we have the data. So in that situation, then we want to iterate over through that data. So I'll just use like the item here, and inside there I'm going to be returning a paragraph. So let's just return a paragraph, and I'm going to just return like item.title, and I'm going to also specify the key which will be set to item.id. Now let me just save my file. Check this out. So I guess I made some sort of a mistake. And yes, I guess I did. Failed to fetch the data, and I made a typo inside there, so I just fixed that. And yeah, we are now getting all of our data. So now let's talk about how we are going to be extracting all of that data fetching logic into our custom hook, and then we are going to be only rendering the UI. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and first of all define another folder with the name of hooks. You don't have to do that, but I want to do that. And I'm gonna define my use fetch.tsx. Now inside there, let's just define our custom hook. And you guys already know that if you are creating our custom hook, so we have to specify the use for the first name. Then we can give it any name that we prefer. So in my case, I'm gonna only specify like use fetch. And now we have to set that to the type generic. And let's just close the like not text but just a type. There we go. And it's going to also take the URL, and the URL will be set to string, and we are going to be returning the type or the null value out of there. Okay, so now in this situation we are going to be just defining our data, and then set data as a state, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be null. And I'm going to also provide my generic type or null value to there, and I'm going to close there like so. I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let me use my use effect, because we're going to be fetching our data by using the use effect. And I'm going to also provide my URL as a parameter, I mean like dependency array to be precise. Now inside there I'll just use like fetch data, and it's going to be equals to that asynchronous function once again. And now let's just use our try and catch block. So if we have some sort of an error, so in that situation we are going to be logging that error to the console. So I'll use like console.error, and here I'll just write like fetch error or fetching error or something like that. And now I'm going to specify my error inside there, and I'm going to be also using my set data, and the initial value will be set to null. And for the try block, we are going to be first of all getting the response. So I'll use like response. It's going to be set to await and then fetch. And here we have to specify that URL, which we are now taking as a parameter for this use fetch, and I'm going to specify that right here. And based on that specific URL, we are going to be fetching our data. So let's just close that. And I'm going to also check if we don't have any response.ok. So I'll write like response.ok. So if we don't have that, so in that situation, we are going to be only throwing this new error, which will say like network was not okay. And now underneath there, let's just get our result. is going to be set to await and then response.json, and we are going to be getting there as a type generic. Okay, and also we have to use our set data and provide my result inside there. So this is how we are going to be getting our data. I'm going to copy a name of there, and now let's just execute this function right here. So fetch our data, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. From this hook we are going to be only returning our data out of there, so I'll just use like return in data. Now let me just save my file, and finally we have to export there so we can use there in other files. So I'll use like export default and then use fetch. I'm going to save my file right now, and I'm going to define another component with the name of with custom hook.tsx. Okay, so now in this case I'm going to go to the without one. I'm going to copy every single thing from there and place it right here inside the with custom hook.tsx file, and I'm going to just remove basically all of them. And here we have to just use our use fetch function, fetch hook to be precise, which we just created. And now here for the URL we are going to be providing that same URL, so I'll just paste that right here, which is that json placeholder.type icode.com/todos. and now from there we are going to be only destructuring our data, so I'll use like data, and now let's just close there like so. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using this custom hook, but I'm going to also provide this to do of array and close there, so that errors are now successfully gone. I'm going to also remove that line of code, and still once again we are getting all of that data right here, and we can do whatever we want to do with that data. So instead of providing like all of that logic for every single component, we don't have to do that no more. We can use our use fetch function, and we just have to specify our URL, and it's going to fetch our data. So here you can see this is how we are going to be doing there. First of all, we are just creating some sort of a state to store our data. Then we are using a use effect for side effect, and now here you can see we are just creating an asynchronous function, try and catch block, and for the try block we're using the fetch, but you can also use the XUse library. You can totally do that if you wanted to, but I am only using the fetch. And now we are specifying that URL which we are now providing and which we are using right here. So we are now providing that URL, and based on that URL it's going to give us that JSON response, and then finally we are just pushing that to our states so that our state will hold all of our data, and finally we are just returning our data, and this is how we are using that inside our component like so. And finally we have to render that to our UI, and that's done. I already stopped recording this video, but then I realized that I forgot to include something called the flags. So now let me just add that. First of all, we are going to be adding the loading, so I'll just write god damn it loading and then set loading, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to true in this case. And I'm going to also annotate that as a boolean value just like that. I'm going to also provide the error, and then set error is going to be equals to the use state value, and the initial value will be set to null. And I'm going to also annotate that as any like so. I'm going to write like set loading, and I'm going to set that to true. And also for the catch block we are going to be setting the error to error, and also I'm going to add the finally. So when it is finally, in this situation we are going to be setting the loading to totally false. And now we are going to be also destructuring the loading, so I'll just write like loading and also the error as well. Now let me go ahead and go to my component, which is a with custom hook, and now let me just destructure there. I'll use like loading and also the error. And here what I want to do is that I want to write like, first of all, if loading, in this situation we are going to be returning a paragraph of loading, so I'll just write like loading dot dot dot, and also underneath there we're going to be writing like if we got some sort of an error, so in this situation we're going to be returning the error fetching to do's. And here let me just render that error dot message right here. So now if I just refresh there, you will not able to see that loading because we already rendered that data, but here you get the idea. So now let's create a custom hook for our form and form validation. But first of all, we are going to be creating our form without using the custom hook. Then we are going to be refactoring that code to use the custom hook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and define my components folder. So I'll just define there. Inside there we are going to be creating like my form.tsx or something like that. And now let's just start working on it. So I'll just save this file, go to my app and register there right here. So I'll use like my form and close there. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a controlled form. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a name. Come on, let's just write name and set name. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. I'm going to also provide the email. So I'll just write like if I can type it today, so set email and also use state, and the initial value will be empty string. and finally for the submitted, so I'll use like submitted and then set submitted like so, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be set to false in this case. Now let me go ahead and go to my form and start working on there. But first of all, we are going to be checking if we have the submitted form. In this situation, we are going to be showing one UI. But if that's not the case, then we are going to be showing another UI. So you know what, let's just write a paragraph, or h2 to be precise, and it's going to say like thank you for submitting your information like so. But if that's not the case, we are going to be creating our form like this. I'm not going to be providing any action today, but now inside this form we are going to be creating our div, and inside this div let me just provide a label. We're not going to be providing any HTML4 today, and this label will say like name, and I'm going to also provide my input field, and here for this input field the type will be set to text and the value will be coming from their name state. And when somebody try to type something inside this, we are going to be using like set name and provide my event.target.value inside there, and it should be required. So now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for this div. So now let me just collapse them, and now let's just create another div for the email. So I'll just create a div, and inside this div let's just provide a label not HTML4. Inside this label I'll just say like email, and also my input field with the type of email, and here we are going to be passing a value, and the value will be set to email. And when somebody try to type something inside there, then we are going to be using this set email function, provide my event.target.value, and also required like so. Now underneath this div, let me just hide there. Underneath this div, we are going to be creating our button, and I'll just say like submit, and here the type will be also set to totally submit. That's totally done. But now let me also take care of the submitting. So here on this form, I'm gonna attach my own submit event handler, and when somebody clicks on there or submit there, we're going to be firing this handle submit function. So I'm gonna copy a name of there, and now let's just create that right here. So I'll use the const handle submit. It's gonna take the event, and I'm gonna annotate that with the react, come on, react.form event like so. And here we just have to pass our event.prevent default and close them. I'm gonna also use the set submitted value, and here we have to set to true. And I'm gonna also log to the console like submitted and I'll just say like name and also the email. Now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Now let me check this out, but first of all we also have to provide, what do we call it, our border. So I'll just attach my border there, and also here. So let's just add my class name. It's gonna be set to a border, and yep, we are now getting this one. Let me just zoom in a bit. We are now getting a border for this one and also for that one. I'm not going to be worrying about the, what do we call it, the styling, because we don't have to worry about the styling right now. If you care about the styling, you can definitely go ahead and go to the first video of this course, which is I guess about 13 hours of long content. So I'll just write like something for the name. I'm going to specify my own name, and for the email I'll just say like test@gmail.com. and now if I click on this submit, and here you can see what are we getting. We are now getting our submitted form, and also we are getting the email and also the name, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. And also we are now getting this thank you message. So that's cool and everything, but I want you to imagine that you have a lot of form inside your application. So how in the world you are going to be handling that? Well, to do that we can just create all of that logic inside that component, or we can be a bit better developers and we can create our custom hooks inside this folder. So I'll just go ahead and just create my use form.tsx, and not from form, use, come on, use form. There we go. And now let's just start working on there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my use form. It's going to take the initial value. So I'll just write like initial value, or values rather, and here we have to specify the key, and the key will be set to string. And also we are going to be returning a string out of there. So now inside there, what do we have to do? And it should be inside. So now let me just cut there and place that right here. So now inside there, what do we have to do? First of all, we have to get the values and also the submitted data. So I'll just use like values and set values, and it's going to be equals to the use stat and the initial value, which we are going to be grabbing from this form. So now let me just place that right here. So that's going to be my initial value. Let me just go back. I'm going to also provide the submitted flag. So I'll use like submitted and also set submitted like so, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. Now let's just take care of the handle change, like when somebody try to type or change something inside the input field. So for that we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle change, and here we can do a lot of stuff. But first of all, let me just provide my event, and it's going to be coming from the React. First of all, let's just get there from the React and then change event, and we are going to be also providing the HTML input element. And now let me just annotate there, and now inside there we are going to be getting a few things from the event.target, and we are going to be getting first of all the name and also the value from this event.target. And now let me just set there to my values. So I'll just use like set values and provide my previous state, and here I'm gonna just paste like dot dot dot. First of all, we have to make a clone of our previous state, and then for the key we are going to be passing the name, and for the value we are going to be passing this actual value. Now that's totally done, but now we also have to take care of the submitting of the form. When somebody try to submit our form, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle submit, and it's going to be equals to the callback. And here for this callback we have to just specify our void. We are going to be returning our event, and that's going to be coming from the react.form event like so. Okay, so now inside them we're going to be first of all preventing the default behavior, and then we're going to be using set submitted value and set there to false. Okay, which we already created right here. So we have a submitted and set submitted. So now we are setting there to false, and then we are going to be passing this callback function, and we have to execute there. Now finally we have to just render all of their values, and also the handle change, and also the handle submit, and finally the submitted value as well. So that's totally done. Finally we have to just export this so we can use them in other files. So I'll use like export default, come on, default, and then use form and close there. So that's totally done. Now let me just close this file, and now we have to use the inside our component. So now let me just go ahead and go to my component, and I'm going to remove every single thing from there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab my use form, and inside this use form we are going to be providing the initial value of name, which will be set to empty string, and also for the email, which will be also set to empty string. So now from there we're going to be destructuring a few things. So what do we have to destructure? Let me just destructure a few things like the values, the handle change, and also the handle submit, and the submitted out of there. So now let me just save my file, and when somebody try to submit there, so in that situation we're going to be using like on submit, and here I'll just call this function, which will just say like, I don't know, const.log of submitted, and here we also have to specify all of that values inside there. Now let me just go ahead and go to my handle submit, I mean like on submit, and here we have to specify our handle submit and on submit, which we just created right here. That's done. And for this value I'm gonna first of all provide my values.name. Come on, not values, but just a values.name. And for the set name, or you know what, we're not going to be providing any of that, so I'll just remove that and change there to a handle change like so. That's totally done. I'm going to go to the bottom once again and change that to the values.email. I'm going to also remove that and provide my handle change inside there, and I guess that's going to be done. So now let me just save my file, and I'm going to also remove that from there, and let me just try there once again by using or custom hook. So I'll just remove that and provide my name, which is Hussein. Oh my god, I can't even type something inside there. Okay, so it took me a lot of time, but finally I realized that I forgot to include the names. God damn it. So let's just provide the name, and the name will be set to name for the first one, and for the second one the name will be set to email. Now let me just save my file, and now I can type whatever I want to type right here. So I'll just write my name Hussein and test@gmail.com, and now if I click on there, and here you can see it's going to give us that thank you message, and also we are now getting our data right here, and that's all thanks to this use form hook, to be precise. Now we are going to be creating a custom hook for reading and writing data to the local storage. But first of all, we are going to be creating our component without using the custom hook, and we are going to be refactoring that code to use the custom hook. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, components, and inside there let's just create our theme toggle.tsx, and I'm going to be using my RAFC inside there. Let's just go ahead and go to our app and register that component right here, just like that. So toggle theme, was there a toggle theme? Oh, theme toggle, there we go. And now let me just close there. Check this out. So yeah, we are now getting there. So let's just refresh there, and now let's start working on there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my state. So I'll use like theme and then set theme. It's going to be equals to the use state, and here we have to specify the initial value of light to there, and I'm going to also annotate that as a string, and that's going to be done. So now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to use my use effect for the side effect, and here for the dependency array we are not going to be providing nothing to there. So now let's just get the data from the local storage. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using my windows.localstorage.getItem. So let's just write a getItem item, there we go, and now I'm going to just provide a theme to there. I'm going to also store that in some sort of a variable like store theme, and it's going to be equals to that data. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to check if we have the stored theme. In that situation we are going to be using the set theme, and we have to pass our json.parse inside there, and here we are going to be passing our stored theme inside there, just like so. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to our UI, and now let's just first of all write our h1. Let me just write h1, and here I'm going to say like current theme and render my theme inside there, and I'm going to also create a button which will allow us to toggle our theme. Okay, so I'm going to also provide the on-click event handler when somebody try to type something inside. I mean, like when somebody try to click on this button. So we are going to be firing this toggle theme function. Now let's just create that right here. I'm going to go ahead and define my toggle theme, and inside there, first of all, let's just get our theme. So I'll use like a new theme, and it's going to be equals to this theme, and let's just write if that is equal to light. So in that situation we are going to be changing that to dark, but if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to light. So that's done. Now let me just push that to my theme state. So I'll use like new theme, and also let me just push that to the local storage. So I'm going to be using like windows.localstorage, and then the set item. Let's just use our set item inside there. We're going to be passing a theme to there, and then JSON, come on, JSON.parse, I mean like not parse but stringify, and here we have to pass our new theme to there. So that's also done. I'm going to also go ahead and just provide a bit of styling to there. So I'll just use like style, and for this style I'm going to provide a bit of background color first of all. So I'll use like background, I mean like just background would be fine, and that's going to be set to if we have the theme equals to the light. Okay, so if that's the case, so in that situation we are going to be setting that to totally white, but if that's not the case, we are going to be setting that to 333. That's done. I'm going to also provide the color. So for the text color, if the theme is equal to light, so in that situation what we have to do, we have to set that to totally black, but if that's not the case, we have to set that to totally white. I'm going to also provide a bit of padding to this. So padding will be set to 20 pixel all around. I'm going to provide a comma there and also there, and now let me just save my file. And that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and click on there. So here you can see it's going to give us the current theme, and now that is set to totally dark, and if I click on there once again, so it's going to make it as a light. So you know what, let me just also go ahead and go to my inspect element, and I'm going to also go to the application, and now let me just show you there. Here you can see inside this local storage, what do we have? Oh my god, if I can get that today. So what do we have? We have our theme, and which is now currently set to light. I'm going to delete all of that, and now as soon as I click on this toggle theme, here you can see our theme is now set to dark. And now if I just refresh my page, here you can see still we are getting this dark theme right here. But if I click on there once again, so it's going to change there to light. So this is how we are going to be setting and also getting the data from our local storage without using our custom hook. So now let me just refactor all of that code to use our custom hook so that we can use them again and again. And now let me just go ahead and create my hooks folder, and inside there I'm going to be defining our useLocalStorage.tsx file, or you can also just set that to ts if you wanted to. So I'm going to set that to ts, and now let's just start working on there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my useLocalStorage, storage, and it's going to tag that type generic, and I'm going to also provide a key, and the key will be set to string. And I'm going to also provide the initial value, and initial value will be set to that generic. So I'm going to have to provide a comma there, and now we are going to be just creating our function right here. So inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create our stored value. So I'll just go ahead and just create my store. Now let's use a set store value inside there, and it's going to be equals to our use state, and the initial value will be set to type generic. So now inside there we are going to be passing our callback function, and inside there let's just use our try and catch block. For the catch block we are going to be using console.error, and here we have to render our error. So error reading local storage key, and we also have to render our key inside there. Come on, just a key. And now let me just close there, and now outside from there we have to render our error. We can also do that inside, but yeah, you get the idea. I'm going to also return the initial value. And now for the try block, what do we have to do? we have to first of all get the item from our local storage. So I'm going to be using like window.localStorage and then get item. And what are we getting? We are now getting that key which we are going to be passing for our use local storage. So now let me just store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll use like item and it's going to be equals to this window.localStorage and so on and so forth. And now let me just return item. If that is the case, if we have the item, so then we have to use json.parse and we have to specify our item inside there. But if that's not the case, so we have to set that to the initial value. That's also done. I'm gonna collapse there, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to set the value. So this is how we are going to be getting the value, but now we also have to set the value. So I'll just use like const set value, and it's going to be equals to that value, and here we have to specify our generic or our value inside this. I'll use like value. It's going to be also set to that generic, and here we are going to be returning a generic function from there. So now inside there, let's just use our try and catch block, and for the catch block we are going to be using console.error, and here we have to specify like error setting local storage key. So let's just pass our key inside there, and that key will be set to this specific key. And I'm going to also render my error inside there, just like so. We're going to be using like value to store, and here is going to be equals to value the instance of. So I'll use like instance of function if that is the case. So in that situation, we are going to be using like value and pass our stored value inside there. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be setting there to our initial value, just like this. Also, we have to get this store value, and we have to set that to our local to our state. So I'll use like set stored value, and let's just pass our value to store inside there. I'm going to also provide the window.localStorage set item, and here inside there let's just pass our key and json.parse json.stringify rather, and we are going to be passing like value to store inside there. That's also done. I'm going to collapse there. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our use effect once again. So I'll use like use effect. Now it's going to allow us to change our data from our local storage. So I'm going to just go ahead and use my handle storage change, and it's going to be equals to this function, and inside there let's just get our item, and it's going to be equals to the windows.localStorage get item, and here we have to specify our key inside there. And if we have that item, like if we get that item, so we are going to be using like set stored value, and here we have to use our json.parse and pass our item inside there. But if that's not the case, we are going to be using like set stored value, set stored value, and we are going to be passing our initial value to there. That's done. Now underneath this function, what do we have to do? We have to attach our event listener on our storage. So I'll just use like window.add event listener from our JavaScript, and now we are able to do that because we are now inside the use effect. So that's why we would be able to provide our effect or side effect to be precise. So I'll just get the storage storage, and I'm going to pass that function which is a handle store change, which we just defined right here. So that's totally done. Now finally, I'm going to also do a bit of cleanup. So I'll just return like this cleanup function, and here we have to pass our window.remove event listener, and we have to provide our storage once again. And then we are going to be using like handle storage change, and then it's totally done. And now from this function, for the dependency array, we are going to be passing the key and also the initial value. So that's totally done. I'm going to hide there. Now we have to export all of that data which we just created. So I'll just use like return, and here we have to specify our stored value and set value as a constant. Okay, that's totally done. Finally, we have to export this so we can use it in other file. So I'm going to be using like export default and then use local storage. And now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Let me expand that, also expand this one, and also expand that one. So that's totally done. So now let's just use the inside our file. Now let me go ahead and go to my file, and I'm going to basically remove every single thing from there. So let's just remove all of them, say bye-bye to all of them. And now I'm going to be using my use local storage, and here we have to specify first of all the theme for the key, and we also have to provide the initial value for there. So for the initial value, I'm going to specify light as initial value. Now we are going to be destructuring the theme and also the set theme out of there. So I'll use like set theme, and it's going to be equals to this use local storage. Now let's just create our function which will allows us to toggle our theme. So I'll use like toggle theme. And why the hell did I just remove that? My bad. So now I'm going to be using my set theme, and here we have to specify first of all my previous value. And for this previous value, if that is set to the light, in that situation we are going to be setting that to dark. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting that to light once again. I'm going to remove there. So now let me just try there once again. So let's just refresh there, click on the toggle, and I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my use local storage and remove there from there. And now let me just click on there once again. So we are now getting a dark value. If I click on there once again, so we are now getting a light value right here. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so yeah, we also created a toggle theme or use local storage, whatever you want to call it. Time to create a custom hook for the model, but first of all, we're going to be creating our component without using the custom hook. Then we will refactor that code to use our custom hook. So let me just go ahead and create my components folder, and I'll just define my model.tsx inside there. And I'm going to be using my RAFC and go to my app and register there right in here. So I'll use my not app but my model component. So let's just use our model and close there. Now let me go ahead and go to this model, and first of all it's going to take a few props. So is open and then on close. So it's going to take these props. I'm going to go to the top and let's just create an interface for there. I'm going to pass my model, come on, model props like so, and I'm going to say like is open, it's going to be set to a boolean, and on close it's going to be set to this function, and I'm going to say like void. I'm going to also annotate my component, so model props, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to check if not is open. So in that situation we are going to be returning only null. That's done. Now let me go ahead and go to my model and provide a bit of styling today. So I'll just use like class name of totally fixed. The top will be set to 0, the left will also be set to 0, the right will be set to 0, bottom totally 0, flex and justify will be set to totally center, and items will also be set to totally center. And now let me just save my file. I'm going to also provide a styling, and for this styling I'll just say like background will be set to this RGBA, come on RGBA, and the red value will be 0, green value will be 0, black value will be 0, and the alpha transparency will be set to 0.5. And now let me just save my file. So now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to create a div with the class of background totally white, and I'm going to also specify padding all around of 20 pixel. And now let me just close there, and inside this div let's just provide our h2 model title, and now underneath there let's just create our paragraph which will say like this is a model content. And now I'm gonna also provide a button, and it's gonna say like close, and when somebody try to click on there we're going to be firing this function which is on close. And now let me just save there. That's totally done. Now I'm gonna also go to my app and create a few things right here. So first of all we are going to be creating like is model open, and then set is model open is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. I'm going to also create two functions, so I'll just say like false open model is going to be set to this function. It's going to say like set is model open, and it's going to set that to true. I'm going to duplicate that and change that to false, and change the function name to close model, so it's going to allow us to close our model. And now here I'll just say like h1 my amazing model, and now underneath there create our button which will just open our model. And here I'm going to also attach the on click event handler, and when somebody clicks on this we are going to be firing this on model. And here for this model we are going to be passing like is open prop, and here we have to just set that to is model open, and also on the close here we have to pass our close model function. Now let me just save my file and let's just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our open model button. And now if I click on there it's going to give us that model right here, and now if I click on this close, so it's going to also close there. So you get the idea, but now the question is how in the world we are going to be extracting all of that logic to create a separate custom hook for there. So let's just start working on there. I'm going to go ahead and define my hooks folder, and inside there I'm going to be creating my useModal.ts file. Now let's just start working on there. So I'll just use first of all my useModal, and here is going to be set to this function. And first of all we are going to be creating a state for is open, and then set is open, it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. And now underneath them we have to create their two functions. So now let me just go ahead and I'm going to copy both of them and place them right here. Instead of providing this model open, I'm going to copy them and place them right here, both of these areas. I'm going to save my file right now, and finally we have to just return those values. So I'll just return like is open, and also the open model and close model like so. Now let me just save my file, and finally we have to export that so we can use that right here. So we have a use model, and now let me just save my file. So now let's just use this. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my app and remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to be using my use model, and I'm going to restructure a few things like is open, and also the open model and the close model, like so. And it's going to be coming from this use model, and now I'm going to just paste it right here. So instead of providing the is model open, I'm going to provide like is open right here, and I guess the rest of them will be totally fine. So I'm going to just remove there, save my file, and now if I just refresh there and click on the open model, it's going to still open my model right here. I can also click on this, so it's going to make it disappear. So yeah, that was a simple hook which I want to show you. Okay, so time for the custom hook challenge. So in this one, you're going to be building 5 custom hooks by yourself, and I'm not helping you in this one. You are totally on your own and do whatever the hell you want to do. I'm just kidding. So you know what, let me just explain the instruction, and then we're going to be creating all of their hooks one by one. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a custom hook for the local storage, which allows us to store our data inside the local storage. Then we have to create the use fetch, which allows us to fetch our data, and then we can render their data inside our UI. And then we can create our use form for the form validation and handling. And then we have the use debounce, and this is useful for the input fields, which call the API whenever we change something inside those input fields inside the forms. And then we have the use previous one, and basically it's gonna allows us to use the previous value. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and here is my solution. So I'm gonna just define my hooks folder, and inside there we are going to be creating our custom hooks. So let's start from the first one, which is called the use form. So I'll just use like use form.ts, and now inside there let's just define our custom hook. I'm gonna go ahead and define my use form, and here it's gonna take the generic of t, and we also have to provide the initial value, which we are going to be doing there. But first of all, let's just create the body of there. So I'll just paste like the initial value, and I'm gonna also initial value, and I'm gonna value, there we go, and I'm gonna also annotate the as a t. And now inside there let's just define our use state. So I'll just use like the use state, and the initial value will be that initial value which we are now taking as a parameter, and I'm gonna also type that as a generic. So we're going to be getting the values. So let's just write like values and then set values out of there. I'm gonna save this file right now, and here we have to create a function which allows us to handle the input change. So I'll just create a function with the name of handle change, and it's gonna take the event, and I'm gonna also annotate the as a react. First of all, let's just even get there, then we have a change event, and I'm gonna be using there on the HTML input element. And now let's just annotate our component like so, and inside there we are going to be using our set values and pass our object, which will take all of the values like the copy of the initial values, and then we can use the event.target.name, and then for the value we can use the event.target.value from there. Okay, so let's just save this file, go back, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a function which allows us to submit our form. Okay, so let's just use like const and then handle submit, and it's going to be equals to this event object, and we have to pass the react form, come on, form form event from the React.js. And now we can just say like event.prevent default and execute there. And we can also just log to the console this data, and I guess that's going to be it. And now underneath there we have to return all of that data so that we can use them in other files. So I'll use like values and then handle change and handle submit. I'm going to save this file right now, handle submitted it should be with 1t, there we go. And now finally we have to export this. So I'll use like export default and then use form. I'm going to save this file right now, close this file to my app, and here inside there let's just use that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to use my use form. Okay, so let's just import there, and now we are going to be passing the initial value of username, which will be set to empty string. I'm going to also pass the email, and which will be also set to empty string. And now let's just store there inside, or let's just destructure a few values from there. So let's just destructure the values and also the handle change and also the handle submit. I'm going to save this file right now, go back, and now here I'm going to just remove there and provide my class names, and I'm going to just say like pairing for all around will be set to 4, and inside this div I'm going to just write h1, which will say like custom hooks in action or something like that. And now underneath there we are going to be creating a div which will have the class of margin for the bottom of 4, and inside this div we are going to be defining our h2, which will have the classes of text extra large and form handling example. There we go, save our file. Underneath there we have to create our form, And now we are not going to be providing any action today, but we are going to be providing the on submit. And whenever we want to submit this, so in that situation, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle submit, which we already defined. And now inside this form, we have to define a few input fields. So I'll just provide the type of text. I'm going to also provide the class names, and let's just provide our border, padding all around of 2, margin for bottom of 2, and the name will be set to username, and also the value will be coming from the values.username. I'm going to save this file right now, and whenever we want to change this, we want to fire this handle change function, and here we also want to provide the placeholder which will say like username. I'm going to save this file right now. And can we even collapse there? No, we can't. So I guess I'm going to have to duplicate there one more time. So let's just duplicate there. Change, we are not going to be changing, yeah, we are going to be changing there to email, and also the name to the email, and change the values to the email, and I guess that's going to be fine. But we also have to change the placeholder to email, and then we would have our button which allows us to submit our form. So I'll just use like button and submit. Come on, submit. And here inside there, I'm going to pass the type of submit to there, and for the class name, I'm going to pass the border and padding all around of 2. Let me just refresh there, and this is how our form looks like. And I can just type my username like Hussein webdev, and then Hussein, or not Hussein, even test@gmail.com. and if I click on there, it's going to give us the value inside this console log, which is an object, and now we are getting the email and also the username. So that's totally done. Let's just close there. Next, we have to define or use debounce. So I'm going to just collapse there and go to my custom hooks and define another hook, which will be the use debounce.ts. B-O-U-N-C-E. Yep, the spelling is totally correct. So I'll use like use debounce. It's going to be taking this t as a generic. We are going to be also passing a value which will be taking that t, and the delay will be set to a number, like how much we want to delay there. So now inside there we have to define our state. So I'll use like debounce, B-O-U-N-C-E-D, I guess D-E-B-O-U-N-C-E-D, debounce value, and then set D-E-B-O-U-N-C-E-D value, set debounce value, and the initial value will be now set to totally that value which you're now getting from that perimeter. But we're going to be also providing this type generic. So let's just save our file, and now underneath there we have to use our use effect so that we can fetch some data or provide some sort of a side effect inside there. So let me just go ahead and provide my set timeout, and here inside there we are going to be passing our arrow function which will be using that set debounce value, and now we are going to be passing that value inside there. And for the delay, we're going to be also passing that delay which is now coming from this perimeter, and I'm going to also store that inside the handler variable. So handler, and it's going to be equals to this value. Now underneath there we have to just return our arrow function for the cleanup, and let's just pass our clear timeout and pass my handler inside there. Okay, so now for the dependency array, we are going to be passing the value and also the delay inside there, and that's totally done. But why in the world we are now getting these errors? It shouldn't be text, it should be just a T. There we go. And finally we have to just return this debounce value so that we can use that in other files. Okay, so let's just use like return debounce value, and finally export default, and then use debounce, save our file. But I'm gonna go to the top right now, and I guess that's gonna be fine. So now let me just close there and use that inside our JSX. Now underneath there we're going to be defining yet another div, and I'm gonna provide like margin for the bottom of 4, provide my h2 which will have like text of extra large, and it's gonna say like debounce input element or example would be fine. Okay, so now underneath there let's just define our input field which will have the type of text, and we're going to be also providing a classes of border, padding all around of 2, and now we have to take care of the input value. So I'm gonna go to the top right here and define my input value initially. So I'll use like use stat, and the initial value will be set to empty string. And now let me just restructure the input. Come on, the input value, and then set input value, and which will be coming from the use stat. Now we are going to be providing that specific value for our use debounce. So I'll use like use debounce. Let's just grab there. Now we have to pass that input value which we are now taking right here. Now we have to pass there, and we can also specify the delay of 5 seconds or 5 milliseconds rather. And I'm going to be using const and then debounced input, and it's going to be equals to this use debounce. I'm going to now go in there and define yet another hook which will be called the use previous hook. So I'll just give it the name of like use previous, and .ts, and this should be quite simple and easy, so I'll just give it a name of like use previous IOUS. There we go. And then name should be, come on, use PREVIOUS. There we go. So the name is now totally fine. We also have to annotate the as a generic. It's going to take the value of t, and now inside there we have to first of all get the reference. So I'll just use the ref. It's going to be equals to the use ref right here, and the initial value will be set to nothing. And I'm going to also annotate the as our type generic, and inside there we are going to be performing the side effects. So now let's just pass our use effect inside there, and for the dependency array we are going to be only passing that specific value inside there. And I will use like reference.current value, which will be now equals to this value. I'm going to save this file right now, and I'm going to also use return reference.current value, save this file, and finally we have to export that so that we can use that in other file. Okay, so I'm going to save this file right now, and that's already done. Now we have to use that inside or not even inside the JSX, but now we have to use that right here. So I'll use like use previous value, and I'm going to be passing my input value inside there. And now let me just store the inside the previous value or something like that. I'm going to save this file, but the spelling PREVIOUS, yep, that's totally correct. Now let me go ahead and go to my JSX and provide my value inside there. So I'll just go ahead and my value, and which will be set to input value. And whenever we change this, we want to fire this handle change function, or handle input change, rather handle input change, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and the placeholder will be set to type to debounce. There we go. Save our file, and now underneath there let's just create our paragraph, which will say like debounced value, and here let's just render our debounced value, not even input field, debounce input, and also the previous input, so previous value, and here let's just render our previous value right here. Now let me just copy the name of that and go to the top and define my handle input value. So I'll just use like const handle input change, and it's going to take the event, and I'm going to also annotate the as the react change event. And here I'm going to just specifically mention that we want to use the HTML input element inside there. And now inside there we are going to be using the set input value on set input value, and provide my event.target.value inside there. That's already done, but now let me just check this out. If I type something inside there like Hussein, here you can see it's going to take a bit of time, like the 5 second or the 5 millisecond to complete there. So now let me just type something else like I don't know, and here you can see it's going to take that 5 millisecond to complete that whatever I'm typing right here. Okay, so yeah, that was our debounce. And now let's create our useLocalStorage, but I'm gonna have to hide this one. Then we're going to be able to provide our new JSX. I'm gonna go to my hooks and define my useLocalStorage. So useLocalStorage.ts, and inside there we have to just use our useLocalStorage and provide my generic first of all, and provide the key, which will be set to a string. I'm gonna also provide the initial value value, and that's going to be also set to this generic type. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define our state. So I'll just give it the name of like value, and then set store value, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to this arrow function, because we are going to be providing our items and also our try and catch blocks. I'm going to also annotate that as a generic of t, and inside there we are going to be using our try and catch blocks. So if we have some sort of error, so in that situation we are going to be using console.error, and I'm going to just pass my error inside there and return my initial value right here. But if that's not the case, so in that situation we are going to be using our window.local storage. This is how we are going to be accessing our local storage. And now if you want to access a certain, so in that situation we are going to be using our getItem function or method, and now we can specify our key inside there. So if you want to get there, I'll just store that inside the item variable. And now we have to check. Let's just save our file, and I'm going to check like if we have the item, then we can use the json.parse, and now let's just pass our item inside there. But if that's not the case, we are going to be using that specific initial value inside there. That's totally done. So now let me just hide there right here, and now underneath this state we are going to be using our set value. So set value, and it's going to be taking the value and the t generic. Inside there, what do we have to do? We have to call our try and catch block once again. If we have some sort of errors, in this situation we are going to be using console.error and pass my error inside there. But if we don't have the error, so I can use like set stored value and pass my value inside there, and now I can use like, come on, window.localStorage.set item and pass the key and also the json.stringify and paste the value inside there. I'm gonna save this file right now, and I'm going to also hide there, and now underneath there we have to just return those values so that we can use them in other places. So I'll use like come on, stored value and then set value. There we go. And also we want to get there as the constant. So this is basically the TypeScript stuff. Now we have to export there so that we can use that in other file. So I'll use like export default of useLocalStorage, and I'm gonna save this file right now. Now let me just close this file and go to my JSX, and now underneath this one we're going to be defining yet another JSX, which will be set to div with a class of margin 4 or bottom of 4, and inside there let's just use our h2, which will have the classes of text extra large of local storage example. Save this file, and now underneath there let's just create our input field with the type of border not border, with the type of text, and also the classes of border, and it should be border and padding all around will be set to 2, and the value which we are now going to be providing, and it's gonna also have the placeholder of set local storage. I guess that's gonna be fine. Save my file. Now let me go to the top and define my local store variable right here. So I'll just use like use local storage and pass like the username as the initial value, and for the next perimeter we are not going to be passing nothing to there, but now we have to restructure the stored value. Come on, stored stored value, and also set stored value out of there like so. Now let me go to the bottom, and here let's just provide those input values. So I'll use like value, and it's going to be set to stored value, and now underneath there whenever we want to change this, in this situation we are going to be finding this function and set stored value and paste my event.target.value inside there, and I guess that's going to be fine. So let's just save our file. Now let me just refresh this. So we only have this input field which allows us to set our item inside our local storage. So I'm going to go to my application. First of all, go to the application. So we already have this data. I'm going to clear this out. So we are now inside this local storage, and now inside there we have our local storage totally open. Just type like my own name, maybe like Hussein or Hussein, like so. And now if I just refresh this browser, still we are now getting this Hussein. Like no matter how many times I refresh my browser, still we are going to be getting this data. So if you want to change that, so I can totally change that to something else. And now it's going to also change there right here. If you want to delete that, we can just click on this icon. So it's going to remove there. And now if I just refresh, and that data is now successfully gone, and I can type whatever I want to type. So it's going to also store that inside our local storage right here. So that's totally done. I'm going to also hide there right here. And the final thing that we have to do is that we have to create another hook for fetching our data. So I'll just give it the name of like use fetch.ps. And inside there we are going to be fetching our data. We are going to be also taking care of the loading and also the error set. So I'll just use like use fetch, and it's gonna take the t as a generic and paste my URL of string inside there. And here let's just take care of the data which we are going to be getting from the external API and set data. Now here we have to use the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally null, but we also have to annotate the st or the null value. And now underneath there we can just take care of the loading. So let's just use the loading, and set loading is going to be equals to this use state once, not transition, god damn it. So use state once again, and the initial value will be set to true, and I'm going to also annotate there to boolean like so. And I'm going to also take care of the error state. So I'll use like error and set error, and it's going to be equals to this use state once again, and the initial value will be set to null, and we can annotate this so either use string or null value inside there. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we are going to be performing the side effect. So in this situation we are going to be using the use effect, and inside there we are going to be performing our side effect. So if you want to fetch our data, so we are going to be using our asynchronous function, and here inside there we are going to be performing our try and catch blocks. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to store the inside the fetch data function, and it's going to be equals to this function. Okay, so I'll use my try and catch blocks. So for the try block, or you know what, for the catch block, if you have some sort of error, I'm going to also annotate the as any, and I'm going to use like set error which we already defined up above, and now we can use that same error.message and we can push that to our messages. I'm going to also provide the finally state. So finally, the set loading, and it's going to be set to false. Okay, so now for the try block, what do we have to do? We have to first of all use the await and then fetch and paste my URL inside there. Okay, so now we can store the inside the response variable like so. It should be a response. There we go. If we did not found the response, or if we don't have response.ok, in this situation we have to throw a new error which will say like network response was not okay. This is our file, and now underneath there we have to use our result, and it's going to be equals to this type generic like so. And now we are going to be getting that value. We have to convert that to the JSON response, and now underneath there we can use the set data and paste my result inside there, and that's totally done. Now let me just copy the name of this function, and we have to execute that right here so that we can see all of that results. So I'm gonna just, you know what, let me just even collapse that. I can't even see that. Let me just collapse that and execute this function right here. And for the dependency array, we are going to be passing for the dependency array we are going to be passing that URL right here. And now underneath that we can just return our data and loading and also the errors so that we can see them. Finally, we have to export them so that we can use them in other files. So use fetch, save my file. Now let me go ahead and go to my app.tsx, and here we can use my margin for the bottom of 4. Inside there we can use the h2, which will have the class of text extra large, and provide my fetch data example. I'm gonna go to the top and get my items or my entire data from my local or custom hook. So I'll just use the use fetch, and here we have to just pass that same https and then JSON placeholder dot type icode and then .com/post. And now we are going to be just restructuring a few things like data, loading, and also the error from this use state. Okay, so now let me just save my file, getting this error because we have to use the. So now underneath there we are going to be providing our loading state. So if you have the loading state, in this situation we are going to be showing this paragraph, and which will say like loading ... And now underneath there we are going to be also using the error. So if you have the error, in this situation we have to use like error and then just render that specific error so that we can see that. And if you have the data, so finally just render that data inside, not the pre, what the hell am I doing? Inside the pre, there we go. And I'll just pass my json.stringify. Oh my god, there we go. So we have our json.stringify and paste the data, and now N2. And now let me just save my file and refresh this. So here you can see we are now getting all of that post, and we have the user ID, then the title, and then the body. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data, and this is looking cool. Now let's talk about the factory design pattern. So the factory design pattern is a way to create objects without specifying exactly what kind of objects we are creating. It's like having a factory that makes object for us based on some condition or inputs. Instead of just directly deciding which React component to render inside your app, you will have a factory function that decides which component to create based on some condition like props or data. So this is how the basic syntax will look like. First of all, we are just going to be creating a simple component, and inside there we are going to be using either if and else statement or switch in cases, and we are going to be providing different cases, like if the case is primary, so render one button; if the case is secondary, then render another button; or if the case is danger, then render the danger button. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our factory function, and then this is how we are going to be using them inside our app. So we will just specify first of all the type, then the label, and then the function of what to do with that button. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the factory functions. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder with the name of components. I'm going to also create yet another folder for the shared. You don't have to create this folder if you don't want to do that, but I want to do that. So inside the components folder, we are going to be defining our primary button.tsx file, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. I'm going to also define yet another component for the secondary button.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. I'm going to also provide the danger, so I'll use like danger button.tsx. and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to this primary button, and I'm going to remove this div from here, and I'm going to define my button with a class of background totally teal of 300, and also padding all around will be set to 4, and I'm going to also give it the class of button primary. You don't have to provide there, but I want to provide there. It's going to also take a label, and I'm going to also annotate that label as a string. Okay, so let's just annotate there. I'm going to save my file, and now let's just use there inside this button. So I'll just put this label right here. Now let me just save my file and close there. I'm going to also go ahead and go to the secondary button. I'll just remove this line of code, and I'm going to provide my button with a class of background totally purple and 300. I'm going to also provide padding all around of 4 and button totally primary, and inside there I'm going to specify my label. So I'll say like label, and here we have to specify the label and string. Okay, so inside there I'm going to render that label right here, and that's done. I'm going to also go ahead and go to the danger, and once again we are going to be removing there. So let's just remove there, and I'm going to provide my button with a class of background totally green, or you know what, red would be fine, red of 300, and also padding all around will be set to 4, button totally danger. So now inside there I'm going to destructure the label once again, and I'm going to provide the label, and it's going to be a string. Okay, and here let's just render over label. Okay, so I'm going to be using like label, and now let me just save my file, and now these buttons are now totally done. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to define my button factory. So I'll use like button factory.tsx, and now inside there we are going to be creating our component, or we are going to be rendering our component based on a certain condition. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify my button factory, and it's going to take a type, and type will be set to string. It's going to also take a label, and label will be also set to a string. So inside there we are going to be using our switch and cases, and for the switch we are going to be providing a type, and for the first case, if the type is primary, so in that situation we are going to be returning our primary button. Okay, so I'm gonna just close there, and for the prop we are going to be specifying that label right here. There we go. I'm gonna also remove this break, and now let me provide yet another case. So if the case is set to secondary, in that situation we are going to be rendering our secondary component like so, and I'm gonna also specify a label inside there, and for this label I'm gonna also provide that label which you are now taking as a parameter. If that's not the case, and if the case is set to danger, so in that situation we are going to be returning our danger button, and now let me just close there. And here I'm going to also provide the label, and for the label we are going to be specifying that label as a parameter, and for the default value let's just remove our break, and I'm going to be returning just a simple button with a label. Okay, so let's just provide our label inside there. Now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be defining our factory function or our factory component for our button factory. So I'm going to copy a name of them, and I'm going to just export them so that we can use them in other file. Okay, so let's just go ahead and go to our app, and now let's just use the inside our component. So I'm going to just remove them. Let me just zoom in a bit, and here we are going to be rendering our button factory component. Let's just grab them, and here it's going to take the type, and it's going to also take the label. So for the type, you know, let's just define this type right here. Okay, so I'll use like button type, and it's going to be equals to primary. So this can come from the prop, or this can also come from the stat sometime, but in my case I'm just only providing that as a variable. So now underneath there I'm gonna also create a button label, and you can specify basically any label that you prefer, but in my case I'm gonna say like click me. Okay, so let's just provide our type first of all. So now let me just provide their type. I'm gonna also provide the button label, and now let's just close there. I'm gonna go back, and this is how it looks like right here. So if I right click on there and go to the inspect element, and what are we getting? We are now getting this button primary right here, and also this background of totally teal 300. And why is that? Because now we are setting this button type to primary. That's why we are now getting this button primary right here. And if I change that to like secondary, here you can see the button color is changed, and we are also getting this button primary, and we shouldn't be getting this primary. We should be getting a secondary. Let's just go ahead and go to our secondary, and it should be secondary like so. I'm gonna also go to the danger, and yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, we are now getting our button secondary right here. And now if I change them to danger, so now let me just change that to danger, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our danger button right here, and also we are now getting this class name of button danger. So that was example 1 of the factory function, and now let me give you yet another example. So I'm gonna go ahead and define a components folder. So I'll use like components, and inside there we are going to be defining a few components. So I'll use like image card.tsx. Now I'll use my RAFC inside there. I'm gonna also create another component for the profile card.tsx, and I'm gonna use my RAFCE inside there, and I'm gonna also create a text card.tsx right here, and I'm gonna say RAFC inside there. Now these components are totally done. I'm gonna also create yet another folder for the shared. You can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm just giving it the name of shared, and inside there we are going to be defining our card factory.tsx ORY. There we go. Now let me hit enter, and I'm going to just define my RAFs. Oh, you know what? We are not going to be doing that right now. First of all, let me go ahead and go to the components folder, and I'm going to go into the image card, and now let's just make that a bit cool. So I'll just remove them, and here I'm going to specify a few classes to it. So I'll use like border, padding all around will be set to 10 pixel, and margin all around will be set to 10 pixel. And inside this div we are going to be providing our image, and for the source we are going to be taking there as a prop. So I'll just destructure there right here like image source, and also the alternative text, and I'm going to annotate there as any. Okay, so let's just provide our image source right here, image source, and for the alternative text I'm going to also specify like alt text, and we will also provide a bit of classes to it. So like width will be set to 5 rem, and also height will be set to 5 rem. Now let me just save this file, and that's totally done. I'm gonna close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my profile card component, and inside there I'll just remove this text. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes to it like border, padding all around will be set to 10 pixel, and margin all around will be set to 10 pixel like so. And inside this div we are going to be providing our image, and for the image we are going to be providing there from our prop. So I'll just destructure the name, bio, and avatar. I'm gonna also annotate there as any, and now here I'll just provide my avatar right here, and also for the alternative text we're going to be providing the name, and also I'm going to provide a bit of classes to it like width will be set to 10 rem, and close there. So now underneath this image we're going to be providing our h3, and inside there let's just render our name, and I'm going to also provide a paragraph, and the paragraph will be set to bio. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for our profile card, and I'm going to close there. Let's just go into our text card, and I'm going to just remove that from here. Or you know what, I'm not going to remove that, so I'll just remove that text, and I'm going to provide a bit of classes to it like border, padding will be set to 10 pixel, and also margin will be set to 10 pixel, and close there. So inside this div we are going to be rendering our paragraph of text which we are going to be getting from our prompt. So I'll just destructure there, and I'm going to annotate there as any. Now let's just close there and start working on our card factory, and based on that we are going to be rendering our component, like which component to render. So I'll just use like const card factory factory, there we go, and here we are going to be destructuring the type and also the data. And now let's just annotate the as any, and now let's just create our component. So first of all we are going to be using our switch in cases. So for the switch we are going to be providing the type, and if the type is set to image, in that situation we are going to be returning our image card. Okay, so let's just render there, and I'm going to also provide the image source src, and here is going to be coming from the data.src, and I'm going to also provide the alternative text, and for the alternative text we are going to be coming from the data.alt. And now let's just save them. I'm going to go back and remove this break from there. I'm going to also provide another case, and if the case is set to text, in this situation we are going to be returning our text card. And now let's just render there. It's going to take the prop of text, and here we have to provide there like as a data.text. And now underneath there if the case is set to profile, in this situation we are going to be returning our component like profile card, and I'm gonna close there like so. And here is gonna take a few props like name, and name will be coming from the data.name, and it's gonna also take the bio, and the bio will be coming from data.bio like so, and avatar will be coming from data.avatar. And if that's not the case, so for the default one we're going to be only returning our div, and it's gonna say like unknown art type or something like that. Now let me just save my file. I'm gonna copy a name of there, go to the bottom, and I'm gonna export there so that we can use them in other files. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be creating or defining our factory function And now, and based on these conditions, we're going to be rendering our components. So now let's just close there and go to our app and start working on that. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to place a bit of data right here, and you can find this data in my GitHub repository. So first of all, we have our image card data, and inside there we have our image and also our alternative text. Then we have our text card data, and only has this text, and this is just a simple card text right here. And then finally we have our profile card data. So inside there we have our name, bio, and avatar. So yeah, we are going to be rendering there. So I'm going to collapse there like so. And I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Now here we are going to be rendering our components. So first of all, inside this h1, I'm going to make it as a React fragments. And now inside there, we're going to be rendering our h1. It's going to say like factory design pattern in React. So now underneath there, I'll just use a div with a class of flex, and flex will be set to totally wrap. And inside this one, we are going to be using a factory function to render different cards. So I'll just use like card factory. And now here we are going to be providing first of all the type, and if the type is set to image, which means like we are going to be rendering the data of the image card, so I'll just use like data and then the image card data. And if the type is, let's just remove there. I'm going to render my card factory and close there. And if the type is set to text, so in that situation, we're going to be rendering our data, and it's going to be set to text card data. Now underneath there, let's just use our card factory once again and close there. Here we are going to be specifying the type, and if the type is set to profile, then we are going to be rendering or passing our profile card data. Now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it. And here you can see we are now getting all of these cards right here. So for the type of image, we are now getting this card, and for the type of text, we are only getting this text card. And for the type of profile, we are getting the image, also the name, and also the description right here. So now let's just go ahead and go to our profile card, and yeah, we are now getting all of these stuff. So yeah, that was our factory function or our factory design pattern in React.js. Okay, so time for the dynamic component factory with advanced configuration challenge. So if it sounds a bit mouthful, of course it is. Okay, so what do you have to do? You have to create a component factory that dynamically generates a different UI components based on a specific configuration and ensure type safety for each component configuration. So what are the requirements? You have to define several components. First of all, like you are going to be creating a button, card, and modal. At least I'm going to be just creating there, and you are more than welcome to create as many components as you prefer. And then you have to define a component config interface, something which we are going to be doing, and you should also do that by yourself. And then implement the factory. You already know how you're going to be creating a factory component, and finally just render your content dynamically. So I want you to read through there and then give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now I'm going to give you my solution. So now let me just close there. And the first thing that I want to do is that, let me just even zoom in a bit. I'm going to just create a folder with the name of Utils. So I'll just give it the name of like Utils. And inside there, I'm going to be creating a file with the name of component types.ts. And inside there, we are going to be providing all of our types for our component props. So you know what, let's just start from the first one, which will be, let's just create our interface. I'm going to start by defining the modal props, which will take these props. So it's going to take the header, and I'm going to paste a string inside there, and also the content, and the content will be set to string, and also the footer, which will be also set to a string. Now let me just export this so we can use that in other files. So that was our first one. Now let me just create another one. So I'll just create an interface with the name of card props, and inside there it's going to take a title which will be set to a string. It's going to also take a content which will be set to a string. It's going to also take a footer which will be also set to a string. That's also done. The final one we have to create is button props. And now inside there is going to take a label, and we are going to be annotating there as a string. And it's going to also take the onClick event function. So we are going to be only returning the void from there. And also for the disable state, disabled, we're going to be setting there to boolean. Now let me just save this file, and that's it for our component type. So now let's just close there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create another folder with the name of components. So I'll just give it the name of like components, and inside there we are going to be creating 3 components. So first of all, we are going to be creating our button.tsx file, and inside there let's just use our RAFC inside there. And here what do we have to do? We have to go there, and we have to just destructure first of all the label which it is going to take, and the onClick event function. and the disable prop, DISABLED. There we go. And here let's just close there, and let me just change that to button, because we are going to be only creating this component for the button. So whenever somebody clicks on there, so we are going to be firing this function which it is now providing as a prop. And on the disable state, we are going to be also providing there from our props dynamically, like so. And for the content, let's just render that label which you are also passing as a prop. And I'm going to annotate this component with that button props which we just defined inside our component types. So here you can see we're going to be defining or providing this button props component or interface right here for our component. So now let me just close there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our cart component. So I'll just give it the name of like cart.tsx, and inside there let's just use our RAFC inside there. And once again, it's going to take a few props like title, and it's going to also take the content. Content is going to also take the footer. Okay, so now let me just render that content inside there. I'm going to also provide the class, or we're not going to be doing that. So now inside there, let's just provide our h3, and inside this h3 I'm going to render the title. We're going to be providing a paragraph and render our content inside there, and finally the footer. And here we have to just render our footer right here. I'm going to save this file right now, and I'm going to also annotate my component with that cart props. Let me just import that from where? From our component.types file. Okay, so we are now just annotating our component with these props. So now let me just close this file. Now let me create another component with the name of model. So I'll just write like model.tsx, use my RAFC inside there, and here it's going to take a few props. So it's going to take the header, it's going to also take the content, and it's going to also take the footer. And I'm going to also annotate this component with the name of, or with the type of model props. There we go. And now let me just remove them from here, and I'm going to go inside there and provide my h2 inside there, and I'm going to just render my header as h2. And for the paragraph, we are going to be rendering our content, and also we have to render our footer. And here let's just paste our footer inside there. Now let me just save my file, close there, and here I'm going to also close there. And now I'm going to go into the utils folder, and inside there we're going to be defining our component factory. So I'll use like component factory tory.tsx. Okay, so now inside there, let's just we are not going to be providing our RAFC right here. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our button component. We also have to import our cart component, and we also have to import our model component. And now underneath there, we are going to be also importing our types. So I'll just import like the button props, and this one, and we're going to be also importing our cart props. And finally we have to import one model props right here. I'm going to save this file right now. Next we have to define our component or factory component. So now let me just go back, and here I'm going to just define my function, and this function will have the name of like component factory. You can basically give it any name that you prefer, and I'm going to just provide my config because it's going to take a configuration. And now we are going to be passing a type of component config, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So now let me just close there, and here we have to create our component config so we can use there. So I'll just define the type, and I'm going to give it the name of like component component config is going to be equals to this type. And you know what, we're not going to be providing it like this because we're going to be providing a lot of types. So first of all, we're going to be providing a type, and the type will be set to a button. And then we are going to be also providing a props, and props will be set to these props right here, which we already defined inside another file. So we can either use there, or we can use another type for another component. So I'm going to just provide that or right here, and we have to define another type for that another component. So I'll just create a type for the card component, and we're going to be passing these props to it. So I'll just pass like card props, and now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like. And now let's just import the E1. Why aren't we even getting there? So we have these card props. Now let me just paste the card props. It is already defined, but I don't know why we are getting that error. Implicitly has any type. God damn it, my bad. We have to provide our props, and then we have to provide our type inside there. Now we are going to be also creating a configuration for another component, which will be for our model component. So I'll just paste like the props, and the props will be coming from that model props. Okay, so now let me just provide there, and that's totally done. So now that we are successfully creating this component configuration, and now we are successfully pasting that right here. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use that inside our component. So now let me just go there, and here we are going to be using a switch in cases, but you are more than welcome to use if and else statement. But now we are going to be providing that config, which we are now taking as a parameter, and we are going to be getting a type from there. Like each of them have a type, like that if the type is button, so do something, if the type is card, then do another thing, and so on and so forth. So now we are providing a configuration.type, and here inside there we are just providing a different cases. So if the type is set to a button, in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to just return this component, which is a button component. Okay, so now let me just close that, and which we are also importing right here. Okay, so it's going to also take a few props, because we are now providing these props right here to our component. So I'm going to just spread out all of the config, and here, come on, config, and here we have to just access the props, and that's everything that we have to do for our button component. So now let me just close that and provide another case for the card, and here I'm going to just provide like return the card component, and I'm going to close that, and here let's just provide or config once again, and now we have to specify those props. Now we have to provide the final case for the final component, which will be for the model component. So now let me just paste that, and we are going to be only returning the model component in this situation. Now let me just also close that and spread out all of that config file. So let's just provide that config.props, there we go. And for the default, I'm going to just remove this break from here. We are going to be throwing an error, so throw new error, which will just say like unknown component type or something like that. Now let me just save this file. So this is how we are going to be defining our component factory. I'm going to also export that so we can use that in other files. So I'll use like export default of component, not config, but component factory. Now let me just save this file, and that's it for our component factory. I'm going to close that, and now let me go ahead and go to my app.tsx and call that right here. So I'm going to go there and remove that, and inside there we are going to be first of all we have to get there. So I'll just import the component factory. So I'll use like component factory. We have to import that and paste that right here. We have to execute that component, and it's going to require some sort of a configuration as we just provided right here. So now that we have to define those configuration, so let's just define the cons button config, and it's going to be equals to this object, but we also have to go ahead, and I forgot to do that, but now let me just export that so that we can also use that inside this configuration. So I'll just annotate that with that component config. So let's just provide our component config right here. We also have to import that, and now we are going to be specifying the type, and the type will be set to a button, and we are going to be also providing a different props to that. So I'll just specify the label, and the label will say like click me. I'm going to also provide the on click event handler, like whenever somebody clicks on that. So what do you have to do in that situation? We just want to alert, and we want to say like you clicked me. I guess like you clicked me would be fine. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the disable state, and for the disable state initially we want to set that to false. Okay, so now let me just copy that and place that right here, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this button, and whenever we click on that, so we are now getting like you clicked me. So this is how we are going to be defining or rendering our first component by using the compound factory component design pattern. And now let me just close them, and now we have to render that other component. So I'll just define like card config, and we also have to provide that component config right here. Inside there we are going to be providing a type, and the type will be set to a card, and the prompts will be set to, oh my god, what the hell was that? Okay, so it's gonna take a few prompts like title, and title will say like card title, and now we also have to provide some sort of a content, and I will say like some random content or something like that. And I'm going to also provide the footer, and I'm going to set that to footer, save our file. We have to provide our comma there. I'm going to copy the name of that, and now I'm going to just hit enter right here, and I'm going to also hit enter right here, duplicate this line of code, and instead of providing my button configuration, I'm going to specify the card configuration. And now here you can see we're now getting all of that value from those props like card title, some random content, and finally our footer. So yeah, that was it about for our complex challenge about the component factory. Now let's talk about the compound component design pattern. So the compound component design pattern allows for creating more flexible, reusable, and easy to combine components. It involves splitting a complex component into smaller individual subcomponents that can be used together but maintain some degree of internal control over their behavior. So there was just a quick definition of what a compound component is. But now here is a bit note about the compound component. This pattern is useful when you want to create a component that has multiple subcomponents, but you want to maintain the ability to customize or control the behavior of each subcomponent from the parent or the container. Let's suppose if you want to build this card without using the compound component or without using the compound design pattern. So first of all, we have a title, then we have a content, and then we have a footer. First of all, we are just going to be creating some sort of a card which will take the title, content, and footer. We will provide some sort of a styling to them, and then we can paste that title, content, and footer as a prop to that component. This is good, but not that much. Suppose later, if you want to change something inside the UI, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, we can definitely do that, but that's going to be a lot of hard work, and we will very soon end up creating another component without just using that card component. Now let's refactor all of that code to use a compound component. So as we all know that functions in JavaScript are just an object, so which means like we can attach the properties, we can also attach another function, and we can do a lot of stuff with that. So now we are going to be treating our component as an object, and we are going to be attaching a different component to there as a properties and values. So what do I mean by all of that gibberish? So here you can see we are going to be extracting all of that UI logic from the card component, and we are going to be splitting them into multiple components. Like title, we are going to be putting that inside the card component. Same will goes for the card content, and also same will goes for the card footer. Okay, so we are going to be extracting all of that logic from the card component, and we are going to be putting them inside individual multiple components, and then we are going to be using that card component as an object, and we will attach some sort of a properties on there, and that specific property will be equal to their specific component, so that we can use them again and again. Once again, if you don't get it, you don't have to worry about that, because now we are going to be writing our code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's get into it. Let's talk about the compound component. So first of all, we are going to be creating our card without using the compound component, and then we will refactor our code to use a compound component. I can't even say that word, compound, what the hell. So you know what, let's just start working on this. So I'm going to go ahead and define my components folder, and inside there let's just define my card.tsx, and I'm going to be using my RFC inside there. Go to my app and render that right in here. So I'll just use like card component and close there, and this card component will take a few props. So we are going to be first of all providing the title. It's gonna just say like card title or something like that. We're going to be also providing the content, and I'm gonna just say like this is the content of the card or some random stuff like that. We're going to be also providing a footer, so it's gonna say like this is the footer or something like that. Now let me just save my file and go into the card component and start working on this. So let's just zoom in a bit, and first of all we're going to be destructuring all of their prompts. So let's just destructure the title, the content, and also the footer. So I'm going to define the interface for the card props, and here inside let's just provide the title, and the title will be set to string, the content will also be set to string, and the footer will also be set to string. So let's just provide them. I'm going to copy the name of them and annotate my component with this card props. And now inside there, what do we have to do? Let's just remove them. I'm gonna go back and provide a bit of classes to it. So let's just provide these classes. You can pause the video and write this styling by yourself, or you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository and grab all of that styling from there. So I'm gonna just provide h2, and this h2 will say like title. Now underneath them, we're going to be creating another div, and inside this div I'm going to provide a paragraph which will say like content. So I'm going to just provide like content right here, and now underneath this div we are going to be defining yet another div with the class of footer, and I mean like the paragraph, and inside there we are going to be rendering our footer. So now I'm going to fast forward the video, and I'm going to provide a bit of classes to them, and you can also pause the video and provide these classes to your component. Okay, so you know what, let me just save my file, and here you can see this is how my card looks like I know it is looking super amazing because we are not using any compound component. So yeah, you get the idea. Like this is how we are going to be usually defining our card. But now the question is how in the world we are going to be making this card to use the compound design pattern. And that's very simple and easy. So what we have to do is that we have to take all of these stuff or all of these sections inside this card, and we have to create a separate components for them, and then we are going to be combining all of that components. Or you can say that we have to split this entire UI into multiple compounds. You can say that if you wanted to. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to define a few components. I'm going to define a component for the card, and then card content.tsx. I'm going to also define yet another component for the card footer.tsx, and also for the card title.tsx. And this should be a card title.tsx. There we go. Now inside the card title, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut this div from there, and I'm going to save this file and go ahead and go to my card title, and I'm going to use my RFC inside there and replace that with this content right here. I'm going to also grab the children, so let's just use our children, and here I'm going to annotate the children as the React node, and now I'm going to copy these children from there, and let's just paste it right here. I'm going to save this file right now, and that's going to be it for the card title. Now let me go ahead and go to my card content, but before I do that, I'm going to have to go ahead and go to my card and grab all of this content from there, save my file, go into my card content, and I'm going to use my RAFC inside there, and let's just place there with this new content, and I'm going to use my children once again and annotate there as a children and React node. Okay, so I'll just copy the name of these children and place it right here, save my file. That's done. Now finally, let me go ahead and go to my card once again, and I'm gonna have to cut this footer, and now let's just save this file, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my footer and use my RAFC inside there and place it right here. I'm going to once again destructure the children, and here we have to annotate the children as a React node, and now I'm gonna copy these children and place it right here, save my file. And now as you can see, we created a separate compound component for this entire UI or for this entire card. Now the question is how in the world we are going to be combining all of them. And to combine them, first of all, let me just remove this interface from there and also this one. And this component will only take the children. And now I'm going to also annotate there as a children and a React node. And now I'm going to take this children from there, copy the name of there, and inside this div we have to just render there like so. And now the question is how in the world we are going to be combining this card content, footer, title, and all of that with this card component. You guys already know that in JavaScript, functions are just an object, which means like we can assign property to there, we can assign like different kind of stuff to there. This is how we are going to be treating this function or this component to attach properties and values to there. What do I mean by that? First of all, we are going to be accessing our function or component, whatever you want to call there. Then I'm going to use the dot notation, and here we can specify any kind of property and any kind of value for that specific property. So in my case, I'm going to just give it the name of like title, and you can give it any name that you prefer. Then now this card title will be set to this card title component, which we've already defined, and now we import it there right here. So now if I go ahead and go to there, so here you can see we have our card title component. So what are we doing? We are now accessing our card component, and then we are specifying a specific title to there, and now that specific title will be equal to this card title component. Okay, so this is how we are going to be attaching or combining those different compound with this main component. Okay, so I'll use like card.content in this case, and you can give it like any name that you prefer, and it's going to be set to card content. And now let's just grab this component right here, and also we are going to be using card.footer. It's going to be equals to card footer. Okay, like so. And now we are accessing there. Now let me just save my file. And now if I save this file and go ahead and go to my card, we are getting some sort of error. So I'm going to just remove there, and I'm going to also remove there. And here we are going to be passing our card component, which will be our main component. And watch what happens. But first of all, we have to grab this card. And now I want you to watch what happens. So now if I just use card and dot, what are we getting? We are now getting all of that properties right here. We are now getting the content, footer, title, and so on and so forth. So now I can choose this title, and now let me just close there, and here I'm going to specify like something cool or something like that. And now if I just use cart dot, we are now getting their content. So I'm going to choose this content and close there. And I'm going to say like amazing stuff or something like that. I'm going to also access the card once again, and finally we are going to be choosing this footer, and now I'm going to say like end the end or something like that. Now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting this amazing card. We can reuse this card. We can do a lot of stuff with there. Let's suppose in some situation, maybe if I want to push this amazing stuff to maybe either here or maybe at the top. So how can I go about doing them? Well, we just have to duplicate this card, and now we can just move this around. Like let's suppose if I want this one to be at the top, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see this is now at the top, and we can do a lot of stuff with there. So that was our compound component, or compound design pattern to be precise. Okay, so time for the compound component challenge. It sounds a bit more full, like compound component challenge. Anyways, so what do you have to do? You will have to implement the following features. So a model container that can house multiple child component, a way to control the visibility of the model, and also it should accept the title, body, and footer area within the model that can be customized with the content passed as a children. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now here is my solution. So I'm gonna go ahead and just define a folder with the name of components, and inside there we have to define a few components. So I'm going to go ahead and define the first one, which will be for the model title.tsx, and I'll just use my RFC inside there, and that's going to be it for the boilerplate. And I'm going to just remove that. It's going to take the child because we already know it's going to require a lot of data. So we are going to be also annotating there as the React, or yeah, I guess the React node. And I'm going to just hit enter, and here we have to pass their child inside the h2. So I'll just pass them, and here we have to pass the children. There we go. And I'm going to also provide a bit of styling. So the text will be set to extra large, and the font will be set to semi-bold. Text totally gray of 800 would be fine. So let's just paste for 800, save our file, close them. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to define another component with the name of model body.tsx. And here let's just use our RFC inside there. I'm going to go ahead and remove them, and I'm going to also provide a bit of margin for the top of 2, and inside there we have to provide our paragraph and render our children inside there like so. It should also accept the children here, so then we would be able to paste okay, children and React node, grab that, save our file, and finally we have to provide our classes so that we can style this. So text will be set to gray of 600, and text will be set to small. Save our file, close there, and now we have to define another component for the model footer.tsx, and inside there let's just use our RAFCE, and here I'm going to remove that from there, and I'm going to also provide my children like so, and annotate my component as children React node like so. Now let me just save my file, and here inside there we're going to be defining yet another div, and I'm going to provide their children inside there. I'm going to also style it a bit. So margin for our top will be set to 4, justify will be set to totally not center but end, and spacing on the x-axis will be set to 2. I'm going to save this file right now, close there, and we also have to define the final component, which will be just a model component. So I'll just give it the name of like model.tsx, and here we're going to be combining all of their compounds into one simple component. So I'll just first of all import the model title. We would also need to import the model body. We would also need to import the model footer. There we go. And now underneath there we have to define our component right here. Now let me just save my file. It's going to take the children, and we also have to annotate there as the React node. And now let me just hit enter. So it's going to also import that right here. I'm going to also close there, and inside there let's just define another div, go back, and it's going to take those children like so. I'm going to also annotate that component like background totally white, and padding all around will be set to 6, rounded totally large, and width will be set to 20 rem. I'm going to close that right here. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes like fixed inset will be set to 0, background totally black, and background opacity will be set to 50, and flex justify will be set to totally center. Items will also be set to totally center, and the z index will be set to 50. Now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like. But finally we have to combine all of that compounds into one simple component. So we are going to be using like modal dot title, and it's going to be equals to that modal title, and we also have to use the modal dot body, come on, body, and it's going to be equals to modal body, like so. And finally we have to use the modal dot footer, it's going to be equals to modal footer, like so. I'm going to save this file right now, close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my app component and use them. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my my modal component from there. And now we have to define our state first of all. So like is modal open, and then set is modal open, it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to false. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to this div, and I'm going to define my button component, which will say like open. I guess open would be, or open modal would be fine. And here we have to provide the on click event handler, like whenever we click on there. So we want to fire this function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and also provide a bit of styling to there, like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, background totally green of 400, and also text of totally white and totally rounded medium, like so. Now let me just save my file. And here now underneath this button we are going to be rendering all of our content, and I'm gonna just comment this line out because we are going to be creating that in a few seconds. Okay, so here we have to first of all check, so is our model open or not. So if our model is open, then we have to show this content, but if our model is not open, then we don't want to show nothing at all. So I'll just render that model component, and now inside there we have to render our model dot title. And as you can see, if I just hit control space, we are now getting like body, footer, title, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just only choose this title right here, because now we are going to be providing some sort of a title for our model. So I'll just use like model title, and now underneath there we are going to be rendering our model dot body right here. And I'll just space like this is the body of of the model or something like that. You can paste basically anything that you prefer, but in my case that's going to be fine. And then we have to render our model dot footer. And now let me just close there, and finally we have to just specify something inside the model footer. And I'm gonna just provide like button right here. Inside this button we are going to be first of all providing the cancel button, and now let me just duplicate the confirm button or something like that. And I'm going to also specify a few classes to there, like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, text will be set to totally white, background gray 500, and rounded totally medium, and also text will be set to totally small. I'm going to save this file right now. Here we also have to specify a few more classes, like pairing for the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing for the y-axis will be set to 2, text totally white, background totally teal 500, and margin for the left will be set to 0.3 rem. And I'm going to also specify a rounded totally medium and text totally small, like so. I'm going to save this file right now. And whenever we click on this cancel button, so let's just use like on click. So we want to fire this function like close model. We are going to be closing our model because this is a cancel button, and then we have our confirm button. So yeah, it's going to also close our model. So whenever we click on there, so close the model and confirm it. So now let me go ahead and go there, and I'm going to uncomment this line out. I'm going to copy the name of there and define my function right here. So I'll give it the name of like open model, and inside there we have to use the set is model open. Come on, now let me just copy there and place that right here, set that to true. And now let me just save my file, and now we are going to be creating this function, which is a close model. Okay, so now let's just use like const close model, and here let's just create that is model open and set that to false. I'm gonna save this file right now and refresh there. So here you can see we are now getting this open model button. If I click on there, so it's gonna open our model. If I click on this cancel, so it's gonna cancel or remove there. And now if I click on the confirm, here you can see it's gonna also disappear or disable our model. And we are also getting this model title and also the body of the model. So yeah, that was it about the compound component challenge, and I hope you enjoyed it. Now let's talk about the slot design pattern. So slot design pattern allow a component to accept dynamic content from its parent and place that content into a specific area or section of a component. It sounds a bit like a props, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is, because in React.js there is no built-in slots. So we are going to be using a props to achieve slots. So the slot design pattern is not formal or native concept like some other design pattern in React.js, but it draws inspiration from the way slot works in the web component, especially in frameworks like Vue.js or Shadow DOM, or from pattern ideas from other UI frameworks. So yeah, you gotta know that slots are not built-in or native to React.js. So what are we going to be learning about the slots? So first of all, we are going to be learning about the default slot, then we are going to be learning about the name slot or multiple slot, and then compound slot, and finally we are going to be learning about the slot with context. So you know what, there's enough theory about the slots, and now let's just start from the first one, which is called the default. So default slot is known as a children property. So whatever you pass between the opening and closing tag of the component is passed as a children property to the component and acts as a default slot. So you know what, that's going to be it for the theory about the default slot. Now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let's talk about the default slot. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder with the name of components, and inside there I'm going to define a card.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my app and register there right here. So I'll use like card, and I'm going to close there like this. And why is there? Let me just first of all import there, because now we are going to be using something called the default slots, or you can say the children inside this component. So you know, let me just write a comment like default slots. Okay, I guess that's going to be fine. Or you can also call them as a anonymous slots. So I'll use like anonymous slots. I hope the spelling is correct, but I'm not quite sure about that. So what I'm going to do is that I'll just write like h1, and it's going to say like this is my card title, and now let's just save there. I'm going to also provide a paragraph which will say like this is my card content, and I'm going to also provide a button which will say like learn more. Let's just write a learn and more. Now let me just save my file, and it is giving us an error because we have to use these children inside this component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to destructure my children, and I'm going to also annotate that as a React node. So now let me just grab that from the React.js, and I'm going to only use that inside this JSX right here. So now let's just save our file. Check this out. So here you can see we have our card title, we also have our card content, and then finally we also have our button. So I can also style that if I want to. So I'll just write like I don't know, maybe border would be fine. And here you can see we are now getting a background of totally black and text of totally white. Okay, so I'll use like text of totally white, and yeah, we are now getting that button right here. So this is how we are going to be passing a default slots or anonymous slots or children to our component. Now let's talk about the name slots. So the name slots or props are simply properties that we pass to a component, each with specific descriptive name, and these name props allow the child component to access and use these values based on the names they are given. So that's also it about the theory about the name. So now let's talk about the name slot. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open, or not open, but create my folder with the name of components, and inside there let's just define my card once again, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. I'm going to go ahead and go to my app component, and inside the app component I'll just call my card component like so, and I'm going to close there. And now here I'm going to pass some sort of a JSX as a prop for my component, and I'm going to also give it some sort of a name too there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a comment for myself like named slots. So now here I'll just pass like card title. You can also write a title if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to write like card title, and here I'm going to pass some sort of a title as a JSX. So I'll use like h1. It's going to say like this is my card title, and now let's just save there. I'm going to also provide the card content. It's going to say like a paragraph, and it's going to say like this is my card content, and I'm going to also provide the card button, and here it's going to only say a button. And now let me just provide a label of learn more, and I'm going to provide a class names of, I don't know, maybe background totally black, and also text of totally white too there. So now let's just go back, save our file. Now it's going to give us an error because we have to use that inside our component. So now let me go ahead and go to my component, and now let's just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to destructure first of all my card title, and I'm going to also destructure the card content and also the card button. like so. So let's just go back. Now let me just save my file, and we also have to define an interface for this. So I'll use like interface card props, and here inside there, let's just use our card title and provide my React node to there. So I'll use like React node, hit enter, so it's going to import there, and I'm going to duplicate there like 3 times. Next will be for the card content, and finally we have a card button. Come on. And now let me just copy a name of there, and I'm going to annotate my component with this card props. Now let me just go ahead and go to my card, and what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to be rendering my card title, then we are going to be rendering the card content, and finally we have to render the card button like so. So now let's just save our file, check this out, and still we are now getting this UI. First of all we are now getting the title, then we are getting the content, and now we are getting the button, and which is looking cool. So yeah, this is how we are going to be passing a name slot for our component, and this is how we are going to be destructuring or getting there, and this is how we are going to be rendering there inside our card component. Now let's talk about the compound slots, or you can say the compound component slots. So the slot design pattern can be applied to the compound component by defining the name slot using the props, something which we just saw a few seconds ago. Customize the specific areas of compound component. This way each subcomponent acts like a slot that can be filled with a different content. So that was it about just a theory about the compound slot, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the compound component slot. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create my components folder, and inside there let's just define our card.tsx. And you know what, first of all let me just write my RFC inside this component, and I'm going to also create a card title.tsx, and I'll use my RFC inside there. I'm going to also create one for the card content.tsx, and I'll use my RFC inside there. And finally let me just create another component for the card not folder but card button.tsx would be fine, and I'll use my RFC inside there. And now I'm going to go ahead and go to my card title component, and inside there let's just use our children. So I'll use like children, and here I'm going to annotate there as a children. You know, let's just close there, children React node. Now I'm going to copy a name of there and place there right here, just like there. Now let's just close this file. I'm going to go ahead and go to the card content, and I'm going to destructure the children, and I'm going to annotate there as a children React node. And now we have to annotate there like this. Okay, so I'm going to annotate there, close this file, close that file. Finally let me just go ahead and go to my button, and here we also have to destructure first of all the children, and we also have to annotate there with the React node, and I'm going to also go ahead and just render there right here. Now the final thing that I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to my card component, and inside this card component first of all we have to import all of that component. So I'll just import first of all the card, then we are going to be importing the card content, and we also have to import the card yeah, card button. Yeah, I guess the card button. So first of all we have to write a card and then the button, and this is how we are going to be importing there. So next we have to create or destructure our children, and then we have to annotate their children with the React node like so. Okay, so I'm gonna copy a name of there and place it right here, and now we have to use it inside our component. So I'm going to just remove there. I'm gonna also make there as a React fragments, and here we have to pass our children. Next we have to provide our compounds to our specific card. So I'll use like card.title, and here we are going to be setting there to the card title. We also have to provide the card.content, and here it's going to be set to the card content. And finally we have to write the card.button. It's going to be set to the card button like so. Now that's done. So now let me just go ahead and go to my app and use that inside my app. So I'm going to just remove that, and inside this app component first of all we are going to be importing our card. And now if I hit dot, so here you can see we have our button, content, and also the title. So I'm going to just choose the title and close there, and I'm going to only provide my h1, and it's going to say like card title or something like that. Now underneath there we are going to be rendering our card.content, and now let's just provide some sort of a content to this. So I'll just use like card content, and now underneath this one we are going to be using our card.button, and here we have to provide some sort of a button which will say like click me or something like that. So this is how we are going to be using there inside our app, and this is the UI we are now getting. So we are now getting the title, then the content, and then finally we are now getting their button right here. So we can also style it if I want to. So I'll just use like background totally black and text of totally white. Now let me just save my file, and now we are getting this button right here. So yeah, this is our compound slots or whatever you want to call them. Now let's talk about how we are going to be using a slots with context API or just a context. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define first of all a few folders. So I'll just define like the components folder. Then we are going to be defining our context folder or shared folder. After that, we are going to be also defining the hooks folder. And inside there, we are going to be only storing a simple hook. Let's just start from the first thing, which is to create our context. So I'll just give it the name of like my context.tsx. And inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab something called the create context from the React.js. And now underneath there, we're going to be creating our context. So I'll just give it the name of like my context, and it's going to be equals to this create context function. And now the initial value I'm going to specify undefined to there. I'm going to also provide a bit of types to there. So let's just create our interface, and now we have to use that interface for our context. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to annotate there like either use my context type or use undefined. So now let's just go back, and this is how we are going to be defining our context, but I'm going to also export this so that we can use that in other file. So now underneath there, we are going to be defining our provider. So I'll just first of all use like const my provider, and here is going to take like a children first of all, and now we are going to be using this, so we have to also annotate this. So I'll use like children from the React node. Okay, so this is get there from the React node. It is not helping me in this situation. I don't know why, but you know, we're going to be importing them manually. So I'll just import something called the React node from the React.js. Now the next thing that we have to do is that inside this provider, we have to define some sort of a data which we are going to be sharing inside our components. So I'll just first of all define a state which will be set to a value, and then set value is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to like hello from context or something like that. Next we have to just return our provider. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like my provider, and here I'm going to specify my provider to that, just a provider like so. Or it shouldn't be provider, god damn it, my context to be precise. And now I'm going to provide the provider right here. And now let's just close there, and here we are going to be using our children, and we also have to provide the value which we are going to be sharing across our components. So I'll just use like value and also set value like so. VALUE, there we go. And now let me just save there. Finally, we have to export this so that we can use that in other files. So I'll use like export, and that's totally done. So this is how we are going to be defining our context. And now let me go ahead and go to my hooks. And here we are going to be defining the use my context hook right here. So I'll just give it the name of like .ts. And first of all, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to grab our context, and also we have to grab our my context, which we just created a few seconds ago. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to actually define our custom hook. So I'll just export this so we can use that in other file. And now I'll just give it the name of like use my context. And here inside there, first of all, we are going to be getting the data from our context. So I'll just use like use context, and inside there we are going to be getting our data from our context. And now I'll just store then the variable with the name of context, and it's going to be set to this value. Now we have to provide a check. If we don't have the context, so in that situation we are going to be throwing an error. So I'll just use like throw new error, and I'll just space like use my context must be used within a my provider. Now let me just save my file, but if that's not the case, we are going to be only returning our context. So I'll just use like context, which we are storing right here in this variable. So that's totally done. Now I'm going to close this file, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to our app and wrap our entire application. So I'll just remove there, and I'm going to also remove there, and I'm going to wrap my entire application by using my provider. I'm going to copy the name of that and place it right here. Currently we don't have any components to render, so now let's just create our components right here inside this folder. I'm going to go ahead and define my slots, or you know, it should be slot component. Come on, slot component.tsx file. And now here I'm going to just use my RAFC inside there with the name of slot component, and I'm going to also export that so we can use that. I'll also destructure the children, and I'm going to annotate that as a React node. Now let me just hit enter. Now let me just save my file, and inside this component, the first thing that we would do is that we would need some sort of a value. So I'll just use like use my context, and I'm going to execute that. And from this context, we are going to be destructuring that specific value, and now we can totally use that inside our component. So I'll just remove that. And now inside this div, we are going to be just writing like h3, and I'll say like context value, and here we just have to render our context value, and I'm going to also provide a div, and here we have to just use our children inside there. Now for this children, we also have to create yet another component, so I'm going to close that one and define another component with the name of slot content dot, or not context but content. There we go, content.tsx. I'll use my RFC inside there, and I'm going to also export this so we can use that anywhere else. And now here we are going to be using like use my context, and I'm going to execute there, and from there we are going to be destructuring the set value. And now let me just store that inside. We are going to be destructuring there and now let's just use the inside our component. So I'll just remove the and replace it with a button and change this label to update context value. And now when somebody clicks on this button, so we just want to fire this function which is a set value, and here we have to just provide a new value to that. So I'll use like new value from slot content component or something like that, and that's totally done. So now let me just refresh there. Oh, we are now getting an error because we have to register there inside our app component. So now inside my provider, I'm going to first of all render my slot component, and I'm going to close that, and inside the slot component we are going to be providing our slot content, or yeah, not slot component but slot content. There we go. And I'm going to also close that like this, like a self-closing tag. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our value like context value, which is now initially saying like hello from the context, but as soon as I click on this button, here you can see it's going to change that value to the new value from the slot content right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using a slot with the context. Now let's talk about yet another design pattern, and I guess the last design pattern of this course, which is called the render prop. So the render prop design pattern is used to share code between components by passing a function as a prop to a component. So this function, which is typically referred to as a render prop, return a React element that gets rendered. So this pattern allows a component to be more flexible and reusable, as the parent component can control the rendering of the content in its child component. So you know what, let me just give you an example of that. Here you can see I'm now calling my component and I'm passing a render as a prop, and inside there we are now passing a function which is taking a count as a parameter, and now we are returning some sort of a JSX which is saying like the current count is that specific count. Now we have our component, and inside that component we are now destructuring that specific function or prop, whatever you want to call that, and now we are using that inside our JSX, and here you can see we are now passing a count to there. So you know what, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's see the render prop in action. So first of all, we are going to be creating our components folder, and inside there we have to create our component.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. And now let me go ahead and go to my app and render this component right here. So I'll use like count, and now let's just render there, and I'm going to close there. And now we are going to be passing our render prop as a prop to this component. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, first of all, we have to create some sort of a prop. And by the way, you can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like render. And here we are going to be passing our function. And now let's just use our paragraph, and it's going to say like the current count is, and now let's just render our count, which this function will take as a parameter. And now let me just paste that. And we are going to be also returning a number from there because it's going to be a number. Now let me just save my file, go back. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use this render prop inside our component. So let me go ahead and go to my component, and first of all we have to destructure there so that we can use that. Now let me just save my file, and now inside this component we have to create our state. So I'll use like count and then set count. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. Now let me just save this file, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to render our component or our function to be precise. So I'll use like render, and here we have to pass that count inside there. So as soon as I do that, and we are now getting a TypeScript error, so I'll just annotate there with any. Here you can see we are now getting the current value of 0 inside there, and I can also change that to like 10, and it's going to give us that 10 value, and so on and so forth. Now let me just create a button which will allow us to increment or decrement our counter. So I'll use like button, and I'll just say like increment, and when somebody clicks on there, then we want to fire this increment function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So now let me just copy a name of that, go back and const increment, and then we are going to be only incrementing our counter by 1. So I'll use like count plus 1, save our file, and now if I click on there, so it's going to increase my counter by 1. So let me just set that to 0 once again, save this file, and as soon as I click on there, it's gonna just increment my counter right here. So this was just a simple example of a counter component. Now let me give you yet another example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my app, but first of all we have to create something called the mouse tracker. So I'll use like mouse tracker.tsx component. I'll use my RFC inside there, go to my app, and now I'm going to just remove this component from here. I'm going to also remove that from there, and now let me render my mouse tracker component and close that. Here we are going to be passing our render, and inside this render we have to provide our function. So I'll use like position, and position will be set to any, and inside there let's just create our paragraph. So I'll use like paragraph. It's gonna say like mouse is at this position. So I'll use like, come on, first of all let's just provide one position, and then I'm gonna provide another position. So I'll just provide first of all the position, and position will be set to, and also I'm going to provide my position, and position will be set to Y. Now let me just save my file, and it shouldn't be I'm treating it as an object. It should be just position dot, like so, position dot x and position dot y. And now let me go ahead and go to my component and use this render prop inside that component. First of all, we have to destructure this so that we can use that inside our component. Next, we have to define our position. So I'll use like position and set position, and it's going to be equals to the useStat. Come on, useStat. And the initial value will be set to x, and x-axis will be set to 0, and y-axis will be also set to 0. Okay. And next, we have to go ahead and go to our UI, and then we have to render our position or our render prop. So I'll just use like render, and here inside there let's just provide our position inside there. And I'm gonna also annotate there as any for the TypeScript to go away. And now we are getting a mouse at 0 position, and also on the y-axis of 0 position. We can totally change there to like 10 and 20 maybe, like so manually. Now we are getting like mouse is at this accordion. I'm gonna go there, and this should be x-axis, and this should be a y-axis, and now that's looking better. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to set that to 0 once again. I'm going to also set the y-axis to 0 once again, and now we are going to be attaching the mouse move. So I'll use like on mouse move, and when our mouse is moving, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function which is a handle mouse move, and we are going to be also providing a bit of styling to that. So I'll just provide like height, and the height will be set to 100 VH. Now let me just save my file and create this function right here. So it's gonna track our mouse cursor. So I'll use like const handle mouse. It's gonna take the event, and I'll just annotate the as any, and I'll just provide my set position, and inside there we are going to be getting the x value, and x value will be set to that event object, and we only want to get the client x-axis. And then for the y-axis we want to get like event, and we only want to get the client y-axis in that situation. So now it's going to give us the perfect accordion. Anytime I move my mouse, it's going to give us a different accordion. So it's going to give us the x value, and it's going to also give us the y value. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our render prop, and then this is how we are going to be using the inside our component. So this is going to be basically the most simple challenge in this entire course. So what do you have to do? Basically you have to just create the data fetcher component by using the render prop design pattern which you just saw a few seconds ago. So you need to create a reusable data fetcher component that fetches the data from the API and passes that data to its child component using the render prop design pattern. So the child component will receive their data and can render it however it chooses. So basically you'll need to perform these 3 steps, like first of all the data fetcher component, then the render prompts, and you'll also have to keep in mind the error handling. So let's just start from the first one, which is a data fetcher component. So the data fetcher component should take the URL as a prop and fetches the data from that specific URL. So while the data is being fetched, the component should show a loading spinner or some sort of a message in that situation. And once the data is fetched, the component should pass the data to its child through a render prop. So then the render prop will receive that data via the render prop and renders it however it wishes. Like basically you can just provide any kind of UI for them, and you will also provide a TypeScript for them. So finally you will also need to take care of the error handling, like if there is some sort of error, so you have to show that specific error to the browser or to the user. So these are the expected outputs. So like while the data is being fetched, show a loading spinner or some sort of a loading message or something like that. And once the data is being fetched, render the list of users. And if there is an error, for example like wrong URL or network issues, then show that specific error. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now here is my solution. So I'm gonna go ahead and just create a component folder. So I'll just create like components folder, and inside there we are going to be creating two components or files rather. So I'll just start from the data fetcher.tsx. So now let me go ahead and just define my component with the name of data fetcher, and I'm gonna also annotate that as a type generic. It's gonna just render a few things. So first of all, we need to destructure the URL and also the render prop. Okay, so then we have to create an interface for that so that it will not give us that TypeScript error. So now let me just define my interface with the name of data fetcher props, and here we have to specify the type of generic, and it's going to take the URL and we have to annotate it as a string. We also have to specify the render prop, and it's going to take the data, and we have to specify the it's going to also take the type generic or the null value. And I'm going to also provide the is loading, so whenever it is loading, so there's going to be a boolean. And we also have to specify the error, so it can be either a string or null. And now we have to paste there as a jsx.element. Come on, dot element, like so. Now let me just save my file, but why in the world I'm providing a semicolon there? We have to specify a comma there and comma there. I'm gonna copy the name of there. Let's just copy there, and I'm gonna annotate my component with these props. And now inside there, and here we also have to specify the type generic. And now inside this component we have to define a few states. So first of all, we are going to be defining a state for the data. So I'll just give it the name of const data, because inside there we are going to be storing our data, and then set data is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to null. And here we have to specify either the type generic or null value. Next we have to define the loader. So I'll use is loading, and then set is loading is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to true. And now underneath there we have to define the error, and then set error is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to null. And we also have to annotate our component to either take a string or null value. So that's going to be it for our states. Next we have to fetch our data by using the use effect. So now we are going to be performing the side effect. So in that situation we have to use our use effect. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to be passing a lot of things, but first of all we have to provide the dependency array. And for the dependency array we are going to be only passing that URL which you are now taking as a parameter. Okay, so whenever that URL changes, so we want this function or this component to re-render. Okay, so what do we have to do? We have to use set is loading, and initially we have to set that to true, and then the set error we have to set that to null. And now we have to fetch our data. So now we are going to be using that fetch. You can also use xuse if you wanted to. And now we are going to be passing that URL as you can see right here, and based on that specific URL we're going to be fetching our data. So now let's just use the dot then and the dot caches and all of that stuff. So let's just get the response, and response.json, convert that data to the JSON, and then finally we have to use our data. So it's going to give us that data, so we have to provide that data to our state. So I'll store that data inside the state, and let's just use our set is loading and set that to false. Now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. And what about the catch? I'm going to just write dot and catch statement, and here we only have to specify that error. And inside there we can use set error. If we got one, then we're going to be rendering that to our error state. So I'll use MESSAGE, and then set is loading and set that to false initially. Now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using this use effect. Now let me just close there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to return that render prop or pass all of that data to that render. So we are going to be passing the data and also the is loading and also that error, and we have to just return that from this data fetcher component. Now let me just copy the name of that, and now we have to export that so that we can use that in other file. Now let's just save our file, close there, and now let's just use that inside our component. So I'm gonna go ahead and just define my users component users.tsx, and I will just use my RFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and just remove that, and we have to render our data what do we call a data fetcher component, which we just define and close there. Not like this, but like this. There we go. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to specify our URL. So I'll just paste like URL, and we're going to be fetching our data from this specific URL, which is this JSON placeholder.typei code, and then that specific users. I'm going to also define an interface for this, so let's just define there. I'm going to give it the name of like interface user, and inside that let's just paste the ID, and the ID will be set to a number, and also the name will be set to a string. Now let me just copy there from there and annotate my component with that user. So let's just paste there, close there, and paste that array inside there. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data, but now we also have to tell like how we are going to be rendering that data. So I'll just use like render, and here inside there we have to render our data. So I'll just paste like data that is loading, which we are also fetching. Come on, is loading, and also the error. Okay, so now let's just go back from there, and inside there we have to first of all check, let's just save our file. Inside there we have to first of all check if we have some sort of an error. So in this situation we are going to be returning the div, and I'll just say like loading ... and I'm going to also render that div right here. Save this file. And what about the error? If we have some sort of an error, so in this situation let's just render like, and then we have to render that specific error right here, ERROR. There we go. Now underneath there we have to return our content so that we can see them on our UI. So I'll just return like UL. I'm going to use that UL right here, and inside there use the data. If we got the data, then we are going to be iterating over through that data. So I'll just go ahead and provide my li, and for this li we are going to be providing a user.name. Okay, and here we also have to specify the key, and the key will be set to user.id. Now let me just save my file, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data, and this is how we are going to be rendering our data, and so on and so forth. So finally the moment of truth, and we are still getting that app. That's because we have to go ahead and go to our app component and render our users component inside there, close our file, and what the hell is going on? Let's just close there. Now let me just refresh this. So here you can see we're now getting all of that users right here from that API. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data, and that was it about the render prompts design pattern in React.js. Let's talk about the Tanstack Query. So Tanstack Query, previously known as a React query, is a popular library used in React application for managing server state and handling asynchronous data fetching. It provides a set of hooks that simplify the process of fetching, caching, synchronizing, and updating data in React application. So that was just a quick definition of what a Tanstack query is. But Tanstack Query is also a framework agnostic, which simply means that you are not only limited to use them inside the React.js. You can use them with different frameworks and libraries like Vue.js, AngularJS, and so on and so forth. But it is commonly used in the React community. So yeah, that was just a definition of what a Tanstack query is. And now let's get into the setup. Then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's make a setup for our coding journey. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and I am going to make a setup for the React.js. I'll use npm create with at latest, and now I'm going to give it the name of like 10 demo or something like that, or 10 stack demos would be fine. So I'll choose React.js with TypeScript. Now I'll go into the 10's demo, and now I'll install every single thing inside there. Now that's successfully done, so I'll just clear this out. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go to the Tanstack Query, and now we are using the version 5 of Tanstack Query. So they are now calling themselves like powerful asynchronous state management for TypeScript and React.js in, TypeScript with JavaScript, React.js, Solid.js, Vue.js, Svelte, and also Angular. Okay, so yeah, if you want to install that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to this docs. Now here you can learn a lot of stuff about there, but I'm going to click on this installation, and now let me just copy this link, and now let's just place it right here, and I'm gonna just hit enter, so it's gonna install that in my machine. So yeah, that's totally done. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go to my tailwindcss.com and click on the getting started, go to the framework and guides, choose Vite, and now I'll just copy this line of code, or command to be precise, and now let me just place it right here. So it's going to install the Tailwind CSS inside my project. So now I'm going to just hit enter. So it's going to initialize my Tailwind CSS right now. And now I'm going to just copy there. And now first of all, we have to open that folder inside the VS Code. And this is how it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the tailwind config file, and I'll just replace that content with this new one. Next, I'm going to copy this index.css directives. And now let's just go ahead and go to this index.css file, remove every single thing from there and replace it with this new one. I'm going to remove the public folder, and I'm going to also remove the ss folder, remove the app.css, go to the app.tsx file, remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to use my RFC inside there to create my initial component. Now let me just copy this line of code, and now I'm going to place it right here so that we can see everything is working or not. So I'm going to use like npm run dev, and now let's just test this out. Okay, so yeah, everything is working the way we expect him to work, and that was our entire installation. And now let's get into the Tanstack query in a more great detail. Now let me show you how we are going to be fetching and managing that data without using the Tanstack query, and then we are going to be refactoring that code to use the Tanstack query. So what I'm going to do is that I'll just close all of that files, and here I'm going to just define a components folder, and inside there I'll just create a component with the name of like without Tanstack Query.tsx. I'll just use my RAFC inside there, and now let's just go into the app.tsx file, and now I'm going to register that component right here. So without a Tanstack query, now I'm going to save this file, and here you can see we're now getting this message, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my stats. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just define a stat for the ID, and then set ID is going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be set to 1. Now I'm going to create a stat for the data, and then set data is going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be set to null. Yeah, definitely you can provide your TypeScript and all of that stuff, but I'm not going to. So now we are going to be creating a stat for the is loading, and also set is loading, and it's going to be equal to the use stat once again, and the initial value will be set to true. Now we have to define a stat for the error, and then set error, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be set to totally null. Now underneath them we have to now fetch the data, so which means like we have to do some sort of a side effect. So I'll just use my use effect, and the initial value, I mean like not the initial value, but for the dependency array we are going to be only providing that ID, because we are going to be creating some sort of a button, and anytime we click on that button, so it's going to fetch a new data. So now I'll just import that use effect from the React.js, and now let's just do a bit of side effect. So first of all we have to define our race condition, so I'll just use like RC for the race condition. It's going to be set to false, and if you guys don't know what a race condition is, you don't even have to worry about that, because Tanstack query will handle that behind the scene for us. So now we have to create a function, so I'll just use like handle fetch, and it's going to be equals to the asynchronous function. And now inside there, first of all we have to get the set is loading, and we have to set that to true. Now we have to use the set error, and we have to initialize that to the null value. And now underneath there we have to use the try and catch blocks. So for the catch block we have to specify some sort of an error, and it can be anything. And now I'll just use like set error, and here we have to specify like error.message, and we're going to be also providing the finally. So I'll just use like finally, and here let's just use our set is loading and provide the false value to there. Okay, now for the try block, what do we have to do? We have to fetch the data. So I'll use like const res, and it's going to be equals to await, and then fetch. And here inside there, now we are going to be fetching the data from this URL, which we've already used in like almost all of my courses. So we are now fetching our data from the JSON placeholder.typicode.com/todos, and now we are going to be fetching that data from a specific to do. Now underneath there we have to take care of the race condition. So if we have the race condition, in that situation we are going to be returning our data. But if that's not the case, we have to do a check. So if you don't have the response okay, so in that situation we are going to be throwing a new error. Okay, so I'll use like error fetching data, and now we have to render our response.statistics like so. And now let me just save my file. And now finally we have to convert our data to the JSON response. So I'll just use like await, then response.json, and now we have to store in some sort of variable. So I'll use like const response, or you know what, result would be fine. And now we have to set that set data, and we have to specify the result, or all of their data to there. So now that's totally done. Now we have to execute this function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy a name of there, and we have to execute this function right here. Now I'm going to also provide a cleanup function for the race condition. So I'll just return this data, And now from this data, I'll use like RC for the race condition. Now it's gonna fetch all of that data. And now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to render that data to our UI. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to be checking like if we have the loading state. In this situation, we are going to be using the h1. We have to provide like loading dot dot dot. And now if that's not the case and we got some sort of an error, so in that situation, we are going to be using the h1 and we have to render that specific error. But if we have the data, so in that situation, we are going to be only rendering that data by using their JSON stringify. So I'll use like json.stringify, and here we have to specify our data inside there. Now if I save my file, here you can see we are now getting all of that data. So if I just refresh that, we are now getting that loading loader, and also now we are getting our data, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. But now I'm going to be creating a button, and here for this button we are going to be just saying like next or next page, and when somebody try to click on there, then we're going to be finding this function which is a set id. And now here we have to specify our previous id to there, and now we have to use our previous id plus 1. And also I'm going to be providing a bit of classes to this, so I'll use like pairing all around will be set to 20 rem. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this huge button, but you know, let's just change that to like maybe 3 rems. And now I'll also change the color of that to like background totally black and text totally white. Now let me just save my file. It is still looking supremely big. And yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. So if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna give us another data and another ID. So if I click on there once again, it's gonna fetch our data, and now it's gonna show our data. But I want you to notice, like here you can see we have to do all of that stuff for just fetching our data. Like here you can see we have to define the state for the ID, then for the data, then for the loading, then for the errors, and also we have to take care of the race conditions. And by the way, if you guys don't know what a race condition is, you don't have to worry about that, because now Tanstack Query will handle that for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Now let me just expand there. First of all, you have to take care of your loading logic, and then you have to write a lot of try and catch blocks, and then you have to even check for the responses, and then finally you have to send your data. You have to also take care for the catching, and then you have to take care for the error logic, and finally logic, and there's a lot of hurdles. And here you can see you also have to take care of the loading logic and also the data, and then finally you're going to be showing some sort of a data to your UI. So yeah, this is like cool. You totally can write your code like this, but just imagine for a second, like if you want to fetch a lot of data in a lot of components, it can get totally messy and totally tedious. So for this kind of situation, we are going to be using something called the Tanstack Query, and trust me, you're gonna love that a lot. So you know what, let me just refactor this code. You know, we're not going to be refactoring this code, so we are going to be starting from scratch, and then we are going to be refactoring this code to use the Tanstack Query. Let's talk about that query client thing which we just saw a few seconds ago. So if you say that query client is the heart of Tanstack Query, you won't be wrong. You will be totally correct. But you know what, let's just explore that a bit more. So the query client is the core object in Tanstack Query that manages the state and configuration of queries and mutation in our applications. It serves as the primary API for interacting with the library, and by library I mean the Tanstack Query library, enabling us to perform actions like fetching the data, managing the cache, and setting up the global configurations. So as I said, that query client is the heart of the entire Tanstack Query. So yeah, you know, let me just explore that a bit more. The first thing that we did is that we imported the query client, which is just a heart of the Tanstack Query. From where? From the Tanstack Query, from the React query. Next, we created the instance of the outside from all of our component. Here you can see there, and now we have to use that inside our entire applications. So for that we use the query client provider, which is just a context, and now it is taking the client, and now for the client we are now providing this query client. Basically all of that code simply means that we want to use that Tanstack Query inside our entire application. You can think about this code is like this, like basically this entire thing which we just imported, and we created the instance of that, and now we are providing the or even wrapping our entire application by using our query client provider context. This all code simply means that we want to use our Tanstack Query inside our entire application, and that's it. Now let's talk about the main hook from the Tanstack Query, which you're going to be using like 99% of your time. maybe not 99% of your time, but I guess 70 or 80%. So I'm talking about something called the useQuery hook from the Tanstack Query. So this is how we are going to be using there. First of all, we are going to be writing the useQuery. It's going to take an object, and inside that object we are going to be providing a query key as a key, and for the value we are going to be providing some sort of a unique key to there. And don't you worry, because we are going to be explaining all of them one by one. And after that, we are going to be using another property which is called the query function or query fn. And then we are going to be specifying some sort of a function which will allows us to fetch our data. So you know what, let me just break this down one by one. First of all, we have the useQuery, which is a function that helps us fetch and manage server data in our applications. Then we have a query key, and then now we are specifying a to-dos to there, and you can specify anything to there. Like you can specify, I don't know, it's gonna totally depend on your situation where you're using there. But in my case, I'm gonna be fetching some sort of a to-dos, so that's why I specify to-dos inside there. So this is a unique identifier for the query. It's like a label saying like we are working on that specific items or that to-dos in my case. And finally, we have our query function, and now we are specifying a fetch data function to there, and this specify the function which is a fetch data that will actually get the data, and it will be called to retrieve that to-do items. So yeah, that was just the basic theory about the useQuery hook, and now let's just use that inside our apps. Okay, so I'll just close there, and now I'm gonna go ahead and go to my components folder, and now we are going to be creating another component which will be a with Tanstack Query.tsx. I'll use my RFC inside there. Let's just go ahead and go to our app, comment this line out. Now we have to return the with Tanstack Query. So now let me just write there, save my file, close there, and here you can see we're now getting our with Tanstack Query, which is looking cool. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the useQuery function or hook. From where? From the Tanstack Query. So I'll use like useQuery, and next we have to use there. So I'll just use like useQuery, and inside there we have to specify our object, and for this object we are now going to be providing the query key, and that's going to be set to array, and inside this array we are going to be specifying some sort of a unique key to there. I'm going to provide a comma. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a function which will allows us to fetch our data. So we have to use our query function, and now we have to specify some sort of a function for there. So I'll use like fetch data as my function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So I'll use like const data, and it's going to be equals to this useQuery function. And now outside from there, I'm going to just create that function right here. So I'll use like const fetch data, and it's going to be a function. It's going to be basically an asynchronous function, because now we are going to be using, or what do we call it, asynchronous operation. So that's why it's going to be an asynchronous function. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to fetch my data. So I'll use like fetch, and we want to fetch our data from the HTTPS, and then JSON, come on, JSON placeholder dot type icode dot com/to-dos. Now let's just store the inside the response variable, and now let me just save my file. Next we have to check for the response. So if the response is not okay, so I'll use like response is not okay. In that situation we are going to be throwing a new error, and it's going to say like network response was not okay. And finally we just have to return the response.json. So I'll use like response.json, and I'm going to execute there, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. And by the way, I know a lot of you thought that Tanstack Query is only used for fetching the data, but that's not the case. We are now fetching our data by using this fetch method. We can also use xuse for fetching the data, but Tanstack Query will not only allows us to fetch our data, it's gonna also allows us to manage that data, which means like we don't have to create a state for the loading, for the errors, and so on and so forth. We don't have to specify the try and catch blocks. We don't have to take care of the race conditions and a lot of more stuff. So you know what, let me just log that data to the console. So I'll just use the console.log of data, and now let me just save my file. Now I'm gonna right click on there, go to my inspect element, go to my console, and yep, we are now getting their data right here. So there is something wrong inside the JSON placeholder. I'm not quite sure about that. So you know, let's just close there. Here you can see I'm now providing triple T's right here. So let's just change there to this URL. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting our data. So first of all, we have our data, which is now array of 200 arrays. and we also have like error, we also have the failure and is error, and we have a lot of these flags which we are going to be destructuring in a few seconds. So we also have like, is it loading or not? So currently it is not loading, so it's going to give us a false, passed or not. So yeah, this is not passed. Is it pending or not? Yep, it is not. So is it stale or not? So yeah, it is true. And stale is something which we are going to be exploring in a lot more great detail, but not right now. So we are going to be destructuring a lot of things, but now you get the idea that Tanstack Query will not only allows us to fetch the data, but it's going to also allows us to manage that fetch data. So, let me just close there. So to prove my point, I'm going to also install the Axios library, and I'm going to also show you that we can also fetch our data by using the Axios. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, and if you guys don't know what Axios is, you don't even have to worry about that. So I'll just use like npm I and then Axios. So it's going to install that inside my project, and now that's totally done. So I'll use like npm run dev, and I'm going to comment this line out. And now let me just create another function which will be a fetch data, and here we are going to be using that asynchronous operation once again. Now let's just use like response and then await and Axios. Let's just get there from the Axios first of all. And now we can use the get method and so on and so forth. So I'll only use the get method, and inside this get method I'm going to copy this link, and now let me just place that link right here. And now we are going to be only returning that response right here. Okay, so yeah, or it's going to be a response.data to be precise. And now we can totally log that to the console. Now let me go ahead and go to my inspect element once again and go to the console, and let's just refresh there. Now we are getting that data, we are also getting that error and so on and so forth. So now you get the idea that here you can see we can also use Axios, we can use fetch, and we can use a lot of things. So this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, you have to import the useQuery, and then inside the useQuery you are going to be providing an object. Inside this object, the first key will be a query key, and it's going to take a unique key. You can specify like different kind of keys if you wanted to. You can provide like even a gibberish if you wanted to, and then you have to specify the query function which will allows us to fetch our data. You can definitely copy this entire thing and you can place it right here, but in my case I'm not going to, because I know it's gonna look a lot ugly, and now I'm teaching you all of that stuff. So you know what, I'm gonna have to just stick with this convention. So that's totally done, and now that you get the idea that how in the world we are going to be fetching our data. But now let me show you that we no longer have to create a state for the is loading, like we're going to be writing like is loading, and we no longer have to create a state for like is error and so on and so forth. We can totally destructure that from our Tanstack query. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We can just use this destructure method or syntax, whatever you want to call that. We can totally destructure the data, which will be the actual data which we are now fetching. We can also destructure the error, and we can also destructure the is loading, and we can do a lot of stuff. So now that we successfully destructured them, and now we can totally use that right here. So if you have some sort of an error, so I'll use like if it is loading. So in that situation we are going to be only writing this h1, which will say like loading dot dot dot. And if you have some sort of an error, so in that situation we are going to be only creating a paragraph. It's going to say like an error occurred at this location or at this position. So I'll write like error dot message, and now let me just save my file. And finally we have our data which we can now render to our UI. So I'll just close them, and inside this div I'll just write my h1, which will be a data. Now underneath there, let's just write our pre, and here inside there I'm going to be using like json dot stringify, and here we have to pass our data and null value and also our 2. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our data, and we have a lot of data right here. So we can now scroll through there, and now that you get the idea like how in the world we are going to be using our Tanstack query to fetch our data. So yeah, it is as simple as that. Let's talk about another concept in Tanstack query, which is called the deduplication. So the deduplication means that if we try to fetch the same data multiple times at once, so it will only send one request instead of many. Deduplication helps avoid asking for the same data over and over again. So that was just a quick theory about the deduplication, and now let me show you that in action. So here you can see we have our cache, which is just an object, and now we are going to be using this code to fetch our data. So now here you can see we have our useQuery. Inside our useQuery, we are now passing our query key, and for the query key, we are now passing a random number. Then we have a query function which will allows us to get a random number. So in the first render, we are going to be getting this random number, which is like 0.65500 and so on and so forth. But on the second render, what do you expect to get? You might be thinking like we are going to be getting some random number once again, but no, we are going to be getting that same number once again. And why is that? That's because we are now passing that random number as a query key to our useQuery. So which means like if we already have some sort of a data already available inside our cache, it's gonna only gives us that already available data. But if we specify some other key for our query key, then it's gonna give us another kind of random data. So if we try there once again, like for the third time, still we are going to be getting that same response. And why is that? Because it's gonna go to the cache, and it's gonna ask from our cache, do you have something to share with me? And it's gonna say, yeah, I already have this random data. It's gonna give us that random data. But if we specify some unique key for our query key, then it's gonna give us a new random data. So that was just the theory of the deduplication, and now let me show you that in action. Okay guys, so now let's see the deduplication in action. So I'm gonna just create a new folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be creating a component with the name of Deduplication.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my app and just remove that app from there and provide my deduplication. Come on, Duplication, save my file. And this is how it looks like right now. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to import the useQuery from the React query. So I'll import the useQuery. We have to import them manually. So now let me go ahead and go to the Tanstack Query and then React query, and now we have to use that right here. So I'll use like the useQuery. I'm going to execute, and now inside there we are going to be providing our object, and for this object we are going to be passing a query key. And now let me just pass like that same code, like the random number. And now underneath there we are going to be just providing a query function which allows us to generate a random number. So I'll give it a name of like get random number, and now let me just provide my comma there. And from here we are going to be destructuring a few things like data, and now it's going to be equals to this useQuery. So now underneath there we have to render, or let's just go back for data right here. So I'll just use like data, and I'm gonna say like random number is, and now let me just paste it right here, save my file. And the final thing that we have to do is that we have to just create this function so that we can see the results. So I'll use like this function, and inside this function we are going to be only returning the promise. So I'll just use like promise.resolve, and here let's just pass our math.random. Now let me just execute this, save my file. And here you can see we're now getting this random number. But now if I go ahead and go to my app component once again, and if I just duplicate this, save my file, here you can see still we are now getting that same number as compared to the first one. And why is that? That's because of the deduplication. And now let me show you the Tanstack Query Devtools in action. So I'll use like Tanstack Query, and I'm going to go ahead and go to there. And here you can see we have our Devtools. So I'll just choose there, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to install there. So I'm going to copy this command, and now let me open my terminal, and I'm going to make that a bit bigger. And now let's just stop there, and here we have to just use this command and hit enter. So it's going to install the Tanstack Query Devtools inside our project. Now the install is done. I'm going to use npm run dev once again. Now let me go ahead and go to my main, and here we have to import there. So I'll just import that right here. I'll use like import the React query Devtools, and now let me just hit enter. So it's going to import that right here. Next we have to use so that we can see that in action. So I'll use like React query Devtools, and now let me just close that. And here for the initial is open, we are going to be setting there to false. So now let's just save our file. I'm going to open my local host right here, and here you can see we're now getting our icon. So if I click on that, it's going to give us their Devtools right here. So we can now filter stuff, we can see the sort status, we can do a lot of stuff with there, like whether something is stale or not stale or something like that. So yeah, that was a Tanstack Query Devtools. Let's talk about the stale time. So the stale time refers to the duration during which the cache data is considered fresh, and during this period the data is served from the cache without triggering the background refetch, which can improve the performance and reduce unnecessary network requests. I know that was a lot of gibberish which I just said, but you don't have to worry about that. So if you get it, cool. If you don't get it, you don't have to worry about it, because now I'm going to give you an example which will help you a lot. So I want you to imagine for a second that you're using some kind of a social network application. Suppose you're using either Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or X or whatever you want to call that. You are using that for 5 minutes. So in that 5 minutes, you are now getting something called the stale data. You are now getting that data which is already available inside your cache. So stale simply means that you are now getting outdated data. But suppose if you want to get a new data, so for that you will need to refresh your page. So if you refresh your page, it's going to give you something called the fresh data, which simply means the new data. So stale data refer to the outdated data and fresh data refer to the new data. As simple as that. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me show you the stale time in action. So I'm going to go ahead and define another component with the name of stale time.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Go to my app and register this component right here. So I'll comment that line out and I'll use my stale time and close there. Save this file. So now we are getting a stale time. I'm going to also open my Devtools so that we can see everything a bit better. Okay, so that's totally done. And now I'm gonna go a bit fast because I don't want to waste a lot of your time, because we already covered all of that stuff. So I'll use like data and then error. Also the is loading from where? From the useQuery. And now let's just import the from mode Tanstack Query. It's gonna take the query key, and for the query key we have to specify what to do. And I'm gonna also provide the query function, and here it's gonna be set to the fetch data function. Now let's just save our file and go back. And here we have to create our fetch function. So I'll use like fetch data, and it's going to be equals to this asynchronous function, and inside there we have to get our response. So we are going to be using the fetch right like so, and we are going to be fetching our data from this URL. Now let's just store that inside the response variable, and I'm going to check if we don't have the response dot okay. So just throw this new error, and it's going to say like network response was not okay. And I'm gonna also return the response okay. Not okay but JSON, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. And now let me just also render that data right here, but first of all we have to check for the loading state. So if you have some sort of a loading state, in this situation we are going to be using h1. It's gonna say like loading dot dot dot. And also we have to check for the error. So if we got some sort of error, then we are going to be returning this h1 once again, and error at this error dot message. Now let's just save our file, and finally we have to render our data. So I'll just use my h1 and I'll just write my data, and I'm gonna also write a pre, and here we have to just use our what do we call it, JSON dot. And now I'm gonna close that. Here we have to specify our data, null value and 2. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our data. So now let's just refresh there. I'm gonna also close there for a few seconds so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now let me just refresh there, and what are we getting? We are now getting our stale data. So how do I know this is a stale data? Here you can see we are now getting our to-dos, which means like this is already available inside our cache. So if I hover my mouse over to there, it's gonna give us that this is a stale data, which means like this is already available inside our cache. So if I want to provide my own stale time, I can totally do that. Let's suppose I know that I have some sort of an application in which will not fetch our data that quickly, so I can totally specify my stale time right here. So I'll use like stale time, and here we can specify our milliseconds and minutes and something like that. So I'll only specify like 5000, only wait for 5 seconds, and then it gives us our stale data. So now let me just save my file. And now let's just refresh there, and here you can see it's gonna give us first of all the fresh data for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds it's gonna give us a stale data, or our data will become a stale. This is how you can say that. So you know what, there's a lot of talking. So now let me just refresh there once again. So currently my data will be fresh, and after 5 seconds my data will become stale. So yeah, there was a stale time, and you can specify like 5 million or billion or something like that, but in my case I'm gonna only specify like 5,000 for 5 seconds. Let's talk about the refetch interval. So the refetch interval is an option used to automatically fetch data at specified interval. So it allows us to keep our data fresh without requiring a minimal intervention. So which simply means in some situation we would want to fetch our data after some delay or after some time. So for that kind of situations, we are going to be using the refetch interval. So you know what, let me just show you the in action, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now let's get into it. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my component with the name of RefetchInterval. I guess that's going to be fine.tsx. So I'll use my RAFC. Inside there, go to my app and register that component right here. So we have a refetch interval. So let's just import that, close this, save my file, and now we are getting our refetch interval, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So first thing first, I'm gonna go ahead and just define a state for the current ID, then set current ID, and it's gonna be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 1. Now we are going to be using our use query to fetch our data, not queries, but just a use query. So let's just go back. I'll use my use query and grab that from the Tanstack query and provide the query key, and here is going to be set to the to-dos or to do rather, and here we are going to be also passing the current ID for the unique ID. Okay, so let's just provide our comma and provide a query function which will allows us to fetch our data. So I'll use like fetch to do, and here we have to pass our current ID inside there. Okay, so I'm going to also destructure a few things. So I'll just destructure first of all the data, then the error, and finally the loading. So is loading, god damn it, is loading like so. It's going to be coming from the use query. Now let me just define this function right here. So I'll just place this coding. We are not doing anything crazy, but it is now taking ID, and now we are passing that ID to that specific to do, and based on that ID we are now getting that specific to do. Okay, so that's totally done. So I'm going to also hide there. And now let's just use the inside our UI, but first of all we are going to be using the use effect for the side effect. So I'll use like use effect, and here what I'm going to do is that let's just provide our function, and here it's going to take the dependency array of empty dependency array. Now we have to get the set interval and pass our arrow function inside there, and it's going to say like set current ID, and we have to provide our previous ID. That's going to be set to previous ID is less than 200. Now we are assuming that the data which we are now fetching is equal to 200 items. But if that's not the case, so in that situation we are going to be using our previous ID plus 1. But if that's also not the case, so we are going to be only returning 1. Okay, and here we also have to specify 5 seconds for the interval. So I'm going to store the inside a variable. So I'll use like interval is going to be equals to this set interval, and finally we have to just clean this up. So I'll use like return, and now inside there we have to use our clear interval and pass our interval inside there. So it's going to just clean up our interval, or you can say that it's going to unmount our interval. So let's just hide there. Now we have to check for the loading and also for the error state. So if we have the loading, so in that situation we are going to be returning our h1. So let's just use our h1, and it's going to say like loading, come on, loading dot dot dot. And also we have to check for the error if we got one. So in that situation we are going to be returning h1, and error we have to render our error right here. Okay, so that's also done. Now we have to go to our UI, and inside this UI, so I'll just write h1 of to do, and here we have to use our not pre but pre, there we go, and render our to do's inside this. So I'll use like json.stringify and pass our data, null value, and also second, and then we have to create a button, and this button will say gives us a next to do, and also when somebody clicks on there we are going to be firing this function which will just change the set current ID. Inside there we are going to be passing our previous ID, come on, previous ID, and what do we have to do? We have to just use our previous ID is less than 200. In that situation we are going to be using our previous ID plus 1, but if that's not the case we are going to be only using 1. Okay, so that's totally done. Now here you can see we are now getting their data. If I click on this button, so it's going to give us another data, but in some situation we would want to fetch our data in some specified interval. So for that situation, we are going to be using another option or another property which is called the refetch interval. So I'll use like refetch interval, and here we can specify the duration. So I'll just use like 5 seconds. So now if I save my file, and now I'm going to just refresh there and wait for 5 seconds. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and bang, it's going to give us a new data. Now I can wait for 5 more seconds and it's going to give us more data, and so on and so forth. I am not clicking on that button. It is now refetching that data again and again by itself, and that's because of this refetch interval property. In some situation, we would want to fetch our data from multiple endpoints at once, like for example from the to-dos, from the comments, from the post, and so much more. So how can you go about doing that? By using the Tanstack Query, and Tanstack Query already have a hook for that, which is called the useQueries. So the useQueries is a hook that allows us to execute multiple queries in parallel and manage their result in a unified way. This is useful when you need to fetch data from multiple sources or endpoints in a single component, but want to handle each query set separately. For example, loading error data while keeping the queries independent. So this is just a useQueries, and now let me show you how the syntax will look like. So first of all, we would need to call our useQueries hook, and it's gonna also take an object as a parameter, and inside that object we're going to be passing something called the queries array. Okay, so inside that array we have to specify the query key. For each endpoint we're going to be passing an object, and inside each endpoint we're going to be passing the query key and some unique key for that query, and also a unique function which will allows us to fetch that specific item from that specific source. Okay, so we can now fetch our data from the to-dos, from the post, from the comments, and so much more. So that was just a theory about the useQueries, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let's suppose if I want to fetch my data from both of these endpoints, like for example from the post and also from the to-dos. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? By using the Tanstack Query, and that's totally simple and easy. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create another component with the name of fetch from multiple endpoints.tsx, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. Now let me go ahead and register there right here. So I'll just return my fetch from multiple endpoints, and now let me just close this file, save my now let me just close this, save my file, close this out, and here you can see we are now getting our label, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So what I want to do is that I want to define two states. So I'll use like first of all the current to do ID, and then set current to do ID, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 1. Okay, we are going to be also creating another state for the current post ID. So I'll use like post ID and then set current post ID, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be also set to 1. Now we are going to be fetching our data from multiple endpoints by using the useQueries hook. So I'll use like useQueries, and now if I hit enter, so it's going to import there from the Tanstack Query React.js, or React Query to be precise. Okay, so now I'm going to execute there, and inside there it's going to take an object, and inside that object we're going to be specifying the queries, or maybe this is totally optional, but we can totally provide the options for there. So in this situation we're not going to be providing any options to there, but I'll just provide my object, and inside this object now we are going to be passing our queries. So I'll use like queries, and now here there's going to be an array, and inside this array we can specify our endpoints from where we want to fetch our data. So first of all I want to fetch my data from the post, then I want to fetch my data from the to-dos. So I'll just provide my query key, and the query key will be in this situation a to-dos, and also I'm going to specify my function which we did not create not yet, but we will create that in a few seconds. So I'll use like fetch to-dos, and that's done. Okay, now we are going to be also fetching our data from the query key. Let's just provide there. We are going to be also fetching our data from the post, and we are going to be also providing our query function to there. So I'll just give it the name of like fetch post, and now let me just save my file. Now that we specify our queries, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create this function. So our fetch to do's and also our fetch post. I'm going to also store that in some sort of a variable, so I'll just give it the name of like I don't know, maybe a results would be fine. It's going to be equals to this useQueries. Okay, now let me go ahead and just create this function right here, which one allows us to fetch our data. So I'll use like fetch to do's, And here there's going to be an asynchronous function, so I'll just mark that as an async function. And here this is fetch our data. I'm going to store the inside the response, so I'll use like await and then fetch my data by using just a fetch. So I'll use like fetch. You can also use the xuse if you wanted to, and now we are going to be fetching our data from this endpoint. Okay, and now let's just check if we don't have response.ok. So in that situation we are going to be throwing a new error, and I'll just say like network response was not okay. But if that's not the case, we are going to be only returning the response.json. And now let me just execute this, save my file, and it's gonna allow us to fetch our data from this endpoint right here. Let me just highlight that. It's gonna allow us to fetch our data from only the to-dos. Now if you want to fetch our data from the fetch post as well, so well we have to just create this same function. Now let me just duplicate that. I'm going to change the name of this function to fetch post, and now we are going to be also changing that from the to-dos to post, and that's going to be it. That's all the thing that we have to do right now. Now you can log that data to the console, so I'll just write like console.log of results, and I'm going to also provide a bit of separator so we can see that, and I'll just save my file right. So we prevented your connection to JSON placeholder.type by code because it was dangerous. Type malicious. This malicious software that would harm your data, computer, or network. God damn it. You know what? Let me just test this out because I'm not building in the production, but you saw that. Okay, like this API is not secure. So it will install some malicious data in your computer, and it will try to hack your computer, or maybe I don't know, but from my antivirus software. But you know what? Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we're now getting two datas. So the one will be from the to-dos, and if I expand there, so here you can see we are now getting different to-dos, and also one will be from that post. So now let me just expand there, and we can check this data out, and these are all the posts. Okay, so now I can totally render my data inside my UI. So this is how we are going to be fetching data from multiple endpoints, and now we have to render them inside our UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just destructure the to-dos query and also the post query from the results. So I'll just destructure there from the to-dos query and also from the post query. It's going to be coming from this result. So now that we successfully fetched there, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to just check for the loading state. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do that, but I want to do that. So I'll write my to-dos query dot is loading, and then loading or post query dot is loading. If one of these states are loading, so in that situation we are going to be just returning some sort of a loader. So I'll just write like loading dot dot dot, and we also don't have to provide these curly braces because we can also do that in one liner. So that's totally done. We can also check for the errors if we got some. So I'll just use like to-dos query dot error or post query dot error. Okay, so in that situation we are going to be only returning a div, and this div will say like an error occurred or something like that, and then we are going to be just rendering our error. So to-dos query dot error, if we have the error, then we want to show only the message of that error. But if that's not the case, we are going to be also checking for the post query dot error if we got the error from there. So in that situation we are going to be getting our message. That's also done. Now finally we have to just extract their data from our post query and also from our to-dos query. So first of all, let me just get their data. So I'll just use like to-dos query, and then we are going to be storing that inside the to-dos. Come on, to-dos data, and it's going to be equals to that data. Now let me just duplicate that and change that to post query. So I'll use like post query, and here we also have to change that to post data. Now let me just save this file, and finally we have to render that inside our UI. Yes, I'll just write my h1 of to-dos or something like that. I'll also write my pre, okay, because here we are now rendering our data as a JSON format. So I'll just use like json.stringify, and here I can just say like to-dos data. Come on, it should be 1t, not twice. So I'm gonna have to remove 1t from there. So to-dos data dot find, here we have to specify the to-do and then to do can be basically anything. So I'll just write like to do and any. You can specify the type there, but I don't have a lot of time. So I'll use like to do.id. If that's triple equals to that current id which we are creating right here, which is now initially set to 1. So if that is the case, so in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to return that data. I'm gonna also specify the null and also the second parameter for my stringify. That's also done. And finally, we also have to create a button which will allows us to get new data. So I'll use like button and I'll say like next to do. And here we are going to be also attaching a function, but you know what, we're going to be doing that in a few seconds. And here you can see we are now getting our to-dos, and this is our first to-do. And I'll also provide a bit of styling to this. So I don't know, maybe background will be set to totally teal for 300, and the text will be set to totally white maybe. And yeah, we are getting our button, but it should be maybe, I don't know, maybe 700 would be fine. Okay, 700, and now that's looking, yeah, not better, but it is looking. So yeah, I guess that 2 would be fine, and this is looking better. Now we have to attach a function for this button. So when somebody clicks on there, then we want to fire this function, which is a handle next to do click. And now let me copy the name of that, go to the top and create that function right here. Okay, so I'll just define my function. We are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just getting new data. So I'll just write like set current to do's. Come on, set. Why am I not getting? Oh, that's because I'm creating the outside. My bad. So we have to define this function right here, and I'll use like set current, and I'll use like set current to do's, not post, but to do ID. And here we have to specify our previous ID. And then we are going to be using like met.minimum and provide our previous id plus 1, and also the to-do's data dot length. Okay, so what the hell is going on? So I'll use like length, and now let me just save my file. And here you can see the user id is 1 and the id is also 1, and this is the title. But now if I click on there, and it's gonna give us a new data, but I don't know why it is not giving us there. Let me just go ahead and go to my console, and we are now getting some sort of an error. If I click on there, it should be getting us a new data. Why it's not working? So let's just go back a bit. I'm going to clear this out, and now I want to click on there, and it's not working. And I know why it's not working, because I spent a lot of time figuring out what the hell did I did wrong. And here you can see we are now passing a current post ID, and it shouldn't be a post ID, it should be a current to do ID. Now let me just paste my current to do ID, save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and I want you to watch what happens. So if I click on there, it's going to give us the second ID, and also it's going to change the title. Let me just click on there once again, and it's going to give us new data anytime I click on there. That's totally done. But I also want to render my data from the post. So it's going to be quite simple and easy. So we just have to create h1 once again, and I will also provide a bit of brs and also hrs right here, and I'll just say like this is a post. So I'll use like posts, and now underneath there we are going to be using our pre once again. And now let's just use our json.stringify, and here we have to specify our post. Come on, here we have to specify or post.id, post data.find, and now here is going to take a post, and there's going to be any, and now we are going to be checking if post.id is triple equals to the current post id. So in this situation we are going to be getting our data. I'm going to also specify a null and also second for the json stringify, and it should be inside there. There we go. So that's totally done. And now underneath there we are going to be also creating our button. So I'll just create that button which will say like next post, and now let me just save there. And we are not getting anything, we are only getting our post 2. I don't know why, but that from here, and we have to paste there right in here. There we go. And now let me just close there, save my file right now, and we are now getting all of our data. So now we are getting our to-dos, and also we are getting our post. But now if I click on there, nothing will happen because we have to attach our event handler. And also I'm going to just copy all of these styling from there. Let me just paste this styling right here. And also when somebody clicks on there, we want to fire this function which is a handle next post. Come on, post click. Okay, so now let me just copy a name of there and go to the top and create that function right here. So we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'll just create this function right here. And inside this function we are going to be using set current post ID in that situation. And now we have to provide our previous ID, and if met.minimum previous id plus 1, and also we have to render our post data dot length. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and if I click on this, so it's going to give us a new post right here. And also if I click on this data, so it's going to give us a new to do. So this is how we are going to be fetching our data from multiple sources or multiple endpoints at once by using the useQueries hook. Now let's talk about the useMutation hook. So the useMutation hook is used to handle mutative operations. So what are mutative operations? Mutative operations are creating, updating, or deleting data on either the backend or the remote server. So unlike the useQuery, which we just saw a few seconds ago, which is used for fetching or caching the data, now we are going to be learning about the useMutation, so which is specially designed for actions that changes the data, like either create, update, or delete that specific data. So how the syntax will look like? First of all, we are going to be using the useMutation hook, and we are going to be passing a function which will allows us to mutate or change that specific data. Then we are going to be passing an options object, and inside there we can pass like on mutate, and this function will be called before the mutation function is fired. And also we are going to be passing the on error, which will allows us to handle the error cases. Then we have the on success, which will allows us to handle the success cases. And also we have the on settled, which will be called once the mutation either succeed or fails. So that's just a basic theory of what a useMutation is. But now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's see the useMutation in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define another component with the name of mutating data.tsx would be fine. I'll use my RFC inside there and register there right in here. So I'll use like mutating data. Now let me just render that to the DOM. And here you can see we are now getting our data, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So inside there, we're going to be first of all getting our query client. So I'll use like useQuery client. Let's just get there, and I'm gonna store them inside the query client function, or not a function, but inside the query client variable. And I'm gonna also define my state. So I'll give it the name of like title and then set title, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. That's like that. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my h1, which will be a create new to do would be fine. And now underneath there we are going to be creating our form. So this form will not take any action, but it will take the on submit. So when somebody submit this form, we're going to be firing this function, which is a handle submit. And you know what, we're going to be doing that a bit later, because now it's going to give us a lot of errors. So now inside there we are going to be creating our input field with the type of text. I'm going to also specify the value, and we are going to be getting the title. And now let's just paste that value inside there. Okay, so we are going to be also passing the on change. So then we are going to be using that set title, and here we have to pass our event.target.value inside there. And also for the placeholder, we are going to be passing like add or enter, and that's totally done. Now underneath there we are going to be creating our button, which allows us to add. I'm gonna also paste the type, and the type will be set to totally submit. Come on, what the hell? Submit like that. And now if I save my file, that's totally done. And here you can see we are now getting our input field and also our button. So you know what, let me just provide a bit of styling today. So for the classes, I'll just provide like border. It's gonna be add. Yeah, I guess that's looking cool. And for the styling, we are going to be only attaching like background totally black off. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. And text will be set to totally white. And yeah, that's totally cool. We don't have to care about the styling for now. And now when somebody try to submit this form, so I'll use like on submit, then we are going to be firing this function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. Now let me go ahead and go to the top, and here we are going to be creating that function like handle submit. It's going to take that event, and it's going to be coming from the react.js.form event. Come on, like that. And that's totally done. We also have to provide the HTML form element as our generic, and now inside there we have to use our event.prevent default, and that's going to be done. We're going to be also checking if the title.trim value, like if we don't have any spaces, or if we do have any spaces, then we are going to be only returning that. That's totally done. And now here we have to somehow mutate our data, or send our data like so. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let's just see how we can do that. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to define my own interface for the to do. So I'll use like interface to do, and here inside there let's just provide our ID, and that's going to be optional. and we have to provide a number, then we have to provide the title, and the title will be string. We also have to provide the completed, and there's going to be a boolean. Now let me just save there, and now we are going to be using that to do again and again for the TypeScript. So now here we have to use our useMutation, which will be coming from the Tanstack Query. So it did not import there. Okay, it did. So now we are going to be using that right here. So it expects 2 arguments. So if I hover my mouse over to there, so it takes the mutation function, and also it takes the options. So let me just paste that right here. So now let me provide my object, and inside this object we are going to be passing the mutation function, which will allows us to change our data. So we are going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but I'm going to just paste it right here like post the to do, because we want to post there to do. And next we have to provide our options. So when we successfully add our to do, so in that situation, what do we have to do? I'll just use something called the query client.invalidate queries. So what in the world is that invalidate queries, and why should you want to care about that? So when a new to do is added, calling the invalidate query, and we also have to pass the to-dos inside there, ensures that the next time you access that to-do, they will be fetched from the server, including the newly added to-do as well. It is just used for the better experience, and you don't even have to worry about that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass my to-do right here, which we just created a few seconds ago. So we are now passing there right here, and now we have to store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll just give it the name of like a result, and that's going to be done. Now we have to create this post to do, which will allows us to post our data. So I'm going to go to the top, and now let's just create our post to do. So I'll use like post to do, and it's going to take an asynchronous function, and now we have to provide our new to do to there, and that's going to be that to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write my await fetch, and now we are going to be changing our data from this URL from / to do's. Okay, and also we have to provide our options. So we are going to be adding that options in a few seconds, but first of all we have to store them inside the response variable, like so response is going to be equals to that await and that fetching data. And now we have to provide our response. And by the way, you are not only limited to use the fetch, you can use xuse, you can use whichever kind of solution that you prefer, but I'm using the fetch because I know a lot of you know JavaScript, but a lot of you don't know what xuse and all of that new stuff is. So that's the only reason I'm using fetch. But if you know something else, like some other library, you can definitely use that inside your fetching data or mutating data. So I'll just give it the option of method, and here we have to pass our post as a method, and also we have to provide our headers, and for these headers we are going to be setting that to content type. Come on, content, that's going to be set to application/json. And now for the body, we are going to be adding that newly created body. So I'll just use like json.stringify and then that new to do. Okay, so it should be to do like so. There we go. And now what do we have to do? We have to check for the response. So if we don't have the response dot okay, so in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to throw a new error. So I'll use like throw new error, and it's gonna say like network response was not okay. But if that's not the case, we are going to be only returning response not okay, and I mean like not okay, but JSON. There we go. God damn it, JSON, there we go. And now we have to execute there, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. First of all, we have to tell like where we want to fetch our data, then we have to provide which HTTP method we want to use, then we also have to provide our headers, and finally we have to add a new data, which will allows us to add a new data. So now let me just close there, and even I'm gonna also close there. So it's gonna give us that result, and now we are getting a lot of stuff. Now it is giving us an error. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add my error or to do. There we go. So now it's going to just remove that error, and now let me console log that result to the console. So I'll use like result. Now let me just close this, save my file, go into the inspect element, go to the console, and now let me just refresh there. Now it's going to give us that object. So inside this object we have the context. Let me just make the a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. So inside there we have our context, data, error, and we have a lot of things, but the only thing we are now interested in is only the data, also the error, and also that muted function. By using this muted function, it's going to allow us to change our data. So we would need that error, we would also need this muted function, and we would need the status. So if we can find that, okay, there we go. So we would also need that status as well. So now let's just use that. I'm going to close there. Now let me just remove there, and here we are now going to be destructuring the mutate function, which will allow us to mutate or change our data. We also have to access or destructure the error and also the status from there. Okay, so now let's just use the inside our UI, but first of all we have to mutate our data, so I'll just remove that from here. Now we are going to be using that mutate function, and now we are going to be passing a title, the completed flag. Come on, the completed will be now set to totally false, and now underneath that we have to use our set title and make that as a totally empty string. Now I'm gonna go to the bottom, and here we have to do a lot of things, so let's just remove that. Here first of all we have to provide our status. So if your status is equal to pending, so in this situation, we're going to be providing the label of adding ... If that's not the case, so I'll just provide like add to do. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath there, we also have to take care of the errors. So if we have some sort of an error, in that situation, we are going to be just writing our h1, and I will say like an error occurred or something like that. And now let's just render our error dot message right here. And now underneath there, we also have to check for the status once again. So if our status is set to success, in that situation we are going to be just providing a label. I'll say like, come on, successfully. There we go. And now let me just save my file, and now we are going to be adding a new to do. So I'm going to go to the inspect element, then I'm going to go to the network tab, and now we are going to be adding a new to do. So I'll just write like new to do, and now if I click on the add to do, and it's gonna give us the 201 and also the 204, so which means like our new to do is successfully added right here. I'm now providing a new to do, and here you can see it is now set to post. We are now posting that data to their to-dos, and it is now successfully created. We can also see the preview, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. We can also click on this Devtools, and here we are going to be going into this mutation. Now I'll just add something else like something else. Okay, so if I click on there, and here you can see it's going to add there right here. So if I click on there, you can see more details right here. So variables are title something else, and completed is now set to false. The context is set to null, and we have all of that data which you can see by yourself. So that was amazing. And this is how we are going to be adding a new to do by using the useMutate hook. Okay, so welcome to the last topic of this course, which is called the Paginations. So let's just create the Pagination penguin.tsx, and I'll use my RAFCE inside there. Save this file, go to the app and register there right here. So I'll use like pagination, and I'm gonna close that, save this file, and here you can see we're now getting our pagination, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create my current page. So I'll use like current page, and then set current page, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to now, I mean like 1, and then we are going to be also creating a page size. So I'll use like page size, and it's going to be set to 10 pages. 10 data per page would be fine. That's totally done. Now we have to fetch our data by using the useQuery. So I'll use like useQuery, not queries, but just a, god damn it, let's just remove that, and get our data by using the useQuery, singular, not plural. I can't even speak that word. And we have to specify the query key, and the query key will be set to to-dos and also the current page. And we are going to be also providing our query function, and this query function will allows us to fetch our data. So I'll use like fetch to-dos, and here we have to pass our current page and also the page size like so. And now we have to store them in some sort of a variable, or you know what, we are going to be destructuring our data right away. We don't want to store them in the variables because we already know what we are going to be getting. So we are going to be getting the data, also the error, and also the is loading from the useQuery. Now let me just create that function. So I'll use like const fetch to do's, and here it's gonna be an asynchronous function. So it's gonna take a page, and the default value will be set to 1, and it's gonna also take the limit, and the default value will be set to only 10. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now let's just fetch our data. So I'll use like await and fetch, and here inside there we are going to be doing a bit of magic. Now that we already know that where we are going to be fetching our data, which means like we are going to be fetching our data from this URL. So we are going to be fetching our data from the JSON placeholder.typeicode.com/to-dos and question mark. We are going to be getting our data from the page, and page will be now set to this dynamic page, which we are now taking as a parameter, and now we are passing a value for them, which is now set to only 1. Okay, so we are going to be passing the data totally dynamically. So I'll use like page and it's gonna also take the limit, and the limit will also be totally dynamic. So I'll use like limit, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. This is going to be the URL by which we are going to be fetching our data, and it takes a page, like from which page you want to fetch your data. So we want to fetch our data from this first page. It is now taking this page as a parameter, and we are now providing the default value of 1 to there. But we are going to be also changing this page whenever we click on the next button. So for that, we already defined our state and we provided the initial value of 1 to there. And now we are passing that current page as a first parameter to this fetch to do's, and it is now taking there right here, and we are also providing the 1 as a default value to there. Next we have the limit, like how much data you want to get from this use fetch. So we initially specify the initial value of 10 to there, but we are going to be also changing, I mean, like we are not going to be changing there, but the initial value we now specify 10 to there. Okay, and now we are just rendering the 10 item right here. So now let me just remove these empty spaces from here because they are annoying and we have to store them in some sort of variable. So like response would be fine. And now let me just save them. And now we have to check. So if we don't have the response done okay, so in that situation we are going to be throwing a new error. So throw the THROW, throw new error. It's gonna say like network response was not okay. There we go. And return response.json and execute that. Now let me just save my file, and then it's totally done. Now we have to take care of the loading and also the error state. So if we have the is loading, so in that situation we are going to be returning our h1, and it will say like loading ... And if we have the error, so in that situation we are going to be returning our h1, and I will say like an, or you know what, just error would be fine. And I will just render my error.message right here, save this file. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and provide my UI right here. So for this h1 I'll select to do's, and for the prev I'll just render my data right here. So I'll use like json.stringify and provide my data null value and 2. Now underneath there we are going to be also creating our previous button and also our next button. So I'll just create my div, and inside this div we are going to be creating our button which will select previous or previous page, and we're going to be also creating yet another button which will say like next page. So that's totally done. So when somebody clicks on this button, so we have to get the previous data. So we are going to be using like handle previous page, and also we have to disable the if our current page is equal to 1. So we are going to be disabling that button. And also when somebody clicks on this next page button, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function which is a handle next page. And now let's just create both of these functions right here. I'll start by defining this function which is a handle previous page, and I'll use like const handle previous page, and inside there we have to use our set current page, and here we have to pass our previous page like so. Now we are going to be using met.maximum or max. Here we have to provide our previous page, just remove 1 from there, and for the second parameter we are going to be passing 1 to there. That's totally done. Now we have to create our handle next page, and we have to define there right here. So I'll use like const handle next page, and inside there we are going to be using our set current page, and it's going to take the previous page, and we have to just add 1 to that previous page. So it's going to give us like basically the next item, and it's gonna give us the previous item. Now we are getting all of their to-dos, and we have 10 items right here. And you know, let's just style these buttons so that we can see them a bit better. And I'll provide like, I don't know, background totally tail of 300. I guess that's gonna be fine. And I'm gonna also provide margin for the bottom of 10 maybe. Yeah, that's totally looking cool. And padding all around will be set to 3. Yep, that's looking cool. I'm going to basically copy all of that styling and put that right here, remove that margin for the bottom, and change the color to crimson. 300, oh, not a crimson, but I don't know, maybe cyan. God, we have a lot of colors in Tailwind CSS, and I can't even choose one from them. Oh my god. You know, let's just search for a color. I guess purple would be fine. And yeah, we are now getting our purple button, which is looking cool. If I click on there, so it's load our data. Now it's going to give us 11, 12 till 20. And now if I click on this previous page, so it's going to give us that 10. and it's gonna start from the 1 and then it's gonna go through 10. If I click on there once again, it's gonna give us 20 more item. If I click on there once again, so it's gonna give us a loader. It's gonna start from 21. It will go to 30 item and so on and so forth. You get the idea. So this is how we are going to be performing a pagination in Tanstack Query. Let's talk about testing. So what is testing and why should one care about that? So testing is the process of checking a program or application to make sure it works correctly. It's like double checking your work to ensure everything functions as expected. So there are a lot of types of testing, but in this course we are going to be covering something called the automated testing. So there are 3 flavors or types of automated testing. So we have a unit test, we have an integration test, and we have an end-to-end test. So let's just break them down one by one. The first one we have is a unit testing, and this course is totally focused on unit testing. So what is a unit testing and why should one care about that? So unit testing is where developer test individual component of an application like functions or classes to ensure they work as expected, and these tests focus on small isolated part of your code. Okay, so that was it about the unit testing, and in this course we are going to be covering a unit testing. So next one we have is a integration testing. So integration testing or integration testing is about checking how different part of your application works together. While unit tests focus on individual component, which we just saw a few seconds ago, integration testing ensure that module, database, APIs, and other services interact correctly. So that's just the integration testing, and we're not going to be covering that in this course. And finally we have end-to-end testing. So end-to-end testing simulates real user scenarios to make sure the entire application works as expected from start to finish, and it tests the whole system including the front end and also the back end if you are aware of those topics and any external services, which we're not going to be covering, like any services and that kind of stuff, to ensure everything integrates and functions properly in a real world environment. So that was the E2E or end-to-end testing. So here you can see I have this application right here which is not looking that cool, I know that, but this is just an example. So if you want to break this down by using an end-to-end testing, so this is how we are going to be breaking this down. Here you can see we are now testing individual component or just a specific part of this application. So this is how we are going to be testing there by using the unit test. And what if you want to test that as an integration test? So if you want to do that, so this is how we are going to be testing the combination of these components, and we can see how these components combined together works. And finally we have an end-to-end testing, the backend and the front end and also the services and all of that kind of stuff, and we're going to be testing the entire application. So that was just a quick theory about what is a testing, and now let's talk about the frameworks and their pros and cons. Let's talk about the testing frameworks. So there are a lot of testing frameworks that you can choose from. So we have Jest, we have Vitess, Cypress, Playwright, Mocha, Chai. There are a lot of them, but in this course we're going to be only using and we're going to be only focusing on the Vitess. And why is that? That's because Vitess is the fastest. It supports ECMAScript, it supports TypeScript, and it also supports JSX. On the other hand, those other frameworks are also fast, but not as compared to the Vitess, and also they support ESM but as experimental. Okay, and I'm not sure whether they support TypeScript and JSX or not, but Vitess does, and this is the future, so that's why we are going to be focusing on the Vitess. So now let's make a set of forward testing coding journeys. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal, if I can open that today. Oh, there we go. I'm going to use npm create read at latest, and let's just hit enter. I'm going to give it the name of like React, or not React, but unit testing demos. Okay, demos, there we go. I'm going to choose vanilla, and then I'm going to choose JavaScript, not TypeScript, but JavaScript. And now I know a lot of you will ask me, Hossein, what the hell? Why aren't you using a TypeScript? Well, that's because I'm using a JavaScript because we are now learning about the unit testing, and it involves a lot of edge cases. So I want to show you that as well. And once we jump into the React.js part, then we are going to be using the TSX, which means like React.js with TypeScript. So don't worry about that. And if you want to choose TypeScript, you can totally do that, but I'm not going to. And trust me, you're gonna love it. So let's just choose JavaScript, and I'm gonna use npm i. Okay, first of all, we have to go into that unit testing demos, and now let's just use our npm i to install there. And now I'm going to open there by using my VS Code command, which is a code dot. So it's going to open there right here. So this is how it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my public and remove there. Then I'm going to go to the src and totally delete there. And now let me recreate my src folder. So I'm going to just click on that icon and give it the name of src. And now we have to install the vtest. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to just type like npm I and then -d for the dev dependencies, and I'm going to give it the name of like vtest. And let's just hit enter. So it's going to install there inside our package.json or inside our current repository. So I'll just use like package.json right here. And here you can see we have our vt and we have our vtest with the version of 2.1.8. And I'm pretty sure if you are watching this video in the future, so this version will be definitely changed. Okay, so let's just close there. And also I'm gonna go into my package.json once again. I don't know why I just closed there. And now let's just create our script. So I'll use like test, and then we have to just write a vtest. So now if I save my file, and that's it. That's it for the setup. And now let's just close there. Okay, so now let's write a basic code which we are going to be using inside our testing. So I'll just first of all create a file with the name of like math.utils utils.js. And now inside there we are going to be doing craziness. So first of all I want to create my add function, and it's going to take the a and b as a parameter, and we just want to plus both of them. So that's going to be my add function. Now let's just create our subtract function. Subtract, it's going to also take the a and b as a parameter, and let's just subtract a from b. And we also have to create a multiply, and it's going to also take a and b, and let's just use a times b. I'm going to use a times b, and it's going to multiply there. And finally we have to create yet another function for the divide. It's going to also take a and b as a parameters. And now let's just use like if our b value is equal to 0, so we want to throw some error. So I'll use like throw new error, and I'm going to say like division by 0 is not allowed. There we go. Let's just go back, save my file, and also finally we have to just return our a divide by b. Now we have to export all of that functions so we can use there in another file. So I'll use like export, and also export here, and also export here, and finally for the division function as well. So now let me just use there so that we can use this function inside other files. So that's totally done. Now let me just close there. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my root directory, and inside there we are going to be defining yet another folder which will be for our test. So you can either give it the name of like test, and here you can see it's going to change the folder icon. And I've personally seen a lot of other developers who uses this convention, which is a double underscore, which means like dunder, and this is a Python thing, so you don't have to worry about that. And then they just write like test and then double underscore once again. So still we are now getting that same icon right here. If you prefer this syntax, definitely go for that, but in my case I'm not going to. So I'll just give it the name of like test and hit enter. And now inside there we are going to be creating our file. So whenever we are creating our test file, first of all we have to ask ourselves, is that what in the world are we even testing? So we are now testing our math utilities folder, I mean like math utilities file. So in that situation we are going to be creating our file with that same name. You don't have to, but I wanted to. So I'll use like math utils.test.js. Okay, so whenever you use the dot test, so you are now telling your compiler that this file will be a test file. And here you can see we are now getting the test icon. So now if I hit enter right here, and this is how our test file will look like. Before I get into more detail, first of all I want you to keep in mind that don't worry about this code which I am about to write. You don't have to worry about the code which I'm about to write, because I'm going to explain every single thing about that code in a lot of great detail, but you don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to just write this code. If you want to follow along, you can definitely do that. But my recommendation will be to do not sweat about this code, because we are going to be covering all of them in a lot of great detail. So I'll just import first of all something called the describe. We're going to be also exporting, importing the it and also the expect function. So let's just use our expect, and that's it. And we also have to import our function. So I'll just import something from, let's just go ahead and go to our src folder and then our math utilities folder. And we're going to be importing the add function, the subtract function, the multiply function, and our divide functions. Okay, so now underneath there, I'm going to just write a bit of code, so which will be for a describe, and I'll give it the name of like math utilities. And it's going to also take a callback function, and I'm gonna use my it syntax, and it should sum two numbers. And now we want to provide our expectation, and here we have to call our function, which is like 2 and 3 as a parameter, and we want this to be 5. Okay, so whenever we do this, save our file, and now I'm gonna open my terminal, and I'm gonna only write npm either t or test. You can either give it the name of like t, or you can also just write a test, but in my case I'm gonna only write t. And if I hit enter right here, so it's gonna give us all of their description. So we are now testing this file, and our describe function name is a math utilities, and we are just providing this one test, which is like it should sum two numbers, and both of the tests are now successfully passing. Okay, so I'm going to just close there, and now let's learn about all of that stuff in a lot of great detail. We just import a few things from the vtest, which is the describe, it, and also the expect. So we are going to be learning about all of them in a few seconds, but first of all, let's just start from the first one, which is called the describe. So what is the describe, and why should anyone care about that? So the describe function is used to group related test cases together, and it helps organize tests into a logical block, making the test output more readable and structured. And this is totally optional. Like if you want to provide that, you totally can, but you don't have to. Okay, so when we want to group related multiple tests, when we are working with multiple tests, which we should be, so in that situation we are going to be using the describe. Okay, so describe only take the description and also the callback function. Whenever we are grouping related test cases, so in that situation we are going to be using the describe. So now let's talk about that it or test. So you can either use the it or you can use the test. So it describe a specific test case. So both the test and it are used to define individual test cases, and they work the same way and can be used either one to write a test case. So whenever you are defining your test, so in that situation we can either use the it or we can use the test, something which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. But first of all, let's just talk about the syntax. So we are going to be either using the it or we can use the test. Both of them will work exactly the same, and it also take a description and a callback function. So keep in mind, whenever you are providing their description, you have to provide some sort of a meaningful description for your test cases, because later it's going to help you a lot. It's not going to only help you, but it's going to also help other engineers when they are working with either your component library or in your project or something like that. So that was it about the describe and it. And now let's talk about the final piece, which is called the expect. Expect is also a function used to make assertion in our test cases, and an assertion is a statement that checks if the value meets a certain condition, like the equality, truthiness, falsiness, etc. We use expect to check if the result of one test is what we expect it to be. So this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, we are going to be using the expect, then we are going to be providing some sort of a value to there, and then we have different assertions. So like we have to be and so on and so forth, which we are going to be covering in a lot of great detail in this course. So to sum it up, this is how exactly our code looks like. First of all, we are now importing the describe, it, and expect. Then we are also importing our function which we want to test. Now that we know we are going to be testing a lot of things, so if you want to group this, so for that we are going to be using the describe function, and then we can provide some sort of a description. In my case, I provided like math utilities, or you can give it any name that you prefer. And now inside the describe, we are now providing our it function. You can either use the it or you can use the test, and then you have to specify some sort of a meaningful description for your test. And then inside there we are going to be providing our expectation, and now inside our expect we are now calling our function. And we already know that add function take two parameter, so which means like we are going to be providing either 2 and 3, any value that you prefer, and then we can specify the output result, like what will be the output of that function execution. Okay, so we are now providing like 2 and 3, and now we are expecting that to be 5, and we are also providing -1 and 1, and we are expecting it to be 0. So yeah, that was just the basics of describe, it, and expect. And now let's get into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now I am totally confident because I know that you guys already know this code, so I can definitely remove this comment from here, save my file, and let's get into our testing. So I'm going to also just use expect one more time, and I'm going to pass my -1 and 1, and it should be, let's just write to be 0. Okay, so let's just save our file and run our test one more time. So I'm going to use like npm test and hit enter, so it's going to run my test, and both of the tests are now successfully passing. So if I, let's suppose, change that to maybe, I don't know, maybe 100 like so, and now if I save my file, what are we getting? We are now getting an error. it is expecting 5 and it got 102. Okay, so this is not allowed. Combine like both of them like 102, so it's gonna give us like 102, and we are now expecting that to be 5, so this is not fair. It's gonna give us an error. So now let's just get it back. Now let's just test our subtract function, multiply function, and divide function. So now underneath this it, and by the way, I also mentioned there, but I want to show you there, we can either use the it or we can also use the test. So if I copy the name of the test, and now we have to place that right here. So if I save my file and check this out, still all of our tests are now successfully passing, and every single thing is working the way we expect it to work. So you can either use test or you can use the it. So I'll just remove their test and I'm going to just replace that with it because I love it. So if you want to use the test, you are more than welcome to do that. Now let's test our subtract function. So I'm going to use that it one more time, and it should subtract one number from another, or from the other would be fine, or another. You can give it like basically any description that you prefer. So I'll just provide my expectation, and here we have to call our function, and I'm going to provide like 5 and 3, and we are expecting the value to be only 2. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see this test is also passing. I also want to show you one more thing. Now let me go ahead and go to my package.json file, and here I'm going to provide a comma. Let's just provide our comma, and I'm going to just create yet another script which will be a test and then UI, and here I'm going to set that to vtest and then dash dash UI. So now if I save my file, and now let me just close this package.json file, I'm going to open my terminal once again and hit Ctrl+C to stop there. And now, let me just delete there. So this is click on that trash icon, and now we are going to be using npm run test and then :UI. So if I hit enter, so it's going to ask me like, do you want to install that? Yes, of course I want to install this. So I'm going to hit Y, so it's going to set that to yes, and now it's going to take a bit of time to install that. That's already done, and now let me just rerun that command one more time. Okay, so here you can see it's going to give us our test UI, which means like we can see the result of our test inside our application right here. And why is that? That's because now we install their dependency inside our project. And if you are using a vtest, so it will be available for you, but if you're using like Jest or Mocha or something like that, so it will not be available for you. So here you can filter your test, like you can click on the fail test if you want to check the skip test, if you want to check the pass one or the only test. So you can totally do that. By the way, if I click on this math utilities, if I click on there, here you can see it's going to give us the code. We can see the code, we can see the console values, and I'm not quite sure what the hell is this module grab, but yeah, this is also something. And we can also click on the report, and every test is now successfully passing. You know what, let me just break some tests. So I'm going to provide like, I don't know, maybe 5, and now if I save there, and here you can see one of our tests is now breaking. And which test is breaking? This test is breaking. So this test is passing. I can't even speak English no more. So this test is passing, and this test is passing, and this test is now failing. So here you can see it should sum two numbers, and we have our object.isEquality, so it is expecting 0, and we are now receiving or getting 4. So we can go ahead and go to the code, and now we can see our code right here inside this UI, or we can go ahead and go to our code. And now let me just fix that, save my file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that's done, and that was our UI. If you prefer the UI, you can totally see your test result inside this UI, but if you prefer this terminal, you can also see the result of your test inside your terminal. So that's done. Now let's just test our multiply function. So I'm going to just create yet another test suite, and it should multiply two numbers. Come on, numbers. And here inside there, let's just provide our expectation and multiply, and let's just multiply 3 by 4, and to be, like the expected result to be 12. You can also provide another expect statement like multiply there, and here we can provide like -2 and 3, and the expected result to be -6. Okay, so let's just provide this, save our file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. Nothing is broken right now. If I click on there, we can also see the code. Cool. So that was our multiply function. Let's just also create a test for our divide function. So it should divide one number by another. Provide our expectations. So let's just use our expect and provide our divide function, and let's just divide 6 by 3, and the expected result to be 2. and I'm gonna also provide like expect statement one more time and provide my divide function, provide 5 and 2 and the expected value to be 2.5. Okay, so let's just save there, and once again all of our tests are now successfully passing and everything is working the way we expect them to work. Let's just take care of that throw. I'm gonna go into that math utilities and also wanted to check for this error if we got there. So let me just show you another syntax. So I'll use like it should throw new error when dividing dividing by 0, and here inside there let's just provide our expect, but in this case we are not going to be just calling our function. First of all, we are going to be using our arrow function, and then we have to call our function and provide our values like 5 divided by 0, and then we can use another assertion. And by the way, we are going to be learning a lot of them, but you don't have to worry about that. So let's just use our to throw, and division by 0 is not allowed. There we go. So now let's just save our file, and here you can see this list is now passing. That's totally working, and I guess that's going to be it. So this is how we are going to be creating our function, or we can create our classes, and then we have to just import there, and also we have to import the describe it and expect. And if you wanted to combine all of our test cases, so for that we are going to be using the describe function, and then if you wanted to create our test suite, so for that we are going to be using this it, and if you want to provide our expectation, so we are going to be using this expect, then we have to provide some value and then the resulted value. And there are a lot of these to be and to be truthy and falsy, and there are a lot of things, but yeah, we are going to be exploring that in a few seconds. Alright guys, so now let's make a setup for testing challenges or challenging testing, whatever you want to call there. So now let me just right click on there and open my terminal, and I'm gonna make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. And now I'm gonna use like npm create read at latest, and I'm gonna choose, or first of all we have to give it the name of like testing challenges or something like that. I'm going to choose vanilla JavaScript, and I'm going to choose JavaScript. Now let me go ahead and go to their testing challenges, and I'm going to use npm I to install all of the dependencies inside there. So that's totally done. Now let me open there in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to just remove the public folder, and I'm going to just remove this entire src folder. I'm going to recreate there once again. Now let me go ahead and go to that package.json file, and here inside the scripts I'm gonna just create another script for testing. So I'll just give it the name of like test, and here it's gonna be equals to only the vtest. But first of all, we also have to install the vtest. So now let me just close there and open my integrated terminal, and I'm gonna just write like npm I and then -d and then vtest. So it's gonna install there as a dev dependency inside my project. So that's totally done. Okay, so now that's totally done. Okay, so now I can successfully use like npm t to run my test, or test would be fine. So I'll just use like npm t. So we don't have any test, so that's why it's going to give us an error. So now let me just stop there. Okay, so here are all the instructions that you have to read, and then give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution, and then I'm going to give you my solution, but at least give it your best shot. And I'm not going to read through all of that because it's going to waste a lot of your time, and this course is super huge. I don't want to make that no longer. So once again, read through all of that, give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely normal, and then come back and watch the solution. So now here is my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a file with the name of like mathutils.ts, not ts but js, and here we're going to be starting from the factorial. And by the way, if you guys don't know what a factorial is and recursion is and all of that kind of stuff, so you should definitely watch my JavaScript course and also my data structure and algorithm course. And you don't even have to know all of that stuff to follow along with this course, but I'm just creating these functions so that we can test there. So I'll just first of all create my factorial, and it's going to be taking n as a parameter. And now inside there, let's just check if the number is less than 0. So in that situation, we are going to be throwing new error, and which will say like number must be non-negative. And now underneath there we have to just return like if the number is equal to 0. So in that situation we are going to be setting there to 1, but if that's not the case, so we are going to be just multiplying there by using this recursion pattern. So if you guys don't know what this is, you don't even have to worry about that, but if you care about it, so you can definitely watch my data structure and algorithm course. And you know what, we also have to export this so we can use that in other file. Okay, so now let's just create our GCD function. It's going to also take the A and B, and now inside there we are going to be first of all checking if B is equal to 0. So in this situation we are going to be returning the A. So now let's just use that recursion once again, and we have to pass our B as a parameter, like as the first value, and then A mod B. Okay, so now here we also have to export that so we can use that in another file. And I can totally bet that this function which I'm about to write, you already at least heard the name of that, which is called the Fibonacci series. So I'll just give it the name of like Fibonacci, Fibonacci, and here it's going to take a number as a parameter, and inside there first of all we have to check if the number is less than 0. So in that situation we are going to be throwing that same error, like come on, throw new error, which will say like number must be non-negative, e.g. ATIVE, and now underneath there, if that's not the case, we're going to be creating a sequences. So sequen, and now for the first index we are going to be providing 0, and for the second one we're going to be providing a 1. Okay, so now we have to iterate over through there. So like let I is equal to 2, I is less than that number which you are now taking as a parameter, and then we have to just increment there. So let's just use like I++, and now we have to get the sequence, and then we have to push that new number to there. So we are going to be using like that same sequence, and here we have to provide like I minus 1 plus the sequence, and then I minus 2 in this case. Now underneath there we just have to return the sequence, save our file, and these are all the functions that we are about to test. Okay, so now let me just hide this function and also this function. So now let me go ahead and create my test folder. So test, and now inside there we are going to be creating our math utils.test.js file. And let's start from the first one. Let's just grab first of all the describe function, then the it function, then the expect function from the vtest, and now we have to grab our factorial function factorial from where? From let's just go into the src folder. Now inside the src folder we have our math modules. We have to grab the factorial, then GCD, and also the Fibonacci series. Now we have to grab that. Now that we successfully grabbed that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to describe our test suite. So I'll just give it the name of like math utils, and now here let's just remove them, and I'm going to be providing my first test case, which will be like it should calculate, and here we are going to be providing our expectation. So let's just pass our factorial to there, and if we specify 5, we want the result to be 120. And now let me provide another expectation, like if we got some sort of error. So I'll just use like factorial once again and provide my -1, and we want to throw a new error. So let's just use like to throw, and here we are going to be passing like number must be, come on, let's just go ahead and go to my math utils, and I'm going to copy there from there. So let me just copy this entire thing from there. Now let me just paste that right here, save our file, and now I'm going to be using npmt to run my test suite, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that's done. Now let me test this GCD function. Okay, so now underneath there we are going to be creating another test suite, which will be like it should calculate CLCULATE greatest divisor right here, and we have to provide our expectation, call our GCD function, provide 56 and 98 as a values, and we want it to be 14. I'm going to duplicate this line of code once again, and I'm going to change it to like 101 and also 10. So we want it to give us like 1. Now let me just save there, test there once again. So here you can see this function is also passing, or this test suite is also passing. So now let me just hide there, and the final thing that we have to do is that we have to test this Fibonacci series. Okay, so let's just create another test suite, and it should Fibonacci sequence sequence, and inside there provide our expectation, and then call our Fibonacci function and pass 5 to there, and we want it to be equal. And if you guys don't know what equal to and then the throw means, we're going to be learning all of that in a lot of great detail. So now let me just pass like, if this is 5, so we're going to be getting like 0, 1, 1, and then 2, and then 3. Okay, and now let me just create another expectation for the error. So we are going to be passing like Fibonacci series, and if we pass like -1, so we want to throw a new error, like throw an error, and we want to say like let me just copy there from there, like number must be non-negative. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just place it right here. I'm going to save this file right now. And here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. And that was it about our math module test cases. Let's talk about the AAA pattern in testing. So what do I mean by AAA? A mean arrange, A mean act, A mean assert. So how that's going to look like? This is how it's going to look like. So the first step that we have is arrange, and in this step we set up everything needed for the test like variables, mock data, and etc. You don't know what a mock data is, but we are going to be covering that in a lot of great detail in this course. Then the next thing that we have is act. So act perform the action that you want to test, like for example calling a function or doing something. And the final step that we have is assert. So it verifies that the result of the action is what you expect. So you know what, let me just put that in more simple word. So imagine you are baking a cake. So in the arrange part, you are going to be gathering all the ingredients and tools you need, like for example the flour, sugar, eggs, mixing bowl, etc. And in the act phase, you are going to be mixing those ingredients together and putting the cake in the oven. And then finally we have the assert. So in this phase we are going to be checking if the cake is baked properly by cutting it and then testing it. So if the test good and is fully baked, you know your steps worked. So that was just a quick analogy about the AAA. So now let me just explain that in the coding. So arrange is when you gather everything you need for the test, and act is when you do the action you are testing, like calling a function or doing something, and then assert is when you check if the result is what you expected, like testing the cake to see if it's perfect or not. So the first step that we have is arrange, and in this step we are going to be collecting or setuping the data. So we have two variables like a and b, and both of them have the value of 1. And then we have the act phase, and in the act phase we are going to perform the action like calling a function. Here you can see we are now just combining both a and b and storing them inside the result variable. And then finally for the assert we have to verify the result. So we are going to be just providing what expect, and then we can specify our result variable, and then finally we want to expect some sort of a value from there. So we want to expect the value of 2, and this is how it's gonna look like. So you know what, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I will just remove all of their code, and by the way you can find all of their code in my GitHub repository. So I'll also remove that, and here I'll just provide like my test or it. I'm gonna use my it right here, or you know what, let's just provide our test. What the hell. So it adds numbers correctly. Come on, numbers correctly. And the first part that we have is arrange, and in this part we are going to set up the data like so. So first of all, let's just create our variable like a, and a will be equals to 1, and then let's just create another variable with the name of b, and b will be set to 1 as well. Okay, so now outside from there, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to act. So like perform the action, for example like call the function or combine the value. So I'll just use like const result, and here is going to be equals to a and b. Okay, and now finally we have to provide our assert. So I'll use like assert, and here we have to verify the result. So I'll just use like my expectation. Let's just use our expect, and we want to provide the result variable, and we want the value to be 2. And now let's just save our file, test this out. We are now getting an error. That's because we have to import the test right here. So I'll just use test comma, and now here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that was our AAA pattern in testing. So you know what, let's just undo every single step. So let me just undo that. God damn it, that was a lot of code. And let's just undo that. There we go. So now let's just save our file, and that was it about for our math utilities. Let's just close there, and now we are going to be creating yet another file with the name of string utilities or string utils. So I'll just give it the name of like string utils.js, and I'm going to also create a test file for this. So I'll give it the name of like string utils test.js. There we go. And now here inside this string utils, we're going to be creating a few functions once again, and which will focus on the string. So I'll just go ahead first of all and define my const to uppercase, and it's going to be equals to the string. And here inside there, let's just use our string.to uppercase. Let's just save our file, and I'll just duplicate that and change that to like to lowercase, and I'm going to also change that to lowercase. And here we are going to be creating yet another function for the reverse. So I'll use like const reverse reverse, and it's going to take the string and then outside from there we have to use like stir.split. We have to split this out, then reverse it out, and finally we have to join there so we can see all of our result. And now we have to create another function for the capital or for the capitalization. So I'll use like const capitalize, and I hope the spelling is correct. I'm not quite sure about that, but here we have to use our, or you know what, I'm not going to provide that curly braces, so I'm going to use like stir.char add or character add 0, and now we have to use the dot to uppercase and execute them. I'm going to just add my stir.slice of 1 and then the dot to lowercase right here. Let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Finally, let's just export this so that we can use that in another file. Okay, so this is how we are going to be exporting there. Let's just save our file and let's just go into our string utilities. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the describe, then we have to import the expect function, and then we have to import the it. That's done. We have to also import our to uppercase and also to lowercase and all of that stuff. So to lowercase and then capitalize, come on, not caption, capitalize, and also a reverse function from there. So let's just save our file. Now underneath there we have to create our describe, so let's just provide our describe right here, and string utilities would be fine. And inside there let's just provide our test suite, so I'll use like it should return string in uppercase. There we go. And let's just provide our expectation, and first of all we are going to be using our to uppercase and provide in lowercase hello, and we want the value to be uppercase hello. So now let me just save my file, and everything is running. Let me test this out. So here you can see we have another test suite, which means like we are now working with this file, and which is totally running. Now if I go ahead and go to my string utilities to uppercase, if I change that to like to lowercase, maybe lowercase, save my file. Here you can see our test is now failing, and you already know why it is failing. It is failing because now we change this code and function does not behave as it used to be. So now let me just bring it back, and now it is working totally fine. I'm gonna also duplicate that and change that to like word, and here let's just change that to word, save our file. Yep, it is working once again. And now underneath there we have to create yet another test suite, so it should return string in lowercase. And now let's just expect to lowercase or function, and here we are going to be passing a hello in uppercase, and we want to expect there to be lowercase hello. And I'm gonna also duplicate that and change that to like lowercase word, like so, and we want to paste the word in uppercase. There we go. So let's just save our file, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing and nothing is going wrong. If I go there and change that to like to uppercase, come on, uppercase, there we go, save our files. You already know this is going to give us that error right here because we changed this one line of code inside there. So yeah, that was it about forward expectation. Now let me just test that capitalize function. So it should capitalize first letter of string. There we go. Provide our expectation one more time, and here let's just pass our capitalize function and provide our hello inside there and to be, and we want the first letter to be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase. So that's exactly what a capitalize mean. I'm gonna duplicate that and change that to W in uppercase and word in lowercase. I mean like ORLD in lowercase. And here I'm gonna just only pass the word, and let's just save there. Character is not a function. What do you mean? Let me go ahead and go to my test suite. Oh, chat add. It should be car add, character add. And now our test is passing. Did you just saw that? I just made a typo and he told me that you are doing something wrong, Hussein. You gotta fix that. So this is exactly what unit testing does for us. So it should return string reversed. There we go. And provide our expectation one more time, and here we have to call our reverse function and provide our hello, and we want the value to be ole, like the reverse of the. So here you can see it is also passing, but if I just provide like hello, it will not pass because the expected value is hello and we are providing ole. Okay, so now let me just change that to ole one more time, and I'm going to also provide the final expectation. So let's just provide our reverse and provide a word inside there, and we want that to be DLR or W, drol. And yeah, our test is now successfully passing, and this is how we are going to be testing a string utilities. And we already saw that this is how we are going to be testing a math utilities like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and you name it. Next, we are going to be testing arrays, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so that's done. Now let me go ahead and create another file for the string. Okay, so string utils, and once again, if you are curious like how in the world all of their functions work, you should definitely watch my data structure and algorithm course. In there we already cover like how we can reverse our string, how we can capitalize the word, what is a palindrome and reverse palindrome, and so on and so forth. So you know what, let's just start from the first one, which is called the reverse strings. So I'll just export that, and then we are going to be creating our reverse string function. Is going to take a str as a parameter, and inside there we only have to return the string.split method. First of all, we have to convert that to the array, then we have to reverse that array, like all of the content inside that array we have to reverse that, and then finally we have to join it back. So it's going to give us the reverse string. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath there we have to create here another function which will capitalize our word, like capitalize words, and it's going to be equals to this str. Like it's going to take a string, and we have to return our string dot replace, and come on, replace, and here we are going to be passing a regex which should look something like this. Now it's going to take a callback function, so we are going to be passing our character, and then character, come on, char dot to upper case. So we have to just execute our function on there. Now underneath there we have to use our export const, and then is palindrome, and it's going to be taking a string, and inside there we have to first of all create our clean string. So I'll just create my clean str, and here we have to use our str.replace, and then we have to use our regex right here. And by the way, if you guys don't know what a regex is, you don't even have to worry about that. You can just definitely ask ChatGPT, and it's gonna give you all of their regex. Okay, so now we have to just call our two lowercase on there, and then finally we have to just return like if our clean string is equals to the clean string dot split, come on, clean string dot split method, and now we have to convert that to the array, and then we have to reverse it out by using this reverse function, and then finally we have to join that array back. So now let's just save our file, and these are all the functions that we are going to be testing right now. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and create a new file with the name of string utils.test.js. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be importing our describe function. We will also import the it and also the expect function, and now here we have to import our functions from where, from, or let's just go ahead and go to the src folder, and then the string utils folder. So I'll just first of all grab the reverse string and also the capitalized word, and is palindrome from there, is palindrome. There we go. Now let me just save there, and underneath there we have to create our test suite by using this describe. I'm going to give it the name of like string utils, utils. There we go. And now we have to define our first test case for reversing our string. So I'll just give it the name of like it should reverse a string. There we go. And now we have to provide our expectation and reverse the string, which is that function which we just created. So we are going to be passing like hello, and we want there to give us the result of what do we call it, ole. There we go. Now if I save my file, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing right here, and everything is working the way we expect him to work. So that's totally done. I'm gonna hide them, and now underneath there we have to create another test suite. So I'll just pass like it should capitalize the words, like the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So I'm gonna just pass my expectation and then the capitalized word function, and we're going to be passing like hello and then word. So we want there to give us like this first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase, and same will apply for this one, like the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase. So now we are going to be using like to be, and here we have to just pass like hello and then word. Let's just save our file. Check this out. Here you can see all of our tests are now successfully working, but now if I change that to like in lowercase h, here you can see our test will now fail. So that's totally done. Finally, let's just test our palindrome. So it should check, come on, it should check for palindrome, and here we're going to be passing our expectation like is palindrome, and now we are going to be providing this palindrome like res car, and we want that to be true. Okay, just a true. And now let's just save our file, and here you can see it's going to give us their true right here. And if I just pass like maybe apple, so it should fail our test. Now let me just convert that to the race car once again. And now we are going to be passing like another one is palindrome, and I'm going to pass like hello in this situation, and we want that to be false. Now if I save my file, and all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that was I don't know what the hell am I doing right now. That was our string utils test cases. Okay, so let's talk about how we are going to be testing arrays. All right, like array utils.js, and here we are going to be writing a lot of utils. So I'll just use first of all export const sum, and it's going to be equals to this array, and here let's just use our array.reduce reduce function, and it's going to take the accumulated value and also the current value. So for the result, it's going to give us the accumulated value plus the current value, and the result, I mean like the starting point will be from the 0. So it's going to give us the sum of that array. And also let's just export one more. So find maximum value inside our array. Okay, so it's going to take that array, and let's just use our math.max function and spread out our array. So it's going to give us the maximum value from that array. We are going to be also using the find min value as well, like find the minimum value inside your array. So we are going to be using like math.min and spread out our array inside there. Finally, let's just use our const filter e1. Okay, so it's gonna also take the array, and we are going to be filtering our array by using the filter method. And here let's just pass our callback function, and the parameter we're going to be passing a num, and if num mod 2 triple equals to 0, so which means like it's going to give us the e1 value. Okay, so now that's totally done, and these are going to be all of the functions that we are going to be testing right now. Close there, close this file, close that file as well, and create our test file, which will be array utils.test.js. There we go. And now inside there, let's just do our magic. The first thing we would need is a describe function. We would also need the at and also the expect. Now underneath there, let's just import our sum function. Come on, sum from where? From the, let's just go into the src, and inside there we have our array utils. We're going to be importing the sum, the find maximum, the find minimum, and also the filter e1. Let's just save our file, and let's just define our describe function. Okay, so here, what the hell did I just do? Provide the name of, or not the name, but the label of array utilities. There we go. And let's just provide our first test case. We are going to be testing the sum function, so it should return correct sum of array. There we go. And provide our expectation, and let's just provide our sum value. And here we are going to be passing array, so let's just use like 1 comma 2 comma 3, and if we combine all of them or sum all of them, the result will be 3 plus 3, so it's going to give us 6. So we are going to be using like to be 6, like so. And I'm going to also provide another array, so I'm going to use like sum, and here let's just pass like -1 comma -2 comma -3, so it's going to give us the -6. So let's just use to be 6 minus 6. So now if I save my file and test this out, so here you can see this is going to be our string utilities. Let's just go into our array utilities. Everything is now successfully passing, and you already know why it is passing. It is passing because the resulted value is correct. But if I change that to like maybe 7, freak out, and it's gonna give us an error like, Zen, what the hell are you doing? Fix this error, god damn it. So okay, fixing it, boss. So let's just test our another function, which is a find maximum value function. So we are going to be using like it should return the maximum value from the array. Okay, so let's just provide our expectation and find the maximum value and our array. So 1 comma 2 comma 3, and the maximum value we want to expect it to be third value, because that's the maximum value inside our array. Okay, so we are going to be also providing our expectation, find the maximum value once again, and use 10 comma 5 comma 100 comma 50. So once again, the maximum value we want to expect it to be 100. So let's just save our file, and still everything is passing, and we already know why it is passing. It is passing because the resulted value is 100. But if I change that to like 5, save my file, and now it's gonna freak us out. Okay, so now let's just test those final one. I mean like not the final one, but the find minimum one. So it should return the minimum, M-I-N-I-M-U-M, mini mom, mini and then my mom. So it should return the minimum value from array. So how that's gonna look like? Well, we have to provide our expectation and find the minimum, not the maximum, find the minimum value and provide our 1 comma 2 comma 3, and we already know that the minimum value is 1. So let's just use comma, like dot to be, if I can type that today. So the minimum value is 1, and provide our expectation once again, find the minimum value once again by using this array. So 10 comma 5 comma negative 2 comma 100. So I'll just provide like to be and negative 2. So let's just save our file, and it is giving us an error. Oh, it is coming from this one, so we have to change that to 100. I don't know why I forgot that, but yeah, everything is now passing the way we expect him to pass, and that's done. So next we're going to be working with objects. Okay, so that was our string util test. Now let me go ahead and create another file with the name of array utils dot not ts but js, and here inside there we're going to be creating 3 functions, which will be the flatten array, intersect array, remove duplicates array, and that's going to be add. So I'll just start from the first one, which is a flatten array, and basically we are going to be using this function in the upcoming video, in which we are going to be covering something called the design pattern, and we are going to be even building our own design system inside there. So we are going to be using this function to flatten our array. So we are going to be returning like array dot reduce function. Come on, let's just use the reduce, and here we have to just pass the accumulator and also the value inside there. And now we can use like array dot is array, which is a built-in function, and here we have to just pass the value. If that is the case, in this situation we are going to be getting like accumulated value, and then we are going to be concatenating. So concat this flatten array. So let's just use the recursion, which is called the flatten flatten array, and here we are going to be passing the value. But if that's not the case, in that situation we are going to be getting that array, and we are going to be concatenating this value inside there. And now outside from there we are going to be just passing this array, and that's going to be it. So that was our first function. Now let me just collapse there, and now we have to create another function which will just intersect our array. So we are going to be using like const intersect arrays. It's going to take the array of 1 and the array of 2. Inside there we have to return the array of 1 and use the filter on there and pass our item as a parameter. Now we have to get the array 2, and then we are going to be checking if it includes that item which we are now taking as a parameter. Okay, so it's going to intersect our array. So now let me just hide there, and the final function which we are going to be creating will be just to remove the duplicates. So I'll use like const and then remove duplicates, and here it's going to take the array, and here we have to pass our return, and then let's just make a clone of our new, and here we have to just use the set data structure, which will only gives us the unique values from our list or array. Okay, so it should remove duplicates, and now let's just save our file, and now we have to create our test suite for that. So now we are going to be using like array utils.test.js, and inside there we have to first of all import the describe function, then the it function, then the expect function right here. Underneath there we are going to be importing a lot of stuff from let's just go ahead and go to the src. I'm going to go ahead and go to the src, then go to the array utils, and now we are going to be importing the flatten array. We are going to be also importing the intersect array, and finally the remove duplicates array. Now let me just save my file, and now underneath there we have to provide our describe, and here I'm going to give it the name of like array utils, and inside there create our first test case, which will be it should flatten flatten a nested array, and inside there we have to pass our expectation like flatten the array. Inside there we have to just pass like nested array, so we want to provide like 1 and then 2 and 3. Now outside from there we are going to be providing a 4 and then like maybe 5 and then 6, and we want there to give us the result of this. Like let's just flatten there, so we are going to be getting like 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. And now let me test this out. So here you can see our tests are now successfully passing, and now it's going to give us the same result right here, like it will flatten our array. Now let me just hide there, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create another test suite for the intersect array. So I'll just go ahead and write like it should find intersection of arrays, and here inside they provide our expectation and provide our intersect array, execute there, and now we're going to be passing like 1 2 3, and then outside from there we are going to be passing yet another array, and we are going to be passing like 3 comma 4 comma 5, and we want it to be equal to only 3. So it's going to give us the intersection of the intersection SECTI. Oh, and there we go. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. I'm gonna also hide them, and finally we are going to be just removing the duplicates from the array. So we are going to be using like it should remove duplicates from the array, and here let's just pass our expectation and remove duplicates. And now we are going to be passing some sort of a duplicates like 1 comma 2 comma 2 once again, and then 3 comma 4 comma 4, and we want it to give us the result which will look something like this, like 1 2 3 and 4. Now let's just save our file and test this out. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, and that was our array test cases. So now let's talk about how we are going to be testing the object utils.js file. So let's just write object utils. We're going to be also creating object utils.test.js. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my object utils and create a few utils functions. So I'll use like const merge objects, and it's going to allow us to just merge two objects. So I'll use like object 1 and object 2. And here inside there, let's just use our spread operator and just provide our object 1, and every single thing inside the object 2, we want to just combine both of them, and it should be just obj, not with the e. So that's done. Now let's just create yet another one for the deep cloud. And if you guys don't know what JSON parse and JSON.stringify means, well, you don't have to worry about that. So I'll use like JSON parse and provide my JSON.stringify inside there, and provide my object value inside there, which we are now taking as a parameter. I'm gonna also create one for the deep equal, and it's gonna be equals to this object 1 and object 2. And inside there, let's just use our JSON.stringify and provide our object 1 inside there. If that is equal to the JSON.stringify and object 2, let's just provide our object 2. So it's going to give us the deep equal. Now I'm going to just provide my export so that we can use that in other file. That's done. Now let me go ahead and go to my test file and start testing. But first of all, we would need to import the describe function and also the it function and also the expect function. Okay, so first of all, we have to also import the merge object. Come on, MEA. Frank, you can get there today. Okay, there we go. So we have our merge object, we have our deep clone, and we also have our deep equal. Okay, so now we are going to be also importing that. Now let's just create our test suite. So I'll just provide like object utilities, utilities, there we go, and remove this second from there, and provide my it statement right here inside there, and it should correctly, or it should merge two objects would be fine. And inside there, let's just create our object. So I'll use like object 1, and it's gonna just take like a, and that's gonna be set to 1, and it's gonna also take like b, and that's gonna be set to 2. Let me just duplicate there, and I'm going to just change the value to like, I don't know, this one will be 3 and this one will be set to 4, and this should be object 2. Now you want to merge there. So if you want to merge there, for there we are going to be using our merge object function, and we are going to be passing our object 1 and object 2 inside there. And now let's just store the inside some sort of a variable with the name of like merged. It's going to be equals to this value. Now let's just provide our expectation. So you want to expect the merged, come on, merged, there we go, merged to be equal to this object, like it's gonna have, come on, let me just save there. So it's gonna have like a, and a will be set to 1, and b will be set to 3, and c will be set to 4. Okay, so it will just merge both of these values. Now you might be thinking like, wait a second, it will not combine them. Well, of course not, because we use the spread operator and it's going to override those values. So a will be set to 1, b in this case is now set to 2. So now we are just merging them. So in this case, we are now changing the b value to 4. So that's why we are going to be getting, oh, I just realized that I made a mistake. So it's going to be set to b, and this one is going to set to c. Okay, so that's totally done. So we have a, which is now set to 1. Then we have b, which is now set to 3. Now we have c, which is now set to 4. Now you might be thinking like, Hussein, what the hell are you talking about? B is not equal to 3. B is equal to 2. So we are now merging these both objects. So in this case, b is set to 2, but now we are merging there. So now we are overriding that value from the b. So you know what, this is going to be our expectation. Now let me just save my file. And here you can see all of the tests are now successfully passing. So now we are working with the object test. If I expand there, so these are my code and this is my report. So also that's totally done. So now let's just create another test suite. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define like it should deep clown an object, and inside there let's just create our object. So I'll give it the name of like original, original, there we go, original, and that's going to be equals to the a, and a will be set to 1 and b will be set to a nested object which will have the c property and which will be set to 2. Now underneath there, let's just make a clone of that by using our deep clone function which we defined. So we have to specify our original inside there, and I'm going to store them inside the cloned variable like so. And now here we are going to be providing our expectation. So we want to expect the original.b.c value, which means like that 2 value to be 2. So I'll use like to be, and here we have to specify 2, save my file, and here you can see our tests are now successfully passing, as you can see there right here. Okay, so that's totally done. But now if I want to like modify that original value, okay, so if I use like cloud.b.c value, if that is equal to 3, and here we want to use our expect statement, so let's just remove that and expect that and provide our expect, and here we have to specify our clone.b.c value to be 3. As we already know that we are now changing that value right here, and we are now changing that from 2 to 3, so that's why we want to expect that to be 3. So as you can see right here, all of our tests are now successfully passing, and that is something that we expected. So now underneath there, I'm going to use like it should correctly check deep equality between two objects. And now let's just provide a few objects right here. So I'll use like const obj1, and that's going to be set to the a property, and a will be set to 1, and b will be set to the c property, and that's going to be the value will be set to 2. I'm going to duplicate that like 3 times and change that to like object2 and this one to object3, and the values will be exactly the same, but expect from this one I'm going to change that to 3. That's done. Now what I want to do is that I want to use like expect expect and provide my deep equal function right here, and then we are going to be passing the object1 and then the object2 inside there, and that to be true. So it's going to give us the true value. Okay, and now let me just duplicate that and change that to false, and here we are going to be passing the 3 value, because here we are now changing the c value to 3, so we are now expecting that to give us the false value. So as you can see right here, all of our tests are now successfully passing. Change that to true, and now let me just save there. So it's gonna just fail our test, and that is something that we don't want. So yeah, that was just the basics of test. So we learned about the describe, it, expect, and we learned about the objects. We also learned about arrays, math, in strings, and so on and so forth. Next, we are going to be learning about the TDD. Now we are going to be working with the object Utils.js. Okay, so let's start from the first one. We have to export const the deep merge, and it's going to take the object to 1, and it's going to also take the object obj2, and here inside there, first of all, we are going to be spreading out all of that objects. So object1, and we're going to be storing them inside the result variable, and it should look something like this. Now we are going to be iterating over through our keys, so I'll just use like const key inside the object2, and let's just check if the object, come on, object2, and now we have to pass our key inside there, and the instance of object and the key in object1. So in that situation, we have to get the result and pass our key inside there, and that's going to be equals to our deep merge function. Now we are calling our function inside our function, so this is a recursion, and pass our object1 and pass our key inside there. And now we are going to be using our object2 and pass our key inside that. Okay, so now for the else class, like that's not the case. So in that situation, we're going to be getting like the result key. That's going to be equals to the object2 and pass our key inside there. Now let me just save my file, and I'm going to close there. And now underneath this for loop, we are going to be just returning our result, so we can get the result of there. Now let me just hide there. And now we are going to be creating another function which will be our deep clown. It's going to take the object as a parameter, and now we are going to be only returning our json.parse, and here we have to pass our json.stringify and only pass our object inside there. So that's our deep clone. And finally we have to create our flatten object, so which will be flatten flatten object, and it's going to take the object as a parameter. It's going to also take the prefix, like how you want to flatten that. So now the initial value will be set to empty string, and now let me just save there. So now inside there we have to first of all create an empty object and store that inside the result variable, and next we have to iterate over through the keys. So I'll just use like const key inside the object, and inside there let's just first of all get the new key. So how in the world we are going to be getting there? We're going to be checking if we have the prefix. In this situation we are going to be just rendering this prefix right here and then dot and then that key. But if that's not the case, we are going to be only returning the key, and I'm going to store the result of that inside the new key variable, which will look something like this. And now we have to check if our object, and now let's just pass our key inside there, if our object.key and the type of object, come on, object key is equal to the objects. In this situation we're going to be making first of all the clone of our result, and then we're going to be attaching this flatten object, and this is a recursion now we are using. And now let's just pass our object and pass our key inside there, and now let's just use our new key like so, and I'm going to store the result of that inside the result variable. And now let's just save our file. We already defined this result right here, and now we're assigning this new value to this result variable. But if that's not the case, in that situation we are going to be getting the result and then the new key, and that's going to be equal to the object then key. Okay, now let me just save my file, and finally from this for loop underneath there we are going to be returning the result like so. And now let's just save our file. I'm going to collapse there, and now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to test this code. I'm going to go ahead and go to my test file and create my object utils.test.ts or JS rather. Now let me just save this file, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to get the describe, the it, and also the expect. And now underneath there we have to get a few function which we just created from the src folder, and we have to grab there from the object utils. So we are going to be getting the deep merge, the deep clone, and also the flatten object. So now let's just save there, and now underneath there we have to provide our describe or describe our test suite. So I'll just give the name of like object utilities or utils would be fine, and define my first one with like it should deep merge objects. And now inside there let's just create a few objects. So I'll just create like a, and a will be set to 1, and then create a b will be set to a nested object, and I'm going to pass like the x value of 2, and I'm going to store that inside the object 1 variable like so. Next we have to create another object 2. It's going to be equals to like b, and b will have this nested object with the property of y and the value of 3, and I'm going to also pass a c value, and it's going to be set to 4. Now we are going to be providing our expectation like deep merge, and here let's just pass our object 1 and also the object 2 inside there, and we want that to be equal to this result. Like a will be set to 1, and then b will be set to this nested object, like x value will be set to 2 and the y value will be set to 3. Outside from there we are going to be passing the c value, and that's going to be set to 4. And now let me just save my file, test this out, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing, and it is working the way we expect him to work. So now let me just collapse there, and now underneath there we have to test this deep clone function. So I'll just go ahead and define my it, like it should deep clone an object, and here inside there we are going to be creating first of all our object, like the a property will be set to 1, the b property will be set to a nested object, and now we are going to be passing a c as a 3. And yeah, I guess that's going to be fine. And here let's store the inside the object variable, and we should look something like this. Now we are going to be cloning there. So to clone there we are going to be using our deep clone function and pass our object which we just defined right here inside there. Okay, so I'm going to store the inside the cloned variable, and we should look something like this. Now we are going to be passing our expectation and pass my clone, and we want that to be equal. I'm gonna have to copy this clone and place it right here, or you know what, it should be just clone. So now let me just change that to clone, and to be equal to this object. Underneath there we have to pass our expect, void our clone, and not to be object. So now let's just save our file, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing, and this is how our code should work. Now let me just hide there, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to test our final function, which will be a flatten object function. So I'm gonna go there, and here let's just pass our test suite like it should flatten an object. And here inside there we are going to be first of all creating our object like a will be set to 1, b will be set to this c property of 2, and I'm gonna also pass like d, and d will be set to this nested e1 nested object like e will be set to 3. Okay, so I'll just pass like object, and it's going to be not object 1 but object would be fine. And now we have to pass our expectation, call our flatten object, and pass our object inside there, and we want that to be equal to this object like a will be set to 1, and then we are going to be getting like b.c property, which will be set to 2, and now we are going to be getting b.d.e property, and which will be set to 3. Okay, so now let me just provide like 3 right here. And now let me just save my file and test this out. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. And that was it about our first challenges. And that was the basics of testing in VTest. So we already learned about the AAA. Now let's talk about the TDD. So what is a TDD and why should you even care about that? So TDD or test driven development is a way of writing your code where you first write a test for your code, then write the code to make the test pass, and finally refactor your code while keeping your test passing. I know that was a lot of gibberish, but now let me just break this down for you. So how that's gonna look like? First of all, you're going to be writing your test. So think about what you want your code to do and then write a test for your code. After that, run your test, but in this case your test will fail because you don't even have your actual code, so your test will fail. After that, you would need to write some code, so just write enough code so it will make your test pass. After that, you have to run your test again, and in this case your test should pass because your code works as expected. Then you have to refactor your code, so clean up your code if needed and make sure your test still passed. After that, repeat that process again and again, and this is what we call a TDD. If you still don't get it, so here is the final definition. You would first of all write your test, then you would write your code, then you would make your test pass, refactor your code, and repeat that. So that was the entire flow of TDD or test driven development. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now let's just implement the TDD in action. So I want you to imagine a scenario where you will create a function which will add 2 numbers. So we already know that how we are going to be doing that. We can write a code for that, we can write a test cases for that. But I want you to just imagine for a second like this is something that we can do. If you want to do that by using the TDD approach, so first of all we are going to be creating a test case for that, then we are going to be writing a code for that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my test and create my math utils.test.js file. So what do you want to do? We want to create a function that adds 2 numbers. Okay, so this is what we are going to be doing right now. So first of all, let's just write a test cases for that. So we are going to be importing the describe, also the it, and also the expect cases. So now underneath there, we are going to be using our describe. We are now describing the add function. And now for the second value, let's just remove that, and inside there provide our test case right here like it should add 2 numbers. Yeah, that would be fine. Now let's just save there, and inside there we are going to be providing our expect case, and here let's just say like we are going to be passing our add function which will take like 1 and 2, and the result we want to expect that to be 3. Okay, so these are just our expectation, and of course our test will fail. And why is that? Because we don't even have our add function. We did not write any code for that, so that's why our test will successfully fail. Okay, so yeah, this is just our testing scenario, and now let's just write a code for that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my src file and define my math utils.js file right here. Now we are going to be writing our code, and let's just hope it works. So we are going to be using like cons, and then add will be the name of my function which will take a and b as a parameter, and now we are going to be using like a and a plus b, so it's going to give us the result of that. I'm going to export there. Let's just save our file and import there right here. So I'll use like import add from where from. Let's just go ahead and go to my src directory, and inside there we have our math utils. Check this out. Yep, our test is now successfully passing, and it is also passing right here, but all of that code should be gone. Let's just refresh there, and yeah, our test is now successfully passing, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. Our test is passing, our code is working. Now it's time to refactor our code. That's going to be the third step. Okay, so sometime we would need to refactor our code, but in a majority of time we would not. So I'll just remove that from here, and I'm going to just return like that a plus b. But here we are going to be also checking the edge cases. That was the only reason I choose JavaScript over the TypeScript, because I want to show you these cases. Okay, so if you weren't using JavaScript, if you weren't using TypeScript, so this is what you would have to do. Okay, so first of all, you would have to check like if the type of a is not equals to the number, so let's just provide there, or the type of b does not equals to the number. So in that situation we have to throw an error. So I'll use like throw new error, and I'm gonna say like both arguments must be numbers. And now let's just save our file. Okay, now that we successfully refactor our code, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to my test cases and provide a bit of test to this. So this is going to be our expectation, but now underneath there, let's just provide another test case. So it should throw an error if arguments are not numbers. And now let's just provide our expect cases. So here we already know that we are going to be throwing an error, so which means like we have to use our callback function and use our add function. And let's suppose we have like 1 and then 2 as a string value, and we want the result to throw throw both arguments must be numbers. And now let's just save that. I'm going to duplicate there a few times, so let's just change the first one to be a string. So I'll just write like 1 as a string, and I guess that's going to be fine. And I'm going to also change that to like that's going to be fine, but I'm going to change this value to no. Check out my test cases, so which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work, and yeah, everything is now successfully passing. So this is how we are going to be performing the TDD. And if you want to perform that challenge by yourself, you can definitely go ahead and do that challenge by yourself. But first of all, we are going to be writing a test case, then we will write a bit of code to pass that test. After that, we are going to be writing after that we are going to be checking our test. If our tests are now successfully passing, then if you wanted to refactor our code, we can definitely do that. But if you don't, so we don't have to. Now let's talk about the matchers. So far we've been using only the 2b, but now we are going to be learning about a lot of matchers. Like we're going to be learning about the equality matcher, truthiness matcher, number, string, object matchers, and so much more. So let's start. I'm gonna go ahead and define a file, create a file with the name of matchers.test.js. And here we are going to be learning about a lot of matchers. First of all, we have to import the expect. We also have to import the it. Okay, so we're not going to be writing any describe because we are going to be only learning about the matchers. And now let's just learn about them. So I'll just write like it and 2b matchers. So let's just start from the first one, which is called the 2b. So you know what, let me just write a definition of that. First of all, so we have a 2b, and the definition will look something like this. It will check for the strict equality. Like you can think about that as like triple equal to operator as we use in JavaScript. So meaning both values must be the same type and value. We already discussed that inside the JavaScript. So whenever we use like triple equality operator, which means like the value and the type should be the same, otherwise it's going to give us an error. So that's exactly what this 2b will do for us. So I'll just use like const result. It's going to be set to 5, and here we have to just write like expect, and then here we have to pass our result right here to be 5. So now in this case our test will successfully pass, as we see there. And here you can see, let's just refresh there, our test will now successfully pass. And why is that? That's because the value and also the types are totally equal, so that's why we are now getting the passing test. But now if I change that to like, I don't know, maybe a string, save this file, so here you can see our test will now fail. So that was our 2b. Now let's talk about another one, which is called the 2 equal. So let's just write 2 equal, and I'm gonna also change the definition of that. So I'm gonna just remove that, and the definition will look something like this. It will check for the deep equality, and which means like it compares the values by checking the content of objects or arrays, not just their reference. So how that's gonna look like, let me just change that to like 2 equal, and I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to define 2 objects. So I'll use like object 1 is going to be equals to the name, and the name will be set to, I don't know, my own name, and also the age will be set to 22. I'm going to duplicate there and change the name of that to like 2. And here we have to pass our object 1 to be, not to be like, but to equal as object 2. So now if I save there, let's just refresh there. Okay, now it's working. As you can see, our tests are now successfully passing because we are now checking both the reference and also the values of these objects right here. So we are now checking like expect the object 1 value or content to be as the object 2 or to be equal to the object 2. So let's suppose if I change that to like, I don't know, maybe 12, and here you can see our test will now fail. And why is that? Because the content is now different from this object 2, so that's why we are now getting an error. So that was the 2 equal, and now let's talk about the 2 strict equal. Okay, so we have another one which is called the 2 strict, and I'm gonna also remove the definition of that. So it will check for deep equality, just like 2 equal, which we just saw a few seconds ago, but also consider properties like undefined, function, and others, and other types that are not strict equal in certain cases. And now let me just change that to like 2 strict equal, and it will work exactly the same. But now let's suppose if I want to change like, I don't know, maybe the type of that, I'm going to change the type of that to like string. Now let me just save my file and refresh there, and here you can see our test will fail. And let's suppose if I just add something else like, I don't know, maybe a something, save this file, still our test will fail. Okay, so that was it about for the equality measures, and you don't even have to worry about that because all of them are now available inside the vtest. So you have to just search for that, click on the vtest, and they are available right here. So if I go to the guide, and we have to go to the API, and here inside this API we have a lot of measures, but if I click on there, and now we can see those measures right here. We have to be close, and to be defined, truthy, falsy, none, and there are a lot of measures that you can explore by yourself, but I'm going to show you those which you will use like a lot of times. Okay, so you know what, I'm gonna just, why did I just delete there? I'm gonna have to only delete there and also there. Now let's talk about another one which is called the to be truthy. So to be truthy. This measure will check if the value is truthy or falsy. If you guys don't know the concept of truthiness and falsiness in JavaScript, so well, let me just explain that right here. But if you do so, you already get the idea. So in JavaScript, only these values which I am about to write are falsy values, and other than that, every single thing is truthy. So these are now the falsy values. So false is a falsy value, 0 is a falsy value, null is a falsy value, empty string is also a falsy value, and it doesn't matter if you use like single quotes or double quotes or backticks, but if they are empty, so which means like they are a falsy values. We have undefined. Undefined is also falsy, and NaN is also a falsy. So basically this measure will check whether the value is truthy or falsy. If our value gives us the result of any of these, so which means like our value is falsy. But if our value is not inside this list, so which means like our value is truthy. So now let's just use there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use like const value, and that's going to be set to like 1 maybe. And now we are going to be expecting the value to be truthy, and here let's just not pass anything. Okay, so we already know what a truthiness and falsiness means, and let me just go ahead and check this out. So here you can see our tests are now successfully passing. And why is that? And it should be the to be measure or to be truthy measure. And why is that? Because 1 is a truthy value, that's why it's going to give us the passing test. But if I change that to like either empty string, now our test will fail. Or if I change that to like 0, still our test will fail. If I change that to like NaN, and now let's just refresh that, still our test will fail. Okay, so that was our to be truthy value or measure, whatever you want to call it. So that was the to be truthy. We also have the to be falsy. Come on, to be falsy. There we go. I'm gonna select that. Now it's gonna pass our test. And why is that? Because NaN or not a number is also a falsy value. So that's why our test is now passing. And if I just set that to like null maybe, let me just change that to null. And here you can see still our test is now passing. And why is that? Okay, what the hell? I just look at those fav icons and I thought like I opened them in 2 tabs, so that's why I closed them. So if I change that to like maybe 1, so now our test will fail because 1 is not a falsy value. 1 is a truthy value. That's why we're now getting this error right here. Now let's talk about the greater and less than and all of their measures. So they are a math related measures. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like 10, and here we are now passing that 10, but I'm going to change that to like result maybe. And here let's just use the to be greater. Okay, so to be greater than 5. So what are we doing? We are now taking this 10 value and we are now passing that right here, and we are now checking like is 10 greater than or less than 5. Okay, so if it is greater than 5, so it's going to give us check. But if that's not the case, so it's going to give us false. Our test is now successfully passing because 10 is greater than 5. That's why our test is now successfully passing. But if I change that to like to be less than 5, less than, yeah, so our test will now fail. So we have like to be less than or equal to, and we also have to be greater than or equal to. So let me just use like to be less than, come on, less than or equal. Oh, I'm using HEN, should be AN. To be less than or equal to 5. So now we are checking like is 10 greater than, I mean like 10 less than or equal to 5 or not. And here you can see it's gonna fail because 10 is not less than 5 or equal to 5. 10 is 10. 10 is not neither less nor equal to 5. So that's why our test is now failing. So if I use like to be greater or equal, now if I save my file and now if you check this out, so our tests are now successfully passing. And why is that? Because 10 is greater than or equal to 5. Okay, so that's them. And there are a lot of measures that you can explore by yourself. And now let me show you one more, which is called the toContain, and which is related to the string. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that, and I'm going to just define that result variable once again, and I'm going to only provide like hello comma word right here. And now we are going to be using the measure which is called the toContain. And here let's just provide our hello right here. So what is this toContain does? This toContains will check the result, and it's going to check for a specific value inside that string. So is this value available inside this string or not? Yes, of course, hello is already available inside the result. So it's going to pass our test, as you can see right here. So now our test is now successfully passing. But now if I just provide like my own name, maybe Hussein, and here you can see the test is now failing. Why is that? Because Hussein is not available inside this string, and that's why it will not give us the value of that. There is also yet another one which is called the toMatch. So I'm going to use like toMatch. It's going to take a regular expression, or regex for short. If you guys don't know what a regex means, you don't even have to worry about that. So I'm going to just write like search for this entire string and search for only this word. And I'm going to also provide I. If that is either lowercase or uppercase, then pass, or we don't have to provide this I right here. So I'm going to just provide this word. So we want you to search for this entire string, and inside that string we want to search for the word, and our test will fail. Why is that? Because here you can see the W is lowercase, but if you just provide that as a uppercase and refresh there, and here you can see we are now providing uppercase W, and it should be word. There we go. God damn it. Now here you can see our test is now successfully passing. So that's done. Now let's talk about the to equal one. We have another one which is called the to have the property, and we usually use that for the objects, like is the object have a certain property or not. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to use like const object, and here inside this object I'm going to provide like name, and name will be my own name. So I'm going to use like Hussein, age of 22. Let's just save this file, and now underneath that, here we have to provide our expectation. So I'll use like expect, there we go, and provide our objects inside there. And now let's just use to have property, and then here we have to provide the property name, like name. Is this name property available inside this object or not? If it is available, so it's going to give us, it's going to pass our test. But if it is not available, so it's going to fail our test. Here you can see our test is now passing. But if I, let's suppose, search for the location, and save this file, and now it's going to give us an error because location property is not available inside this object. And we also have a few more methods like to be defined and to be undefined. So let's suppose you want to search for this value. Is this value defined or undefined? So I'm going to use like dot name, and here I'm going to use like to be undefined or to be defined rather, and I'm going to execute there, and it will pass our test because this name value is defined inside this object. And now here you can see our test is now successfully passing. But if I change that to like to be undefined and save my file, and now it's going to give us an error. So yeah, that was a lot of methods, and once again you can check all of these out by yourself, and there are a lot. And I mean there are a lot. Okay, now let's talk about the positive and negative testing. So let's just start from the first one, which is called the positive testing. So it will check if the system behaves as expected when provided with the valid inputs. So in positive testing, you are testing the system with correct or valid inputs, ensuring that the system functions as expected when used correctly. So on the other hand, we have a negative testing. So it will check if the system handles invalid or unexpected inputs correctly. In negative testing, you are providing an incorrect or invalid inputs to ensure that the system can handle error scenarios gracefully and it doesn't crash or behaves unexpectedly. So that was just the definition of a positive and negative testing. So how that's gonna look like? First of all, we have our add function which takes like a and b as a parameter, and now we are checking like if a is not a number or if the type of b is not a number. So in that situation, we want to throw an error which will say like both input must be numbers, and then finally we are just returning a plus b, and that's our function. Now if you want to provide a positive testing for that, so we are going to be providing a valid inputs like passing 3 and 5, and we are now expecting that to give us the result of add, and 3 plus 5 will give us add, and then we are providing a 10 and 20, and it's going to give us 30, and now we are providing 0 and 0, so it's going to give us 0. And that was our positive testing. But now let's talk about the negative testing. So here you can see we are now providing a negative values like 3 and also 5, but 5 is now a string value. But if that is the case, so we want to just throw an error which will say like both inputs must be numbers. And here you can also see like we are now providing a as a string, and we are providing a 5 as a second value. So still we are going to be saying like both inputs must be numbers. And now here you can see for the third one, we are now providing an undefined and null. So in that situation, we are going to be throwing an error once again. So that was just a quick theory about the positive and negative testing. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and go to my math, and here you can see I have exactly that same function, which is now checking like the a parameter and also the b parameter, and also just finally returning a plus b. Now let me provide a few test cases for the like the valid and invalid or positive and negative testing. So I'll just use like math.test.js file, and now let's just import our describe function, or it function, and also our expect function. Expect, there we go. And we would also need to import our add from where? Add from our math module. Let's just go to our src and math. Now here we are going to be describing our function. So I'll just give the name of like math, and here let's just provide our it should add valid numbers. Come on, valid numbers. Now here in this case we are providing you know what, let's just remove that. And now here in this case we are working with the positive testing. So you want to expect. So let's just provide our add and provide our 3 and 5 to be add. Okay, so let's just come on, if I can type that today. So it's going to give us the result of add. Now let me just duplicate that 2 more times, and we want to pass the value of like 10 and also 20 to this one, and we want the expected value to be 30. Now here let's just provide another expectation like 0 for the first parameter and 0 for the second one, and the result will be 0. Okay, so now if I save there, and my test is running, and I can see all of the tests successfully passing. So that was our positive testing. But now let's talk about how we can specify a negative testing for that. So I'll just use another it, and it should add invalid input fields or inputs rather. And here we are going to be expecting if add, and here we have to specify 3 value and 5 as a string value. If that is the case, we are going to be throwing a new error. So throw error, and here we will just say like both inputs must be numbers. Okay, let's just go back. Go back. Oh my god, go back. There we go. And I'm going to duplicate that, and for the second input I'm going to just convert that to a, and inside the string a, and also here let me just convert that to 5, and also this one to undefined and null. Okay, so I'm going to just convert that to null, save my file and test this out. So here you can see both of my tests are now successfully passing. So this is how we are going to be providing a positive test, and this is how we are going to be providing a negative test. Now let's talk about the boundary testing. So boundary testing focuses on testing the edges or boundaries of an input values. So the primary idea behind the boundary testing is that errors are more likely to occur in the boundaries, in the extreme end of the input ranges. By testing the boundaries of an input values, you can find defects that occur when the system handles these edge cases. I know that was a crazy definition of boundary testing, but trust me, it's not that hard. So now let's talk about the types of boundary testing. So the first type we have is a minimum boundary, which will test the smallest possible valid value. Then we have a maximum boundary, which will test the largest possible valid value. Then we have a just inside the boundary, and it will test above the minimum or just below the maximum. Then we have a just outside the boundary, so it will test just below the minimum or just above the maximum to ensure the invalid values are correctly rejected. So that was just the types of boundary testing, but now let me just give you an example of that. So just consider a simple function that accepts a username and a password, where the username must be at least 3 characters and the password must be at least 6 characters. So this is how we can solve that by using the boundary testing. So for the username boundary, we can provide the minimum valid username like 3 characters, and the minimum invalid username will be 2 characters, and just inside the valid will be 3 characters, and just outside the invalid will be set to 1 character. So that was just it about for the username boundary. But we can also provide for the password boundary. So the minimum valid password will be 6 characters. The minimum invalid password will be set to 5 characters. Just inside the valid will be set to 6 characters, and just outside the invalid will be set to 4 characters. Okay, so if you guys don't get it, you don't have to worry about the boundary testing. But now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now let's see that boundary testing in action. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a file inside the src. So I'll use like valid or validate. Come on, validate password.js. And here we are going to be creating our function inside this. So I'll use like password or validate password, and it's going to take a password as a parameter. And now inside this function, first of all, we are going to be checking if the password which we are now taking as a parameter dot length length is less than 8 characters, or password dot length is greater than 16 characters. So in that situation, you want to throw in error. So I'll use like new error, and it's gonna say like password must be between 8 and 16 characters. 16 characters. There we go. So now let me just save my file. But if that's not the case, so what do you want to do in that situation? Then we just want to return like password is valid. There we go. And now let's just save our file. I'm gonna close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my test folder, and here we are going to be creating our validate password.test.js file. And inside there, let's just import our describe function or it function, and also our expect function. And also we want to import or validate password from where? From our src folder, and then we have our validate password. Now underneath that, let's just provide our describe, and I'm gonna give it the name of like validate password. And inside there, let's just use our it should allow a password with exactly 8 characters. And now let's just use this. So I'm going to use like validate password, and here I'm going to use like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So it is, I guess, 8 characters. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters. Yeah. So I'm going to also store the inside the variable. So I'm going to use like result is going to be equals to this validate password. And now we have to provide our expectations. So provide our expect, and here we have to pass our result inside there to be password is valid. Okay, so now let me just save my file. Let me go ahead and go to my file, and password is valid. I'm gonna copy this in exact string, and now let me just paste that right here, save my file, and we are getting an error. I don't know why, but we are now getting this error. Oh, that's because we are not exporting there. So now let me go to the top and export there, save my file, and now everything should be fine. Here you can see we're now providing 8 characters, so that's why our test is now passing. But if I just provide like maybe 3 characters, our test is now failing, and now we are getting like password must be between 8 and 16 characters. So now let's just go back, and that's done. Let me create another test suite. So I'm going to use like it should throw an error if password has less than 8 characters. There we go. So in that situation, it's gonna just throw an error. Go back, and here let's just provide our expectation because it's gonna throw an error. So in that situation, let's just use our arrow function and provide our validated password. And here we have to provide like ABC right here and to throw. And it's gonna throw this error like password must be between 8 and 16 characters. Let me just save my file, and now we are providing an ABC right here, and let's just test this out. And here you can see it's also passing right here, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. And these are just the boundaries which we are now providing right here, the boundary tests. So let's just create another one. It should allow a password with exactly 16 characters. Okay, so I'm gonna use like validated password, and I'm gonna provide a lot of stuff to here. So maybe A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. And how many characters is this? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16. Yep, that's fine. So I'm gonna store them inside the result variable. And now let's just use our expectation. So provide our result to be password is valid, and save my file. And yep, this test is also passing because we are now providing 16 characters. I can't even speak today. So if I just remove that, and here you can see our test will fail. So let me just provide that 16 characters right here, and we are going to be also providing one more for it. So I'll use like it should throw an error if password has more than 16 characters. There we go. Provide our expectation, and here inside they provide our validated password. And let's suppose if you have more than these stuff, so I'm gonna copy there, place there, and I'm going to just provide like PQ, and it's gonna throw an error, and error will say like password must be between 8 and 16 characters. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that was just example number 1, but now let me also give you yet another example, so which will be validate index. So I'm gonna go ahead and create another file with the name of is valid or valid index.js file, and here inside there we will just create a function. I'm gonna also export there because I always forget there, and is valid index. We're going to be just checking for the array and index inside the array. Okay, so here let's just check if our index is less than 0 or our index is greater than or equal to array.length. Okay, double R-A-Y, array.length. So in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to throw new error which will say like index out of bounds, like for the boundaries. And now underneath there, if that isn't the case, we are going to be returning like invalid is or index is valid. There we go. And now let's just save our file. And also don't forget this explanation mark, you have to provide them. I'm gonna remove all of them and provide my test case right here. So it should be is valid index.test.js file. I'm gonna go ahead and first of all import my describe it and also the expect, and then we are going to be importing the is valid index from where, from our src. Go to the src and then is valid index right here. Now let's just define or describe our function suite. So is valid index, and here let's just remove that second from there and use const array and define our array right here like 10 20 30 40 and semi-file. And then we are going to be checking our suite. So it should allow index 0 first element. Okay, so yeah, If we provide 0, so it's going to give us the first element from our array. So I'm going to use like not index db. What the hell am I doing? I'm going to have to copy this name, place it right here, and provide my array inside there, which we are now creating right here, and 0 like so. And I'm going to use const result is going to be equals to this function call, and provide my expectation, and here let's just provide our result to be index is valid. If that is the case, so we want to provide like index is valid. Check this out. Yep, it is working the way we expect him to work. And also create a few more boundary tests for it. So I'm going to use like it should allow index. So that's going to be the last one, last element. There we go. And here we can use like const result, and here let's just use is valid index and provide my array inside there and 4. Okay, so provide my expectation, provide the result to be index is valid. If that is the case, even check this out. Yep, it is also passing, and I'm going to just maybe duplicate there 2 times, and here change the values inside there, or even the messages. Okay, so this one should be come on, it should throw an error for index -1. Okay, out of bounds. And here I'm going to just specify a few things, because here we are going to be using our expect and provide our callback function today, because we are going to be throwing an error. So let's just use our isValid index, provide our array and -1, so out of bound to throw. And here we have to provide like index out of bounds, like for the boundaries. Now underneath there, I'm going to just remove all of them from here, and it should throw an error for index 5. Come on, 5, and it should be out of bounds as well. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove both of them, provide my expectation. Here we have to provide our function is validate index and provide our array and 5 inside there to throw. So in that situation, we are going to be using index out of bounds and semi-file. Check this out. Okay, so we are getting some sort of error. Index out of bound, but here we are now providing this dot, so that's why we have to remove this dot, save our file, and now here you can see all of the tests are now successfully passing. So yeah, that was our boundary testing. Let's talk about the parameterized testing, and this word is super hard to pronounce, but I'm gonna do my best. So parameterized tests allow you to run the same test with multiple set of inputs without duplicating the test logic. Instead of writing multiple similar test cases for different inputs, you define the inputs as a set of parameter, and the test will automatically run for each combination of those values. So that was just a quick definition, but here you can see I have a function which will allows us to multiply 2 numbers. So if you want to write a lot of test cases for that, so we can, like nothing is stopping us. But if you want to use the parameterized testing, so this is how we are going to be using there. First of all, we have our describe, and now inside the describe, we are not calling our it function, we are now calling our each method on our it function. So here we can pass our array, and inside that array we can pass our value for our parameters. Here you can also see we have a placeholder of %d. It will take those values from those tests and it will put it right there. If you don't get it, you don't have to worry about that, because now I'm going to show you that in action. Okay, so now let's see that parameterized testing in action. So first of all, I'm going to create a file with the name of mat.js, and I'm going to also create a test file for that. So I'll use like mat.test.js, and I'm going to close this getIgnore file, and now let's just create our multiply function inside this. So I'll use like const multiply. It's going to take a and b as the parameters, and now we are going to be using a times b. Okay, so let's just use that. I'm going to save this file, and now we have to import that right here. First of all, we are going to be importing the describe function. So let's just use the describe, then the it, and also the expect function. And now we are going to be using the multiply from our math module. So I'm going to just describe my set, and I'm going to give it the name of like multiply. And now inside there we are going to be using our it, but we are not going to be calling there. I'm going to just use dot, and here you can see we have a lot of function, like we have apply, bind, and so on and so forth. I'm going to only call this each function. Okay, so now let me just execute there, and here you can see it takes a test cases, and which will be a read only. Okay, so I'm going to pass my array inside there, and now here we are going to be passing our test cases, like value for our test cases. So I'll use like for the first parameter I'm going to pass 2, and for the second one I'm going to pass 3, and for the result I'm going to pass 6. So it's going to give us like 2 times 3 is equal to 6. Okay, so it's going to give us that result. So now let me just remove that from here. I want to pass a few more ones, so I'm going to provide my comma, and I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. Okay, so you know what, let's just change there to like 4 maybe, and this one to 5, and this one to 20. So it's going to give us the result of 20. And also I'm going to pass 7 here, 8, and here the result will be set to 56. Okay, so now let's just provide our 1 and 0. Come on, 0. So we already know this is going to give us 0 value. Let me just duplicate that for the final time. And here I'm going to paste like -2, here 3, and here -6. So let's just paste there. I'm going to save this file right now. But also we have to call our function, like immediately invoke function expression like ify. If you guys don't know what a ify is in JavaScript, you don't even have to know that. But yeah, if you want to call that function, so this is how we are going to be calling there. So for the first parameter, we are going to be providing our description. So I'll just say like should return correct result when multiplying. Now we are going to be using these placeholders percent symbol and also d, and I'm going to use and once again %d, and then the expected, and here we have to use that %d one more time. Let's just go back. Let me just save my file. So this is how it looks like. So basically it's going to take that 2, it's going to put that right here, then it's going to take that 3, it's going to put that right here inside this placeholder, and then finally it's going to take this 6, it's going to put that right here. Same will goes for the 4, 5, 20, and so on and so forth. So this is what's going on right now. So I'm going to provide a comma here, and now we have to provide our functions. For our function, now that we know that it takes 3 parameters, so we are going to be passing 2, and then 3, and then 6. Okay, so for that, let's just pass like a comma b. And then here we have to specify our expected. You can basically give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I just give it the name of like a, b, and expected result. Now here we have to pass our expect, and I'm going to be passing my multiply inside there and pass my a comma b, which is now coming from these parameters. And now we have to use the to be, and let's just pass our expected result right here. Now let me just save my file, and now let's just run our test. So I'm going to use like npm run test and then UI. So let's just run, and here you can see our tests are now successfully passing right here. Okay, as you can see there, multiplying 2. Okay, here you can see. So we are now getting that result, and as I said, like those placeholder will be replaced by those actual values. So here you can see for this pound symbol, not pound symbol but percent symbol with d, it is now replaced with this 2, and then same will goes for this one, as you can see there right here, and same will goes for this one as well. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a parameterized test for our code. But that was our first example. Now let me give you one more example. I'm going to go ahead and go to my src file once again, and I'm going to create another file with the name of string validator.js. Okay, I hope the spelling is correct. So let's just write like string validator.test.js file right here. I'm going to go into my string validator file, and let's just create our is valid string length, and here it's going to take a string as a parameter. Now inside there, first of all, let's just export there because I always forget there. Let's just check if our string.length, come on, length, if our string.length is less than 5 or our string.length is greater than 10. So in that situation, we are going to be throwing this new error, which will say like string length must be between 5 and 10 characters. If that is not the case, then we are going to be returning like string is valid and provide this pound symbol right there. So this is our function. Now we have to provide a test cases for this. So I'm going to go into my test file, and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the describe and also the it, and also now let's talk about how we are going to be testing an asynchronous code, like those code which will take some time. So let me just give you example of that. First of all, we are going to be creating our file with the name of fetch data. We are not going to be actually fetching our data, but this is just an example. So I'm going to also go to the test file and create my fetch data.test.js file. Okay, so first of all, let's just go to our fetch data file, and here we are going to be creating our function. So I want you to imagine like we have some sort of asynchronous function, fetch data function, that will simulate the API request and return the promise. So how that's going to look like, this is how it's going to look like. So I'll just export this function because I always forget that. And now let me just use like fetch data. I'm going to give it the name of like fetch data, and that's going to be an asynchronous function, which means like it's going to take some time. And now we're going to be returning a new promise from there, and it's going to take the result, and it's going to also take the reject. even though we are not going to be using the reject, but yeah, we are going to be providing there right there. And I'm going to also use like set timeout, and it's going to take a while to run. So here inside there, for the duration, I'm going to give it like maybe 1 second would be fine. Here we're going to be calling our resolve function, and it's going to say like data fetched successfully, FULLY, there we go, SUSS SUCESS there we go. Oh god damn it, SUCCESSFULLY. Now this is looking better. So this is just our basic asynchronous function, and it returns a promise. So how in the world we are going to be testing this code? Let me go ahead and go to my test file, and here we are going to be importing first of all the describe, the it, and also the expect. And now underneath there we are going to be also importing our fetch data function. And now let's just use our describe. Okay, so I'm going to use there, and I'm going to give it the name of like fetch data, and let's just remove there. And inside there, let me just save this file, and inside there let's just create our test suite. So it should return the correct message after the promise is resolved, or the promise resolves. There we go. And let's just save our file. And now inside there, first of all, we are going to be calling our function, but the main thing is that we are now testing this asynchronous function. So which means like we also have to mark this function as asynchronous. So I'll use like async right here, ASYNC. And now let me just save my file. And now that we made our function as an asynchronous function, so which means like we can now use our await inside there. So I'm going to just use like await, and here let's just use our fetch data and execute this function. And I'm going to store the inside the result variable. And now here we are going to be using the expect and pass my result inside there, and we want that to be data fetched successfully. So you know, let me just copy this entire thing from here. And now let me just place there right here, save my file. And now let's just check this out. I'm gonna refresh there, and yep, everything is working the way we expect him to work. But imagine if I just remove this async function from there, and also this await, and now if I save my file, now our test will fail. And why is that? Because our code takes some time to run, and our test file does not. So that's why we have to provide this await and this async right here whenever we are testing a asynchronous function. So that was example number 1. Let me give you one more example. So I'm going to create a file with the name of fetch user data.js, and I'm going to also create a test file for this. So I'll use like fetch data.test or fetch user data.test.js file, and I'm gonna go into my fetch user data. What am I saying today? And here we are going to be just exporting this function and create that right here with the name of fetch user data, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to take the user ID, and based on that ID we are going to be fetching our data. So if our user ID is equal to invalid, so in that situation we are going to be returning promise.reject. There we go. And I'll just say like user not found or something like that, because if the user ID is not valid, so which means like we would not be able to find the user. So let's just return our promise.resolve, and here we have to pass our object, and we are going to be passing the ID. Come on, the ID, and it's going to be set to user ID. And also we are going to be passing a name, and name will be set to, I don't know, my own name like Hussein Web Dev. And now let me just save my file. Okay, so as soon as I save my file, now let's go into our fetch user data.test file, and here we have to import our describe function. We also have to import our it and also our expect, and now underneath there we have to import our fetch users data from our user data function or file, whatever you want to call that. And here let's just create our fetch user data, and inside there let's just use our it function. It should resolve with the user data when, come on, the user data when the user ID is valid. Okay, so if I save my file, here you can see I just forgot there. We have to provide that async right here, because we are now testing an asynchronous function. So we have to provide that async there, and now we can use our await and then fetch user data, and now we have to execute this. So I'll just pass like valid user ID, and I'm going to also store the inside the variable like const result. It's going to be equals to this response. And here let's just pass our expectation. So I'll just provide my result. Come on, there we go. And to equal, there we go. And here we have to pass the ID, and the ID will be set to valid user ID, which we are now passing there. And also Hussein Web Dev. And now let me just save my file. Yep, our test is now successfully passing. If I check this out, so this is the test that I'm looking for. Let me just expand there. Yep, our test is now successfully passing. And now let's create another test suite for this. So it should reject with user not found message, or user not found when the user ID is invalid. Okay, so we are going to be using await, but first of all we have to use our async right here, and then we are going to be using await, and here we have to provide our expect and fetch user data. And now let's just provide like invalid ID or something like that, and then we are going to be just rejecting this promise. So I'll use like rejects and then to be, and here let's just paste like user not found. And now if I save that, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing. Run there, and you know what, let me just expand there. So we have these two tests, which is it should resolve with the user data when the user ID is valid, and on the other hand it should give us user not found when the user ID is not valid or invalid. So yeah, this is how we are going to be testing our asynchronous code by using async and await. The Witcher 4 trailer just came out like an hour ago, and I have to say it was one of the most good looking game I have ever seen. So I'm dying to play that game as soon as possible, but let's just hope that they release it very soon. Anyway, so now that we completed the unit testing part of this course, so now let's get into the React testing. So I'm gonna open my terminal, and now let's make a setup for there. So let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit clear, just like that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using npm create, create, and then read at latest, and I'm going to give it the name of like my React testing or something like that. I'm going to choose React.js with TypeScript because we are going to be using a TSX. Now let me go into that folder, and I'm going to install all of the dependencies inside there. So then successfully done. So I'm going to open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the public folder. I'm going to go to the assets folder and remove the app.css, and then I'm going to go into the app.tsx file, and I'll just write my RAFC inside there. Let's just close there. And now we have to install a lot of dependencies for our testing. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to install our test runner and assertion library, in which is the vtest. So I'm going to be using npm I and then -d and vtest. So it's going to install that in my project, and this is our test runner and our assertion library. So now that's successfully installed. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to install the React testing library for testing our components. So I'm going to just use like npm I and then -d add testing library /react. So it's going to install React.js in my machine. And also we would need the JS DOM. So now let's just use npm I and then -d JS DOM. JS DOM. So I know a lot of you will ask me, Hussein, what is a JS DOM? We've been testing our code, and we are seeing the result of our code inside our terminal, but now we are going to be testing our components, so we would need some sort of a DOM. Okay, so this JS DOM will allow us to work with a virtual DOM. So that's why we are now installing this. So now let me just install that, and you will see that in a few seconds. By the way, you don't have to worry about that. So that's totally done. Now we have to install something called the custom matchers, which is called the JS DOM. Okay, so I'm going to use like npm I and then -d add testing and then -library /just and then DOM. So it will allows us to test our code just like a custom method, like to be in the document and so on and so forth, something which you don't know already, but you will see that in a few seconds. So this library will just gives us a custom matchers. You just have to keep that in mind. And finally, we also have to provide a types for that. So I'm going to use like npm I and then -d add types and install a types for that JS. So let's just install that. And this is the library which I'm about to install. You don't need that, but sometime you will get an error inside your VS Code. So I also want you to install there. So I'm going to use like npm I and then add testing. Testing library and then just DOM. Okay, just DOM. So install there. So now our installation is now successfully done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go ahead and go to our package.json and provide our UI. Okay, so our script. So I'm going to provide a comma here, and I'm going to say like test and then UI, and give it any name that you prefer. And now I'm going to just write like retest and then -UI. So now let's just save there, and I'm going to also close there. Next, we have to provide a configuration for our vtest. So inside our root, not inside the src folder, but inside this root, I'm going to right click on there and create a new file with the name of config.ts, because inside this file we are going to be providing our custom configuration for our vtest. So I'll first of all import something called the define config. Let's just import the define config. From where? From our vtest, and then let's just go to the config file. So I'm gonna save my file right now. We will also export this so we can use it in other files. So I'll use like export default, and I'm gonna say like define config, and here we have to provide our object, and inside this object we have to provide our test object. Inside that object, first of all, we have to specify the environment. Currently we are now testing our code inside this terminal or node.js environment, so we don't want that. We want to test our component inside the JS DOM, so we will have to specify our environment, and we have to set there to their JS DOM library, which we just installed a few seconds ago. Next we have to also set the globals, and don't worry about the globals, so I'll just write like globals and set that to true, and I'm going to also provide the set of files, and that's going to be set to test and then setup.ts file. Now that we know what this environment is, now let's talk about this global. So whenever we are testing our component, whenever we are testing our function, so we usually import the describe function, we also import the it function, and we also import the expect function. But now that we set this global, so we no longer have to import all of that stuff like in all of our component. So we are going to be testing a lot of component, and inside those component we are going to be using the describe, it, and expect, but we don't have to import that. So that's why we are now providing this global, and we are now setting that to true. And finally we are just providing this set of file because this is going to be for our custom matchers. So now let's just save our file. I'm gonna go into my root, and here inside there we are going to be creating a folder with the name of test. And by the way, you can either give it the name of like double underscore and then test, and then double underscore like dunder, but in my case I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just write like test and hit enter right here. So first of all we have to create our component, then we are going to be testing our component. So I'm gonna right click on there and create a folder with the name of components, and inside there we are going to be creating our hello world.tsx file. Okay, so let's just use our arrayfc inside there, save my file, and this is how our component looks like. But now let's just go ahead and create a file for there. So here inside this test file, first of all we are going to be creating our setup file, then we are going to be testing our component. So I'll just use like setup.ts, and here I want you to notice this should be test, by the way. I made a mistake, so this should be test with s, and inside this test folder we have our setup.ts file. Okay, so here I want you to notice that we are now providing the tests, which is a folder which we just created right here, and then inside this folder we have our setup.test file, as you can see right here. And now here inside this setup.ts file we are going to be passing something called the custom matchers. So I'll just import first of all the testing library. Come on, let's just use our testing library, and we are going to be importing there from the JS and then DOM. Okay, so it's gonna allows us to use our custom measures. So that's everything that you have to do for now. And now I'm gonna just provide a bit of basic test right here. So you know what, first of all we have to create our components folder. If you want to create this components folder you can, but if you don't want to use the components folder, you can write your test inside the setup file. But in my case I prefer the components folder, so I'll just give it the name of like components, and inside there let's just create our hello world.test.tsx file right here. Okay, so now inside this file let's just test this component which we just created right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to my hello world file, and here we are not going to be importing the describe function and also the it function and also that expect function because we already declared that inside our vtest config file. So what do we have to do inside this file? The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the render function. So let's just import the render and also the screen, and you don't have to worry about them because I'm going to explain that in a few seconds right now. Okay, so I'll just import that from the testing library, not from the DOM but from the React.js. So now let me just save there. So what in the world is this render and what in the world is this screen? This render will allows us to render our component to the virtual DOM, and this screen will allows us to select a certain element to test that specific component. If you don't get it, you don't have to worry about that. But the next thing that we have to do is that we have to import our component so that we can test that. So I'll just import like hello world. As you can see, it will not help us to auto import our components. So how can we solve that? I'm gonna cut that from here, and you just have to grab this folder and you have to put that inside this src folder just for a second, and then you have to grab it back, and now it will start working. I promise it will start working. Just check it out. So here you can see, I guess they provided some configuration. I'm not quite sure about that, but now let me just save there. And now if I just use import hello, and as you can see right here, it will allows us to auto import our component. So now if I click on there, so it's going to import our component from this file. So I want you to hold control and click on there, so it's going to bring you to this file, and this is our component. I'm going to save this file right now, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our describe, and inside there I'll say like hello world component or something like that. And now inside this describe, we are going to be implementing our it, and it should render a hello world, maybe component would be fine. And now let me just save that. Okay, so now the first thing that we have to do is that we have to render our component, then we would be able to interact with our component. We are not just testing our functions, now we are testing our JSX, and we have to render that to our virtual DOM. So if you want to render that to our virtual DOM, so for that we are going to be using this render method or function from this testing library and React.js. Okay, so we will just use that render, and inside there, as you can see right here, it requires the UI and the React node. So now in this case, I'm going to just pass my hello world component, and now I'm going to close there. So now it's going to render my component to the virtual DOM. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our expect and also our screen. So I'll just use like expect right here, and now I'm going to be using that screen. And as I said, that this screen will allows us to interact with a certain element inside our component, then we would be able to test that specific functionality or behavior. Okay, so I'll just use like screen, and then this screen has a lot of matchers. So it has find all by alt, and there are a lot of things, and I promise you're gonna learn a lot of them by the end of this course. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just use like get by text, and now let me just hit enter, not ID but just a get by text, and now let me just execute there, and we are going to be testing or fetching or getting our element by using that specific text. So what am I talking about? So you know what, let me just copy this entire text, and now let me just place that right here. So essentially we are telling that first of all we want you to render our component, then we only want to get that specific element which has this content like hello world, and we want there to be, so let me just use like to be in the document. Come on, in the document, there we go. And now let me just save my file, and this is something called the matchers, which we already set up inside the setup.ts file right here. Okay, so let's suppose if I just comment this line out, save my file, as you can see right here, it's going to give us an error. So now let me just uncomment there, save my file, and now that error is now gone. If you don't get this coding, you don't have to worry about that. I mean, like, it's not that much difficult code to be honest, but the only thing which is difficult is this line of code, and I guess 90% of this testing course is based on this screen, because we are going to be learning about how we can fetch our element by using area, by using getRole, and so on and so forth. And this screen is one of the difficult part of this entire testing, and you guys already know all of that stuff. Like, first of all, you have to import all of your render and screen from your testing library, then you have to import your component, then you have to use the describe and describe your test suite, and inside there you just have to use your it to define your test, and then we are going to be rendering our component to the virtual DOM. And here is the hardest part, which we are going to be covering in this course. Today is a weird day. The Witcher 4 trailer just came out, and also, guess what? The Devon just came out. I just watched a Fireship video about the Devon. Like, the first look of the Devon, it requires like, I don't know, maybe $500 per month or something like that, and it was hilarious. Everybody was telling me like, Hussein is gonna take our jobs and this and that. Anyways, I am getting sidetracked. So now we are going to be learning about how we can test a component with a prop. So a component which takes a prop, how can we test that? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define another component with the name of user status dot tsx, and inside there I'll just use my array-fce, and I'm going to just remove that from here, and it's going to take a few props. So it's going to take the email, and it's going to only take one prop, which will be an email. So I'll just write like email. I'm going to also annotate that right here, like email will be a string. Now let me just save my file, and here we're going to be just rendering our email. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like if we have the email, so in that situation we're going to be just rendering like welcome, come on, welcome, and their specific person email. But if that's not the case, like if the user did not provide their email, so then we are going to be just using like sign up. Now let me just save my file, and this is how our component looks like. Now let's get into the test and test this component. So I'll just create a file with the name of user status.ts, test.tsx. And inside this file, we are going to be doing all of that stuff once again. So like first of all, we are going to be importing all the necessary, and then it should be packages, and then we have to describe our test suite. And after that, you know what, my spelling is horrible, but let me just copy and paste there. So first of all, we have to import all the necessary packages, then we have to describe all the test suite, then we have to write the test, then we have to render our component to the virtual DOM for testing, then select the element from the DOM for the testing, and finally we have to specify our assert. So now let me just remove there, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import the render and also the screen from our React testing library. So I'll just use like a testing library from the React. Now underneath that, we have to import our user status from our components folder. Now I'm going to be using a describe, and here I'll just write like user status component or something like that. Okay, so I'll just change there to component. There we go. And now inside there, we are going to be using our it, and it should display a welcome message when an email is provided. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? Well, first of all, we have to render our component to our virtual DOM. So I'll just provide my user status, and here we are going to be passing our email because it was required, and I'll just provide like, I don't know, maybe john@gmail.com or something like that. Now underneath there, first of all, we have to select this area where we are going to be rendering our content. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? Well, we are going to be using some kind of matcher. So I'm going to use that screen once again. And by the way, we are going to be learning a lot about this screen, but not right now. And if I just use a dot, here you can see we have a lot of methods, but I only want to select that specific element by their text. So I'll just use like get by text. Okay, so if I just use that, come on, it should be a text. There we go. And here we can specify our regular expression, or we can also write our text right here. But I'm going to just provide my regex like we are only searching for the welcome, and we only want to select that. And if I just write the I, which means like select that specific element which have the content of welcome, and it doesn't matter if that is lowercase or uppercase. Okay, and I'm going to store that in some sort of a variable. So I'll give it the name of like welcome message or something like that. This can be equals to this method, and now we have to provide our expectation. So let's just use our welcome message, and I'm going to be using the dot to be in the document. Now let me just execute that. Okay, and finally we have to run our code so we can see that. So I'll use like npm run test UI and hit enter. And yeah, we also have to install this, so I'll just use y to install that. Then it's totally done. So I'm going to use npm run test UI once again, and it's going to open that right here. So here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. Like as you can see, this component test is passing, which is like hello world, and inside there we are just providing these two tests, and we also have our user component, and this test is also passing. So you know what, let me just go ahead and remove that. So if I just remove that, as you can see, our test will now fail. So this is how we are going to be testing our component with the prop. And now let me just provide that once again. We can also provide another test suite for that. So I'm going to hide that, and now underneath there we're going to be using our it once again. So it should display the sign up button when no emails is provided. Okay, so now let me just render my component once again, and I'm going to pass my user status and close there. Now let me just save my file. And why are we, oh, we are now getting this error. That's because we are not providing anything. So I'll just write like email, and I'm not going to pass anything to there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select my sign up button, which you can see right here. Now you want to select this button. So how can you go about doing that? Like how can we select this button? Well, we can still use that same method from our testing library, which is this getByText. So I'm going to use that for now, but later we are going to be learning about a lot of them. So I'll use like screen once again, and I'm going to just use like dot getByText, and here we can just pass, it should be text, and here we can just pass our regular expression like sign up, and I'm going to also provide the I for the lower and upper cases. So I'll just use like sign up button, and I'm going to store my content inside there. Now let me provide my expectations. So I'll just use like sign up button, and we want it to be in the document. So now we have to execute that. This is save our file, and now let me just refresh that. And as you can see, both of our tests are now successfully passing. So like display, come on, display a welcome message when an email is provided, and display a sign up button when the email is provided, when the email is not provided. So it should be button. Okay, so it is correct. So like when no email is provided. As you can see right here, both of the tests are now successfully passing. But now if I specify something inside there and save my file, and here you can see one of our tests is now failing. And why is that? Because it is not looking for our email, and now we are providing that email, so our test will fail. So this is how we are going to be testing our component with the props. So we just have to create our component, then we have to call our component right here, or pass our component, and we can specify our props right here, and then based on those props we can test our component. So now let's talk about how we are going to be testing those components which will iterate over through some content, and then it will render there, which means like a list content component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to close all of them, and I'm going to go into my component folder, and inside there I'm going to define my programming languages list.tsx component, and I'll use my RAFC inside there. It's going to take a languages as a prop, so I'll provide like languages, languages, there we go. And I'm going to also annotate this component like languages, languages, and I'm going to specify string of array. So now let's just save there. I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and now let's just remove this label. And first of all, we are going to be checking if the languages which we are now taking as a parameter dot length is equal to 0. So in that situation we are going to be returning this UI. So I'll just say like dev, and inside this dev I'm gonna just render a paragraph which will say like no programming languages, come on, languages languages found. And now let me just save there. But if that's not the case, like if we have some languages, so in that situation we have to render our UL, and then inside this UL we have to iterate over through all of our languages. So I'll use like languages.map and provide my language right here, and also the index, and it should be just a singular language, not a languages. Okay, so now inside there, come on, let me just close it. What the hell am I doing today? I can't even type today. So let's just write our li, and inside this li we are going to be rendering our language, and I'm going to also pass my key, and the key will be set to index. So now let's just save them, and this is how it looks like right here. So if we don't have any languages, then we are going to be showing this message to our user. But if we have some languages, then we are going to be showing this message, or showing those languages to be precise. So now let's just close there. I'm going to go ahead and go to my test components, and inside there we are going to be creating our file with the name of programming list.test.tsx. Okay, so now inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to render, we have to import the render and also the screen from where? From our testing library React.js. And now underneath there we also have to import our programming languages list. Okay, it is super long. And also we have to use our describe, and now I'll just give it the name of like programming languages list component. There we go. I'm gonna use like it should render a list of programming languages. There we go. So now inside there, let's just create our array so that we can iterate over through there. So I'll just create a few programming languages like JavaScript, the king, and Python. Yeah, cool. Then we have a Ruby. Ruby. And then we have Java. Java. And then we have the guard, which is a Golang. And then I'm gonna just use like const languages, and I'm gonna store them inside this variable. So now let me just save them, and now we are going to be passing them to our virtual DOM. So first of all, we have to render our component to our virtual DOM. So I'll use like programming languages and render my component like so, and here is going to take a languages as a parameter, and we are going to be passing that languages as a prop right here. There we go. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through this list, and then we are going to be providing our expectations. So I'll just use like languages dot for each, and here let's just provide our language right here, and inside there let's just close there. Come on, what the hell am I doing today? And inside there we have to provide our expectations. So I'll just provide like screen and then dot, but here is the question: how in the world we are going to be selecting like each language? Let me just go ahead and go to my component right here. Like how in the world we are going to be selecting this li? Well, it is simple. When you know the solution, so yeah, it is simple. But if you don't know the solution, so it is not. So I'll use like getByText, and here we just have to copy this language and we have to place it right here. So it's gonna select that specific language, and then we are going to be providing like to be in the document. Now let me just execute this, save my file, go there, and now let me just refresh there. and here you can see our test is now successfully passing, which is this programming languages. So now let me just expand that and also expand this one. So yeah, our test is now successfully passing. If I just remove that from here and save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this error right here because our test is now failing. So this is how we are going to be testing a component with the props. So I'm going to also collapse that. And now let me just provide a languages empty array. So I'll just use like it should render iMessage when list is empty. So in that situation, what do we have to do? We have to first of all render our programming languages component, and here I'm going to execute that, and I'm going to provide my languages, but totally empty languages, nothing inside there. So I'm going to just provide my expectation right here. So I'm going to say like expect, and it should get the screen.getByText, not role but text, and then we have to provide like no programming. And why am I providing that? That's because when we don't have any languages, so in that situation, which means like we are going to be getting this error message. So that's why we are now getting this paragraph with this message like no programming languages found. So I'm going to only select this portion like no programming, but if you want to select that by in this entire message, you can totally do that. So I'll just provide like no programming, that's it. And I want that to be in the document. And now let me just execute that and save my file. And check this out, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, and this is our final test. If you want to broke that, so I'll just provide like a save my file, and here you can see our test is now failing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be testing a component which takes a list of items or list component. Now let's talk about the king, the heart of React testing component, which is called getByRole. So what it is and why should you even care about that? So getByRole is a query method used to find DOM elements by their area role. So what is that area or area role? That simply means accessible rich internet application. So area roles explain what an element does or its purpose, especially for accessibility. This method is a part of a set of tools used to test how accessible and interactive your application is. It helps to understand how users with the screen readers or other assistive technologies would use your app. So that was just a quick definition of getByRole, but now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be using that. Well, this is a method. So first of all, we are going to be using a screen, and then we are going to be using the .getByRole, and then we can specify the role and also the option. But now let's talk about what is a role. It is a string representation of area role for which we are looking for. Like for example, if you want to select the button, we are going to be providing a button. If you want to select the link or text box or heading and so on and so forth, which I'm about to show you in a few seconds, but we are going to be first of all providing our role as a string, and then we have an optional option object which can include some additional configuration if we totally can, but we don't have to. So yeah, that was getByRole. So how that's gonna work, suppose we have this component, and inside this component we have our div, and inside that div we have our button which will say like click me. So how we are going to be selecting that? First of all, we are going to be writing our test, and then we will render our component to the virtual DOM. If you want to select this, so we are going to be using a screen and then .getByRole, and here we can specify our area or area label, and then we can provide like additional options if you wanted to, and finally we can just provide our expectation, and this is how we are going to be testing there. So like why getByRole? Like there are a lot of other methods which you can choose from, so why is this getByRole so special? First of all, it provides accessibility. It encourages developer to think about the accessibility of their component. That's the first thing. Secondly, it allows us to provide a reliability, like queries based on area role are less likely to break when the internal structure of their component changes. Finally, it allows us to use best practices. It helps align tests with how users interact with your application, like screen readers, keyboard navigation, and clicking, and so on and so forth. So that was just a quick definition of getByRole. So now let's get into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about getByRole, and we are going to be learning about area labels in a lot of great detail. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my components folder, and now I'm going to create another file with the name of finding elements by role or something like that. Roles, I guess role would be find.tsx, and now inside there I'll just use my RAFC inside there, and let's just remove that from here. And first of all, I'm going to be creating first of all the element, and I'm going to also mention the accessibility role or the area role or area role, whatever you want to call it. So first of all, we want to select the anchor tag. So to select the area role for there, so I'll just use like let me just provide a link, because the area role for there is a link, and I'm going to provide an anchor tag, and we're not going to be going to anywhere. So the accessibility role it has is a link. And now let me just save my file. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my components folder and define my finding elements by role .test.tsx file right here. And first of all, we have to import our render and also our screen from the React testing library, like so, from the React. There we go. And we will also import our finding elements by role. And now let's just save there. Here let's just provide our describe, and we will just describe there like finding or find elements or finding elements. And I'm going to provide my first test case, which will be it should query the link element. So how are we going to be doing there? Well, we just have to render our component, which will be finding elements by role. And now let me just execute there. And now we are going to be providing our expectation, and let's just use our screen. And now if I just use dot, here you can see we have a lot of methods. So one of the best method which we are going to be using is getByRole. Okay, so now let me just execute there. And as you can see right here, it takes a role, and it also takes the optional options object right here. Okay, so if you want to select there, we already know that we are going to be selecting this anchor tag, and this anchor tag has the area label of link. So now let's just provide a link right here, and that's it. And finally, we want that to be in the document. And now let me just execute my file, and let's just refresh there. You know what, I'm gonna have to delete those other components, or maybe I'm going to leave them. So we are only interested in this one component, like finding elements by role. Let me just expand there. Yep, our test is now successfully passing. Let me just zoom in a bit, and yeah, that's working the way we expect him to work. So this is how we are going to be finding a specific DOM element by their area label. Okay, so that's done. Now let's talk about how are we going to be selecting a button. So I'll just write a button with the label of button, and we already know that if you want to select there, so the area label for there will be button. So now let me just save my file, and I'm going to just duplicate my test once again, and here let's just change there. It should query the button element, and if I just write a button right here, so it will not complain. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see the button is now successfully retrieved, so which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. Suppose if you want to get the footer, so let's just use a footer, and I'm going to provide a label which will be a content info. Unfortunately, this is the area label for there, so we are going to be using a content info. So now let me just save my file, and I'm going to duplicate there once again. Let's just duplicate there and provide my inner and select the footer. So I'll use like footer, and here we have to specify our content info, and it should be a lowercase content info, like so. So now if I save my file, it's gonna also select, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. So that's totally done. Suppose if you want to select like h1, so I'll just write like this h1, and the area or area label for there will be a heading. Okay, so I'll just provide like heading right here. So now let's just save our file, and I'm going to duplicate there once again, and I'm going to change that to h1, and here we're going to be selecting there by the area label of heading. So now let's just provide this, save our file, and here you can see our component is rendering and selecting our h1, so which means like everything is working. Let's suppose if you want to select the header, so I'll just use like header, and I'm going to provide my banner, and let's just provide a banner right here. So banner, save our file, and I'm gonna go a bit fast because I know the rest of them is just a theory. It should query the header element, and it is a banner. So now let me just provide this, save my file, and here you can see it is now selecting there. Let me go ahead and create an image. So I'll use like image, and I'm gonna also provide some sort of alternative text to there. So let's just remove there, and it should be a description. description. Provide the area label for there will be image, and now let's just select there. I'm going to duplicate there once again. I know I'm repeating myself and my code again and again. That's because I want to show you those area labels. I know you are a lazy person. You don't want to do that by yourself. So now you're watching this video, so you will learn this. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see it's going to also select our image right here. Suppose if you want to select an input field with the type of number, so the accessibility or area label for there will be spin button. Okay, so now let me just save my file. Now let me duplicate this line of code, and here let's just provide our number element or number input, and it should be a spin button. So now let's just save there, and here you can see it is now selecting there successfully. And let's suppose if you want to select like the UL, which will be a list item, and here let's just provide our list item. Save my file, and I'm gonna just duplicate this line of code and change that to the UL. So it should query the UL element, and I'm gonna provide my list item right here. List item, let's just save our file, and my test is failing. That's because it is not a list item, it is just a list. Let me just save there, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing. And now let me show you the final one, and I promise that's gonna be the final one. Okay, so let's just use our li. Suppose if you want to select the li, so then it is a list item. This is going to be just a list, so I'm going to make that as a list, and these are a list item. So I'll use like a list item, and now let me just save my file, and I'm going to paste like a list. Come on, I'm going to duplicate there first of all, and now let me provide my li, and li will be just a list item. And now let me just save my file, test this out. So yeah, it will also select that li. So this is how we are going to be selecting the elements by using the getByRole and also the area label. In the beginning of this course, I mentioned that we are going to be spending a lot of our time on the screen object and its properties. So now let's talk about it. So what are we talking about? We are now talking about the by placeholder text, by display value, by label text, by alt text, by test ID, by role, by TDs, by title, by text. So we are going to be learning about all of them, but now let's just break them down one by one. Now I know a lot of you will say like, Hussein, there's a lot of methods, but don't worry, I have a formula which will help you master all of them. So what is that formula? Well, first of all, we are going to be categorizing all of their methods in 3 categories. So the first category we have is a getBy, then we have a findBy, and then we have a queryBy. So whenever you see those methods with get, that simply means that the purpose of them will be when the element must be found in the DOM, and the behavior will be it will throw an error if the element is not found, and the use case will be when you are sure that the element will be present during their test. So this is how we are going to be using all of them with get. Now let's talk about how we can use them with query. So whenever we see that method with query, so that simply means that the purpose of them will be when the element may or may not be found, and the behavior will be it will return null if the element is not found, and it will not give us error, like no error whatsoever. So it's gonna give us null. And the use case will be when you need to check for the non-existing of an element, or it is okay if the element isn't there. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using those methods with query. And now let's talk about the final one, which is called the find. So the purpose will be we use them for asynchronous element, those elements that will appear after some delay, like after some time. So we usually use find with some asynchronous code. And then we have the behavior, so it will just return a promise that results when the element is found, or reject after the default timeout, which can be also configured by the way. And the use case will be when you are testing something that will appear asynchronously, like for example API call or user interaction or database call or something like that. So then we can use all of them with all. So like we have getAllBy, then we have a findAllBy, and then we have a queryAllBy. So we can use all of them for handling multiple elements of the same time. And the behavior will be these query return array or list of elements, and the use case will be when you expect multiple elements and want to interact with all of them. So that was it about the getBy, findBy, queryBy, and getAllBy, findAllBy, and queryAllBy. So let me just show you all of them in diagram. So the first one we have is a getBy, and the use case for that is like when you expect the element to be in the DOM and it returns single element and it throws an error if the element is not found. Then we have a queryBy, and the use case for that will be when the element may or may not be exist in the DOM, and it will return a single element or no, and it will not throw us an error. Okay, so if the element is not found, so it's going to give us null but not error. Then we have a findBy, so when the element is asynchronous, like it will appear later, it will take some time, so it will return promise like single element, and yeah, it will throw us an error if the element is not found. Then we have a getAllBy, when you expect multiple elements, like for example array of elements, and it will throw an error if the element is not found. And then we have a queryAllBy, and it is exactly the same like as the previous one. So when multiple element may or may not exist, and it will return array of element or empty array, and it will not give us an error, like it will not throw us an error. Then we have a find all by. So when multiple element appear asynchronously, so it will return promise array of element, and if the element is not there yet, so it's gonna give us an error. So that was all of them. So now let's get into the coding and you will master all of them. Okay, so now let's start from the first one, which is a getBy. So I'm gonna go ahead and create my component with the name of getByQueries.tsx. And first of all, we are going to be writing our code, and then we will get into that testing part. So let me just remove that label, and I'm gonna just write my h1, and I'll say like my component. There we go. Now underneath there, we are going to be creating a button which will say like submit, and I'm gonna also specify the area label like so, and that's gonna be set to submit. Now underneath there we have to create our button, and it's gonna say like cancel, maybe CANCEL. There we go. And we're going to be passing the ID, and ID will be set to cancel button. And now underneath there we have to create our input field, and this input field will have the type of text, and we're going to be also passing a placeholder which will say like enter the text. And now let's just also provide our anchor tag, and here we can just paste like some, I don't know, maybe HTTPS, and then maybe example.com would be fine. Just write like example or test.com or something like that. I'm gonna also provide the target, and the target will be set to blank. And I'm going to provide the rel, and rel will be set to this thing which I can't pronounce, so that's why I didn't even bother. Okay, so let me just provide a label like visit VISIT example. Now underneath there, let's just create our div, and I'm gonna paste like custom element, and here I'm gonna also paste the data test ID, and it's going to be set to. And now let me just save my file and go back. So this is all the stuff that you have to write, and I want you to also provide these attributes as well, because now we are going to be selecting all of them inside our test file. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my components, and let's just create our getByQueries.test.tsx right here. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to render, import our render, and also our screen from where? From our testing library React.js. And we also have to import our getByQueries from that component folder, and we also have to provide our describe our code, which will be getByQueries. And inside there, I'm gonna provide my it, and it should render the component with the correct. So let's just start from the heading, which is this h1 right here. So how in the world we are going to be using that? Well, first of all, we have to render our component, then we will think about this. So I'll use like getByQueries. Now underneath there, we're going to be using their screen, and here if I hit down, as you can see right here, we have millions of them. Not millions, but we have a lot of them. So I'm going to be using like getByText, and now let's just provide like my component. There we go. And I'm gonna also store that inside the heading variable. And now let me provide my expectation. So expect, and let's just provide my heading to be in the document. There we go. And now I'm gonna save my file. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this check result right here, like everything is successfully passing. So yeah, that's looking cool. And this is how we are going to be selecting our h1 by using getByText. So that's done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create another test suite. So I'll use like it should find an input with placeholder text. So I'll just select like this placeholder text, which is this input field right here. So how are we going to be selecting there? I'll use my render method, and let's just provide our getByQueries and close there. And now underneath there, we are going to be using our screen, and let's just use getByPlaceholder. And here you can see we're now going to be passing this placeholder text right here, like enter the text. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just, come on, what the hell am I doing? Let me just provide there right here, and I'm going to store that inside the variable, and I'm going to give it the name of like input field, and it's going to be equals to this function execution. And now let me provide my expectation. We want there to be in the document, and now let's just execute this, save my file, and here you can see everything is passing as we expect them to pass. Now let's just hide there, and I'm going to also provide another test suite. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like it should find an anchor tag with specific href. Now we are selecting this anchor tag right here with this specific href is that I'm going to be using that screen once again. But first of all, we have to render our component, so which is by queries, and I'm going to just render that right here. Then we have to use our screen and then getByRole and provide my link inside there. And here we also have to provide our options, and option will be name, and we want to select for this specific name like visit example. Come on, what was there? Visit example. So I'm going to copy the name of that and place it right here and close there. And we already discussed about this getByRole, and mostly you're going to be using this one, but in the majority of time maybe you will use that other one. So you know what, I'm going to store the inside the link variable, so I'll use like link, and it's going to be equals to this function execution and provide my expectation. And here we have to pass our link and to have attributes, and let's just provide our href and provide my https. And you know, let me just copy this attribute from here. So I'm going to copy there and let's just paste it right here. And now let me just save there. And now my test is successfully passing because it has their specific attribute done. I'm going to also close there. And now underneath there, what do we have to do? We have to create two more test suites. So I'll just create my it, and it should find a div using data test ID, which we already defined right here. Now we are going to be selecting there. So if you want to select there, first of all, we have to render our component, which is a getByQueries. And now let's just close there, god damn it. And now underneath there, let's just use our screen.getByTestID. And now here we are going to be passing our custom element right here. Okay, so let's just use our custom element. It's going to be equals to this function execution or that method. So I'll just provide like expect in custom element to be in the document. And now let me just execute there. And here you can see my test is now passing. But now if I go ahead and let's just say like if I just remove the save my file, and my test will fail. And now let me just provide there once again, and it is passing. So now let me just hide there once again. And finally we have to provide yet another test case. So I'll just use like it should find an element by its row. And here let's come on, it should be a row, and render or getByQueries. And here we are going to be using our screen getByRole and provide my role, which will be a button. Now we are going to be passing a name, and name will be set to submit. So we only want to get that specific button. So I'll use like button and save my file, as you can see right here. So we have two buttons, and we only want to select like this button, not their second one. Okay, so for them, we are going to be using that expect and provide my button inside there and to be in the document. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see everything is passing the way we expect him to pass. And that was our getByQueries. Next we are going to be learning about getByAllQueries. So now let's talk about getAllByQueries. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a file with the name of getAllByQueries.tsx. And now inside there we are going to be creating our component first of all. So now let's just do that. I'm going to go there, and inside there first of all we are going to be creating our label, and I'm going to give it the label of input1. Now I'll just say like label for input1. And now underneath there we are going to be creating our input field with the type of basically nothing. And also I'm going to provide a placeholder to there, and placeholder will say like enter text here. And I'm going to also provide the ID, and ID will be set to input1. And I'm going to also provide the value, and the value will be set to default value. I'm going to also make it disable, so it will look something like this. Now let me just copy and place there right here, just like that. And now we are going to be changing this label. So I'll just change that to like input2, and also label for the input2, another ANOTHER, another placeholder like so, and another value. And let's just also make that as input2. Now underneath there we are going to be defining two input fields. So I'll just write like input with the type of basically nothing, and we are going to be providing a placeholder, and placeholder will say like enter something. Come on, something, oh my god, something dot dot dot. I'm gonna also duplicate that, and it should be like something else, or yeah, that's gonna be fine. And I'm gonna also create a paragraph which will say like this is a paragraph with some text content dot. So now let's just duplicate there, and I guess that's going to be fine. I'm going to also create an input field once again so that we can select them for our testing. So I'll use the input field, and now let's just remove there. I'm going to also provide the value, and the value will select some display value, and I'm going to duplicate there and change it to another display. Come on, display value. Now underneath there, let's just create our images. and we're not going to be passing any images, but I'll just provide like image1.png. We don't even have those images, but we're now providing so that we can provide our test based on this. So I'll use like a simple image or something like that, and I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to like another simple image, and this should be the image2 right here. So now underneath there, we're going to be creating a div which will say like div content with title attributes, and I'm going to also provide a title. So like whenever you hover over this, it's going to show you this message like this is a div with title attribute, and I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to another div with title attribute, and the content will be another div with a content or another div content. There we go. So now that's totally done. I'm going to also provide one for the button, so I'll just provide a button which will say like disable button 1, and I'm going to provide the role, and the role will be set to button. And here let's just provide our area label, area label, and that's going to be set to this is a button. Now let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to also change that to the button 2, and this should be button like so. And I'm going to also change those labels so that it will look a bit better. Now underneath there, let's just create our div which will have the label of this div has test id of 1 dot, and this test will have the id of 2. I'm going to also provide the data test id right here so that we can select a for our test. So it's going to be set to like custom test id 1 or something like that. And you know what, let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here. I'm typing a bit fast, so now let's just change that to like custom test id 2, and now let me just save my file, and that's going to be it for our JSX. Now let me go ahead and go to my test components, and here we are going to be creating our getAllBys queries dot test dot not JSX but TSX. Now let's just create our test. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my render, and I'm going to also import the screen from our testing library React.js. That's going to be fine. And we would also need to get our getAllBys queries from our component. And now let's just provide our describe. So not declare but describe. There we go. And here I'll just say like getAllBys queries, and it should, first of all, let's just provide there for the first one. So it should render multiple that can be queried by various various methods. So it should be VARIOUS. There we go. VARIOUS. Now inside there, we are going to be providing all of our test logics. I don't want to create those its and also that render again and again. I don't want to waste your time, so we are going to be doing that right here. But you don't have to do that in real world projects, as I show you that in the beginning of this course. So like you don't have to do that. I want to save some time, so that's why I'm doing it this way. So I'll use like getAllBys query, and I'm gonna just close that right here, save our file. And now underneath there, let's just first of all select our input labels, as you can see right here. So we are going to be selecting this input and also this label so that we can test there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to use the screen and then getAllBys label text. So now let me just provide that right here, and here we are going to be passing our regular expressions. So I'll say like label for input, input, and here let's just provide our I, which means like if this is either uppercase or lowercase, we don't care about that. We want you to just search for this element and gives us all of them. So where in the world is that even available? So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here. So as you can see, it's going to give us this input, and it's going to also gives us this second input right here. So I'm going to store the inside the variable. So I'll just give it the name of like inputs by label x, and it's going to be equal to this function execution. And now here we can provide our expectation like inputs that variable, and then here we can get the length to be 2. And now underneath there, let's just iterate over through all of our input fields. Like here you can see we have more than one, so which means like we are going to be iterating over through there. So I'll use like inputs, you know what, inputs by label text, and let's just use our for each right here, and we're going to be passing our input right here. And now inside there, let's just provide our expectation. So I'm going to pass my input field to be in the document, and now I'm going to execute that. I'm going to also duplicate that once again, and here we want that to be disabled. So now let's just save our file. So now let me just save my file, and now I'm going to run my code. So I'm going to use like npm run test UI. So it's going to run my, as you can see, all of our tests are now successfully passing, and we are now getting every single thing totally passed. Now we are going to be selecting these input fields with these placeholder. So how can you go about doing that? Once again, I am not using this it again and again because I want to save some time, and you should be doing that. So you know what, let's just first of all use our screen, and we have a getAllBy placeholder text, so it's going to give us the collection of them. So we would use like enter something, and I'm going to also pass this I for our regex. And now here let's just store the inside the variable with the name of inputs. Come on, inputs by place, there we go. And now it's going to be equals to this function, and I'm going to also provide my expectation right here. So that inputs, you know, let's just copy them. I'm going to copy there right here, and now let me just place there. And here we also need the length, and we want it to be 2. Now let me paste it right here once again. Now let's just iterate over through there because we know it's going to give us a collection. So here let's just provide our expectation. So we want the input to be in the document. So let's just use to be in the document, and now I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to be disabled. And now let me save my file, and our test is failing. Okay, received element is not disabled. Let's just check this out. So yeah, it isn't disabled. So now let me just make that disabled. I'm going to copy that and place it right here. And now let's just check this out, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing. That's cool. Now let's go ahead and just select this paragraph, and now let's just go there and select these paragraphs. So I'm going to be using like screen and then getAllBy text. And now let me just hit enter right here, and we want to access there by this text. So like this is a, and let me just copy that from here. I'm going to only copy this portion, so let's just copy that. If you want to copy the entire portion, you totally can, but in my case I'm not going to. So I'll just store the inside the variable with the name of paragraphs by text, and it's going to be equals to this text, right? I mean like this method. And now here we have to provide our expectation. So paragraph by text, and we want to get the length of that, and we want that to be only 2. And now underneath that, let's just iterate over through there. So I'll use like for each, and for each paragraph, what do we have to do? We have to provide our expectation, and let's just provide our paragraph inside there, and we want there to be in the document. So now let's just save our file, and once again all of our tests are now successfully passing. Now that we successfully selected this paragraph, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to select these input fields. So I'm gonna go ahead and just select them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna pass like screen, then dot, come on, screen dot get all by displayed value. Okay, so let's just provide like some, what was that? It was some display value, I guess. So it shouldn't be some display value. Oh, you know, let me just select this one. We don't care about this one, so I'm gonna just select there. I'll use like some display value and provide my I there. Now let's just store the inside the variable with the name of inputs by display value, and it's going to be equals to this function. Now underneath there we are going to be providing our expectation, and let's just provide our input, and yeah, that's same thing. Okay, provide our length, and we want there to be only 1 because we only want to select this first one. We don't want to select this second one. Okay, so we only want to get there 1. And now let's just provide our expectation. So let's just provide like inputs and their display variable, and we only want to get the first one, and we want there to be in the document, and we also want there to be disabled. So let's just provide our disable right here, and I'm gonna also make their disable. So let's just use like disable, save our file, save this file, and all of our tests are now successfully passing. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to select these images right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna go there, and now underneath there I'm gonna use the screen and then get all by all text. So I'll use like all text because we want to get there by this alternative text. So that's why I'm using like get all by all text right here, and I'm gonna just paste like another sample image or something like that, and it should be sample. There we go. And I'm gonna also store the inside the variable with the name of images by another all text, and it's gonna be equals to there. Now here we have to provide our expectation, and I'm going to be using that same expectation, and we want to get the length to be only 1. And now let's just also provide another expectation. Here we have to use our variable once again, and we are only interested in the first one, and we want that to be in the document. Test this out. Let's just refresh. All of our tests are now successfully passing. So that's totally done. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to select these buttons right here by either with their role or by this area label. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to select it by these roles right here. Like both of these buttons have these role right here, role with the, yeah, just a role with the button. I'll just write like screen.getAllByRoles. We already saw there. And here we have to provide our button, and we're going to be also providing an optional option array which will be set to name, and we want to get there by this is a button, and we don't care if the text is uppercase or lowercase. So now let me just store the inside the variable. So I'll just use like buttons by row or role would be fine. And now based on that, we are going to be passing our expectations, so button by role, and we want to get the length of there, and we want there to be 2. And now let's just iterate over through there. So I'll use like buttons by row, and for each row we want to pass our button. So for each button, let's just provide our expectation of button, and we want there to be in the document, and we also want there to be disabled. Okay, so are we making it disable or not? So let me just make it disable. So I'll just provide a disable right here. Come on, disable. There we go. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just place it right here. Save my file, save this file, and here you can see we are now getting some error like unable to find the accessible element with the role of button. I have to check this out, so I'll just cut that from here. We have to put that inside. There we go. So let's just put that right here, save our file, and now our test is successfully passing. Finally, we have to select these div by using these data test ID. So how I can do that, I'll just use like screen by getAllBys test ID, and we want to get them also. I'm going to be using like custom test ID, and here we are now providing this data, I mean like this one, like custom test ID 1 and custom test ID 2. So I'm going to select both of them, and now let me just store there like divs by test ID, and it's going to be equals to this function. I'm going to also provide my expectation, and let's just provide our divs by test ID, and we want to get the length, and we want there to be 2. And here let's just iterate over through this. So I'll use like divs, come on, let me just copy there. What the hell, I am bad at spelling. So let's just use our for each and provide my div inside there, and provide my expectation for the div, and we want there to be in the document. And I'm going to also execute this, save my file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So now that we learn that how we are going to be getting something by getAllBys label text, getAllBys placeholder text, getAllBys text, and getAllBys display value, getAllBys alt text, and getAllBys test ID. So yeah, that was it about the getAll. Next we're going to be covering the query by. So now let's talk about the query by. So I'm gonna just create a file with the name of query by queries.tsx, and here we're going to be creating our component first of all. And now inside there we have to create a div, and inside this div I'll just say like alert message or something like that, and we are going to be also providing a role of alert, and I'm going to also provide the area live, and that's going to be set to assertive like this. And now underneath there we are going to be creating a button which will say like click me, and now let's just save our file. And now we are going to be creating our label, so I'll use like label, and it will say like input 1, and here we have to pass our label 1, and I'm going to also pass my input field, and we're not going to be providing any type today, but we are going to be providing our ID. It's going to say like input 1, provide our placeholder which will say like search, and now underneath there here let's just provide our label once again. It's going to say like input 2 in this case, and label, and I'm going to provide my input here, remove this type of text, and provide our ID input 2. So I'll just use like input 2, and placeholder will be set to email. There we go. And now underneath there let's just create our h1 which will have the content of header text, and I'm going to also provide a paragraph which will say like this is some paragraph text or something like that. Finally we have to create our div which will say like custom element element, and we are going to be providing our data test ID which will be our custom ID. So I'll use like custom element element, and now we are going to be creating our input field with the type of, not even a type, let's just remove there. I'm going to provide the value. It's going to say like pre-filled text or something like that. Now let me just save my file, and these are all of our content. So now let me just close there, and now let's just create our test file for there. So I'll use like query by queries.test.tsx, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our render and also our screen from where, from our testing library React.js, and also we have to get our query by queries, and now underneath that provide our describe method, and I'll select test query by, and let's just remove there, but it shouldn't be just query by, but I'm going to also provide the methods like plural. And here inside this suite we have to first of all select this alert message. Let me just get my component, so let's just get there. We're going to be selecting this div, and then we're going to be also selecting that button. So let's just render our component first of all. So I'm going to be using like query by, and then our component like so. Now let me get that screen, so I'll use like screen and then query by role, and here we can just provide our alert, and now we are going to be storing there in the alert variable like so. I'm going to also select the button. So we are going to be using screen.query_by_role and provide my button inside there, which will have the roll off button. So now we have to just provide our expectation, and I'm going to provide the alert to be in the document. We don't want to do anything crazy, and we also want the button to be in the document. So I'll use like button and save my file. And once I do that, here you can see we are now getting this result right here. But should, oh we are just providing a should. So should query by role would be fine. Now this is looking better. So let me just refresh there. That's looking better. Now we are going to be selecting these labels right here. So I'll just use like it once again, and I'm gonna say like it should query by label text, and inside there we have to render our component, which will be our query by queries. And now let's just first of all select our first label, which is this one, and then we are going to be also selecting this label as well. So now let's just save our file, and I'm going to be using screen by query by label text, and I'm going to be passing my label 1 and store that inside the label 1 like so. And you know, let me just duplicate that and change that to like label 2, and change this one to label 2 as well, and provide my expectation of label 1, and we want that to be in the document. Execute that, and we also want the label 2 to be in the document too. I'm gonna save my file right now, and let's just refresh that, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so everything is passing the way we expect them to pass. So I'm going to hide them for a few seconds. Now that we want to select this header and also this paragraph, so this is how we are going to be doing. Then let me just make that in lowercase. I'm going to create another test suite, and it's going to say like it should query by text, and render my component right here, query by queries. And let's just use our screen by query by text, not test ID but query by test. And here I'm going to just pass like header text, which we are providing right here. I'll store that inside the variable with the name of header, and I'm going to also get that paragraph as well. So now let me just also get this. So I'll use like screen query by text, not text ID but just a text. There we go. And this is some paragraph text, and I'm going to also provide my paragraph. Come on, paragraph is going to be equals to this function execution. I'm going to provide my expectation, and we want to pass that header right here, and we want that to be in the document, and we also want that paragraph to be in the document as well. So now let's just save our file, and now we are getting an error. Let's just check this out. Okay, let me just get there. You provide a value prop with a field of on change. This is not something that I'm looking for. You know, let me just change there to my regex, so it will start working. So now let me just change that to regex. Still it is not working. Let me just check this out. If I click on there, okay, so we are now getting query by query hard text, I mean header text. Oh my god, header text. And now it should be passing. It should be passing. Now let me just copy there and place that right here, and yeah, everything is now working the way we expect them to work. I even change this one. Like I shouldn't have to, but I thought it may be a problem right here, so now let me just change that back, and yeah, okay, so we are getting an error. What the hell? So we have to change the to this regex. So now let me just save my file and refresh there, and now everything is passing successfully. Now that we selected that, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to select this div by using this data test ID. So I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna also hide there, and here let's just provide our test ID. So I'll use like it should query by test ID, and I'm gonna pass like render, and here let's just pass our query by queries. Close them. I'm gonna first of all use screen by query by test ID and provide my custom element, and now let me store the inside the variable with the name of custom element. It's gonna be equals to there, and now we have to use our expectation custom element to be in the document. Come on, to be in the document. And now let me just execute this, save my file. It is passing. Next we have to select this input field with the type of value with value. So I'll just use like it should query by display value, and render our component first of all like this, and let's just get our element by using query by display value, DISPLAY, display value rather. What the hell? Query by display value. This one, put this display value inside this. So I'll just copy that from here. I'm gonna copy that and place it right here, and store that inside the input, and provide my expectation of input and we want that to be in the document. And now let's just save our file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing and we are not getting any errors. So yeah, this is how we are going to be selecting our elements by using the query, by using query by. Okay, so now that we learn about query by role, we also learn about query by label text. We also learn about what do we call it, query by text, and also query by test ID and query by display value. Now let's talk about the query all by query. So I'm going to create a file with the name of query all by queries.tsx, and now inside there I'm going to be pasting a lot of JSX, and you can find all of their JSX in my GitHub repository. So now let me just go back. First of all, we have two buttons, then we have two divs with the role of alert, and we also have two sections with the role of region. Then we have our label, then we have an input field label once again, and we have an input field for the third time. Then we have input fields with the placeholder of search and also the email. We have our headers, we have the paragraph, we have a div with a custom data test ID, and finally we have three more input fields. So you know what, let me just test this out. I'm going to close them, and I'm going to create my component with the name of query, come on, query all by queries.test.tsx. and the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import the render and also the screen from our testing library React.js, and I'm going to also import the query all by queries from our component, and I'm going to also provide my describe and test query all by methods would be fine, and I'm going to provide my it should query all by role. First of all, we are going to be querying our element by role, so I'll use like query all by queries, and underneath there we have to first of all get this button. So now let me go ahead and go to my component. So we are going to be getting these buttons, so I'm not going to be going through like each and every single one of them. I'll just write a code. So I'll use like screen get all by role, and here we have to pass our button, and I'm going to store that inside the variable with the name of button. Now let me select that alert, so I'm going to be using screen and then query all by role, and here ROLE, and okay, so we have a query all by role. Why it's not working? Let me just pass alert. Okay, now it's working. So here we also have to store that inside the alerts variable, and this is how it looks like. So now we have to get the region. It's going to be equals to the screen dot query all by role, and here we have to pass our region region inside there. I'm going to provide my expectation right here. So we want there to be, first of all, let's just pass our buttons, and we want that to have the length of 2, and I'm going to also duplicate that like 3 times, and we want the alert to have the length of 2, and we also want the region to have the, come on, region, we also want the regions to have the length of 2. And you know what, first of all, let me just get that alerts and place it right here, save my file, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing. And why is that? Because we have 2 buttons, 2 alerts, and 2 regions inside our JSX. So here you can see we have 2 buttons, 2 alerts, and we also have 2 regions. So that's why our test is now successfully passing. So now let me just hide there. Now let me create another test suite. So I'll just go ahead and use my come on. It should query all by placeholder text in this case, and I'm gonna first of all render my query all by queries and close them. And now that we have to select these input fields with the type of, like the placeholder of search. Okay, so it's gonna give us these 3, like the first one and this last one. It's gonna just skip this one. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna use like screen, then query all by placeholder text, and pass my search inside there, and I'm going to store the inside the variable with the name of search inputs, and it's going to be equals to there. And I'm going to also use the screen dot query, come on, query all by placeholder text, and pass my email inside there. And now let me just store that inside the email inputs, and it's going to be equals to there. Okay, so I'm going to also pass the expectation and provide my search element, or search inputs rather, and we want that to have the length of 3, because as you can see right here, so we have this input field, like this is 1, 2, and this one is 3. So this test gonna pass, and I'm gonna also provide the expect and email inputs, and here we want that to have the length of, come on, to have length of only 1. Okay, so we are now selecting this one email one. So now this test is going to pass, and as you can see right here, this test is now successfully passing. And I'm gonna also hide them. Now that we have to select these H1s and also these paragraphs. So now let me just go ahead and select them. But first of all, we have to create our test. It should query all by text. So I'll use like first of all the render query by queries, and then we have to use the screen and query all by text and provide my, let's just use our regex. So header text and select the. I'm gonna also store the inside the headers variable, and now underneath there we have to use the screen query alt or query all by text once again, not test ID but just a text once again, and we have to use our regex like paragraph text, and here let's just use them right here. And now we are going to be selecting them by using our paragraph, and now let's just save. And I'm gonna also provide our expect for that. So we want the headers to have the length of 2. Now let me just duplicate that, and we have to change that to paragraph, and we want that to have the length of 2. Now let me just save my file, and yep, our test is now successfully passing. I'm gonna close them. Now we have to select these divs which have these custom data ID right here, or test IDs to be precise. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just render my or use my it. So it should query all by test ID and provide my render inside there. So query by query, and I'm going to also close there. And now underneath there, we are going to be using our screen query all by text ID and provide my custom element inside there. So I'll use like const custom elements, and it's going to be equals to that. Okay, so we are now getting an error. Query all by text ID, test ID, there we go. Now let me just provide my expectation. So I'll use like custom element, and we want that to have the length of 2. And now let me just save my file, and this test should pass because now that we have only 2 divs which will have the custom test IDs. And now finally let's just select these input fields. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just hide there for a few seconds, and we have to write our test. So I'll just use like it should query all by display value and provide my render inside there. So query all by queries and close there. Now that we have to use our screen query all by display value and provide my text inside there. So let me just copy that from here. I'm gonna copy there, place it right here, and we also have to, yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. And I'm gonna store the inside the variable with the name of input or input values, values. If I can spell that today, god damn it. Input values, there we go. And now let me just duplicate there, and we have input values 2, and also change there to 2. Okay, so I'll just put my expectation input values, and we want that to have the length of 2 and duplicate that, and we want the second one to have the length of only 1 because we only have the text 2 one time and we have the text 1 2 time right here. So that's why our test should pass. So as you can see right here, now that we learn about getAllBys, we learn about the query all by role, we learn about the query all by placeholder, we learn about the query all by text, query all by test ID, and query all by display value. Okay dokie, so now let's talk about the find by query. So I'm going to create a file with the name of findbyqueries.tsx, and inside there let me just place all of that content, and now let's just save our file. First of all, we have our h1, then we have our paragraph, then the button with the area label or area label, then we have our input field, image, input field, data, div with the data test ID, and then we have our label with HTML4, and finally we have our input field right here, so which is looking cool. I'm gonna go ahead and provide a test cases for that, and by the way, you can find all of that coding in my GitHub repository. So I'll use like findbyqueries.test.tsx, and now let's just hit enter. The first thing that we would need is our render method and also our screen from our testing library DOM. And now underneath there we have to get our find by queries, and now let me just copy them, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our describe, and I'm going to just provide like find by queries component, and inside there let's just use our it, and it should, or you know what, in this case I'm going to just use a test rather. What the hell, I've been using that it again and again. Now let me just try out the test. So it, not it but test finds an element by its text content. Okay, so now inside there I'm gonna render my component like find by queries and close there like so. Let me just save my file, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to select this h1. So how in the world we are going to be selecting there? Well, to select that, we already learned about a lot of ways, but now we are going to be covering the find by text, so which also means there is going to be an asynchronous operation, so which also means that we have to mark our function as async function, because now it's going to take some time. So now we are going to be using await and screen and then find by text, and inside there let's just use our find by what was that, find by queries test. So you know what, let me just copy this entire thing and place it right here and provide my regex inside there, and I'm going to store that inside the heading element, and it's going to be equals to that function execution. Now let me use my expect and provide my heading element, and we want that to be in the document. Let's just save our file, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. Next we have to select this area label. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, that's quite simple and easy. Okay, so we are going to be using their test once again. So we are not going to be using that from the gist. God damn it. So let's just use that it, and I'm going to just rename that to test, because I know a lot of people will ask me, Hussein, why aren't you using test instead of that it? So now I'm using that. So finds an element by its area, and I'm going to also mark that as async, because this is a async component. So here we have to provide our find by queries function or component, and now underneath them we have to first of all use the await, then we can use the screen and then find by label text, and here we are going to be passing this label text right here. So click me, I'm going to copy there and let's just provide there, and we want that to be either lowercase or uppercase. Let's just get our button element, and it's going to be equals to this function execution, provide my expectation, and we want to just pass our button element like so, and we want that to be in the document. I'm going to save this file right now, and here you can see our test is now successfully passing. Now let me just hide there. Next we are going to be selecting this input field. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? I'll just use that it, and now let me just rename that to like test, and I'm going to say like finds an element by its placeholder text, and I'm going to also mark that as async so that we can see there. So now let's just use our render and find by queries, and I'm going to close there like this. Now underneath there we are going to be using the await and screen find by placeholder. Come on, find by placeholder text. There we go. Now we are going to be passing that same text, so I'll just copy there. Now let me just place it right here and provide my I. Now we are going to be using like input element, and it's going to be equals to this value. Now let's just provide our expectation, and we have to pass our input element, and we want that to be in the document. And now let's just save our file, and our test is now successfully passing because it should be. I'm going to also hide them. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to select this image by using this alt or alternative text. So let's just use our test case once again. Yep, this is working, so I'll just change that to an element on element by its alt text, and hit tab, remove them. And first of all we are going to be rendering or find by queries. Close this, save my file, hit tab, and now underneath them we have to use the await and screen find, come on, find by alt text like so, and here we have to just paste that alternative text. So I'm gonna just copy there, which is just our test image, and we have to place it right here. And now I'm gonna be using like image element, it's gonna be equals to that value, and we also have to mark that as async because this is an asynchronous component. So now we are going to be using our expect image element, and now we have to use to be in the document. Save our file, everything is passing, and this is what we expect. That's done. Next we have to select there by using this display value. So I'm gonna go ahead, you know, let's just undo there. So I'm gonna go ahead and provide my other test case. So I'll use like test, and here just pass my test case. So test finds an element by its default value, and I'm gonna change them. And first of all you also have to mark the as async so that we can provide our asynchronous operation inside there. I'm going to use the render and provide my find by queries and execute this component right here, save this file, and now we are going to be using await and then screen find by display, come on, display, oh my god, find by display value, there we go. Now inside there we are going to be passing that same display value. So you know, let me just copy this entire thing and place it right here and provide my I there. Now let's just use our input elements and store them inside this variable, and now we are going to be passing our expectation like input element, and we want that to be in the document. And now let's just save our file, and our test is now successfully passing this is something that we expected. Now we are going to be selecting this div by using this test ID. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? This is exactly how we are going to be doing there. So I'll just use their test once again and choose the second one. And now let me just remove there and find an element. Come on, element by its data test ID. And now inside there, what do we have to do? We have to render our component first of all. So like find by queries and save this file. And now underneath there, we have to use our await. But first of all, god damn it, we have to use this async syntax right here. And then we are going to be using like screen, come on, screen find by test ID. And now let's just pass that same test ID inside there. I'm gonna copy that from here, place there, and provide my I there for our regex. Now let's just use our test element. It's gonna be equals to that same element. And now let me provide that expect test element and use that to be in the document. Yep, our test is now successfully passing. And this is what we expected. And now the final thing that we have to do is that we have to select this label. So now we are going to be selecting this label right here by using this HTML4. So now let me just hide there from there. Now we are going to be passing our test and choose there. I'm going to use like finds an element by its HTML4 in this case, because we are going to be selecting our element as our HTML4. Remove there and pass our async inside there. And now inside this component, first of all, we have to render our find by queries and execute there right here. And now we are going to be using await and then screen find by label text. And here let's just pass our label text, which is this label text. So I'm gonna copy there right here, place there, and provide my I there. Now I'm gonna be using like label element. It's gonna be equals to there. And now let's just provide our expectation, and inside this expect, provide our label element. And we want it to be in the document and save our file. And yeah, that was our entire test case. Find by label text, find by placeholder text, find by alt text, and find by display video, find by test ID, and finally we just learned about the find by label text right here. So yeah, that was it about the find by. And this is an asynchronous operation. You know what, I just changed my mind, like whether you like it or not, but I'm gonna still cover there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just create a component with the name of find all by queries, queries.tsx. I'm gonna copy and place all of that content right here. So first of all, we have our h1, then we have 3 paragraphs, then we have 3 buttons with area labels, then we have 3 placeholders, then we have 3 images, 3 input field with default value, and then we have a 3 div with the data test ID. So now let's just provide our test cases for that. Now I'm gonna do something special. Okay, so we are going to be creating a component with the name of find all by queries.test. Come on, test.id. What the hell am I doing today? .tsx. There we go. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our render and also our screen from our component, which is a testing library /react. And now we have to import the find all by queries. And yeah, that's there. We have to provide our describe right here. So I'm going to be using their describe. I'm going to select find all by queries component. There we go. And here I'm going to be using something called the setup and tear down. So this is a concept which we are going to be covering later, but now we have to use this hook, which is a before each. Okay, so we want to run this function before each test case. So this is just exactly what they mean. So we are going to be just passing this function, and here we are going to be just passing our render and find by all queries, which we just created this component, and we want this function to run every single time our test case run. Okay, so this is why we are now passing like run before each test case. So now let's just save our file. And by the way, we are going to be learning about the setup and tear down a bit later, or maybe not. I guess we are going to be learning about that. I'm not quite sure about that, but you know, let's just pass our test cases. So I'm going to use like finds all the elements by text. So now we are going to be using like await and screen. Let's just use our find. Come on, find. Oh my god, find all by text. And here we have to pass our item right here, which we are providing. So let me just go ahead and select them. So I'm going to just use like item 1. I'm going to copy them, but we cannot pass a 1 right here just like that. Instead, we have to first of all write this backslash and then D and then /. And now we have to also mark there as our asynchronous component or async function. Now let's just store the inside the paragraph. It's going to be equals to there, and I'm going to use like expect case, pass my paragraph inside there to have the length of only 3. So now let's just save our file, and our test is now successfully passing. Now let me just expand there, and yeah, it is totally working. And why is that? That's because it's going to select for each of the paragraph, and it's going to just select them. So now it's going to give us like more than one element, which means like 3 elements. Now we have to iterate over through there. So I'll use like for each pass our paragraph like so, and for each paragraph what do we have to do? Or let me just change there with s. So I'll just select all of these 3 and provide my s inside them, and I'm gonna select expect, provide my paragraph, and we want that to be in the document. And now let's just save our file. Still, all of our tests are now successfully passing. And now let me just hide there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to find out all of their buttons, and then we can test there. So let's just use that. I'm going to use that it finds all the elements by role. So now we are going to be selecting those buttons by role, and I'm going to also mark my component or function or test suite, whatever you want to call there, by using the async syntax. So I'll use like await and screen find all by role, and here we just have to pass our button inside there, and let's just store that inside the buttons variable. Let me just provide my expectation, and that buttons we want there to have the length of 3, and also it's going to give us that length. So we just have to use like buttons dot for each element. We want to just pass our button, and for each button in this case, what do we have to do? We have to provide our expect, and for this expect we are going to be passing our button, and we want that to be in the document. And now let's just save our file, and here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing, and this is something that we want. Now that we selected the buttons, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to select these inputs with these placeholders. So let me just hide there and provide another test case. So I'll use like it finds all the elements by placeholder text and mark that as asynchronous component. So async, and here inside there I'm going to be using await screen find all by placeholder text, and I'm going to just paste their text inside there. So I'm going to copy there, place them, and we want to store them inside the inputs right here. And underneath there we're going to be using the expect, provide my inputs inside there, and we want that to have the length of only 3. And underneath there we are going to be iterating over through there once again. So I'll use like for each and pass my input inside there and provide my expect input to be in the document and execute them. Let me just save my file and refresh there, and still all of our tests are now successfully passing, and which is something that we want. And now we are going to be selecting these images by using these alt text. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? Let me just show you how we can do that. So we've done that like 1000 times in this course. So it should find all the elements by alt text in this case, and I'm gonna also mark it as async. Inside there, let's just use our await and screen find all by alt text right here, and provide my test IDs, which is this test image. So now let me just place there, and we are going to be using the images, and now underneath there provide our expectation of images to have the length, and we want there to be 3 of them. And we are going to be also iterating over through all of their images by using these for each. Let me just paste the images. So I'll just use like expect the image to be in the document and execute my function. But okay, here we have to pass our arrow right there. Let's just save our file, and our tests are now successfully passing. Next we have to find out all of their elements by using these default value. So I'll just go ahead and hide there for a second, and now we have to create our it. So it should finds all the elements by display value and mark that as our async function. I'm going to be using await and screen find all by display value and paste my test value inside there, which is a input test 1, and so on and so forth. So let's just, god damn it, I can't even copy it. So let's just copy them and place it right here, and we want it to be like this. So instead of providing this one, we want to select like all of them. So I'll just use like inputs, and this is provide there right here. And now let me provide my expectation, provide my inputs inside there. Inputs PUTS, it should be inputs like so, and it should have the length of only 3. provide our inputs dot for each input. We have to provide our input inside there, provide our expectation of input, and we want that to be in the document save over file, and our test is now successfully passing. And the final thing that we have to do is that we have to select these div which will have this data test ID. So you know what, let's just do that. And that's going to be the final thing about these query methods. So let me just go ahead and provide the it should find all the elements by test ID, and I'm going to just first of all use the await, but first of all we have to mark that as async. And now we are going to be using a screen find all by test ID, and here we have to paste their test IDs inside there. So let's just copy there, and now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to be using const test element, and it's going to be equals to there. Now underneath there we are going to be using what expect void my test element, and we want that to have the length of only 3. And now let's just use our test element dot for each element. What do we have to do? We just want to provide this expectation, like for each element we want that to be in the document save our file. And finally all of our tests are now successfully passing, and there was a lot of query methods that we covered in this section. So what do we learn? Okay, we learned about the find all by text, we learned about the find all by role, and then we learned about the find all by placeholder text, find all by alt text, find all by display value, and find all by test ID. Okay, that was a lot of stuff. Now let's talk about how we are going to be testing the user interaction, like whenever the user types something or the user clicks on something and so on and so forth. So let's just test this. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to create a component with the name of, not here but here, I want to create a component with the name of toggle message.tsx, and now inside there we're going to be just creating a simple toggler. So I'll just import first of all the useStat, and now underneath there we have to create our component with the name of toggle message. And now let me just initialize my state, so I'll just use like useStat, and I'm going to provide the false initial value inside there. And I'm going to also destructure the is visible and set is visible. It's going to be equals to this useStat. Now here let me just remove that from there, and I'm going to be just creating a button which will allows us to toggle our message. So I'll use like toggle message, and here let's just render that message. So if this is visible, let me just write like if this is visible. So in this situation we want to show this paragraph which will say like this is a, or this message is visible or something like that. And now I'm going to also attach the event handler on there, like when somebody clicks on this button. So we want to fire this function which is a toggle message. And now let me just copy the name of that and create this function right here. So I'll use like const toggle message, and here we are going to be just using the set is toggle or set is visible, and we want to provide our previous state and not previous state. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is how our component looks like. So now let's just go ahead and test that. I'm going to create a file with the name of toggle message.test.tsx. But first of all, whenever we are testing the user interaction, we have to install another library. So now let me just stop there, and here, let me just delete that from here. And here now we are going to be installing the user event. So I'll use like npm I and then -d as a dev dependency, and I'm going to use like testing -library user event. And now let me just hit enter, so it's going to install that right here. And now let me use my npm run test UI, so it's going to run my test runner inside the test UI. So yeah, now let's just import all of our stuff. So I'm going to be importing the render and also the screen from our testing library React.js, and we would also need to import the user event from where? From the testing library. And now in this case we are going to be importing there from the user event, okay, because we want to listen to the user events. And now let's just import also our toggle message component so that we can work with the, I'm going to use the describe right here, and I'll say like toggle message component, and here inside there I'm going to use like it should toggle the message visibility when button is clicked, CLICKED, and we would also make the as async right here. And now first of all we have to render our component which is a toggle message component, and I'm going to save that right here. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to get that button, then we would be able to click on that button. So I'll just use like screen.getByRole, and I'm going to provide the button, and which button we want to select. We want to select this button right here. So I'm going to just copy this message, and I'm going to also provide the options, and here let's just paste our message, and I'm going to provide that as a regex. and it shouldn't be I. And now let me just store that inside the button variable, and this is how it looks like. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to make sure that initially our message will not be shown inside the UI. So I'll just use like expect, and then let's just use our screen dot query by text, and here let's just pass the message visible. What was that? I'm gonna copy that, or this message is visible. I'm gonna just place it right here as a regex, and I want that to be no. So like initially we want this to be hidden, and now here we are going to be testing the user interaction. So I'm gonna just grab my user event from this library which we already imported right here, and now here inside there we have a lot of methods. So if I just hit dot, here you can see we have a clear, click, copy, cut, and so on and so forth, like all of the user interactions. So I'm gonna just choose like click. So like whenever the user clicks on this button, first of all we are now selecting this button from the DOM. Then we are telling it that initially we want this message to be hidden, and now we are providing like whenever we click on this button. So in that situation, what do we have to do? Let me just write like await right here, because there's going to be an asynchronous operation. Then we want this message to be shown, so I'll just use like expect, and here let's just pass our screen, and then get by text, and I'm gonna just paste this text inside there. So I'm going to copy that from here, this entire thing, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm gonna provide my I there, and we want that to be in the document, and I'm gonna execute that. And after that, whenever we click on there once again, so I'll use like user event, and whenever we click on there once again, so in that situation we want to hide there. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy this entire thing, and now let me just place it right here, and that was it. So now let me just save my file, and now let me explain there. First of all, we are going to be selecting this button from the DOM, and then initially we want this message, as you can see right here, we want that to be hidden, and when somebody clicks on that button, this button, so we want this message to be visible, and whenever they click on there once again, so we want this message to be hidden. Okay, so you know what, let me just run my test cases, and as you can see right here, all of our tests are now successfully passing right here, which means like everything is working the way we expect him to work. So that was example number 1. Now let me give you yet another example. So I'm going to create a file with the name of to-do list.tsx, and inside there basically we are going to be just creating a simple to-do list. So I'll use my RAFC inside there, and the first thing I want to do is that I want to just create my to-dos and set to-dos, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value I'm going to just put empty string inside there. And I'm going to also create an interface for my type. So I'll use like interface to do, and inside there let's just put our text, and that's going to be set to string, and the completed flag will be also set to boolean. Okay, so now let's just copy there, and I'm going to also annotate my component with these to do. Okay, just like that. And let's just provide our empty array inside there, and I'm going to also get the new to do and set new to do. It's going to be equals to the use state. So let's just use the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty string. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and I'll just use like to do app or something like that, and I'll also provide my input field with the type of text, and also I'm going to pass my value. So let's just pass that value inside there, and I'm going to say like new to do. And when somebody clicks on there, so then we want to fire this function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So let's just provide that, and I'm going to also provide the placeholder which will say like enter new to do like that. And now let's just save our file. Now underneath there we are going to be able to create the to do by just clicking on this button. So I'll just use like add to do, and here let's just pass our on click event handler, and when somebody clicks on there, so we just want to fire this function, so which is a handle add to do. Now underneath there we are going to be rendering our to-dos. So I'll use like UL, and inside this UL we are going to be using a to-dos.map, and here let's just pass our to-do and also our index inside there. And now let me just pass my li, and for each li I'll provide my key, and the key will be set to index. And you know what, I'm gonna also provide a bit of, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not. So let's just provide our input field inside there, and the type will be set to checkbox in this case, and we're going to be also providing a checked, and here is going to be set to do dot completed on change, and here let's just pass our arrow function which will say handle toggle to do, handle toggle to do, and here let's just pass our index inside there. And by the way, we are going to be creating all of that functions in a few seconds. Okay, so now underneath this input we have to render our to do dot text so that we can see there, and finally our button which will allows us to delete their to do. Okay, so I'm going to pass like on click event handler, and let's just paste our function which will be handle delete to do and paste our index inside there. Now let me just go ahead and just create these functions. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to just create or add a to do. So how in the world I can do that? I can just use like const handle add to do, and inside there I'll just use like if new to do dot trim. We just want to trim it out and then set to dos, and here first of all we want to make a clone of our existing to dos if we have there. So I'll use like to dos, and then I'm going to use like text, and that's going to be set to my new to do, and also the completed flag will be set to false. Okay, and now underneath there I'm going to be using like set new to do, and I'm going to make the as totally empty. Now let me go ahead and just create this handle input change. So I'm going to create the right here. I'm going to create like handle input change, and it's going to take that event, and I'm going to also annotate the as change event from the React.js, and here we have to tell that we want to use the inside the HTML input element, and I'm going to also close it like so, and inside I'm going to use like set new to do and event.target.value like this. Now let's just create this function which is a handle toggle to do. I'm gonna go to the top and I'm gonna create that right here. So I'll use like const handle toggle to do, and I'm gonna pass my index which will be set to a number, and inside there let's just first of all make a clone of our existing to do's, and I'm gonna store that inside like const updated to do's, and it's gonna be equals to this variable. And now I'm gonna use that updated to do's and pass my index inside there, and now we are going to be getting that completed flag, and if that is not equals to that updated to do, and let's just pass our index inside there, the completed one. And now we have to use our set set to do's and provide our updated updated to do's. Now let me just save my file, and finally we just have to take care of this handle delete to do. So I'm going to create them maybe right here. I'll use like const handle delete to do. I'm gonna paste the index, and that's gonna be set to a number, and I'm gonna say like to do's dot filter and provide basically nothing, but we are only interested in the index. So I'll just use like if index is not equal to that specific index, and I'm gonna also store that inside the variable with the name of updated to do's. That's gonna be set to their to do's. I'm gonna use the set to do's and provide my updated to do's right here. So it's gonna push there to this set to do's. There we go. And I guess we are totally done with the component. So let me just go ahead and go to the not this one to the app, and I'm going to render this component so that we can see there. So I'll use like to do list, save my file, and I'm going to use npm run dev. Let's just copy this link, and I'm going to place it right here. So yeah, we are now getting what to do. If I write something, something, and click on this add to do, so it's going to add there. I can also mark there as a complete, and I can also delete there. So yeah, these are my to-dos, and let's just test them. So I'm gonna stop there right here, and I'm gonna be using npm run test UI in this case. So it's gonna run my test runner, and as you can see we are now getting there. So let's just hit refresh. I already have those components, so maybe I'm gonna delete them like toggle message, and I'm gonna also remove this toggle message component. Now I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna create my to-do list.test.tsx component right here. The first thing that we want to do is that we want to get the render, also the screen, and also from where? From our testing library React.js. Now underneath there we are going to be also getting the user event. Okay, so I guess yeah, we already installed it, but it is not helping us to import this, so we are going to have to import them manually, and I'm going to import them from the user event. There we go. We would also need to get our to-do list, save our file, and now underneath there we have to describe our test suite. So I'll just give it the name of like to-do list component or something like that, and here let's just provide our first test, like it should renders to-do list with an input and a button. Okay, so I'll just first of all render my component, which is a to-do list, and I'm gonna close there. Underneath there we are going to be using our expectation, and here let's just provide our screen.getBy placeholder text, and now inside there I'm gonna just paste this placeholder text inside there. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place it right here, and that is our expectation, and we want it to be in the document. And we also want, let me just provide another expectation, screen.getBy text, and we want to get that button, okay, which is this add to do. So I'm gonna copy there. Now let me just place it right here, and we want that to be in the document. Save our file. So yep, our test is now successfully passing. So that's totally done. Now we are going to be creating another test for adding our to do. So I'll just use like it can add a to do item maybe, And I'm going to also mark the as async because now we are going to be interacting with our component. So I'll just use like render and to-do list component. Now underneath there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to get our input field, and then we can interact with the. So I'll use like screen.getByPlaceholder text, and here I'm going to just paste like that placeholder. I'm going to copy that and place that right here. And I'm going to store that inside the input right here, but it shouldn't be inputs, but it should be just input. Now you want to get that button, like whenever somebody clicks on this button, then you want to capture those interactions. So I'll use like screen.getByText, and now we are going to be getting the, not test ID, but just text. Now we are going to be getting there by this text. So I'm going to copy that and place that right here, and I'm going to use const button, and it's going to be equals to this button right here. So now the moment of truth, like whenever the user type inside this input field, what do you want to test? And also whenever the user click on this button, so what do you want to test in that situation? So I'll use like await and user event. Okay, so inside this user event we have our type. Okay, like whenever the user types something inside there, so we're going to be passing our input, which is going to be our place where we are going to be typing something. And I'll just type like new to do or something like that. And we would also need to click on this button right here. Okay, so I'll use like await and user event, and we have our click method right here, and now we are going to be passing this button. So like whenever we click on this button, so when we click on this button, what do you want to see? You want to see that new to do, which we are now providing inside this input field, to be rendered to the DOM. That's it. So I'll just use like expect, and here I'm going to be using like screen getByText, and let's just provide our new to do, which we are now providing right here. And we want that to be in the document. So I'll use like to be in the document, save my file. Now let's just refresh. Now we are failing. I don't know why, but we are failing. Let's just go ahead and enable to find the element with the alt text. It shouldn't be goddamn alt text. It should be just a getBy text. There we go. Now let me just save my file. And now our test is now successfully passing. Now let me go ahead and hide there for a second. Now we are going to be able to make it so that we can mark our to do as completed. So I'll just create a new suite for that, and it can mark a to do as completed would be fine. And I'll just first of all render my to do list component right here. And now underneath that, first of all we have to get our input field and all of that kind of stuff. So you know what, I'm gonna just copy a few things from here. So we would need there. I'm gonna copy this entire thing from there. Now let me just place it right here, and I'm gonna also mark the as async. And now you want to get our checkbox. As you can see right here, we have this checkbox right here. So now we want to get there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just get that checkbox by using screen.getByRole. getByRole. And I'm going to just paste a checkbox inside there because we only have one checkbox inside our screen, and I'm going to store that inside the checkbox variable like so. So what will be our expectation? So I'll just paste like expect. You want to paste that checkbox, but initially we want this checkbox to not be checked. Okay, so I'll just use like not and then to be checked. Now let me just execute that. If I save there right now, here you can see our test is now successfully passing. Like whenever we type something inside our input field and we click on that button, so it's going to give us that checkbox, but that will not be checked initially. So that's totally done. But now whenever we click on that checkbox, so we want that to be completed or checked. So I'll use like come on, what the hell? Screen.getByText, and here not test but text, and here let's just pass one new to do inside there, and const to do item is going to be equals to this new to do right here, and our expectation will be to do item dot to have the style. Okay, so I'm going to also pass a few style to it. So I'll use like text declaration is CORHION, and it's going to be set to line through. I'm going to save this file right now, and obviously our test will fail, and that's because we are not providing any style to our li or our checkbox. So now let me go ahead and just provide this text or this style to my checkbox. So I'll just select that, and here let me just paste this styling. So now we are providing a text declaration of if the to-do is completed. In that situation we want it to take a line through text, but if that's not the case, we want to just provide nothing. Okay, so now let me just refresh there. Here still we are now getting an error. Let me check this out. Oh, we are now getting this error. That's because we are not even checking the user interaction. God damn it. So we are gonna have to use the await, And now we can use the user event, and now let's just provide the click, like whenever we click on there, so we want to paste our checkbox. And now let's just provide our expectation, so I'll use like expect the checkbox to be checked in this case. So now let me just execute there, and it should be just expect. There we go. Save our file, and now here you can see all of our tests are now successfully passing. So that's totally done. We also want to make it so that we can delete something. So I'll just provide my 8, and it can delete a to-do item. I'm gonna mark it as async, and now let me go ahead and just copy a few things from there. So I guess that's gonna be fine. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'll just copy this line of code. Now let me just place that right here. And first of all, you want to get our placeholder. So I'll use like screen by get by placeholder text. And now let me just provide like enter new to do and store that inside the input right here. So const input is going to be equals to them. And now let me get my button. So like whenever we click on there, so I'll use like screen.getByText, and here let's just paste or add to do inside there. So whenever we click on that button, so I'll use like user event dot type, and here let's just paste for input field and new to do, and then we are going to be clicking on that button. So I'll use like user event dot click event, and now let's just paste our button inside there. And now we are going to be getting the delete button, which we have right here. So we have this delete button, and now let's just get there. So I'll use like screen by get by text and provide my delete inside there, and now I'm going to be getting there. So I'll use like delete button is going to be equals to that. And now whenever we click on that, so in that situation we just want to delete our button. So let's just paste our delete button, save our file, and we also want to provide our expectation. So it's going to take a bit of time. So for that we are going to be using something called the wait for. So we are going to be waiting there for. So first of all, we have to import there from the React testing library. So I'll use like wait for, come on, wait for, there we go. So it's going to allows us to wait for a specific thing. Okay, so here now we are going to be passing there, and now this is provide our expectation screen.query by text, and let's just use our new to do inside there and not to be in the document. Okay, so then we want to just remove there. So now I'm gonna save my file, and that was it. So now let me just refresh my file, and yeah, all of our tests are now successfully passing. And this is how we are going to be testing the user interaction by using the user event library from the testing library.